Am I reborn? Jiang Yang reached out his hand in a daze. The sunlight streaming through the window spilled through his fingers onto his face. The back of his hand felt the breeze drifting in from the window. It was warm and soothing. Am I dreaming? He murmured to himself, pinching the flesh of his thigh hard between two fingers. Sharp pain shot through his nerves to his brain, yet his face showed no expression at all. The pain seemed like nothing to him. Jiang Yang froze. This is not a dream. It is real. I really have been reborn. He had been reborn before the apocalypse. He sat up hastily and looked around for something that could tell him today's date, wanting to know what day this was. Instinctively, he pulled a phone out from under the pillow and looked closely. 203-3615. Jiang Yang's eyes stared fixedly at the string of numbers. June 15, 2033. In his previous life, July 15, 2033, was known as God's abandonment day, the moment the apocalypse began. From that day on, Blue Star seemed to have been abandoned by an unseen God. First, the sun erupted with radiation, and its internal heat plummeted, so Earth received insufficient warmth. Within only 3 days, temperatures plummeted by nearly 100 degrees. The city of Jiang Yang, where he lived, plunged from 27 degrees to -70 or 80 degrees. Blue Star became an ice ball adrift in the universe. 3 months later, just as survivors were gradually adapting to the world of global ice, global temperatures exploded to a terrifying 80 degrees. The glaciers of both poles melted completely, triggering floods that swept across the world. The floods toppled coastal nuclear power plants, and radioactive wastewater poured unimpeded into the ocean, causing countless marine creatures to mutate and triggering a tide of sea beasts. At the same time, frozen viruses were released, and all the dead humans became zombies. Meanwhile, because of the massive death of living beings, the world's origin was drained, the spatial barrier became unstable, and cracks appeared. Parallel worlds invaded. Wave after wave of mutations battered human civilization, bringing it to the brink of extinction. Fortunately, under the combined influence of solar radiation and the sharply deteriorating environment, humanity awakened supernatural powers. The awakened new humans were called aberrants. They possessed strength beyond ordinary people and preserved the spark of human civilization, preventing its extinction. Jiang Yang put away his phone and stared expressionlessly at the ceiling, yet his eyes flickered violently. How am I alive? Did I cross the river of time and return a month before the apocalypse? He remembered being tricked out of his home by his wife's family, then subdued by the neighbors and bound with rope. To keep him as a living supply, they did not kill him, but kept him captive. He could only watch as his body was consumed bit by bit. 3 days later, he died in endless agony and humiliation. No matter how he begged, no one listened. Those devils tormented him body and soul and humiliated him with a cruel truth. On the verge of death, he finally learned that none of the 4 children his wife had born were his. They were the children of a wealthy heir. He also learned that his own sworn brother had long since betrayed him with his wife. The last thing he saw was a blade streaking toward his face. So heaven has taken pity on me and given me a chance for revenge. Jiang Yang murmured to himself, his fists gradually clenching. Since he had been given a second life, he would never repeat his mistakes. He would make those scumbags die one by one. Revenge. There was still a month before the apocalypse, so he had to hurry and prepare in advance. Jiang Yang's mind raced as he considered what to do next. Having experienced the apocalypse, he knew there were far too many things he needed to prepare. Extreme cold floods, zombies, beast tides. He had to make a thorough plan. Unfortunately, 1 month was too short, and what he could prepare was limited. Suddenly, a mechanical voice that only Jiang Yang could hear rang out. Ding. Detected a compatible host. System binding. System binding successful. Ding. Survival system at your service. System. Jiang Yang asked in disbelief. He had actually been bound by a system. This thing actually exists. Host, I am here. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Yang finally confirmed that he really was bound to the system. He unconsciously grinned in silent laughter. With the system, he could make those scumbags die in a more rhythmic manner. He would not only destroy their bodies, but also cut into their hearts. System, tell me, what can you do? Jiang Yang asked quickly. Very well, host. This system is called the survival system. As long as you stay alive, you will earn survival points. Survival points. How do I get them? What are they for? Jiang Yang asked, half understanding. As long as host survives 1 second, you earn 1 survival point. Survival points can be exchanged for a huge number of items. For specific exchange items, host can browse the system mall. Hearing this, Jiang Yang understood, and his face lit up with joy. This system was simple and straightforward. As long as he stayed alive, he earned survival points. It was simply the essential system for surviving the apocalypse. He quickly called up the system mall with his mind ready to see what he could exchange his survival points for. The first thing he saw was his survival points continuously jumping. Survival points 180. Increasing. In the short time he watched, the points rose by over a dozen and reached 200. He quickly calculated 60 seconds in a minute, 3600 points in an hour, and 86400 points in a full day of 24 hours. After calculating it, Jiang Yang was overjoyed. The system gave too much. What a good system. He just didn't know whether the items in the system mall were expensive. With 86400 survival points a day, what could he exchange? Jiang Yang looked at the exchange page, and his breathing immediately became rapid. He was looking at the food page. One item priced at 1 survival point was actually 1 ton of supplies. A ton of supplies sold for only 1 point. In one day, he could exchange for 86400 tons of supplies. With that much in hand, would he ever worry about starving? He couldn't finish it all. No way he could finish it all. Jiang Yang suppressed his excitement and began studying the system mall. He scrolled down with his mind tapping and opening pages as if browsing an online shopping app, and gradually began to understand how it worked. There were cheap and expensive supplies. To get better ones, he could use different modules to upgrade. For example, the 1-ton supplies exchanged for 1 survival point were rice flour and other foods that required processing. Spending 100 points to unlock the instant food module could upgrade rice and flour into instant noodles, compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, and other ready-to-eat foods. With 1 survival points, the gourmet upgrade module could turn rice and flour into 1982 Lafite, Australian lobster, Michelin 3-star, foie gras top-grade caviar, and other delicacies. Looking at it, Jiang Yang couldn't help but grin. Earlier he had worried that 1 month wouldn't be enough to stockpile enough supplies for the apocalypse. With the system, he could exchange for a ton of top-grade food in just over a day. When the apocalypse came, he would not only eat his fill, but eat well. Perfect. Closing the food page, Jiang Yang began to explore the other sections. Besides food, he found many things that could be redeemed. Daily necessities, firearms, ability cores, personnel, mutant beasts, and more. It had everything all one could ask for. Every product also came with upgrade modules. Housing upgrade modules, soldier upgrade modules, ability upgrade modules, and so on. A housing upgrade module could turn an ordinary house into a top-tier safe house. There were also more specific modules for security, heating, surveillance. As long as he had enough survival points, he could buy almost anything in the system mall. It was dazzling to take in. After browsing through everything, Jiang Yang curled the corner of his mouth into a confident smile and began to plan what to do next. In 1 month, the world would be locked in ice. He had to prepare early. When temperatures plummeted, he would need a warm enough shelter to protect himself. He had no intention of freezing to death. In his previous life, temperatures had plummeted while blizzards fell, burying everything under dozens of meters of snow. People in rural areas were almost entirely wiped out. Rural houses were low, and within days they were buried by the blizzard. Villages were self-sufficient, but with houses buried, their supplies were unreachable, and large areas gradually became uninhabited wastelands. Those who managed to flee to the mountains misjudged the situation, believing the blizzard would soon pass, and that government rescue teams would still come. Because they had not brought enough supplies, they froze and starved. So to survive an extreme frozen apocalypse, he had to prepare a shelter tall enough, warm, and safe with plenty of supplies. At present, supplies were not a concern. 1 survival point could exchange for a ton of supplies. More than he could ever finish, truly more than he could ever finish. All he needed to do now was quickly find a sufficiently tall safe house, move in as soon as possible, and gather survival points while waiting for the apocalypse. Would it be better to have someone build a safe house or buy one from the system mall? Jiang Yang murmured to himself as he opened the system mall and searched. He found the safe house purchase page and discovered 2 ways to obtain one. The first was to upgrade an existing house with upgrade modules. The second was to buy a ready-made safe house and deploy it at an allowed location, just like deploying a building in a real-time strategy game. After comparing, Jiang Yang felt buying a ready-made safe house was unreliable because he did not have enough survival points. The cheapest safe house cost 10 million survival points, and it would take him 3 months to save up. In 3 months, he would either freeze to death or be killed. After all, having supplies without a safe house to shelter him would attract others' greed. Desperate, starving people would do anything to seize his supplies. He would face not only ordinary people, but also evolved humans and even mutant beasts, extremely dangerous. In comparison, upgrading an existing house with modules was more reliable. A whole house security surveillance system cost 1000 survival points. A whole building security surveillance system cost 1000 survival points and could bring the entire building under monitoring. The whole house heating system equipped with central air conditioning cost 1000 survival points and could withstand an ambient temperature of -10 degrees Celsius. A heating system priced at 50 survival points came with central air conditioning, whole house water heating, and a fireplace capable of enduring temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. The strongest heating system, priced at 100 survival points, could withstand absolute zero at 273. 15C. It came with a miniature controlled fusion reactor, equivalent to installing an artificial miniature sun for the whole house. Besides heating systems, there were soundproofing systems, entertainment systems, security systems, and even prank systems. If he could imagine it, the system mall had it. After browsing for a while, Jiang Yang tapped rapidly on his phone, calculating how many survival points an ideal safe house would cost. Finally, the phone calculator displayed 196000. TSK. This much. Jiang Yang scratched his head. Nearly 2 million survival points would take over 20 days to save up. That won't work. He shook his head, silently rejecting the idea of upgrading an existing house into a safe house. Supplies and a safe house alone could not guarantee him a worry-free life in the apocalypse. He had to become stronger himself or arrange people to protect him. He also wanted to buy an ability core to raise his own power. During the month before the apocalypse, he planned to buy loyal subordinates to guard him. Every possible accident had to be avoided. After all, he had to stay alive to keep earning survival points. To be reborn and then die inexplicably would be absurd. A low-grade ability core cost 1 million survival points and would let him awaken a basic 5 elements ability, enough to raise snow mist and conceal his tracks. Upgrading an ability core once cost 500 survival points. For rarer spatial temporal attack type or psychic ability cores, even the entry-level version cost 2 million survival points. Each upgrade cost 1 million survival points. If he bought one, he would not have enough left for the safe house. At the same time, he wanted to buy several subordinates to protect him up close. In the system, mall blank subordinates with ordinary physiques cost 1 survival point each. To purchase a template upgrade, the cheapest template cost 100 survival points. They had some combat ability, but poor judgment. If he bought the Tanya upgrade module, he could get a blonde, blue-eyed spy-class subordinate for 500 survival points. That was exactly what he wanted. Having 2 capable spy-type female subordinates as personal guards would be wonderful. But all of this required survival points. In short, he was just starting out, and survival points were scarce. Everywhere he turned there was something to spend on, so he had to budget carefully. The most expensive item, the safe house, required another solution. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yang searched the system store. Then his face fell with disappointment. "Host, what are you looking for?" the system asked considerately. "I want to exchange survival points for cash. Why can't I find the exchange section?" His salary was handed over entirely. He could only keep 200 yuan a month for breakfast. The house was registered under his wife, Chen Lulu's name. He simply did not have enough money to build a safe house. He could only rely on the system. Money. The system's voice was full of confusion. "Isn't money just a pile of colorful slips of paper? Why would you exchange for that?" "I know," Jiang Yang said with a smile. "Without national credit behind it, money really is just colorful waste paper. But right now the nation still exists and money is still useful. I need money to get a safe house. You don't want to lose your master, do you?" "Makes sense." The system was silent for a moment, then reminded him, "Host, you can exchange for precious metals and then convert them into money. There really is no direct exchange for colorful waste paper in the system mall." Hearing this, Jiang Yang understood and immediately searched. Soon he found the exchange section. When he saw it clearly, joy spread across his face. A gold ingot with 99 purity. Price 1 survival point. Jiang Yang exchanged gold while chatting idly with the system. "System, why is your gold so cheap?" "Host, this kind of stone is everywhere in the universe, just like trash. It's only because your planet treats it as a treasure. Head gold is indeed just a stone, but since it's been treated as an equivalent and given meaning, it naturally becomes valuable. In your eyes, it's garbage, but in mine, it's a treasure. So to speak, I seem to have found a loophole in your system." Su Huai said, his tone becoming subtle with a hint of unease. He had a feeling he'd stumbled upon a system bug. Wouldn't the system patch this loophole? Anxious, he heard the system reply, "Then host can exchange for more. Consider it waste recycling." Hearing this, Jiang Yang breathed a great sigh of relief, and suddenly his palm grew heavy. A gleaming gold ingot had fallen into his hand. He examined it closely. It was indeed a high-purity gold bar conveniently shaped like a gold ingot. Roughly 500 grams of full gene. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the current gold price, 588 yuan per gram. A simple calculation showed that the gold in his hand could be exchanged for 294,000 yuan in Huaxia currency. He could accumulate 60 survival points per minute. If converted entirely into gold bars, it would yield 176,400,000 yuan in Huaxia currency. In just 1 minute, he would become a multimillionaire. In 1 hour, he could exchange for over 1,058,400,000 yuan in Huaxia currency. 10 small goals of billionaire. With so much money, what kind of safe house couldn't he build? Jiang Yang smiled, a surge of excitement in his chest. It wasn't about becoming a billionaire easily. It was that the funding issue for building the safe house was now solved. He quickly rose to his feet, ready to head out, unwilling to waste a single minute. Just as he was putting on his shoes, he heard a loud banging from the door. Heavy, brutish sounds as though someone was kicking it. Jiang Yang was certain someone outside was kicking the door, for this had happened far too many times before. An impatient female voice came from outside the door. "Jiang Yang, are you dead in bed? Don't you even check the time? Don't you have to go to work? If you don't work, who's going to pay for the family expenses? Who'll cover the car loan and mortgage? Do you want to starve us women and children to death?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yang's brows gradually drew together. This was his wife, Chen Lulu's voice. For 7 years of marriage, Chen Lulu had given birth to one child after another, never once stepping foot in a workplace. And he, believing the children were his own, had willingly toiled like an ox or horse bearing the burden of the household alone. He had treated Chenlulu as his treasured jewel, shielding and cherishing her. But Chenlulu, elevated by her motherhood, felt entitled to enjoy all this goodness. She grew increasingly domineering, beating and scolding him at the slightest inconvenience, calling him worthless, incapable of making big money, a useless man. The bitterest irony was that none of the 3 children were his. He had been raising another man's wife and children, serving as a punching bag and garbage dump, all while being utterly foolish, shaming every man who walked the earth. Ignoring Chenlulu entirely, Jiang Yang calmly continued tying his shoes. Outside the door, Chenlulu stood in a pink, oversized pajama set, her swollen belly jutting out, glaring furiously at the tightly shut doorway. Her temper was already short, and Jiang Yang's blatant disregard for her presence in the room only fueled her rage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Clumsily, she lifted her leg and delivered a vicious kick to the door, venting her fury against the wooden surface. Before her foot could even make contact with the door, it suddenly swung open. Her kick missed entirely, and she lost her balance, stumbling forward awkwardly. At that exact moment, Jiang Yang appeared in the doorway. Spotting Jiang Yang, Chenlulu cried out, gesturing for him to help her up. Flustered, she reached desperately for his clothes, trying to steady herself. Seeing Chenlulu tip over, Jiang Yang's face remained expressionless as he shifted his body slightly. Rather than ignoring her signals, he deftly avoided her grasping hands. Panic on Chenlulu's face turned to sheer terror. Without Jiang Yang's help, she would certainly fall. And if she did, could she still protect the child growing inside her? She had undergone an ultrasound at a private clinic, and the results revealed a boy. No mishap could be tolerated. The child's father had promised marriage if she bore him a son. Only then could she live the life she deserved. For this goal, she had already endured years of hardship beside Jiang Yang, delivering 3 daughters in succession. This opportunity, she had to seize it. In a flash of desperate thought, Chenlulu, to protect the child in her womb, forcibly adjusted her posture and dropped heavily to her knees, her palms pressing against the floor. Her legs ached, but a relieved smile spread across her face. Her belly hadn't struck the ground. Her child, her hope, remained safe. Almost instantly, a fury surged through her, uncontrollable and burning. Jiang Yang could have helped her up, yet he chose to ignore her completely, even deliberately sidestepping. To let a heavily pregnant woman fall. Was this any way for a man to behave? All those years spent by Jiang Yang's side had been utterly wasted, thrown away like nothing. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Chenlulu rose, seething with rage, and spotted Jiang Yang already at the dining table. Stumbling toward him, she cursed, "Jiang Yang, are you f***ing insane? You didn't see me fall. Instead of helping, you actually dodged me. Are you even a man? You're nothing but a coward. Blind I was to follow you." Hearing Chenlulu's voice behind him, Jiang Yang kept his face expressionless. He desperately wanted to confront her outright, but having survived the apocalypse himself, he understood that some things required patience and restraint. He had only just bound himself to the system, and his survival points remained insufficient. It wasn't yet time to fully sever ties with Chenlulu. What mattered most now was building a safe house. When the apocalypse arrived, he would settle scores with Chenlulu and these scum in full. His gaze swept across the dining table. 3 girls sat eating. The eldest was 6, the youngest only 3. Upon seeing him emerge, none offered a greeting or called out Dad. In the past, he had found this strange. They always say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, yet his 3 daughters shared no closeness with him whatsoever. He had naively believed it was because he hadn't earned enough money, couldn't provide better living conditions for his daughters, forcing them to squeeze into an 80-square-meter cramped apartment with him. That's why they weren't close to him. Blaming himself, he worked even harder year-round, without rest, attempting to improve their relationship. But only on his deathbed in his past life did he discover that his so-called little cotton-padded jackets were not his children at all. How could they ever be close to him? Only then did he learn that Chenlulu had constantly poisoned his 3 daughters, against him, whispering how terrible their father was, and telling them not to be close to him. When their biological mother spoke such words, how could the 3 children not listen and believe? And so the 3 of them treated him like a complete stranger. Gazing at the 3 cold-faced girls, Jiang Yang sighed softly and approached, plucking a strand of hair from each one. He needed to conduct a paternity test to determine whether these 3 were, as Chenlulu claimed, not his children. If even one was his, for the sake of Chenlulu having borne him one child, he would grant her a way out. If none were his, then he wouldn't hold back his wrath. The 3 children winced in pain and glared at Jiang Yang, flailing their arms in resistance. Jiang Yang gave a silent sigh, took the 3 strands of hair, stepped back, and turned to leave. Seeing Jiang Yang's unusual behavior, Chenlulu was suddenly a little flustered. Pulling hair? What was this man trying to do? Hiding her inner panic behind anger, she shrieked, "Jiang Yang, you bastard, what do you mean? I'm talking to you, and you pretend not to hear. Are you deaf, or what?" As she spoke, ignoring the pain, she strode quickly toward Jiang Yang with a fierce face and reached out to grab his ear. In the past, whenever something displeased her, this was exactly what she would do. Jiang Yang never dared to resist. He would let her push him around, and would obediently admit his mistakes and beg for mercy. This time, however, her hand caught nothing. Jiang Yang tilted his head, dodging her hand. You. Lulu was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. This useless man actually dared to dodge. If he dared to dodge today, tomorrow he would dare to hit her, and the day after tomorrow he would dare to kill her. She shrieked, Jiang Yang, you bastard. I gave birth to 3 children for you, and after all these years squeezed into this shabby house with you, you still treat me like this. I must have been blind to marry you back then, and to bear you children. This was her trump card. As long as she said these words, no matter how outrageous she had been, Jiang Yang would forgive her. That was because Jiang Yang was a pushover with no bottom line who deserved to be bullied by her. After saying that, grievance surged in her heart. She had given so much, yet the father of the child still refused to marry her. She could only stay by Jiang Yang's side in a pitiful, aggrieved manner. What a miserable fate. As she thought about it, big teardrops fell, and she began to cry pitifully. With his back to Lulu, Jiang Yang listened to these words with an expressionless face, and even felt a little like laughing. It wasn't that he was laughing at how utterly shameless Lulu was saying whatever came to her mouth. Rather, he was mocking his previous life self for believing such nonsense countless times. But in this life he would no longer be that foolish. His heart had already grown harder than ice. Jiang Yang said nothing, but the 3 children couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing their mother being bullied, the youngest was so frightened that she burst into loud sobs. The 2 older girls scrambled down from their seats, ran to Jiang Yang's legs, and pounded his legs hard with their little fists. As they hit him, they yelled, bad guy. Big villain. You made mommy cry. I don't like you. You're a bad guy, a big bad guy. Hearing these childish words, Jiang Yang silently shook his head and walked away quickly. Bang! The door slammed heavily shut, and Jiang Yang's figure disappeared. Watching him leave, all the grievance in Lulu's eyes turned into hatred. She hated Jiang Yang, hated him for treating her so coldly, hated him for failing to give her the life she wanted, hated him for standing in the way of the pampered rich lady's life she deserved. She muttered to herself, Jiang Yang, you dare to treat me like this. I'm not done with you. With that, she took out her phone and dialed the number. The call quickly connected, and a middle-aged woman's voice came through. Lulu, what's wrong? Are you crying? Who bullied you? As if she had found her pillar of support, Lulu burst into loud sobs. Mom, come quickly, Jiang Yang is bullying me. What? 3 voices came from the receiver, full of shock. Then a male voice said, Lulu, don't be afraid. Dad will be right there to get justice for you. Dad, hurry over. Lulu answered and hung up. A smug smile spread across her face. She had called her parents and younger brother to come. Let's see how Jiang Yang handled it. By then, Jiang Yang would kneel down and apologize to her. That was what he had done before. After thinking for a moment, she dialed another number. Sweetheart, what are you doing? The baby and I miss you so much. An impatient male voice came through the phone with the faint sound of a woman panting in the background. I've told you before, don't call me unless it's important. If you give birth to a boy, I'll marry you. Okay, I got it. Lulu hung up, beaming with joy. Then she touched her belly and murmured, baby, you must be born healthy. When the time comes, mommy will take you to a good life. Your daddy is very rich. She put away her phone and casually sent the 3 girls off to eat breakfast. Lulu sat on the sofa, opened WeChat, found the group's sisters charging toward money, and started typing. Lulu's sisters, Jiang Yang is so gross. I fell while carrying a big belly, and that bastard Jiang Yang didn't even help me up. He made me cry from anger. The message was sent, and someone quickly replied. Li Tiantian, oh my god, how could this happen? Jiang Yang is really too much. Zhao Jie's sister, no need to say more. Divorce. What's the point of keeping a man like that? You're still young. Once you divorce, plenty of men will line up to marry you. Let me tell you, one of my friends got divorced at 40 and immediately hooked up with a self-made rich man. The rich man spent $10 million on the wedding and married her. Now she lives in real comfort. She lives in a big mansion, and whenever she goes out, servants wait on her. It's amazing. Seeing her girlfriends defending her, Lulu felt much better. Her sisters were reliable after all, and they knew how to say the right things. They were truly like-minded good sisters. After thinking it over, she said, alas, if it weren't for the 3 children and the baby in my belly, I would have divorced useless Jiang Yang a long time ago. She naturally couldn't divorce Jiang Yang right now, as she had to wait until the baby was born. By then the child's father would marry her in a grand manner, and only then would she divorce. If she divorced now, who would pay for the children's living expenses? Who would pay for the prenatal checkups? Who would pay for the delivery? She had to squeeze every bit of value out of Jiang Yang before divorcing him. Li Tiantian, Lulu, good women, as virtuous and family-oriented as you are truly rare. Su Ro, I'm married, but I can't even come close to your level. It's just that there's no better man around, or else I would have run away long ago. Zhao Jie's sister, we women only live once, so we have to live for ourselves. Why revolve around men and children? If you ask me, divorce is a must. Lulu's sisters, I understand your kindness. Let me think it over a little more. Li Tiantian, are you home? Is that bastard Jiang Yang home? Why don't we come over and give him a piece of our minds to let off some steam for you? Su Ro, sounds good. Zhao Jie 1. Seeing these words, Lulu was delighted. Her parents and younger brother were coming to vent for her, and her close girlfriends were also coming to vent for her. Let's see how Jiang Yang handles this later. She was determined to make Jiang Yang pay. Chen Lulu, thank you, dear sisters. Meeting you all makes me truly happy. I'm home, so come over. But Jiang Yang has gone out. You all come over first. Li Tiantian be right there. Su Ro be right there. Zhao Jie be right there. Putting away her phone, Chen Lulu hummed a cheerful tune. With so many people coming to vent for her, Jiang Yang was doomed. Even if he didn't die, he would at least shed a layer of skin. After savoring her delight, for a while Chen Lulu figured that her parents and younger brother were almost here. She promptly smoothed the joy from her face, squeezed a few drops of eye drops into her eyes, and assumed the look of someone silently weeping as she waited. A few minutes later, a heavy knock thumped at the front door. Chen Lulu limped over to answer it. The moment the door swung open, she twisted her face into a pained expression and said pitifully, "Dad, Mom, little brother, you've come." As she spoke, she sniffled and forcefully wiped away her tears, which only made her look more pitiful. Seeing her like this, Wang Hohot immediately flared up and began to curse. Did Jiang Yang bully you? Where is he? Tell him to get out here. How dare he bully my daughter? I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him today. With that, she shoved her way into the house and looked around as she prowled, calling out, Jiang Yang, don't think hiding in the house will let you get away with this. Get out here now. Chun Shun and Chun Daki followed one after another. Chun Shun cast her a concerned glance, and Chen Lulu seized the moment to let the tears she had been holding back stream down, wailing even more miserably. At the sight, Chun Shun's brow furrowed, and the fury in his eyes grew fiercer. Chun Daki, with a tuft of dyed yellow hair, said cockily, Sis, since Jiang Yang dares to bully you, don't be afraid. Your little brother will settle this for you. I'm going to give him a good hard beating today. Anyone who dares to bully Chun Daki's sister is asking to die. Chun Shun also joined in comforting her, and the two of them helped the limping Chen Lulu to the sofa. Meanwhile, Wang Hohot had searched the whole house without finding Jiang Yang. With a sour expression, she cursed that bastard. He knows he's in trouble, so he actually went out to hide. Humph. He can hide for a moment, but can he hide for a lifetime? At this, Chen Lulu said with a trace of smugness, Mom, Jiang Yang doesn't dare not come back. All his money is with me. If he doesn't come back, he'll have to sleep on the street. Wang Hohot nodded in satisfaction. You did the right thing, my dear. A man's money should be kept firmly in hand, or he'll go out and fool around. Then she changed the subject. Dear, have you paid this month's loan for our family? Not yet. Jiang Yang hasn't gotten his salary this month. Once he gets paid and hands the money over to me, I'll help you make the payment. Good girl. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Wang Hohot beamed with joy. They lived in the same residential community, just in different buildings. Their apartment was a spacious 132 square meter unit with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The down payment had been made with Jiang Yang's money, and Jiang Yang was still covering the mortgage. He simply had no idea, since the money had always been managed by Chen Lulu. At this point, Chun Daki cut in, Sis, when are you going to buy me a car? Chen Lulu agreed at once. When Jiang Yang's year-end bonus arrives, I'll put down the down payment for you, and I'll help you pay the monthly installments. How about that? Great. Thanks, Sis. Chun Daki beamed and thanked her repeatedly. Seeing her family's reaction, Chen Lulu smiled with delight. Spending Jiang Yang's money to strengthen her own family ties, truly a brilliant move. The whole family sat together and started condemning Jiang Yang, cursing him for 10 straight minutes without repeating a single insult. The doorbell rang. Chun Daki rushed to open it and let Li Tiantian, Zhao Jie, and Su Ro inside. Li Tiantian was dressed in a black bodycon dress with black stockings clinging tightly to her slender straight legs and a white furry shrug over her shoulders, radiating the full aura of a socialite. The instant she entered, she said to Chen Lulu with an apologetic expression, So sorry, bestie, but I have something to do and have to leave soon. I've already made plans with someone. She had hooked a loser on her phone. A few calls of Big Brother had gone straight to his head, and he said he would buy her a gold bracelet. How could she miss such a wonderful opportunity? Naturally, she had no time to waste chatting with Chen Lulu. Chen Lulu nodded in understanding. I'm fine. You go ahead. Talk later, sis. With that, Li Tiantian left. After saying goodbye to Li Tiantian, Su Ro and Zhao Jie sat down on either side of Chen Lulu. Su Ro wore white skinny jeans and a low-cut black t-shirt revealing a pale, smooth, deep cleavage. As a married woman, she was at the full voluptuous stage of life. Zhao Jie, on the other hand, wore a loose black t-shirt with no pattern or ornament. She paired it with dark straight-leg jeans that flared slightly at the cuffs. She had short hair, wore no makeup, and had only applied a thin layer of lip balm. Single and absolutely determined never to marry. Su Ro squeezed Chen Lulu's hand. That bastard Jiang Yang. You're pregnant, and he still treats you like this. He's not even human. Zhao Jie said with a cold snort. Lulu, I told you men were unreliable, but you insisted on getting married. Divorce. You must get a divorce. Be like me. Isn't it great to be single? Long live being single. Seizing the moment, Chen Lulu began to cry. I never thought Jiang Yang would turn out to be this kind of person. I've been with him for all these years bearing his child, yet he treats me like this. Boo-hoo. I was truly blind, boo-hoo. Chen Lulu burst into loud sobs. The entire room of people crowded around to comfort her, saying that when Jiang Yang came back they would demand an explanation from him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang had gone downstairs, his expression relaxed. Along the way he encountered a few neighbors, and they nodded at one another with polite greetings. Once the pleasantries were over and his back was turned to the crowd, the smile on Jiang Yang's face disappeared. These neighbors might greet him politely now, but during the apocalypse every one of them had eaten his flesh, or at the very least drunk soup stewed from his thigh bones. He could still greet them with a smile now, simply because the time to shed all pretense had not yet arrived. The baptism of doomsday had taught him forbearance. He had known starvation, endured humiliation, and swallowed his pride to beg for a bite to eat. Reaching the underground parking garage, Jiang Yang started up his Honda Fit, the one that had cost 80,000 yuan and was still being paid off. Back then he had believed the nonsense of some female blogger. She claimed the Fit was the best car under 500,000 yuan, and he had actually believed her. Only after buying it did he realize that it was a case of buy an engine, get a free car. There was nothing, absolutely nothing in it. He had been scammed to the point of tears. Staring at the car's badge, Jiang Yang found the vehicle more and more displeasing. Now that he was not short on money, whoever wanted this piece of junk could drive it. He wasn't going to anymore. Time for a new car. Though doomsday was only a month away, he believed in seizing the day, and he wanted a good car to drive. With that thought, Jiang Yang got out of the car and kicked the Fit's door shut with a swift kick. Then he hailed a taxi and headed first to the hospital, Jiangnan City People's Hospital. At the information desk, Jiang Yang asked the nurse, "Excuse me, where do I go for a paternity test?" The nurse echoed, "Paternity test." As a flicker of pity passed through her eyes, she saw that Jiang Yang was only in his early 30s, yet he had come for a paternity test. He had most likely been cheated on. What a poor man. "Yes, I need 3 tests. 3. The nurse could hardly conceal her shock. This man was even more pitiable. Were none of the 3 children his? If that were true, the green grassland on his head would be enough to graze sheep. Feeling sorry for Jiang Yang, the nurse left her post and accompanied him to the paternity testing department before returning. "I want 3 paternity tests," Jiang Yang said to the doctor who received him. 3. A flicker of sympathy passed through the doctor's eyes, but he maintained his professional composure and said, "First, register your identity and leave test samples. Then go have your blood drawn, pay the fee, and wait 10 business days for the results." "No." Jiang Yang nodded understandingly. "That's good. I'll take the gold out now." Having said that, he spent 100 survival points to exchange for 100 gold bars weighing a full 100 jin. He methodically stacked them on the counter. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars. The gold bars soon formed a small mountain on the counter. Manager Huang was stunned. Chen Jai, who had followed him, was equally dumbfounded. Everyone else in the shop stood slack-jawed. So much gold, and he just pulled it out like that. How much money was that worth? Suddenly a sharp cracking sound echoed. The bulletproof glass counter cracked. Luckily, the laminated layer inside prevented it from shattering completely. Manager Huang jolted back to reality and immediately barked, "Security. Close the door. Hurry." With so much gold piled there, it was worth at least 20 to 30 million. If someone snatched it away, it would be a massive disaster. Only by closing the door could they prevent robbery. No one could get in, and whoever grabbed the gold couldn't escape. The security guards hastily responded, snapping out of their shock. One slapped the electric door button, and the rolling shutter clattered down, sealing the entire gold shop. Pedestrians outside noticed the gold shop closing and felt bewildered, but didn't investigate further. Seeing the door closed, Manager Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could speak, Jiang Yang remarked playfully, "Manager Huang, why are you closing the door? Don't tell me you're planning to rob me openly. If you do, you'll face the consequences yourself." For Jiang Yang, if the gold shop dared to rob him openly, he had plenty of ways to handle it. Hearing this, Manager Huang realized Jiang Yang had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm only doing this as a precaution to protect your gold from robbers." "Misunderstood me, I apologize," Su Huai replied with a smile. He casually exchanged a single gold bar and tossed it to Manager Huang. "For the trouble." Manager Huang instinctively caught the gold and stammered, "For me." "Yes, for you." "Say thank you," Jiang Yang affirmed. "Ah, it's really for me." Manager Huang's body trembled slightly. This was from excitement. Weighing it in his hand, he knew the gold bar was approximately 500 grams worth 300 yuan in RMB. 300,000. That was equivalent to 2 years' salary. This was an unexpected windfall. "Sir, thank you. I don't know how to express my gratitude." Manager Huang was so overjoyed, he could barely form coherent words, bowing repeatedly and pressing his palms together. He was in complete disarray, almost wanting to kneel and kowtow to Jiang Yang. The other clerks watched this scene with envy and resentment. This man was truly generous. One gesture, and he handed out 300 yuan. They only regretted their insufficient authority preventing them from serving Jiang Yang. Otherwise, this overwhelming wealth would have fallen into their hands. Li Tiantian, meanwhile, was completely stunned. She had previously tried to extract a dozens of grams bracelet from a mark, but failed. Yet Jiang Yang casually gifted a large gold bar worth hundreds of thousands. And he had stacked over 100 gold bars ready to be cashed out. Was this still the henpecked Jiang Yang she knew? Or that useless good-for-nothing? Greed flickered in her eyes as she formed a plan. Jiang Yang was definitely an hidden rich second generation. She decided to fan the flames while Chen Lulu was feuding with him, urging Chen Lulu to divorce Jiang Yang. She would use her charms to rise in status. This overwhelming fortune would ultimately fall into her hands. Thinking this, she turned proactively, swaying her hips seductively toward Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, what a coincidence. You're here too. Jiang Yang turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Li Tiantian. A trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Li Tiantian was in his past life a gold digger, a woman of loose morals. He owed her a finger bone. That malicious woman had gnawed it off right in front of him. He longed to chop that disgusting woman into pieces. But he quickly restrained his emotions. Before the apocalypse, he must keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. The authorities were still functioning. If he really killed Li Tiantian, it would bring unwanted complications. Bear with it a little longer. Jiang Yang put on a proper smile. What a coincidence. I'm here for some errands. Li Tiantian smiled sweetly and moved closer. Jiang Yang, I never expected you to be a hidden rich second generation. Who would have thought? Jiang Yang chuckled, inwardly calculating. He had intended to stay low-key, but unfortunately ran into Li Tiantian. She would almost certainly tell his wife about today's events. Since that was the case, he would stop pretending and reveal his hand. He then gave Manager Huang a subtle glance. Manager Huang, experienced in welcoming guests and reading people, immediately understood. Noticing Li Tiantian's attire, he guessed she was no respectable woman. He promptly instructed the security guards, please escort this gentleman to the VIP room. Meanwhile, bring the gold inside and call the appraiser immediately. Under his orders, 4 security guards immediately surrounded Jiang Yang, effectively separating Li Tiantian from them. They escorted Jiang Yang toward the VIP room, while the clerks carried the gold bars away one by one. Watching both Jiang Yang and the gold depart, Li Tiantian stamped her foot in frustration. She naturally realized Jiang Yang was deliberately ignoring her. This man she had once looked down upon now wouldn't even speak to her. After fuming for a while, Li Tiantian persuaded herself to move on. Men turn bad when they have money. She would need to employ some tactics to seduce this hidden rich heir. Thinking this, she unconsciously stroked her curves beneath her black pencil skirt and smiled to herself. Men were creatures driven by their lower halves. If she offered herself voluntarily, she didn't believe Jiang Yang could remain unmoved. Once they shared a bed, she would have leverage over him. She could surely make him submit. Even if she couldn't win his title as a wife, extracting some gold would still be worthwhile. In the VIP room, Jiang Yang sat calmly, watching Manager Huang and several appraisers work busily. Manager Huang occasionally apologized, sir, I'm sorry. This batch of gold is too large. Please bear with us for a moment. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Our shop will accommodate you. It's fine, Jiang Yang waved his hand. He then took out his phone, logged into ICBC, and changed his bank card password. He also blocked several contacts entirely. Fully half an hour later, Manager Huang finished the count and said respectfully, sir, this batch of gold totals 29 per million. Due to the large amount, I have applied for headquarters authorization to transfer the funds directly to your bank account. Please provide your account number. Jiang Yang nodded cooperatively and wrote out a string of bank account numbers, handing them over. Manager Huang accepted them and quickly completed the operation, showing Jiang Yang the transfer confirmation page. Sir, please verify it's correct. Jiang Yang shook his head indifferently. No need. I trust you. According to the system, these gold bars were merely recycled waste, nothing to worry about. Besides, if the gold shop truly dared to embezzle his money, he had plenty of means to recover every penny with interest. Rising to his feet, he said, thank you for your hard work. Farewell. Manager Huang was both honored and startled, nodding repeatedly. He led the entire staff to respectfully see off Jiang Yang, their benefactor. Ding dong. Chen Lulu's phone suddenly vibrated. Pausing her tirade against Jiang Yang, she curiously pulled out her phone and saw an incoming bank transfer notification. Seeing that, she immediately broke into a beaming smile and laughed. Jiang Yang's salary has been paid. Looks like it arrived early this time. How strange. Wang Hohot chuckled along. His salary's in. Good. Let's pay off the mortgage on our house first. Okay, Mom. Chen Lulu agreed, tapping the message to see how much Jiang Yang had been paid this time. She had already begun calculating how much to set aside for handbags and cosmetics. But when she got a clear look at the number, she froze. So many zeros. Noticing that something was off, Wang Hohot asked with concern, Dear, what's wrong? Chen Lulu dazedly handed the phone to her mother. Mom, take a look. How much is this? Wang Hohot took it dismissively. Jiang Yang worked overtime like crazy and only made a little over 20,000 a month, so how much could there be? But as she stared at the screen, her breathing turned rapid. Unconsciously, she murmured ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 10 million. She jerked her head up, her voice rising a full octave. Over 20 million. It's actually over 20 million. Chen Lulu nodded blankly, then ecstasy flooded over her. She hadn't misread. Jiang Yang's bank card had suddenly gained more than 20 million yuan. With that much money, she had no idea how to spend it all. Chundaki impatiently snatched the phone, looked at it again, and roared with laughter. Still laughing, he waved his arms and danced around. Sis, buy me a car right now. Pay in full. I want a Lamborghini and I want a Ferrari. The latest model, fully loaded. His eyes gleamed as he began fantasizing about how proactive those girls would be once he rolled up in a supercar. The more he thought, the more excited he grew, and he started chuckling to himself like an idiot. Su Ro and Zhao Jie finally caught on. Jiang Yang seemed to have gotten rich, pocketing a fortune in the tens of millions. They exchanged a glance, each seeing displeasure and profound disappointment in the other's eyes. They had agreed to be ordinary people together, yet here was Chun Lulu becoming a rich man's wife. They looked away, but the thoughts in their hearts would not be suppressed. Now that Jiang Yang had become a multimillionaire, they needed to do something. Zhao Jie was the first to speak. Lulu, men change when they have money. Jiang Yang treated you like that before. You can't let money blind you. You can't keep living with him. In a marriage, feelings matter most. Money is nothing but floating clouds, right? Su Ro shot Zhao Jie an approving glance and continued, sis, I'm still of the same mind. You can't keep living with Jiang Yang. You have to get a divorce. Whether he has money or not, this marriage must end. Chen Lulu sneered inwardly at these words, but she said, sisters, what you've said makes sense. If Jiang Yang comes back without giving me an explanation, I will never live with him again. Even if he becomes a billionaire, I won't stay with him. I, Chen Lulu, am not the kind of woman who covets money. I only want a man who loves me. Even if he is poor and destitute, I would still stay with him for the rest of my life and bear his children. After finishing, she felt secretly pleased. Now she had put those words out to set herself up as a paragon of virtue. Later, no matter what Jiang Yang said, she would tell everyone that Jiang Yang had apologized sincerely and knelt to beg her not to leave. Then everything would blow over. She would become a wealthy wife with tens of millions to her name. That way she would have both the substance and the glory, flawless. Hearing this, Su Ro and Zhao Jie nodded approvingly and said in unison, sis, we support you. Long live being single. Chen Lulu smiled and didn't answer. Her mind was entirely on that colossal sum of 29 million yuan. She knew the password to the bank card. It was her birthday. She thought for a moment, then said to Wang Hohat, Mom, I'll transfer 10 million yuan to your account. You can use it to support yourself in old age and spend it at your leisure. Wang Hohat was radiant with joy. My good daughter, my love wasn't wasted on you. Chen Lulu nodded happily and asked Chun Daki, little brother, how much does a car cost? Chun Daki thought a moment. Not much, 7 or 8 million to get it on the road. Chen Lulu nodded. I'll give you 10 million. Buy the car and spend the rest as pocket money. Thanks, sis. Chen Daki yelled in delight. We're family, so don't be polite. Chen Lulu smiled and continued, as for the rest, I'll first help our family pay off the mortgage. Then I'll buy another house under my name and rent it out later. Good, that's good. Wang Hohat nodded over and over. Then she said with some concern, if you spend like this, won't Jiang Yang have something to say? Hearing this, Chen Lulu snorted coldly. He wouldn't dare. I've given birth to 3 children and am pregnant with another. Even without great merit, I have my toil. What's wrong with spending a bit of his money? I deserve it. Right. Wang Hohat nodded again and again. I doubt Jiang Yang would dare criticize you. If he dares, we'll all have your back. Chen Daki immediately pounded his chest in a vow. Sis, don't worry. As long as I'm here, Jiang Yang won't dare touch a single hair on you. Chen Lulu smiled and nodded full of pride. Su Ro and Zhao Jie watched from the sidelines, frowning. Chen Lulu had just said she wasn't going to live with Jiang Yang, yet now she was spending his money. How was that the look of a couple about to split up? Zhao Jie was outspoken and said, Lulu, if you're not living with Jiang Yang anymore, it doesn't seem right to spend his money like this. It wasn't that she pitted Jiang Yang's money. Rather, Chen Lulu was pouring all that money into her own natal family. That way, even if they divorced, Chen Lulu would still end up a little rich woman. Chen Lulu snorted and said with perfect justification, we haven't divorced yet, have we? As long as I'm still Jiang Yang's lawful wife, that money is our joint marital property. So what if I use it? Even in a lawsuit, I'd have the upper hand. Zhao Jie was left speechless and shook her head in disbelief. Wang Hohat, now anxious, said urgently, good daughter, hurry up and transfer the money to Mom's account. Chen Daki also pulled out a bank card and urged, sis, stop chatting. Transfer the money now. I want to buy a car. Chen Lulu nodded and with a hint of coy pride said, don't rush. The password is my birthday. Once I log into online banking, I'll transfer it to you right away. If I can't do it online, we'll go to the bank. Good. Wang Hohat nodded hurriedly. Chen Lulu then opened the app, entered the account number and transfer amount, and after confirming they were correct, began typing the password. 170,918. After entering it, she tapped confirm. The progress bar spun for a moment, then a prompt popped up, incorrect password. You have 4 more attempts. At the sight, Chen Lulu's gaze sharpened slightly, and an uneasy feeling rose in her heart. She had entered this password countless times. How could it be wrong? Could the password have been changed? Wang Hohat and Chun Daki, who had been leaning close to Chen Lulu eagerly awaiting the transfer, were baffled. Chun Daki asked, sis, is the password wrong? Didn't you say you knew it? Chen Lulu gave an awkward laugh. Of course I know it. Jiang Yang's money has always been managed by me. What password of his don't I know? Phone password, WeChat password, bank card password. I know them all. He has no privacy from me. He has no privacy from me at all. Wang Hohot and Chun Daki suddenly understood. Wang Hohot praised, my daughter truly knows how to keep her husband firmly under control. That's exactly the right approach. Chen Lulu smiled, triumphantly, silently warning herself to proceed more carefully this time. She may have truly made a mistake just now. She entered her password with deliberate slowness and tapped the little eye icon once to confirm the numbers in plain text. The password was correct. She then took a shallow breath and pressed confirm. The progress bar spun for a moment. A notification popped up, password incorrect. 3 attempts remaining. Chen Lulu instinctively leaned back as though she had glimpsed something dreadful. The password was wrong again. But she had double confirmed it just now. Wang Hohot, unaware of the true situation, assumed Chen Lulu had simply misinput the password and comforted her, don't rush, dear. Take your time. You still have 3 chances. Chen Lulu nodded, took a deep breath, and stubbornly entered her secret code once more. Password incorrect. 2 attempts remaining. Password incorrect. 1 attempt remaining. Chen Lulu froze, too terrified to press the button for the final time. 1 more wrong attempt, and the card would be locked. Her heart churned violently within her. She was absolutely certain that Jiang Yang had indeed changed the bank card password. At last Wang Hohot sensed something was amiss. Lulu, do you not even know the password? Upon hearing this, Chun Daki grew anxious. If his sister could not access the money, who would buy his car? He loudly demanded, sis, you promised to buy me a car. You can't break your word. Su Ro and Chun Jia exchanged glances, hiding their glee. Jiang Yang had changed the password. Chen Lulu could not transfer any funds. How splendid. Forced into a smile, Chen Lulu said, brother, do not fret. I will call Jiang Yang and ask what is going on. If he changed the password, a simple phone call will surely make him tell me. Good, good. Chun Daki breathed a sigh of relief and urged, sis, hurry up and call. I cannot wait any longer. I want to buy a car right now. Chen Lulu nodded and pulled out her phone to make the call. Ring. The subscriber you are calling is busy. Please try again later. The prompt vanished and the call disconnected automatically. Chen Lulu stared at her phone, utterly bewildered. This was her first time encountering such a situation. In the past, no matter when she called, Jiang Yang would answer immediately. Could it be that Jiang Yang is on another call, as she murmured and dialed again? Ring. The subscriber you are calling is busy. Please try again later. Staring at the call that disconnected once more, Chen Lulu parted her lips in utter confusion. What is going on? What on earth is Jiang Yang doing? Why won't he ever pick up my calls? Seeing Chen Lulu's bewildered expression, Su Ro suppressed a smirk and reminded her, Lulu, you may have been added to Jiang Yang's block list. Block list? Chen Lulu was instantly furious with humiliation. How dare Jiang Yang block her? What nerve did he have? She stated firmly, impossible. Jiang Yang would never dare to block me. He is certainly busy, which is why he did not answer. Su Ro shook her head speechlessly. This woman was stubborn to her core, refusing to yield even an inch. She took out her phone and fiddled with it for a moment before saying, Lulu, try calling me instead. Uncertain of her intentions, Chen Lulu still dialed. Ring. The subscriber you are calling is busy. Please try again later. She paused, looking at Su Ro in confusion. What is going on? Su Ro rolled her eyes inwardly. This woman was still clinging to her pride and refused to admit that Jiang Yang had blocked her. She then held up her phone for Chen Lulu to see, explaining as she demonstrated, I have added your number to my block list. That is why your calls to me are automatically disconnected. Do you understand now? Listening to this, Chen Lulu's face darkened with each passing second until she finally let out a shriek. Jiang Yang, you bastard. How dare you block me? I will not let this go. At that moment, Chen Lulu was consumed by an ocean of fury. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have grown this enraged. Now she could only see Jiang Yang's money, but could not touch a single cent. She had always lived by the mantra that what was his was hers, and what was hers remained hers. For her own money to suddenly become inaccessible, how could she not be furious? Witnessing Chen Lulu's explosive rage, Wang Hohot and Chun Daki were dumbfounded. It had now become perfectly clear Jiang Yang had changed the password and blocked Chen Lulu. The money Chen Lulu had promised them was gone forever. The more Wang Hohot thought about it, the angrier she became. That was 1,000,000 yuan of her money. How dare Jiang Yang change the password and refuse to pay? Did he not even have her his own mother in his eyes? Without her approval, could a penniless nobody like Jiang Yang ever have married Chen Lulu? Enraged, she cursed, that ungrateful dog of a man. As soon as he gets rich, he turns his back on everyone. I actually gave my daughter to him. How blind I was. No, I must call and scold him properly. With that, she dialed Jiang Yang's number. Ring. The subscriber you are calling is busy. Please try again later. Listening to the mechanical voice from the receiver, Wang Hohot stood stunned and muttered, that wretched bastard. He has even blocked his own mother's number. Does he still see me as his mother? Then, as though awakening from a dream, she barked at Chen Shun and Chun Daki. You both have Jiang Yang's number. Call him immediately. Let me see if he dares to block all of us. Chen Shun and Chun Daki nodded with furious expressions and dialed their numbers. Ring. The subscriber you are calling is busy. Please try again later. Two identical mechanical voices echoed from different handsets. Chen Shun and Chun Daki clutched their phones, teeth gritted in anger, cursing Jiang Yang viciously for having blocked even their numbers. Seating on the sofa, Su Ro and Zhao Jia watched the Chen family suffer with composed expressions while inside they were laughing uncontrollably. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Jiang Yang had suddenly grown rich, and Chen Lulu was still dreaming of her family sharing in the wealth. Yet Jiang Yang had pulled the floorboards right from beneath them, crushing all their hopes. Would Chen Lulu still dare to act so arrogant now? Would she still claim they were on the same social tier? Watching Chen Lulu and her family furiously cursing Jiang Yang, Su Ro and Zhao Jia bit their lips to suppress their laughter, diverting their attention instead by pulling out their phones. After a while, Su Ro could not resist sending a message to Li Tian. Let me tell you something. Jiang Yang somehow acquired tens of millions, then immediately changed his bank card password and blocked Lulu's entire family. I do not even know how to comfort her. Sai men grow wicked as soon as they get money. Lulu has it so terrible. Li Tian was standing by the roadside chatting with Jiang Yang, who was waiting for the bus, but he was barely responding to her. Undeterred, she continued searching for topics of conversation. When her phone buzzed, she glanced at the screen, and her thoughts immediately shifted. If Su Ro's words were true, then Jiang Yang had definitely reached his 7-year itch and no longer wished to continue living with Chen Lulu. Then this was her chance to step in. What a perfect opportunity. Li Tian immediately seized the opportunity to reply to Su Ro. I'm out shopping and haven't heard about this yet. Is it really true? That Jiang Yang is terrifying. Tell Lulu why keep following a man like that. Divorce him right now. What's the use of having money if he won't spend it on you? Don't you agree, sister? Su Ro received the reply and secretly praised Li Tian for speaking so well, hitting right where it mattered. When Chen Lulu paused to take a sip of water after cursing herself hoarse, Su Ro interjected. Lulu, listen to your sister here. Jiang Yang may have money now, but he won't spend it on you. What good is his wealth then? If you ask me, get a divorce right away. There's no need to stay with a man like him. Hearing this, Chen Lulu quickly swallowed her water and rushed to say no more, sister. I'm divorcing him, damn it. Even if Jiang Yang kneels for 7 days and 7 nights, starving and thirsty, begging for my forgiveness, I will never forgive him. This time he's really pissed me off. Su Ro nodded in approval, and along with Zhao Jia, she offered a few more words of advice before taking a satisfied leave. They couldn't stay any longer. If they did, they might not be able to hold back their laughter. They were also afraid that if their sister had a rough life, she'd come to them for money or favors. Or worse, if their sister drove a Range Rover and showed off all day, that would be unbearable. Truly difficult. After the two women left, only Chen Lulu's family remained in the room. After venting her anger for a while, Wang Hohat calmed down considerably and regained some composure. Worried, she asked, Lulu, are you really going to divorce Jiang Yang? Chen Lulu revealed a cunning smile. Mom, I was just making things up with those two. Don't take it to heart. That's a relief. Wang Hohat breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Chen Daki and Chen Shun. Chen Lulu continued, I've suffered so much being with Jiang Yang. Now that I've finally seen him strike it rich, how could I possibly divorce him? Even if he wants a divorce now, I won't agree. Wang Hohat nodded approvingly. My daughter, you're thinking right. Husband and wife don't harbor overnight grudges. Let Jiang Yang make a small apology and just go through the motions. For the sake of the children, don't get divorced no matter what. She wasn't actually concerned about Jiang Yang. Rather, if they divorced Jiang Yang's tens of millions would never fall into her hands. Chen Lulu nodded. I know, Mom. Don't worry. Good. Wang Hohat gave a few more instructions, then left with her husband and son. They had originally come to denounce Jiang Yang, but instead Jiang Yang had outmaneuvered them utterly and become a nouveau riche. They didn't even get to see him and could only slink back to where they came from. Watching her family leave, Chen Lulu sat on the sofa deep in thought. Based on her understanding of Jiang Yang, he was a pushover, extremely responsible, and very family-oriented. Although he had thrown a tantrum today, as long as she used a little of her wiles, Jiang Yang would obediently come back, and that money would still be hers. With this thought, much of the gloom in Chen Lulu's heart dissipated. Then she grew troubled. Jiang Yang had blocked her, so she couldn't reach him. What to do? After some thought, she decided to go to his company and ask. At the same time, she sent a message to Li Tian. Dear sister, can you help me find Jiang Yang? If you run into him, tell him to come home. The 3 kids are still waiting for him. Li Tian received the message, glanced at Jiang Yang, and quickly replied, Sure, sister. If I see Jiang Yang, I'll surely tell him to go home. Chen Lulu, thanks, sister. Let's get in touch if you have news. After sending the message, Chen Lulu sent the 3 children to her parents' home, and then went out, her belly heavy with pregnancy. Li Tian looked at Chen Lulu's thanks and curled her lips in disdain. Then with her hands behind her back, she hopped in front of Jiang Yang, feigning cuteness, and said with an innocent act, Jiang Yang, where are you going? Going to work. Jiang Yang shot Li Tian a glance. This damned woman hovering around. She wouldn't give me AIDS, would she? He really wanted to kill her. But forget it, he'd endure a little longer. When the apocalypse came, there would be plenty of ways to dispose of her. With that thought, Jiang Yang opened the system store ready to exchange for a few bodyguards. They would both protect his safety and keep people from scheming against him, and also keep Li Tiantian, that disgusting woman riddled with syphilis, away from him. Just looking at her was irritating. He chose to exchange for people spending 4 survival points to obtain 4 ordinary men. As for ordinary, they were truly ordinary. They were no different from the office drones coming and going on the streets, the kind who would drop their wallets and run for their lives when encountering a knife-wielding thug. Such people were certainly not qualified bodyguards. After mulling it over, Jiang Yang decided to upgrade the 4 new bodyguards. First, he looked at the gangster template. Gangster template equipped with cold weapons, prone to hot-headedness, average combat capability, loyal to their code, and will swallow any kind of toxic chicken soup. Gangster Hall Master template equipped with firearms, courageous and resourceful, but not much of either. Crow Foreskin, Big Fly, Chun Haonan, Downhill Tiger. Looking at these options, Jiang Yang shook his head in dissatisfaction. Having a bunch of gangsters around would be too flashy, and the authorities might come knocking to crack down on crime. That would be asking for trouble. Better to get some normal bodyguards instead. He searched again and again, finally deciding to get a few white-skinned Special Forces soldiers as bodyguards. He chose white skin because white people in China seemed to be naturally treated as superior, and others dared not act rashly at the sight of them. Moreover, many white countries had a lot of mercenaries, so having them as bodyguards wouldn't seem out of place. If he had Chinese Wolf Warrior Special Forces as bodyguards, that would be way too conspicuous, because this type of special forces belong to the government. If he dared to hire them as bodyguards without an official identity, someone would come knocking on his door at night. To avoid trouble, better not. When he selected white Special Forces, a row of options appeared. British SAS Special Forces template equipped with firearms, superior tactics. U.S. Delta Force Special Forces template equipped with firearms, leading tactical skills. Russian Vimpel Special Forces template, professional bodyguards for Russian leaders. After looking through the options, Jiang Yang decided to get a few Russian Vimpel Special Forces as bodyguards. Compared to other Special Forces templates, Vimpel soldiers were more skilled at protecting people than killing. Once decided, he chose to purchase 4 Vimpel Special Forces upgrade templates. A system notification sounded. Ding. Insufficient balance. Please choose again. Jiang Yang was dumbfounded. A closer look at the price revealed that one upgrade template cost 10,000 survival points. He had at most just over 20,000 survival points. He couldn't help complaining, "System, you're such a profiteer, selling these special forces for so much." The system replied, "Host, there are even more expensive ones. Do you want to take a look?" As it spoke, the system store automatically began to move, and one upgrade template after another appeared before Jiang Yang's eyes. Jiang Yang looked carefully, drew in a sharp breath, and ridiculed, "System, they're all people. Why is there such a huge difference in price? This woman wearing a JK uniform with a head of white hair dares to sell for 10 million survival points. What can she even do? How capable can she be? Host, by using this upgrade template you can obtain a Kayako. She possesses both psychic and control type abilities, so she is naturally worth that price." The system explained. Dual abilities. Jiang Yang understood. In his past life, extraordinary humans who awakened dual abilities all became major powers in their own right. With Kayako possessing both high-level psychic and control type abilities, 10 million survival points was indeed not much. Though that was what he thought. What he said was, "System, you're a real profiteer. You dare charge 10 million for a white-haired woman. How long do you think I'd have to save survival points to buy one?" The system fell silent. Then it spoke. "Host, the system will issue random missions from which you can obtain a large number of survival points." "I can do missions too." "Great." Jiang Yang beamed with joy. If he could do missions, the good items in the system shop wouldn't just be for looking at, but not using. That white-haired woman, for instance, seemed quite fun. However, system missions were random, so he still had to budget his survival points. The baptism of the apocalypse had taught him an extremely important survival lesson: always leave yourself some leeway. For example, when it came to food, no matter how hungry you were, you shouldn't consume everything just for the bliss of a full stomach. Otherwise, you would very likely starve to death once the food ran out. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Random mission issued. Please build a shelter before the apocalypse arrives. Completing the mission will reward you with 1 million survival points. Jiang Yang was stunned, then overjoyed. Whatever he wished for came true. He had just been worrying about survival points not being enough, and the system mission arrived. He was about to build a safe house, and the system mission was to build a shelter. This system was truly considerate. Reining in his thoughts, Jiang Yang stopped overthinking and spent 2 survival points to exchange for a Vimpel Special Forces template from Russia. Ding. Purchase successful. Please designate a target for use. Jiang Yang randomly designated 2 ordinary people to use it. Ding. Use successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Vimpel Special Forces members. Jiang Yang nodded in satisfaction, keeping the 2 ordinary people unreleased, preparing to release the 2 Vimpel Special Forces members. Before he could act, the system's voice rang out. Host, spend 100 survival points to give your bodyguards a cool entrance. Do you want one? Huh. Does this thing even come with entrance effects? Are they going to carry speakers and blast BGM? Jiang Yang was utterly puzzled, but his curiosity was indeed piqued. Thinking that 100 survival points was not much, he muttered to himself, all right, let's see what tricks you're up to this time. Ding. 100 survival points deducted. Entrance effect arranged. It will activate automatically when the host releases the Vimpel Special Forces members. Su Huai nodded silently and chose to release the 2 Vimpel Special Forces members. The next moment, deafening engine roars resounded down the street, causing passers-by to turn their heads. 13 black stretch Lincoln limousines with flashing strobe lights blazing sped down the street at 120 kilometers per hour. They charged straight toward the gold shop. Pedestrians scrambled to dodge, fearing they'd be hit and killed. Even a lame old beggar lying on the roadside sprang up, dashed into the sidewalk in a few steps, then lay back down and resumed begging. Jiang Yang leaned back dramatically, his pupils dilating in shock. Damn, so this was the Vimpel entrance effect. Anyone unaware would think it was a Hollywood blockbuster. Li Tiantian, who was nearby, saw the stretch limousines charging straight at her position. She screamed in terror and bolted into the sidewalk. Only after she stood on the sidewalk did she feel a bit safer. Around her were throngs of people who had also taken refuge, all staring at the approaching stretch limousines, silently pondering what was happening. Such a grand spectacle. Could it be that some important person had arrived? Perhaps a high-level inspection with the authorities clearing the area in advance. Amid countless gazes of confusion, curiosity, and excitement, the 13 stretch limousines came to a neat stop amid the screech of brakes. The lead car happened to stop right beside Su Huai. At the sight, everyone turned to look at Jiang Yang, secretly mocking him for being a fool. He didn't dodge in such a situation, but stood stupidly by the roadside. Wasn't he asking for trouble? When the people in the cars got out, they would surely drag him away. How humiliating. Then the doors of all 13 stretch limousines opened simultaneously, and over 30 bulky white-skinned men, with crew cuts, black sunglasses, and heights over 1.8 meters poured out. They all surged toward Jiang Yang. As the bulky white-skinned men poured out of the cars, an intimidating aura of keep away caused the onlookers to retreat all at once. Only Jiang Yang remained unmoved, standing as steady as a mountain. Seeing this, those who had retreated started praying for Jiang Yang. This fool still wouldn't dodge. He was definitely going to be tossed out soon. Amid countless gloating glances, the bulky white-skinned men rushed at Jiang Yang. Yet they didn't lay a hand on him. Instead, they surrounded him and shielded him. 2 of the bulky white-skinned men wearing earpieces dashed up to Jiang Yang, protecting him on his left and right. In stiff, accented Chinese, they shouted, "Sir, it's not safe here. We'll escort you away." They then escorted Jiang Yang into the lead car, and the other bulky white-skinned men also returned to their vehicles. The convoy started up, gunned the engines, and quickly left the scene. Inside the car, Jiang Yang sat at ease, flanked by the 2 Vimpel Special Forces bodyguards he had released. The rest of the people and vehicles were just extras bought for 100 survival points. He felt a little speechless, but more so excited. This entrance effect was definitely worth it. It made him feel like the president of a country, swaggering with pride. Go to the nearest luxury 4S dealership. After giving the order, Jiang Yang closed his eyes to rest. The convoy sped quickly toward the destination. After the convoy left, the onlookers went into an uproar. Just now they seemed to have seen an astonishing figure. That figure was Jiang Yang. They had thought Jiang Yang was a fool who didn't know to dodge. Only later did they realize that Jiang Yang hadn't needed to dodge at all, because the convoy had come to pick him up. In the crowd, discussion rose wave after wave. Oh my God, who is this man? He actually deserves such a huge convoy to pick him up. Is he a prince of some country or a president? All those white-skinned bodyguards, he's clearly no common man. Alas, I didn't even get to say a word to him. That was the closest I've ever been to a big shot, and I missed the chance. Amid the chattering crowd, Li Tiantian was already petrified. She had thought Jiang Yang was a low-key rich second-generation heir, but now it was clear he was far more than just that. Behind him, there must be a fearsomely influential noble family. Otherwise, how could he command such a lavish convoy to pick him up? Could it be one of those ancient, time-honored foreign families? That must be it. Only this could explain why Jiang Yang had suddenly become so wealthy, casually taking out so much gold to cash in. The more Li Tiantian thought about it, the more convinced she was, and her eyes gleamed brighter. In her heart, she silently vowed by any means necessary she would win Jiang Yang over. This heaven-sent fortune, she was determined to grasp it in her hands. After making up her mind, she was dumbfounded again. In just a moment, Jiang Yang's motorcade had already disappeared from sight. Li Tiantian stamped her feet in fury, but recalling that good things take time, she suppressed her temper and opened WeChat to send a message to Jiang Yang. Li Tiantian, brother, where did you go? Why didn't you wait for me? Ding dong. Jiang Yang felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out, saw it was a WeChat message from Li Tiantian, sneered, and left it on read. Li Tiantian waited for a while, but received no reply. Clenching her fists in frustration, she was at a loss, frowning as she pondered how to attract Jiang Yang's attention. As she thought, her eyes lit up, and she smiled smugly. With a twist of her waist and a sway of her hips she left. Accompanied by the screech of brakes, a stretch Lincoln came to a smooth stop in front of the Porsche 4S store. Since Jiang Yang had said to find the nearest one, the Porsche 4S store was the closest. Two signal flag bodyguards reminded softly, "Master, we have arrived." Jiang Yang nodded, rose, and stepped out of the car. Outside, more than 30 burly white-skinned men had already exited their vehicles and formed a tight, vigilant guard around Jiang Yang's car. The 4S store staff also noticed the line of stretch Lincolns outside and the 30-some fierce white-skinned guards standing at attention. They were all stunned. They guessed it was either a leadership inspection or the arrival of a major client. The manager on duty called out and led the salespeople in a flurry out of the store, lining up to wait. The manager himself brought the two prettiest female sales associates to serve as the storefront, hurrying outside to wait before Jiang Yang even got out of the car. The moment Jiang Yang stepped out, he saw a man and two women in professional attire standing outside, name tags pinned to their chests. Naturally, he guessed they were from the 4S store. Before he could speak, the 4S manager greeted him first. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "Welcome to our store. How may I assist you?" Jiang Yang said casually. "My surname is Jiang. I'm here to buy a car. Give me the most expensive one you have." As he spoke, the motorcade had already withdrawn. After spending 100 survival points and putting on airs for so long, it was about time. The 4S manager nodded with delight. Asking for the most expensive car right off the bat. Today was going to be a big sale. He said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Please follow me, and our most professional sales associate will introduce you to what we have." With that, he gestured for Jiang Yang to enter the store while casting a meaningful glance at one of the saleswomen. The female sales associate understood instantly. The manager intended for her to close the deal. Judging from Jiang Yang's grand entrance, today was bound to be a huge sale. She secretly gloated, thinking it hadn't been in vain to be close to the manager. When good opportunities came, he did think of her. Then her mind shifted, and she stole a glance at Jiang Yang. This man was surely a big shot. If she could establish a connection, why would she still need to sleep with the manager? Why would she still need to work in sales? She couldn't help getting excited, and with a perfectly timed sweet smile said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Xiao Xin, your sales consultant. I'll be serving you today." Jiang Yang nodded indifferently and walked into the 4S store amid the chorus of "welcome" from the sales team. Xiao Xin began to introduce with enthusiasm, "Mr. Jiang, please take a look at this 918 Spider. Only 918 units are produced globally, and the out-the-door price is only 17 million. Perfectly suited to your status." Jiang Yang nodded indifferently. "All right, I'll take this one." Hearing this, Xiao Xin was overjoyed. She knew today would bring a big deal, but she hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Jiang Yang settled it directly, without asking a single question. The watching salespeople clicked their tongues in awe, envy souring their hearts. Just the commission on this one deal was as high as several $100,000. Xiao Xin was going to make a fortune today. Xiao Xin was extremely excited and said warmly, "Mr. Jiang, would you like to sit inside and feel it? I can teach you some basic operations, okay?" Jiang Yang smiled. "Sure, thank you for your effort." As he spoke, he got up and sat in the driver's seat. The moment he was seated, Xiao Xin half-squatted to help him adjust the seatbelt, appearing extremely professional and enthusiastic. The sales service for such luxury cars is truly impeccable. Often buying a luxury car isn't about the car itself, it's about the accompanying service. Her body, wrapped in a black business suit, exuded a unique youthful allure, making one sigh that youth was truly wonderful, for everything it did was a delight to the eye. After adjusting the seatbelt, Xiao Xin moved to the passenger seat and began introducing the car's various functions. However, she intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Jiang Yang's arm. "This woman is no good. Too forward," Jiang Yang muttered inwardly. But Xiao Xin seemed to sense the change in Jiang Yang's expression and began to introduce the features even more professionally. "Mr. Jiang, this car uses a V8 engine. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.1 seconds, with a top speed of 320 km/h, perfectly suited to your status." As she spoke, she noticed that Jiang Yang's expression had returned to calm, and he no longer glanced at her, which made her feel a little discouraged. Was he unimpressed by her? But she quickly perked up and stood up, saying, "Mr. Jiang, let me teach you some basic operations, shall I?" Seeing Jiang Yang nod, she leaned into the car from the door, her head faintly resting against him, her body half bent, as she began to explain the various buttons and functions in the vehicle. All he could hear was mindless chatter, and she even blocked the buttons on the steering wheel. What a lousy introduction. Seeing this, Jiang Yang knew exactly what was going on, and secretly warned himself that this woman was far too seductive. This scheming vixen, so eager to throw herself at wealthy men with nothing but money in her heart. If you get entangled with her, who knows what trouble would follow. He must not provoke her. But, damn it, why wouldn't this body obey his brain? Jiang Yang cursed inwardly. Xiao Xin instantly noticed the change in his breathing. She chuckled inwardly, knowing that Jiang Yang had been hooked by her. She decisively stood up, no longer giving Jiang Yang the introduction. This move was called playing hard to get. After finishing the introduction in a businesslike manner, she smiled. and said, "Sir, is there anything else I can help you with?" Jiang Yang waved his hand. "That's about it. Let's pay. I still have other things to do." Xiao Xian nodded excitedly. As soon as payment was made and the car was taken, her commission would be in hand. More importantly, once Jiang Yang took the car, she would become his exclusive consultant, allowing her to deal with him legitimately. That would open up plenty of room for future development. She trotted back with the POS machine and watched Jiang Yang swipe his card and enter the password the screen, showing a successful transaction. Watching the receipt slide out, she grinned from ear to ear. After helping Jiang Yang with the insurance and the temporary license plate, she said enthusiastically, "Mr. Jiang, please add me on WeChat. If you have any questions about the car in the future, I'm on call 247. Hearing this, Jiang Yang waved his hand and floored the accelerator, speeding onto the main road. That kind of town bicycle. Even if handed to him for free, he wouldn't take it. What nonsense. Xiao Xian watched Jiang Yang vanish into the distance, her hand holding the phone frozen. He wouldn't even add her on WeChat, directly cutting off all her hopes. The two white-skinned bodyguards followed behind in their own stretch Lincoln. The stretch Lincoln was one of their standard pieces of equipment. Xiaoxin instinctively chased out of the shop. But Jiang Yang and his 918 had already vanished. There was only the sound of the engine growing fainter and fainter until it faded away completely. "Oomph." Xiaoxin cursed inwardly in fury. Seeing such a wealthy patron slip away, she was both angry and resentful. Then she quickly pulled herself together. Rich men, after all, were always a little harder to deal with. As for her, she had to find a way to seize the opportunity. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and dialed. The call connected. "Hey, Brother Lu." A middle-aged man's voice came from the receiver. "Who is this? What's the matter?" "It's me, Xiaoxin." "Xiaoxin? Which one?" Brother Lu held the phone, his face full of bewilderment. He remembered sleeping with a girl named Xiaoxin, but he simply could not recall which one she was. Xiaoxin was speechless. Her eyes darted as she covered the mouthpiece and let out a few soft, seductive moans. Oh, it's you." Brother Lu suddenly remembered. That voice was distinctive. He recognized it the moment he heard it. "What's up?" "Out of money. The usual terms." "Brother Lu, it's not that." Xiaoxin giggled. "I just wanted you to help me find someone's information." "Find someone's information?" Brother Lu listened and readily promised. "No problem, sis. Within the bounds of Jiangnan City, let alone the living. Even for the dead, I can dig up which grave the dead guy is buried in." Xiaoxin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Lu. Once it's done, I'll do whatever you want." "Oh, it's nothing. Just send me the information on the person you need to check. This man's surname is Jiang. Today he just bought a 918 from our dealership, 17 million all in." "Oh." Brother Lu's tone was surprised. "A rich man. Even if he's rich, it's fine. Leave it to me. I'll send you his info in 5 minutes. After hanging up, Brother Lu got to work. His stubby fingers flew over the keyboard as he hacked into the official household registration system and banks. Soon, through web crawling techniques, he compiled Jiang Yang's identity. He looked at Jiang Yang's file, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. This guy comes from an ordinary family, yet suddenly he turned gold into a huge fortune. Seems he's not simple. I can find a way to extort some money from him. With that, he edited Jiang Yang's information and forwarded it to Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin was pacing anxiously, clutching her phone. The moment the message alert came in, she checked it. After reading it, she smiled smugly and muttered, "Jiang Yang, you won't escape my grasp." Ding dong. Chen Lulu had just gotten out of the car and was standing outside Jiang Yang's company building when the phone in her pocket rang. She took it out and looked. In an instant, her expression turned extremely grim. "Your account ending in 9972 has made an outgoing payment of 17009621 yuan. Current balance 1243622519 yuan. Jiang Yang, how dare you spend my money as you please." Chen Lulu was furious. Her heart felt as though it were bleeding. All that money was hers, yet Jiang Yang had dared to use it. Rage billowed in her chest, and she rushed to Jiang Yang's office on the 17th floor at top speed. "Jiang Yang, get out here," she yelled. The shout drew the gaze of more than a dozen office drones. The company manager hurried over at the sound and asked, "Are you looking for Jiang Yang?" "Who are you?" "I'm his wife." Chen Lulu put her hands on her hips and declared with absolute confidence, "Where's Jiang Yang? Get him out here." The manager countered, "I should ask you where Jiang Yang has run off to. He's got a whole pile of work waiting for him. You tell him to come back right now. Doesn't he want his bonus anymore?" "What? Jiang Yang didn't come to work." Chen Lulu stared, pressing. "No," the manager answered flatly. "This?" Chen Lulu glanced at the manager and saw that his expression did not look fake. She deflated. "I don't know where he went either. Otherwise, why would I come here looking?" "You don't know either?" The manager found it strange. He simply took out his phone, dialing as he said, "I'll call and ask him what exactly he's up to." Good. Chen Lulu approved wholeheartedly. Jiang Yang had blocked her, but he might not have blocked everyone. She would have another way to find out where Jiang Yang was and what he was doing. Beep. Beep. The manager's phone rang a few times and connected. He answered, and Chen Lulu leaned in expectantly. "Jiang Yang, what are you doing? So you're just going to ignore company matters?" Jiang Yang's helpless voice came through the phone. "Oh, manager, it's like this. I have to attend a funeral. I'm really busy, so I won't be coming to work for a while. A funeral? Who died? My wife's entire family is dead. I have to see them off. What a... The manager's voice changed at once, full of shock and horror. He instinctively glanced at Chen Lulu. You're Jiang Yang's wife. Yes. Then Jiang Yang said your whole family is dead. What a... Chen Lulu immediately lost her temper. Did Jiang Yang really say that? How dare he curse our whole family to die? She reached over and snatched the manager's phone, opened her mouth to curse, but found the call had already been disconnected. Chen Lulu's face instantly turned an ugly shade of purple. The curses she had readied lost their target, leaving her unbearably stifled. The manager snapped out of it, snatched his phone back, and looked at her with displeasure. What an ill-mannered woman, grabbing his phone whenever she pleased. Thinking of the mountain of work left unattended, he dialed Jiang Yang once more. Beep. The subscriber you dialed is busy. Please redial later. The manager listened to the busy tone, nearly petrified. He quickly came to his senses and said furiously, Jiang Yang, how dare you block me? He yelled at the phone in powerless rage. You've got some nerve blocking me. You're fired. Having said that, he shot Chen Lulu a vicious glare and left. Chen Lulu stood awkwardly at the entrance as countless strange looks fell on her. Unable to stay any longer, she left with a dark face. Out on the street, she wandered aimlessly, hoping she might run into Jiang Yang. Rage was still boiling in her heart. She vowed that when she found Jiang Yang, she would demand an explanation. Not to mention his disappearance. Why had he touched her money without her permission? And he even cursed her entire family. A garishly styled sports car stopped in front of a Michelin 3-star restaurant, followed by a stretch Lincoln. Escorted by his white-skinned bodyguards, Jiang Yang walked into the Michelin 3-star restaurant. After a busy morning, it was mealtime, time to eat. At a signal from Jiang Yang, the white-skinned bodyguards stood at the entrance with their hands folded in front of them. It was just a meal, no need to make a spectacle. After a while, the dishes Jiang Yang ordered were served. Beef braised in red wine, roast chicken leg, creamy baked lobster, spaghetti bolognese, roast lamb chops. They filled the entire table. There were also chocolate mousse, a raspberry marshmallow tower, and other desserts. Before all the dishes were served, Jiang Yang grabbed a roast chicken leg in his left hand and a roast lamb chop in his right, wolfing them down without the slightest care for appearances. In his previous life, when he was killed, his stomach had been completely empty, and that gnawing hunger still accompanied him to this very day. He felt like he could eat a whole elephant right now. The surrounding patrons witnessed his hearty manner of eating and could not hide their expressions of disdain. Those who dined at Michelin establishments were all distinguished business elites. How could one behave so roughly? Jiang Yang sensed the peculiar glances from those around him and snorted with quiet contempt. Rather than change his demeanor, he casually rested one foot upon the chair, appearing even more uncouth. In his past life, he had been destroyed by moral coercion. For Chen Lulu, for his family, for the so-called virtues of filial piety and familial duty, he had been tormented until he was neither fully alive nor truly dead. Day after day, he had to endure both cold and hunger while suffering the torment of emotional manipulation. Now reborn into this life, even if the heavens themselves came to stop him, he would do as he pleased. Upon seeing Jiang Yang rest his foot on the chair, the well-dressed diners around him frowned even more tightly. Su Huio remained oblivious, eating with even greater gusto. Just then a woman in a high-collared black dress extended her hand and called, "Waiter." A server appeared immediately at her summons, leaning in to listen attentively, while occasionally casting glances toward Jiang Yang. The server promptly departed, and a man wearing a manager's badge approached Jiang Yang, his brow furrowed as he said, "Sir, this is an upscale establishment. Please be mindful of your dining etiquette." He observed Jiang Yang's ordinary attire and presumed him to be merely a common man. Exactly the sort he found most irritating. A country bumpkin strutting into such a refined venue would only diminish its prestige and make the restaurant appear utterly devoid of sophistication. Jiang Yang's chewing ceased. He turned his head toward the manager and mumbled, "Pardon, what was that you said? Say it again." The manager barely suppressed his fury, about to issue a stern warning to Jiang Yang, when he spotted two white-skinned bodyguards with hands resting near their waists rushing to Jiang Yang's side from both flanks. "Sir, is there something you require?" they asked urgently. As they spoke, an unmistakable killing intent radiated from them. Jiang Yang smiled wryly and regarded the restaurant manager. "What was that you just said?" The manager opened his mouth, then forced a smile, and replied, "Nothing at all, sir. I wish you an enjoyable meal." Having said this, he fled as though his life depended on it. From the body language of the two white guards, he deduced they were armed. In China, only those of significant standing warranted armed protection. Was he someone he could afford to provoke? Moreover, these were foreign guards. He was even less able to cross them. Watching the manager retreat, Jiang Yang turned his head toward the woman in the black dress. She avoided his gaze as one might shun a venomous snake, abandoning her unfinished meal to grab her handbag and flee with her companion. She was terrified, fearing Jiang Yang's bodyguards might shoot her on the spot. She cursed her own poor judgment for having sought out trouble with him in the first place. Seeing the woman scamper away, Jiang Yang withdrew his gaze and continued eating with reckless abandon. This time, all the surrounding diners fell silent, and their demeanors shifted to docility. No one dared cast another glance in his direction or display any hint of dissatisfaction. The signal flag bodyguards returned to their posts at the entrance. Having devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, Jiang Yang leisurely enjoyed his dessert, a raspberry marshmallow tart crafted from marshmallow and fresh raspberries, possessing a light, airy texture and a delightful balance of sweet and tart flavors. It served as an excellent palate cleanser after such a heavy meal. Eating slowly, he gazed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows at the ceaseless stream of pedestrians below, savoring the tranquil comfort found within the urban bustle. At that moment, a pregnant woman with a prominent belly appeared beyond the glass window. It was Chen Lulu. Walking along, she scanned her surroundings and happened to spot Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang too caught sight of her. Their eyes met. The very next instant, fury blazed in Chen Lulu's eyes. She had been searching tirelessly with her heavy belly only to find Jiang Yang seated leisurely in a 3 Michelin-star restaurant. Enraged, she gathered her skirt and charged toward the restaurant entrance. Jiang Yang watched Chen Lulu's approach, a killing intent rising in his eyes. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that officials were present and he could not afford to act recklessly. He merely exchanged a glance with the signal flag bodyguards. The moment Chen Lulu reached the doorway, the 2 white guards intercepted her like an immovable wall. She staggered, nearly colliding with one of the signal flag bodyguards. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you blocking my path? I'm here to find someone." The signal flag bodyguard responded coldly, "Miss, this establishment does not welcome pregnant guests." Chen Lulu's frustration boiled over, and she shrieked, "Since when has that been the rule? I've never heard of such a thing." She had dined at this 3 Michelin-star restaurant before and had never been turned away on account of her pregnancy. Even as her anger surged, Jiang Yang's teasing voice rang out, "A temporary regulation. I established it myself." Instantly infuriated, she glared at Jiang Yang. "Jiang Yang, by what right? Do you believe you own this establishment?" Jiang Yang chuckled. "I do not own it, but I set the rules here." Chen Lulu sputtered in frustration and spotted the restaurant manager urgently calling out, "Hey, you there? On what grounds does he prevent me from entering?" The manager, hearing this, recalled Jiang Yang's earlier display of power, and his heart sank. Daring not offend Jiang Yang, he had no choice but to antagonize Chen Lulu instead. Maintaining a courteous smile, he replied, "Madam, this is a newly implemented policy of our restaurant. We apologize for any inconvenience and hope to welcome you again." "What a—" Chen Lulu screamed. "Even you are joining them in bullying me." Witnessing this, Jiang Yang burst into hearty laughter, finding the manager's servile attitude rather amusing. In a better mood, he casually spent a few survival points to exchange for a gold bar and tossed it to the manager. "Well done. This is your reward. Say thank you." The manager instinctively caught it, only to feel an unexpected heaviness in his palm. He nearly dropped it. Staring closely at the gleaming golden object, his pupils contracted in shock. His voice faltered. A gold bar." Unable to resist, he bit into it, and his judgment was confirmed. It was genuine. Ecstasy surged through the manager. Such a substantial bar of gold was worth hundreds of thousands, and Jiang Yang had gifted it to him simply for a single word of praise. Clasping the gold, he bowed repeatedly, murmuring endless thanks. Jiang Yang laughed heartily, rose, and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he remarked, "I actually preferred your earlier arrogance. Keep that composure." "Yes, yes." The manager immediately restored his authoritative demeanor. "That's exactly the spirit." Jiang Yang chuckled. Now he acted solely according to his whims, indulging every desire without restraint. No moral conscience, no notions of justice or evil could constrain him anymore. Whatever he wished to do, he would do. Chen Lulu's eyes widened, fixated upon the gold in the manager's hand. Jiang Yang had been extraordinarily generous. Yet simultaneously her wrath intensified. Everything belonging to Jiang Yang was hers. Why should her gold be given to another? Pointing accusingly at the manager, she screamed, "That's my gold. Give it back. Give it back to me." The manager froze for a moment, then regarded Chen Lulu with a mocking expression reserved for the profoundly foolish. That scornful gaze only fanned her anger further. Before she could utter another word, Jiang Yang had already reached the doorway. She pivoted, attempting to seize him. However, the 2 signal flag bodyguards acted first, extending their arms to push her away from the entrance. Chen Lulu struggled desperately, but could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yang slipped into the 918. With a revving of the engine, the car sped away, leaving only dust in its wake. The signal flag bodyguards promptly entered the extended Lincoln and followed Jiang Yang into the distance. Only when the engine sound of the 918 had completely faded did Chen Lulu finally regain her composure. She had noticed the 918 long ago, assuming it belonged to some wealthy magnate. She never imagined it would be Jiang Yang's. She stared blankly in the direction Jiang Yang had disappeared, her heart churning like a tempest. It felt as if an entire lifetime had passed. In the span of a single morning, Jiang Yang had become a completely different person. The man who had once sheltered her with devoted care was gone, replaced by someone colder than a stranger who humiliated her at every turn. The smoldering resentment in her heart surged, blazing ever more fiercely. Fine, Jiang Yang. So you think you're all that just because you have money? You just wait. Jiang Yang drove to the sales office of the residential complex where he lived. Yuhu Banshan. The engine roared, and the 918's exaggerated silhouette instantly drew countless eyes. The salespeople in the sales office all came out curiously to look. At the same time, they secretly hoped to close a deal today. After all, someone who drove such an expensive car straight to the sales office was most likely there to buy a property. Jiang Yang stepped out of the car. The signal flag bodyguard still followed at a subtle, ambiguous distance. Given Huaxia's public security and the fact that it was broad daylight, close protection was unnecessary. Jiang Yang walked into the sales office with unruffled composure, and all the salespeople immediately crowded around him, their hearts racing with excitement. A major client had arrived. The sales office. The instant he entered the lobby, several salespeople swarmed to his side and launched into their pitches with great enthusiasm. Sir, Yuhu Banshan is nestled against the mountain and beside the water with scenery of absolute beauty. An ideal spot for you to buy into or invest in. Sir, the subway will reach here soon and a primary school is already being planned. It's a likely school district property with broad room for appreciation. Sir, if you buy now, we'll throw in luxury decoration. We'll also give you 25 square meters of extra space. Buy now, and you've already made money. Jiang Yang listened, his head spinning. Previously, his money had been managed by Chen Lulu, and the apartment had also been handled entirely by her. He had never witnessed such a spectacle of house buying. It was all a sales script. Wanting to shake off these salespeople who hovered around like flies, he waved his hand and said, "I'm not buying, just taking a look." The moment he said that, the salespeople surrounding him went silent, just as abruptly as ducks whose necks had been squeezed. They scattered in a swarm. Standing off to the side, they cast sour looks at Jiang Yang. They had been certain a huge deal was coming which had pumped them full of enthusiasm, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In the end, he only looked and didn't buy. One salesperson said to a colleague disdainfully, "Don't be fooled by his luxury car. It's probably rented, just driven out to show off and pick up young girls." Another salesperson immediately chimed in, "Look at him, he even has 2 bodyguards. Quite the act." Just then a salesperson came out of the back office and joined the circle. After sensing what the discussion was about, the salesperson sized Jiang Yang up and chuckled. "Hey, I know this guy," the salesperson said to a colleague. "His name is Jiang Yang. You know him? Is he from our community? What's the story?" The other salespeople asked hurriedly. "Him. He's just a corporate drone working 9 to 5. He's still paying off an 80 square meter apartment in our community on a 30-year installment plan." 30 years, a salesperson exclaimed. The others quickly understood what that implied, and the looks they cast at Jiang Yang were filled with contempt. The longer the installments, the higher the interest. That kind really has no money. This guy told you so. This guy's luxury car is rented. He's putting on airs all the way over to our sales office. Honestly, you see all kinds of people these days. Disgusting. The salespeople whispered to one another, treating Jiang Yang as a joke. Fragments of their words faintly drifted into Jiang Yang's ears. Even if he hadn't caught every word, the sidelong glances those salespeople threw at him were enough to tell him they weren't saying anything flattering. Just then a young woman wearing an intern badge mustered her courage and walked up to Jiang Yang. Shyly yet warmly, she said, "Hello, sir. Are you here to see a property?" Jiang Yang smiled with amusement. "Just looking, not buying." The intern gave a brilliant smile. "That's perfectly fine, sir. How about I introduce you to the floor plans at Yuhu Banshan? If you have any need later, you can come looking for me." Jiang Yang nodded in surprise. This saleswoman was all right. She didn't have the snobbish eyes of the other salespeople. Since that was the case, he would buy today's house from her. As he was thinking this, the intern began her introduction with great diligence, smiling the whole time and presenting every floor plan in meticulous detail. She even explained the advantages and disadvantages of each floor. Jiang Yang listened, nodding repeatedly. Just as he was thinking of speaking up to place an order, a veteran salesperson walked over to the intern. "Jai, what are you doing?" The intern's name was Shun Jai. Shun Jai answered naturally, "Master, what's the matter?" "I'm introducing the floor plans to a customer." Her master gave her a meaningful look and pulled her aside. "Are you stupid?" he said, exasperated. "Didn't you hear what the senior salespeople said? This guy is a corporate drone, an 80 square meter apartment split over 30 years. How could he have the money to buy a house? Don't waste your breath." Shin Jai listened, then replied seriously, "Master, when you were teaching me, you said that if I wanted to close a deal, I had to give 1,000% effort and not let a single possibility slip away. I'm only doing what you taught me." Her master was at a loss for words. After a pause, feeling he had lost face, he said, "Since you call me master, let me teach you one more lesson. When you clearly know a thing cannot be done, don't waste your effort on useless work. Understand?" Shin Jai understood. Her master meant that the client she was attending to could not afford a house, so there was no need to attend to him at all. But she shook her head firmly. "Master, I think you're wrong." Her master choked with rage and gave a cold harumph. Shin Jai, you won't even listen to your master anymore. You don't hold any regard for me at all. Fine. Don't call me master from now on, and I won't teach you anything else. You'd better take care of yourself. Without my help, you'll never sell a single house for the rest of your life. At those words, Shun Jiai's eyes reddened. She wanted to say something more, but her master had already turned and walked away coldly, making it obvious he was severing ties with her. She opened her mouth, then sighed in the end. Her head lowered, she was silent for a while before walking back to Jiang Yang's side. Seeing her return, Jiang Yang smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Shun Jai sniffled. When she raised her head again, a smile had already spread across her face. "Nothing. Let's continue. Where was I? Oh right, I was on the 13th floor." With that smile, she earnestly started explaining again, wholly entering her role as a salesperson. Even though Jiang Yang had said he was just looking and wouldn't buy, she refused to let go of even the slightest chance of closing a deal. In the distance, salespeople standing in 2s and 3s shook their heads in disdain when they saw her. Her master even paused to sigh, furious with himself for taking on such an unperceptive apprentice. She was practically tarnishing his reputation. "Mr. Jiang, the 19th floor has a wide view and nice air. It's good for living in yourself or renting out." "All right, that's enough." Jiang Yang roughly cut her off. Shun Jai paused for a moment, then gave a smile. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, is there anything else you need?" "Yes." Jiang Yang smiled. "What?" Shun Jai blinked her big, clear eyes. "I want to buy a house." "Oh, Mr. Jiang, did you say you want to buy a house?" Shun Jai was overjoyed, certain she had heard wrong. "Yes, I've seen enough. I'll buy it," Jiang Yang said with a smile. "Good, good." Shun Jai's words came out incoherently. She swayed back and forth on the spot, turning around and then facing back again. She wanted to grab the contract book, but also wished to greet Jiang Yang, appearing quite flustered. She was overjoyed. She had finally closed a deal. "Don't rush, take your time," Jiang Yang reminded her. Hearing this, Shun Jai snapped back to reality, offered an apologetic smile, and ran to fetch the contract book. The salespeople watching from afar froze in shock when they saw her sprinting back with the contract book. Especially her instructor, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She had just said not to waste effort, yet the person actually closed the deal now. Countless complex looks were directed at Jiang Yang and Shun Jai. Shun Jai's instructor felt humiliated and couldn't resist saying, "What are you pretending for? Even if you're buying, it'll be the cheapest one, and you'll need to pay in installments over 30 years. With these words, the surrounding salespeople all nodded knowingly. Shun Jai's envious gaze noticeably weakened. Hugging the contract book, she returned to Jiang Yang and asked enthusiastically, "Mr. Jiang, which unit would you like to buy?" Jiang Yang pointed to building 16 and said, "Just here." Chen Lulu lived in building 16A, and his home was also there. Most of the neighbors who had eaten his meat and bone soup also resided in building 16. He could have bought a house in any other development, but he deliberately chose to build a safe house in building 16. Because he wanted to watch those who had been sincere to him die in pain and regret. Building 16. Shun Jai thought for a moment and suggested softly, "Only the duplex on the top floor of building 16 remains unsold at present. It's a bit expensive. Why don't you consider other options?" Jiang Yang shook his head with amusement. This Shun Jai, with a kind heart, lowered her voice to avoid others hearing and looking down on him. She had given him an early way out. Unfortunately, her judgment was poor. He really wasn't short on money. He smiled and said, "Then I'll take both duplex units." "Ah!" Shun Jai exclaimed in surprise, her voice filled with excitement. "You want to buy 2 duplex units?" She was too thrilled. 2 duplex units with a transaction value exceeding 50 million would earn her nearly $1 million in commission. A fortune overnight. Shun Jai's voice carried too loudly, and other salespeople heard it. They couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, Jiang Yang was actually going to buy 2 duplex units. They had completely misjudged him. He was truly here to buy property. And not just any buyer, but a major client. At this moment, Shun Jai's instructor felt a sour sting in her heart, her face throbbing with embarrassment. She stuck out her neck and insisted defensively, "Who can't brag? Can he even produce 50 million? I don't believe it." Hearing this, the envious salespeople slowly nodded in agreement. But they dared not say more, choosing to wait and see rather than risk being slapped in the face again. "Yes, let's proceed with the paperwork as quickly as possible," Jiang Yang affirmed. "Good, good." Shun Jai hurriedly took the contract book and began writing furiously. Halfway through, her hand suddenly paused. She looked up at Jiang Yang briefly before quickly lowering her head again, her voice so quiet it was barely audible. "Mr. Jiang, I only sell houses. I don't offer other services." By the end of her sentence, her face was flushed crimson, redder than a monkey's bottom. Jiang Yang didn't understand at first and was puzzled for a moment before realizing. This Shun Jai thought he would demand special services. And some property saleswomen, in order to close deals, would actively offer certain services. She must have heard about it. He was purchasing 2 duplex units, which was a substantial transaction. No wonder Shun Jai had such thoughts. Jiang Yang pondered and examined her with a scrutinizing gaze. He discovered that Shun Jai had a well-proportioned figure with graceful curves subtly outlined beneath her business attire. Her legs were long, fair, and straight, Without a closer look, one might think she was wearing white stockings. Her youthful face showed 7 parts tension and 3 parts anxiety, with darting eyes that refused to meet his. Without makeup, she was an 8. With makeup, she could reach a 9. Jiang Yang judged silently in his heart. He then smiled teasingly and said, "What if I do need it?" Hearing this, Shun Jiai's face drained of color instantly, her body visibly trembling, her expression conflicted, as if wrestling with a difficult decision. After a brief moment, she stopped trembling, lifted her head, and her gaze became resolute and confident. She smiled confidently and said, "Mr. Jiang, in that case, I'm afraid I cannot provide that kind of service. How about I call my instructor over? She's more professional. Would that work for you?" Jiang Yang was at a loss for words. This Xinjiai had principles so strong they were almost frightening. 1 million in commission, and she gave it up without hesitation. He couldn't help but respect her more and smiled. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Hearing this, Xinjiai let out a long breath of relief, and her face flushed red again. To cover her embarrassment, she focused all her attention on the contract book, writing furiously. Before long, the contract was completed. She handed the contract to Jiang Yang and said, "Mr. Jiang, please check if there are any errors or omissions or anything that needs to be added." Jiang Yang flipped through a few pages and pointed to one spot, saying, "Change this to full payment." "A full payment?" Xinjiai was astonished. For a property worth tens of millions, Jiang Yang wanted to pay in full. This meant Jiang Yang had substantial liquid capital on hand. With that much liquidity available, his fixed capital must be at least tens or even hundreds of times greater. The other sales staff also began to catch on. Their gaze toward Jiang Yang completely changed. This man hadn't been faking it all along. He was a hidden tycoon. "Yes, full payment. Money is not an issue," Jiang Yang confirmed. "All right, I'll adjust it right away." Xinjiai modified the details while secretly observing Jiang Yang. Every movement he made was calm and composed. Neither the naivety of youth nor the greasiness of middle age. He looked so comfortable. It was as if everything were under his control. She silently wondered who would be so fortunate to be Jiang Yang's wife. It must be wonderful. "Done, please take a look," Xinjiai said, composing herself as she presented the revised contract to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang glanced over it quickly and said, "Looks good. Bring me the POS machine." "Okay, I'll go get it right away." Xinjiai ran off excitedly to fetch the POS terminal. Her very first deal was already this massive and went so smoothly, as if fortune were smiling upon her. The other salespeople watched her with a mixture of envy and resentment, secretly cursing themselves as fools who had failed to recognize a mountain they couldn't move. If they had shown just a bit more insight, judged neither by appearance or been even slightly more enthusiastic, this deal would have been theirs. Xinjiai's instructor was now so ashamed she wanted to disappear. She had previously boasted that without her guidance, Xinjiai would never close a deal. Yet Xinjiai had just closed a major transaction. She had never even handled a deal of this size before. Xinjiai returned panting, holding the POS terminal reverently before Jiang Yang. "The total comes to 538,92500. Please process it for me." Jiang Yang pulled out his ICBC card and tapped it against the machine. Beep, beep, beep. The machine emitted a buzz, but no confirmation receipt emerged. Xinjiai looked at it confusedly, then reminded him quietly, "Mr. Jiang, there isn't sufficient balance in your account. Did you perhaps bring the wrong card?" The commotion here quickly caught the attention of the other sales staff, their eyes flashing with suspicion. "Jiang Yang, it seems there isn't enough money." The watching salespeople wore amused smiles, observing Jiang Yang's every move. Xinjiai's mentor also pricked up his ears, as if electrified. Excitement welled up within them. If Jiang Yang couldn't produce enough money to pay for the house, that would be interesting. Jiang Yang pinched a bank card between his fingers. I only have this one card." At this, before Xinjiai could even speak, the surrounding salespeople burst into mocking laughter. Snatches of their words drifted over. "The act can't go on. He's got no money in his pocket, haha. Little Shun is still too naive. She really thought she'd run into a rich man. And here I thought this office drone had turned his life around. Turns out he's still the same broke loser." Xinjiai's mentor curled his lip and said caustically, "Would I misjudge someone?" Humph. Hearing the gossip, Xinjiai immediately raised her voice to give Jiang Yang an out. "Mr. Jiang, did you leave your card at home? Why don't you go home and get it or have someone deliver it?" Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow and gave Xinjiai a long, meaningful look. "This girl, she's actually pretty decent." Just as he was about to speak, Xinjiai's mentor cut in first, saying sarcastically, "Little Shun, that step you tried to set wasn't placed well. Be careful you don't make your client fall. If you have no money, you can't pretend to be rich." Xinjiai was left speechless and cast a worried glance at Jiang Yang. But Jiang Yang, as if completely oblivious, asked, "Do you accept cash?" "We do." "Good. I'll have someone deliver the cash." "Oh, okay." Xinjiai nodded repeatedly. With that, Jiang Yang pulled out his phone and dialed. "Manager Huang, I need to cash out. Come to the Yujiang Peninsula sales office." Manager Huang, phone in hand, agreed eagerly, "Yes, of course. May I ask how much this transaction is for Mr. Jiang?" "Not much. 60 million. In cash." "All right, I'll be there immediately." Manager Huang hung up and pumped his fists in excitement. The previous deal had made him famous throughout the group and all but guaranteed his promotion to regional manager. Now Jiang Yang was handing him another 60 million yuan deal, securing his position. If he served Jiang Yang well, perhaps he would be rewarded with a few more gold bars. He secretly vowed to take the very best care of this god of wealth. He immediately took out his phone, requested authorization from the group, dispatched several cash transport trucks, and headed with the goldsmith and his crew toward Yuhu Banshan. After the call, Jiang Yang sat there at ease. Xinjiai stood beside him, watching outside with some anxiety. Jiang Yang had said he would have someone deliver cash, but would anyone actually come? That was more than 50 million in cash, enough to fill a truck. The other salespeople clustered together in twos and threes, murmuring softly. Like Xinjiai, they also glanced outside from time to time. If Jiang Yang couldn't produce the cash today, then he would become the biggest joke at Yuhu Banshan. Half an hour later, a convoy of 8 vehicles pulled up at the entrance of the Yuzhong Peninsula sales office. Among them were 3 black cash transport trucks. The convoy stopped and Manager Huang hurried out of his vehicle. The goldsmiths and helpers he had brought also got out quickly. 9 people in total walked into the Yuzhong Peninsula sales office. Their arrival was immediately noticed by the salespeople. They watched them warily, wondering what they were up to. Manager Huang came to a halt, scanned the room, and spotted Jiang Yang. The urgency on his face gave way entirely to an obsequious smile. He hurried over and said courteously, "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yang rose and nodded. "Did you bring the money?" "As you instructed, 60 million in cash, all outside. Would you like to inspect it?" Jiang Yang nodded and followed Manager Huang out of the sales office. Along the way he asked, "I appreciate your trouble. How should I give you the gold bars?" "We've arranged a dedicated vehicle to inspect them. Just hand them to us." Jiang Yang nodded and followed him to a small truck where he spent 205 rage points to exchange for 205 gold bars. He handed them over to the goldsmith for verification. Manager Huang beamed and said directly, "Mr. Jiang, do you want us to put the money wherever you specify?" Jiang Yang smiled. "Aren't you going to verify the goods?" "No need. I trust your character, Mr. Jiang. You've done well." In high spirits, Jiang Yang exchanged for 3 gold bars and tossed them to Manager Huang. "A reward for you. Say thank you." Overjoyed, Manager Huang fumbled to catch them, hugged them to his chest, and thanked him over and over. He had struck it rich, truly rich. In one move he had raked in nearly 1 million. He now looked at Jiang Yang with more affection than he had for his own father. Jiang Yang turned to the cash trucks and ordered, "Move the money into the sales office." "Yes, right away." Manager Huang immediately gave the order. The doors of the 3 cash trucks opened, and from each truck descended 3 guards in bulletproof vests and helmets carrying shotguns. More than 20 iron cases were carried into the sales office, one after another. Piled up, they occupied a large area. When the cases were opened, brightly colored genuine banknotes were revealed. "Take whatever you need and count it yourself," Jiang Yang reminded the stunned Xinjiai. Oh. Xinjiai shook herself awake. The other salespeople also snapped back to reality and looked at Jiang Yang in fearful awe. Jiang Yang meant what he said. One phone call had really summoned 60 million in cash. The significance behind this was self-evident. Xinjiai's mentor could no longer stand there and slunk away in disgrace. Xinjiai began counting alone. Every bundle bore the bank seal and was authentic. Counting it all, though, was a monumental task. Yet she did not complain. Instead she was excited. At that moment the chief financial officer and the accounting staff joined in, and everyone counted together. After more than 10 minutes, Xinjiai straightened up and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Mr. Jiang, the count is correct. Your payment has been received. A total of 53.89 million was counted, and the odd remainder was naturally waived. Then these 2 apartments are mine." "Yes. Congratulations on your new home, and may your life be wonderful. I'll handle the title deed and all the other formalities, then deliver them to you in person once they're done." Jiang Yang nodded, turned, and walked away. Having bought the place, he needed to find someone to convert it into a safe house. Seeing him leave, Xinjiai hastily called out, "Mr. Jiang, something the matter?" Jiang Yang stopped and turned. "Your money." "Money." Following Xinjiai's gesture, Jiang Yang finally noticed the unused cash piled to one side. He had sent 60 million, and several million remained unused. "No need. It's yours." Jiang Yang waved his hand and strode away. At these words, Xinjiai was stunned. That wasn't a few hundred or a few thousand yuan. It was more than 6 million, and Jiang Yang had simply given it to her. While she stood there in a daze, the other salespeople were so jealous their eyes had turned red. Xinjiai's million yuan commission from a single deal was already enough to make people envious. Now Jiang Yang had actually given her the 6+ million left over from buying the apartment. That was money they might never earn in a lifetime. Even counting every yuan earned through blood, sweat, and tears, it would never amount to so much. By the time Xinjiai came back to her senses, Jiang Yang and the cash trucks were gone. She stared at the pile of money with a conflicted expression and silently made a decision. The other salespeople were green with envy, but they did not dare act recklessly. After all, Jiang Yang was an enigma, and his background seemed far from ordinary. When he said it was for Shun Jiang, none of them dared to touch her. The house purchase took nearly 2 hours. By the time Jiang Yang arrived at Pancher Security Company, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Pancher Security Company. After parking the car, he walked into Pancher Security Company. The signal flag Special Forces soldiers still shadowed him at an unobtrusive distance, then took up positions outside the door. As soon as he entered, the front desk clerk warmly asked his purpose and led him to the tea room. Inside the tea room. What might your surname be, sir? What can I do for you? A burly man, easily 2 meters tall with an imposing build and clad in a vest, poured tea for Jiang Yang from a purple clay teapot while asking warmly. This man was the salesman Chin Taifeng. Jiang Yang got straight to the point. My surname is Jiang. I want to customize a shelter. A safe house. Chin Taifeng chuckled. No problem. What kind of shelter would Mr. Jiang like to build? What do you have? Jiang Yang retorted. At this, Chin Taifeng said with considerable pride, most of the shelters in Jiangnan City were built by Pancher Security Company. Whatever clients want we can create. Then he asked, may I ask if Mr. Jiang wants an above-ground shelter or an underground one? Above ground. Above-ground shelters are further divided into semi-buried shelters, high-rise shelters, semi-concealed shelters, fully concealed shelters. Jiang Yang cut him off. I want to turn the penthouse duplex on the 22nd floor into a shelter. Just talk about the options I can choose from. A penthouse duplex. In that case, only a high-rise shelter can be customized. Chin Taifeng turned around and brought over a brochure, handing it to Jiang Yang. These are our design samples. Take a look and see what you want to customize. Jiang Yang took it and leafed through several pages, discovering that the prices progressed from low to high and the customization from simple to complex. It was clear to him. He turned straight to the last page, which read Doomsday Shelter, and said this one then. According to the introduction, this was Pancher Security Company's ultimate shelter. It was equipped with a surveillance system, a wastewater recycling system, a soundproofing and thermal insulation system, a defensive system, and numerous other systems. Even in a nuclear explosion, as long as one was not at the epicenter of the blast, the people inside the shelter could be guaranteed to survive for a month. Seeing Jiang Yang choose the Doomsday Shelter, Chin Taifeng cast an almost imperceptible glance at Jiang Yang's attire, then said hesitantly, the most expensive safe house costs 30 million. That price is by no means cheap. Jiang Yang read between the lines. Chin Taifeng thought he had no money. He sneered. What? Are you afraid I can't afford it? No, that's not it at all. Chin Taifeng waved his hands repeatedly, insisting he had never meant anything of the kind. After all, some things ought not be said outright to a person's face. If you do want it, you'll need to put down a 5 million yuan deposit first, and the balance must be settled within 3 months. A 5 million deposit. Fine. Jiang Yang agreed readily, then changed tack. 10 days to hand over. Can you do it? 10 days. Chin Taifeng shook his head repeatedly. It'll take at least a month. 20 days. Jiang Yang said, leaving no room for argument. Well, Chin Taifeng hemmed and hawed, his face full of vexation. Seeing this, Jiang Yang understood. If you can deliver in 20 days, I'll give you a big red envelope. How about it? Hearing that, the awkwardness on Chin Taifeng's face vanished in an instant. Then I'll work hard to deliver within 20 days. Jiang Yang nodded. Money indeed made the world go round. What a pity the apocalypse was imminent. Money would truly become waste paper, not even flammable enough to be worth burning for warmth. Then another thought occurred to him. Do you take on renovation work? The house he bought was a bare shell. Although he wouldn't live there more than a few months, he didn't want to make do too shabbily. Of course, our business covers a wide range, and we're also adept at renovation. Great. I'll leave the renovation to you two at the highest standard. All right. How large is your property? Chin Taifeng took out his notebook, ready to write as he asked. It's a duplex, 2 levels with a vaulted attic and a huge balcony, over 400 square meters. Jiang Yang said, while recalling the contents from the contract. After a moment's calculation, Chin Taifeng said, that big. At the highest standard, it'll be about 3 million with a 1 million deposit. Money is not an issue, but I want 2 units renovated, each over 400 square meters, Jiang Yang added. He had bought 2 units, one for himself and one for his future underlings. 2 units. Chin Taifeng gave Jiang Yang a deeply meaningful glance. Top-floor duplexes were no small expense. He quickly recovered his composure. If it's 2 units, the handover may be a little later. I'll try to deliver within a month. All right. I'll wait for your good news. Jiang Yang agreed. Then he signed the contract, paid the deposit, and left Pancher Security Company. After seeing Jiang Yang off, Chin Taifeng snickered a few times and returned to the tea room. His eyes darted craftily as he grabbed the phone and dialed. The call connected and a husky female voice came through. Xiaofeng, what's up? In an enticing tone, Chin Taifeng said, Third sister, I found a fat sheep. Go dig into his background and see if we can squeeze any oil out of him. Who? He's called Jiang Yang. He bought 2 duplex units in Building 16, Yuhu Banshan, and spent 30 million on a custom shelter. A man like that, rich and afraid of death, must have some leverage we can use against him. Oh, third sister's tone grew interested. Rich and afraid of death. It seems this Jiang Yang has quite a lot of leverage. Let me go seize it and wring him dry. And then I wish third sister immediate success. Chen Taifeng began to flatter her. Third sister replied with imperious confidence, don't worry. Once I act, I've never failed to bring someone down. When the job is done, you won't miss out on your share. Thank you, third sister. Chen Taifeng finished speaking, hung up, and went to arrange his people. Although he had sold Jiang Yang out, third sister was after wealth, not life. It didn't clash with his own business. You earn your share, and I earn mine. Having done his part, he had no fear of not getting money. With the contract in his hand, if Jiang Yang was really done in by third sister, he could smoothly take over Jiang Yang's houses to offset the debt and turn this into yet another deal. In any case, the shelter project would go ahead. Ding dong. Chen Lulu had just reached the doorway of her parents' home at Yuhu Banshan when her phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw that it was a spending notification from the bank. Dear customer, the account ending in 9972 made an expenditure of 7,000,000 yuan at 1724. Account balance. Seeing this message, Chen Lulu was so enraged that she threw her phone directly to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she cursed Jiang Yang, you bastard. You still dare to spend my money. Just you wait. I'll have someone take care of you right now. The sharp thud of a phone hitting the floor carried into the house. Chen Shun opened the door with a baffled expression to see what had happened, only to find Chen Lulu standing on the doorstep, her teeth clenched in fury. Startled, he hurried forward and asked, Lulu, what's wrong? Why are you standing at the door? Come inside. With that, he led Chen Lulu into the house. As Chen Lulu entered, Wang Hohat and Chen Daki heard the commotion and came out. The sight of her gave them both a fright. Wang Hohat tried to soothe her. Dear daughter, don't be angry. It would be a serious matter if you upset the baby in your belly. Whatever happened, tell your mother. Hearing these caring words, Chen Lulu felt nothing but grievance. Sobbing, she said, Mom, Jiang Yang spent all our money. What? Wang Hohat was shocked. Chen Daki also moved closer to ask what was going on. Chen Lulu handed over her phone, pointed at the spending alert, and said, Jiang Yang has already spent over 20 million. He's almost drained the card. Wang Hohat and Chen Daki stared at the phone for a moment, confirmed that it was true, and flew into a rage. Chen Lulu had already promised to share the money with them. If Jiang Yang spent it now, what would be left for them? Wang Hohat clutched her chest, so distressed that she nearly brought on a bout of high blood pressure. She shrieked, Jiang Yang, you ungrateful, unfilial beast. How dare you use your mother's money? That 10 million was my retirement fund. You wretched, heaven-cursed thing, how could you dare spend it? Chen Daki collapsed onto the sofa and grieved with deep anguish. My cattle, my horses. All gone, all gone. After a bout of wailing, Wang Hohat snapped to her senses. The most urgent task was to find Jiang Yang and stop him from spending any more. They had to protect the few million yuan still on the card, otherwise at this rate, even that would disappear. She asked urgently, Daughter, do you know where Jiang Yang is? Chen Lulu nodded with bitter resentment. I ran into him. Where? I'll get people to beat him up right now. Chen Daki roared. I saw him at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. He was driving a flashy sports car. He must have used the money to buy that sports car. Chen Lulu said hatefully. Damn it. That's my car. Chen Daki swore. Greed suddenly gleamed in his eyes. Is Jiang Yang still there? I'll go snatch my car back. Chen Lulu hesitated for a moment and said uncertainly, It's been a few hours by now. He's probably not there anymore. Damn it. Chen Daki bellowed in frustration. I'll find people to track down that bastard now. As long as he's still in Jiangnan City, he can't escape my grasp. Hearing this, Chen Lulu nodded happily. She had come there precisely with that intention, to use their help to find Jiang Yang. I'm leaving. Wait for my good news. Chen Daki tossed out the words and left like the wind. After he was gone, the three people in the house could only wait with patience. She hoped Chen Daki could find and bring back Jiang Yang. After sitting for a while, Chen Lulu grew more troubled the longer she thought. She picked up her phone, opened the WeChat group, Sisters Rush Toward Money, and chatted with her close friends to ease her worries. Chen Lulu's sisters, Jiang Yang has spent all my money. Image spending alert. Su Ro Zhao Jie and Li Tiantian all received the message one after another. Li Tiantian, Jiang Yang is so disgusting. A man with a wife and children spending money so extravagantly. Zhao Jie, I told you men can't be trusted, but you insisted on rushing into marriage. Now do you see that you were wrong? Su Ro Lulu, Jiang Yang's heart has gone wild. You need to plan ahead. Chen Lulu read the replies and typed at lightning speed. Chen Lulu, I know I was wrong, but what am I supposed to do now? Jiang Yang is hiding from me. My 3 children are crying for their father, and I'm about to give birth. The child can't be without a father. After typing, she shot a glare at her eldest daughter, who had come closer asking for a hug. Get away, you worthless little girl. The eldest daughter timidly moved away, not daring to go near her. Zhao Jie sighed, at a time like this you're still thinking about a man. Can't you live without one? I suggest you cut through this mess with one decisive stroke, take the children, and divorce him, leaving that bastard Jiang Yang to regret it for the rest of his life. Don't worry, your sisters will help you. Suro, I think that's a good idea. Li Tiantian agreed. A man like that doesn't deserve a wife or children. Li Tiantian put down her phone and revealed a smug smile. Only she knew how deep Jiang Yang's background truly ran. The grand motorcade that day was not something ordinary people could command. Once Jiang Yang divorced, she would shower him with tender care during his lowest moments and slip in while he was vulnerable. Seeing her close friends all urging her to divorce, Chen Lulu's mind began to waver. Jiang Yang's money was almost gone, and now he was strutting around as if he were the king of the world. She truly couldn't stand it any longer. But then she thought after the divorce, she would not yet have given birth, the child's father would not have married her, and she would lose Jiang Yang as her cash machine. That thought made her shrink back in fear. In the end, she fabricated a random excuse and left the group chat. Divorce was not a step to be taken unless absolutely necessary, because the time was not right. When the day came for her to marry the child's father, a genuine rich second-generation heir with a fortune of several billion, she would divorce Jiang Yang swiftly and cleanly. Even if Jiang Yang knelt and begged her, she would never look back. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang checked into a presidential suite at the largest hotel in Jiangnan City. The signal flag bodyguards stayed in the side quarters, and they were given a share of all the food and supplies. Since the house had already been handed over to Bedrock Security Company for renovation, he naturally couldn't return to that former home, so he stayed in the hotel. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Yang was watching a ball game when a new WeChat message suddenly popped up on his phone. He picked it up and looked. "Brother Jiang Yang, it's Tian Tian. I'm drunk. Can you come pick me up?" Li Tian Tian was at that moment holding her phone, gazing smugly at the message she had sent Jiang Yang. She was drunk and had asked Jiang Yang to come pick her up. A blacked-out woman like her would have no awareness left. Wouldn't she be completely at Jiang Yang's mercy? She felt that a virile, red-blooded man like Jiang Yang would surely be seduced by such an invitation. Men, after all, how could the flower at home ever compare to a wild one outside? Besides, Chen Lulu had been pregnant for so long that Jiang Yang must have been unbearably pent up by now. Jiang Yang glanced at the message, let out a derisive laugh, and blocked Li Tiantian on the spot. He also blocked Su Rou and Zhao Jia at the same time. He had originally added these three women only because Chen Lulu was always getting angry at his wits, and he could only ask them to help coax his wife. Rotten trash like them. He wouldn't touch them even if they were offered for free for fear of being poisoned. Li Tiantian held her phone and waited for a while. When no reply came from Jiang Yang, she frowned in confusion. Unable to hold back, she sent Jiang Yang another message. The message was answered by a huge exclamation mark. "You are not his friend. Please add him as a friend and resend." Seeing those words, Li Tiantian was stunned. Once she recovered her senses, she gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Fine Jiang Yang. How dare you delete me on WeChat?" After sulking for a while, she let it go. For a man as wealthy and well-connected as Jiang Yang, being difficult to win over was only natural. At that thought, her fighting spirit blazed anew. Li Tiantian mustered her spirits and sent Jiang Yang a friend request. Jiang Yang received it, recognized Li Tiantian's profile picture, and decisively rejected and blocked her. Li Tiantian waited for a while, but didn't receive a notification that the friend request had been accepted. Realizing that Jiang Yang was determined to ignore her, she angrily hurled her phone onto the sofa. She cursed angrily, "Fine Jiang Yang. Just because you've got some dirty money you think you're so tough? Humph. You can't escape from my grasp." After rejecting Li Tiantian's friend request, Jiang Yang tossed his phone aside and focused on watching the ball game with a bucket of popcorn. Half an hour later, he picked up his phone to check the time and found another friend request. The profile picture and nickname this time were unfamiliar. Staring at it for a while, Jiang Yang pondered. This person probably isn't Li Tiantian, nor is it Chen Lulu or her close friend. This person is most likely Shen Jiai, who sold him the house. Shen Jiai had said she'd handle the property ownership procedures for him. Perhaps she had finished now and was notifying him. Thinking this, Jiang Yang tapped a few times and accepted the friend request. As soon as he accepted the request, a message popped up. "Mujin, hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiaoxin. If you have any issues with your car, feel free to contact me." Xiaoxin, that car saleswoman. Jiang Yang reacted. Then he became puzzled. He clearly hadn't left his contact information. How had Xiaoxin managed to add him so accurately? While thinking, Jiang Yang didn't delete Xiaoxin. Instead, he casually replied, "The car is fine, no problems." After that, he changed Xiaoxin's note. "Xiaoxin, good to hear, there's no problem." Jiang Yang didn't want to deal with this flirty woman, so he tossed the phone aside and continued watching the ball game. At 10 in the evening, the overtime period ended. Jiang Yang stretched lazily and lay slanted on the bed playing with his phone. Suddenly, a long string of messages popped up, sent by Xiaoxin. He frowned and opened them. "Xiaoxin, Mr. Jiang, which outfit do you think looks better on me?" A few selfies followed. In the first one, she wore a maid outfit and sat on the carpet in a duck-like pose, her face showing an unusual shyness. In the second, she was clad in an ornate Lolita dress, a white foxtail trailing behind her hem, her expression a mixture of pain and shame. The third, the fourth. As Jiang Yang looked on, he began to feel something was off. With his years of experience looking at such pictures, he noticed something. Sure enough, he saved them, added them to his private album, and planned to savor them later. Then he looked down and suddenly slapped the quilt, cursing, "What's wrong with you? How can you even fancy this kind of woman?" She's already so dark beyond recognition. Can't you have some standards? His little brother remained silent. Damn, this corrupts my Dao heart. I can't keep you. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Yang gave Xiaoxin the full package of delete and block services. At this moment, Xiaoxin was twisting her two straight slender legs, holding her phone with an expectant face. These were fully made up, heavily beautified, carefully edited photos, as she didn't believe Jiang Yang could resist them. She waited for a while, but saw no reply from Jiang Yang. Unable to hold back, she sent another message. Xiaoxin, Mr. Jiang, are you busy? The message was sent, and all she got was a bright red exclamation mark. Xiaoxin stared at that bright red exclamation mark in shock. She couldn't hold it in. Jiang Yang had actually deleted her. She wasn't reconciled. To obtain Jiang Yang's contact information, she had paid brother Lu 500 yuan for it. It was supposed to be a job with a huge return on a small investment, but Jiang Yang had deleted her so decisively. The more Xiaoxin thought about it, the more she felt she'd lost out. She tried adding Jiang Yang as a friend again, but it sank like a stone into the sea. There was not the slightest response. This time she knew it was hopeless. With a loud cry, she grabbed a pillow and beat it furiously to vent her anger. The next day, the moment Chen Lulu opened her eyes, she hurried to the living room. Last night, she had waited until midnight, but Chun Daki didn't return. She didn't know if he had found Jiang Yang. Now that it was light, she wanted to know what had happened. She reached the living room. She saw Chun Daki eating steamed buns with dark circles under his eyes, and asked urgently, "Brother, how did it go? Did you find Jiang Yang?" "No." Chun Daki swallowed half a bun and said angrily, "I don't know where that bastard is hiding. I and my friends searched all night and didn't see him." Hearing this, Chen Lulu sat disheartened on the sofa. Wang Hohot comforted her, "Don't worry, daughter. Today the whole family will go out, and we'll definitely find Jiang Yang." "All right." Chen Lulu cheered up again. After breakfast, the family set out once more. They had just reached the main gate of Yuhu Banshan when they encountered a saleswoman from the property sales department. The saleswoman looked Chen Lulu up and down and recognized her as Jiang Yang's wife. She proactively struck up a conversation. "Congratulations." Chen Lulu, confused, asked, "What are you congratulating me for? Do I know you?" The saleswoman smiled and said, "You're Mr. Jiang's wife, right?" Chen Lulu nodded. "Mr. Jiang bought 2 duplex apartments here yesterday afternoon. He spent over 50 million. These 2 apartments are bound to appreciate in the future. Mr. Jiang has great foresight. I certainly must congratulate you." "What?" Chen Lulu exclaimed. "Jiang Yang spent over 50 million on 2 apartments. "Yes." The saleswoman also looked at Chen Lulu in surprise. This couple seemed not close. How could they not have communicated about such a major matter? Oh. Chen Lulu tucked her hair behind her ear, half expecting, half worried. "Whose name is on these 2 apartments?" "They're under Mr. Jiang's name." Hearing this, Chen Lulu's expectant face immediately fell. She said resentfully, "Fine, Jiang Yang. You actually bought a house behind my back and didn't put my name on it. It seems you're determined to go against me." The saleswoman, seeing this, realized her flattery had backfired and slipped away with a look of lingering fear. After Chen Lulu finished cursing, Wang Hohot, Chen Shun, and Chun Daki also understood what was going on. Jiang Yang had somehow come into money, turned his back first, then bought a car and a house, and now was preparing to abandon his wife and children and find a new wife. They started cursing along with her, offering greetings to all 18 generations of Jiang Yang's ancestors. It was just as well that Jiang Yang was an orphan with no parents or relatives. Otherwise they would have called and cursed his parents to their faces. After cursing for a full half hour, the Chen family felt their anger somewhat subsided. Chen Shun came up with an idea and said, "Daughter, don't be afraid. If it comes to worst, we'll divorce. The car and house Jiang Yang bought are marital property. If you divorce, he has to split them with you." At these words, Chen Lulu's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. With real estate worth over 50 million, if she got 1 apartment, that would be over 20 million. She'd be rich. Then she could bear a son, and the child's father would marry her, and she'd marry into a wealthy family. She would be a winner in life. The more she thought, the more pleased she felt, but she said aloud, "I don't want the children to lose their father. Unless absolutely forced, I don't want a divorce." Hearing this, Wang Hohot sighed, "My good daughter, you've sacrificed too much for Jiang Yang." Chen Shun stroked Chen Lulu's head with tender sympathy and let out a sigh. His daughter had given far too much for this family. Chun Daki cursed under his breath. "Sis, at a time like this, you're still thinking about that scumbag. What kind of spell did he cast on you to make you so devoted?" Chen Lulu remained silent, looking utterly pitiable. "Enough. Let's rally everyone we have and drag that bastard Jiang Yang out. He owes us an explanation." Wang Hohot's words settled the matter. She led the family out of Yuhu Banshan. The Chun clan mobilized all its connections in an attempt to hunt Jiang Yang down. Jiang Yang, however, was holed up in the presidential suite, savoring the rare tranquility before the end of days. He never went out. After searching everywhere, the Chun family returned home crestfallen at sunset. They exchanged glances and saw the anger in each other's eyes thickening. Watching her family's reaction, Chen Lulu felt secretly pleased. "Jiang Yang, go ahead and act up. The worse you behave, the more people will side with me when I divorce you. No matter how formidable you think you are, the car, the house, and the money will all be split in half. Night had fallen. There was another football match on. Jiang Yang ordered a large serving of crayfish and watched the game while shelling them. Just as he was getting absorbed, the corner of his eye caught a notification pop up on his phone. He glanced at it and saw it was a WeChat notification. Curious, he picked up the phone. He had already blocked Chen Lulu and the others. Anyone who could still reach him might truly be looking for him. He tapped it open. It was an unfamiliar profile picture. A black background with a grinning clown face, rather creepy. Jiang Yang frowned. He didn't remember adding this person. Just as he was wondering who the avatar belonged to, a message arrived. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have something here that might interest you. You might as well take a look. Attached behind it was a downloadable file. What the hell? Jiang Yang was puzzled, but not afraid. Even if the king of heaven himself came down, he was confident he could crush him. He downloaded the file and discovered it was a video. When he opened the video, a disembodied, wavering voice began. Jiang Yang, male, born on July 12, 2003, at Jiangnan City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Both parents deceased. Sentence by sentence, it laid out Jiang Yang's origins, occupation, and entire life in full detail. Jiang Yang, you are currently staying in the presidential suite at Nanhua Hotel. If you don't want anything to happen, transfer a sum of money to this account and show me your sincerity. Otherwise, a lot of interesting things will happen. Ha ha ha. At the end of the video, a clown split into a broad grin. An exaggerated maniacal laugh filled the room, then abruptly vanished. Jiang Yang stared at the phone, expressionless. He had been targeted. The other party had somehow managed to uncover every last detail of his background. What was more, they had actually dared to blackmail him. Jiang Yang smiled, pulled out his phone, and transferred money to the mysterious person's account. Brother Lu sat in a computer chair with his legs crossed, Jiang Yang's dossier and a bank account displayed on the screen before him. He was waiting. After obtaining Jiang Yang's information, he had resorted to a few tricks to add Jiang Yang on WeChat and sent out the blackmail video. He was convinced that Jiang Yang, a man who had suddenly grown rich, must have made his fortune through shady means. People like that feared threats the most. Jiang Yang would definitely transfer the money. As long as he did, Brother Lu would have a permanent meal ticket, until Jiang Yang was completely squeezed dry. Suddenly the balance in the bank account jumped. Brother Lu instantly sat bolt upright, beaming with pride, and looked at the balance with smug satisfaction. When he saw it clearly, he froze. The balance had indeed increased, but only by 0.01 yuan. He stared at the number 0.01 and felt it had grown a face full of mockery. Arg, you bastard, you're messing with me. Enraged, Brother Lu slammed his palm onto the keyboard, sending several keycaps flying. He forced himself to calm down, and only then noticed that the 0.01 yuan came with a transfer note. Petty thief, here's a cent to cure your brain. Say thank you. You goddamn son of a bitch. Brother Lu flew into a towering rage, grabbed the headphones hanging around his neck and yanked and twisted them to vent his fury, as if the headphones were Jiang Yang being brutalized in his hands. Only after the headphones had been torn into pieces did he calm down. Staring at Jiang Yang's avatar, he swore viciously, Jiang Yang, is it? I, Lu Hongya, will do nothing else in this life but deal with you. I refuse to believe you have no skeletons in your closet. Setting his phone aside, Jiang Yang soon forgot all about the petty thief. He didn't delete Brother Lu's WeChat, either, keeping it around for entertainment. It was 9:30 in the evening. During halftime, football cheerleaders were warming up the crowd on the pitch. Jiang Yang finished his crayfish, took off his gloves, and went to wash his hands. When he came back, he picked up his phone to check the time and saw another WeChat message. Smirking, he grabbed the phone, thinking that the petty thief with his undying thieving heart had come back to extort him again. When he looked closer, it was a friend request. Mr. Jiang, I'm Xinjiai. So it was that girl. Jiang Yang wiped his hands and tapped accept. He waited for a while, but Xinjiai seemed to have fallen asleep. She stubbornly sent him no message. Jiang Yang couldn't hold out any longer. Every woman he'd met these past few days had messaged him, first flirting and preening. Xinjiai's silence made him feel a bit unaccustomed. He took the initiative and sent a message. What did you add me for? The message was barely sent before a reply came back. It seemed Xinjiai hadn't paid attention after adding him, not even realizing they were already friends. Now that he had contacted her, she knew. The diligent girl was back. Xinjiai, good evening, Mr. Jiang. Your property certificate is done. Would you like to pick it up yourself, or should I deliver it to you? Jiang Yang felt a little bored being alone, and Xinjiai seemed to align with his values, and wasn't bad looking either. His mind stirred. He replied, bring it over. Xinjiai, okay, Mr. Jiang. Where are you? I'll bring it to you right away. Jiang Yang, room 688, Nanhua Hotel. Xinjiai looked at the message on her phone and hesitated. It was so late, and Jiang Yang was asking her to bring the property certificate to his hotel. Any grown adult would know with a little thought that this was not right. Her face was full of struggle as countless thoughts rushed in. In the end, she came around. Jiang Yang probably wasn't that kind of man. When the time came, she just wouldn't go inside the hotel. Most importantly, there was something she wanted to hand to Jiang Yang right away. She could not bear to keep it another moment, or she would lose all peace of mind, unable to eat or sleep. Xinjiai room 688, Nanhua Hotel. Please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. I'm taking a taxi over now. Jiang Yang, okay, I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Jiang Yang felt a vague sense of anticipation. He rang the bell and had housekeeping tidy up the room, then went into the bathroom to shower. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang was idly playing with his phone when a message suddenly popped up. He looked carefully. It was Xinjiai. Xinjiai, Mr. Jiang, I've arrived at the hotel. Where are you? Xinjiai has arrived at the hotel. Jiang Yang glanced toward the entrance and signaled for signal flag to open the door. It swung open. He looked out. Nobody was there. This girl said she was on her way. Where is she now? Jiang Yang was puzzled, picked up his phone and sent a message. Where are you? Room 688. Did you go to the wrong place? Xinjiai, Mr. Jiang, I'm in the lobby. I still have something to attend to, so I won't come up. I'll wait for you here. After sending the message, Xinjiai felt her face growing warm. She was lying. She still didn't dare to go to room 688. Jiang Yang was speechless and sent another message, come up, and I'll give you 1 million. Xinjiai, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Please come down instead. I have something very important to give you. This girl was quite interesting. 1 million couldn't even get her to come up, yet she claimed to have something important. Jiang Yang decided to get up and go downstairs to see what was going on. The hotel lobby. Jiang Yang spotted Xinjiai at a glance. She wore a white dress that fell just past her knees with long hair cascading over her shoulders and a pink bow adorning it. Amidst the crowd in the lobby, she stood out the most. Guests kept casting astonished glances her way. As if sensing his gaze, Xinjiai turned her head to look. Mr. Jiang. She gathered her skirt and walked quickly toward him. When she reached his side, Jiang Yang teased. Xinjiai, your service attitude isn't very good. You wouldn't even deliver the documents upstairs for me. Hearing this, Xinjiai awkwardly wrung her hands and kept apologizing. Jiang Yang chuckled. This girl took things too seriously. He waved his hand and said, just kidding, don't take it seriously. You mentioned having something important to give me. What is it? Don't tell me it's a property certificate. I don't care for that sort of thing. Xinjiai nodded and handed him a document bag. Mr. Jiang, everything you need is inside. Please take a look yourself. Jiang Yang took it and began to sift through the contents with confusion. He found 2 property certificates, a pile of authorization documents and tax payment proofs, and a bank card. His gaze fell upon the bank card, confusion evident in his eyes. The property certificates and documents made sense in the bag, but the bank card seemed entirely out of place. He held up the bank card to Xinjiai. What's this? Xinjiai smiled with a sense of relief. Mr. Jiang, this is the money you left at the sales office. All 11 million is in here. Jiang Yang heard this and said helplessly, this money was given to you. Why did you put it in a card for me? Xinjiai shook her head seriously. Mr. Jiang, you bought 2 houses. The commission is already substantial. I shouldn't have taken this money. You? Jiang Yang was slightly moved. In this materialistic society, there was actually such a pure girl as Xinjiai. He smiled and took the bank card. Since there's 11 million here, I'll consider it as you depositing it with me. In the future, you can use the money in this card to exchange for anything from me. Hearing this, Xinjiai was a bit perplexed and countered, Mr. Jiang, are you in the department store business? This money is yours. You should just keep it. Jiang Yang smiled without explaining, simply saying, remember, I live in Unit 2206, Building 16, Yuhu Banshan. If you want to use the money in the bank card to exchange for things in the future, remember to come find me. Alright. Xinjiai didn't ask any more questions, simply treating Jiang Yang's words as polite remarks. After speaking, she took her leave from Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang said with a playful tone, want to come sit in my room? There's a cat in my room that can do backflips. Upon hearing this, Xinjiai burst into laughter, her smile blooming like a snow lotus, illuminating the entire hall. She giggled, Mr. Jiang, I'm not a child anymore. I don't believe that. Jiang Yang also laughed heartily. Really, even if there isn't one now, there will be one in the future. Xinjiai nodded without saying more, turned around, and waved before leaving the hotel. Jiang Yang watched her figure disappear, then glanced at the bank card in his hand, and smiled, murmuring to himself, Xinjiai, we will meet again. But he failed to notice that a stealthy gaze was fixed upon him. From a corner booth, Li Tiantian turned her head with an expression of pure delight as she watched Jiang Yang. Having nothing to do today, she had dressed up splendidly, hoping to come to the hotel and see if she could catch a few fish. Unfortunately, she had come away empty-handed. She was about to return when she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Yang. Unaware of this, Jiang Yang turned and headed back to room 688. After Jiang Yang left, Li Tiantian rushed to the front desk and sweetly addressed the male receptionist. Brother, may I ask which room Mr. Jiang Yang is staying in? She dared not follow Jiang Yang as she would be discovered. Once discovered, her plan would be ruined. The male receptionist was pleased to be called, but he still maintained basic professional ethics and politely refused. Madam, we cannot casually disclose our guest's privacy. Li Tiantian's eyes rolled as she put on a pitiful expression. Little brother Jiang Yang is my boyfriend. We've had a quarrel. I don't want our 7-year relationship to fall apart. I must find him and clear things up. Just tell me where he lives, okay? After saying this, she was full of expectation. Her reason was flawless, fully exploiting human sympathy. The receptionist would surely help her. However, the male receptionist's originally gentle face instantly grew colder, and he said indifferently, "I'm sorry, madam, we cannot disclose our guest's privacy." Li Tiantian was dumbfounded. Events did not unfold as she had imagined. The male receptionist looked at Li Tiantian and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, you have a boyfriend, and you didn't say so earlier. Who would help you?" Recovering herself, Li Tiantian threw several flirtatious glances at the receptionist, attempting to seduce him. The male receptionist remained composed and did not respond at all. Li Tiantian was furious and finally slapped down 2 red banknotes. "Can you tell me where Jiang Yang is staying now, eh?" The male receptionist's expression immediately changed. Glancing at the surveillance camera, he pretended to retrieve something while casually pocketing the money. He whispered a few words, 688. Room 688. That was the presidential suite. Li Tiantian smiled triumphantly and sauntered into the elevator with an air of coquettish charm. Watching the floor indicator lights gradually illuminate, she secretly vowed spending 200 yuan was a significant sacrifice. Today she would definitely make Jiang Yang hers. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yang heard the door knocks and noticed his bodyguard seemed not to have heard it remaining still. He went to open the door himself. As soon as the door opened, a figure wrapped in fragrance lunged straight at him. Immediately he felt a weight upon his body and a soft yielding sensation against his chest. Soft, yet with a hint of firmness. At the same time he caught a faint scent of alcohol. He looked down carefully and realized it was Li Tiantian. Damn it, how did this woman find him here? Jiang Yang cursed inwardly and reached out to push her away. Before he could act, Li Tiantian had wrapped her arms around his neck. Now there was no way to break free without force. Seeing this, he decided to remain still, curious to see what scheme Li Tiantian was concocting this time. With his bodyguards nearby, he had no fear of a single woman. Li Tiantian noticed that Jiang Yang wasn't resisting as she clung to his neck, and she felt delighted. Jiang Yang verbally protested, but his body told a different story. Li Tiantian's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lower lip gently and summoned her courage to say, "Actually, I've always liked you. I love your smile, your talent, and above all, every moment I spend with you. I know this is sudden, but I truly cannot bear to conceal my feelings any longer." Jiang Yang watched Li Tiantian's actions with astonishment written across his face. Lost in thought, he was suddenly pushed to the ground by her. Only when his body hit the floor and the physical impact jolted him did Jiang Yang finally snap back to reality. What the hell is wrong with that woman? She's absolutely insane. A look of utter disbelief crossed his face as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. 2 signal flag bodyguards who had been observing the situation uncertainly received the clear signal and grabbed Li Tiantian on either side, hauling her to her feet. Li Tiantian stood there, her face a mask of shock. Jiang Yang could clearly feel her presence, yet he deliberately pulled away. She refused to accept defeat. She had paid 200 yuan just to obtain his room number. She would not let it end like this. In a panic, she cried out loudly, "Brother Jiang Yang, I truly love you." Unwilling to waste breath on nonsense, Jiang Yang reached down, drew a pistol from a bodyguard's waist, and aimed it directly at Li Tiantian's head. Li Tiantian was instantly petrified, screaming, "What are you doing? Don't kill me." Jiang Yang sneered coldly. "Li Tiantian, if you pull any more tricks on me, I'll blow your head off with a single shot." "Fine, fine." Li Tiantian was utterly terrified. She was not merely frightened by the gun itself, but by the murderous intent Jiang Yang erupted in that split second. It was overwhelmingly intense, as though they harbored a blood feud between them. She was certain that if she dared speak another word, Jiang Yang would genuinely kill her. "Get her out of here." Jiang Yang tossed out those words, handed the pistol to his bodyguard, and walked away. The signal flag bodyguards mercilessly threw Li Tiantian outside, then slammed the door shut with force. Li Tiantian lay on the corridor carpet, utterly disheveled and humiliated, glaring hatefully at the closed door. Even in this state, Jiang Yang had rejected her without mercy. There was no hope for her now. Hatred in her heart climbed to its peak. She rose, dressed herself, and hurried away, her eyes brimming with resentment. For the next 3 days, Jiang Yang stayed in the hotel and did not venture out, silently accumulating survival points. Meanwhile, Chun Lulu's family continued to mobilize their connections in search of him, but the Chun family's network was inadequate. They simply could not locate Jiang Yang. If the Chun family's connections had included even one official, they could have traced Jiang Yang's whereabouts through the hotel check-in system and confirmed he was staying at the Nanhua Grand Hotel. And Li Tiantian. She knew exactly where Jiang Yang was, yet she remained stubbornly silent. Why would she help Chun Lulu? On the 4th day at the Chun residence, Wang Hohot cursed grumpily, "That bastard Jiang Yang. Where on earth has he hidden himself? Not a sign of him for so many days." Chun Lulu said anxiously, "Mom, we need to find a way to track down Jiang Yang. The child has been crying for Dad every single day these past few days." Behind those words lay the harsh reality. Once Jiang Yang left and changed the bank card password, she was left with not a single cent for living expenses. She had never developed the habit of saving money. The money Jiang Yang had handed her, she had spent it all. After all, she had no intention of spending her life with him, so why deprive herself? The result was that the family was nearly out of money for food delivery. She hesitated to ask her own family for help. Her brother was an unemployed idler with no money, and her mother, a housewife, had none either. Her father was employed. Unfortunately, he only earned $350 per month, barely enough to cover the family's expenses with nothing left over to lend. Hearing Chen Lulu's words, the Chun family members fell silent, pondering strategies. After a moment of quiet, Wang Hohot suddenly smiled. Chen Lulu quickly turned to her mother. "Mom, why are you so happy all of a sudden? Have you come up with some good idea?" Wang Hohot nodded proudly. Under 3 pairs of expectant gazes, she said, "I've thought of a way to force Jiang Yang out. What is life if not about face? We can spread rumors about Jiang Yang, ruin his reputation, and force him to come out and clarify. The moment he appears to set the record straight, he'll reveal himself." Hearing this, Chen Lulu, Chen Daki, and Chen Shun all nodded in agreement. Who in their right mind would abandon their reputation? Chen Lulu pressed further. "Mom, how exactly do we spread these rumors about Jiang Yang? What should we say?" Wang Hohot spoke with confidence. "Jiang Yang suddenly got rich, so we'll use that as our angle. Claim he became a kept man, attached himself to a wealthy woman, and has now abandoned his wife and child. His money was all earned through selling his body." At this, the 3 of them nodded repeatedly. This rumor was brilliant. Chen Lulu chimed in. "Mom, do you think there's a chance Jiang Yang actually did attach himself to a wealthy woman to get rich?" "Daughter, you know what, that's quite possible." Wang Hohot suddenly realized. Then would this be spreading rumors? No, we're spreading the truth and promoting positive social energy. With that, she began giving orders. "Everyone mobilize your connections and spread the word about Jiang Yang being kept by a wealthy woman and abandoning his family." Chen Lulu, Chen Daki, and Chen Shun all nodded in agreement, each taking up their positions to spread the rumors without delay. Chen Lulu opened the sisters charging toward Money WeChat group. "Chen Lulu sisters, do you know why Jiang Yang suddenly disappeared?" "Suro, why?" "Zhao Jia, what happened?" "Li Tiantian, huh?" Chen Lulu, Jiang Yang attached himself to a wealthy woman, and now he's abandoned his home and child. He doesn't even want his kid anymore. He ran off with an old woman. I saw them with my own eyes. Him holding on to an old woman. That old woman's age could be enough to be my mother. To smear Jiang Yang's reputation, she simply made it all up on the spot. As long as she could force Jiang Yang out, she was capable of anything. Li Tiantian, is this true? That's so perverted." After sending the message, doubt began to creep into her mind. Gold bars, a convoy. The fact that these things suddenly belonged to a poor nobody like Jiang Yang felt deeply suspicious throughout. If these belonged to the old woman and were being used to put on airs for Jiang Yang, then everything would make perfect sense. Chen Lulu spoke with such conviction that it was highly likely to be true, which meant Jiang Yang was nothing more than a kept man. How would a kept man dare to provoke her? A wealthy woman seeking a kept man typically did so to fulfill emotional needs. She would never tolerate her maintained partner having entanglements with other women. And she, having mistaken Jiang Yang for a hidden rich second generation, had actually been planning to use him to climb the social ladder. She had nearly ruined herself in the process. "Fuck Jiang Yang, you son of a bitch, you dare to play me." Li Tiantian cursed furiously and mobilized her connections to spread the rumor about Jiang Yang being kept by a wealthy woman. Su Rou and Zhao Jie, shocked by the news, both rushed to comfort Chen Lulu. They claimed Jiang Yang was despicable and vowed to help Chen Lulu seek justice. Watching the group's reactions, Chen Lulu nodded in satisfaction. Everyone had their own social circles. Once the word spread from 10 to 100, Jiang Yang would be firmly branded as a man who abandoned his family for a wealthy mistress. To protect his reputation, he would inevitably step forward to clarify, and that would be the moment they forced him out. The main homeowner group of Yuhu Banshan had reached its capacity of 500 members. No new message had appeared in the group for a long time. Only a notice from the property management urging residents to pay their water and electricity bills still hung there. Then in the quiet group, a message was sent. "Shun Shun neighbors, I earnestly ask everyone for help. Please help me find my son-in-law Jiang Yang." After the message was sent, it was quite a while before someone who was bored asked, "Huang Lei, what's up? Did your family lose someone?" Seeing someone respond, Chen Shun quickly chimed in. "Chen Shun, I have no choice but to ask everyone for help. This son-in-law of mine abandoned 3 children and ran off with a rich woman. Now the 3 children ask for their father all day long, and my daughter is pregnant with another child. She's about to give birth. That Jiang Yang is too heartless. So I beg everyone to help find Jiang Yang and make him take on a father's responsibility." Once these words were posted, it looked like a major scandal. Gossip lovers came online one after another, and the group instantly buzzed with excitement. Many people began digging for details and pressing for answers. Coached by Wang Hohot and Chen Lulu, Chen Shun answered them one by one, painting Jiang Yang as a kept man who had abandoned his wife and children and run off with an older woman. The homeowners in the group were half believing, half doubting. After all, it was one family's account, hardly credible. While the homeowners were hesitating, Su Rou cut in. Su-ro Uncle Chun is telling the truth. I saw with my own eyes Jiang Yang get into an older woman's car. Scum like him deserves to be struck dead by lightning. It's just that my good sister Lulu has been ruined by him. Li Tiantian also picked the perfect moment to pile on. Li Tiantian, it's true. I swear to heaven, Su-ro and I saw it together. If I'm lying by even half a word, may the five thunders strike me dead. A lie repeated by three people becomes the truth. With Chun Shun accusing Jiang Yang and Su-ro and Li Tiantian corroborating his account. The homeowners who had been uncertain were now 70% convinced. At that moment someone mentioned Chen Lulu. Huang Lei Jiang Yang, is your husband right? Did he really do those things? Chen Lulu seized the opportunity to reply. Chen Lulu, dirty laundry shouldn't be aired in public. If I weren't left with no other choice, I wouldn't want this either. He really did run off with a rich woman. Otherwise, how could an ordinary office worker like him afford a sports car and 2 penthouse duplexes? These words flushed out Li Shan, a saleswoman from the property sales center. She was also Shen Jiai's mentor. That day Jiang Yang had publicly humiliated her, leaving her utterly disgraced and nursing a grudge. Now seeing Chen Lulu expose his dirty secrets, she was elated and felt she had finally vented her resentment. She hurriedly added another blow. Li Shan, I am Li Shan, a sales representative at Yuhu Banshan. I can confirm that Jiang Yang indeed bought 2 penthouse duplexes here. He called an armored cash truck with a single sentence and paid in cash. At the time I couldn't figure out how he could mobilize such a huge amount of money all at once. So it turns out a rich woman was backing him. As soon as Li Shan said this, the other salespeople from the sales center, who were in the group, also spoke up, one after another confirming the claim. Only Shen Jiai tried to defend Jiang Yang with a few words, but they were quickly drowned in the flood of messages. Seeing these messages, the homeowners who had been 70% convinced now believed completely. The male homeowners, burning with righteous anger, cursed Jiang Yang for disgracing all men. Someone like him should be driven out of Yuhu Banshan. He isn't fit to live among us. The female homeowners, while loudly cursing Jiang Yang as scum, comforted Chen Lulu with empathy. They promised to expose Jiang Yang online and let scum like him drown in a torrent of public condemnation. Shortly after that, embellished emotional essays appeared on platforms such as Douyin and Kuaishou. They heaped abuse on Jiang Yang, calling him a modern-day Chen Shimi who deserved to be thrown into the river in a pig cage. Seeing such explosive, melodramatic drama, netizens were whipped into a collective frenzy and pushed the matter onto Jiangnan City's hot search list. Jiang Yang, however, knew nothing about it. After the homeowner group had finished cursing Jiang Yang, someone with an overflowing sense of justice proposed a scumbag like Jiang Yang doesn't deserve to live in Yuhu Banshan. I saw that the house he bought is under renovation. Let's go block it, stop the renovation, and prevent him from moving in. They all transformed into champions of justice, shouting that Jiang Yang must not be allowed to renovate, must not be allowed to move in, and should be expelled from Yuhu Banshan. Seeing the commotion in the group, the Chen family was so delighted they couldn't stop grinning. At the same time, they realized this was a golden opportunity. Jiang Yang could hide and refuse to show himself, but the renovation workers were hired by him. If the renovation site were blocked and vandalized, the workers would certainly call Jiang Yang and ask him to come and settle the matter. Wouldn't that force Jiang Yang out into the open? Chen Shun shared this idea with the Chen family and gained unanimous approval. He then said in the group, Chen Shun, today I will place justice above family loyalty. Those willing to come with me to the construction site to stop the work on Jiang Yang's house gather at Unit 2206, Building 16. Seeing Chen Shun, Jiang Yang's own father-in-law, say this, the homeowners voiced their approval one after another, as if they were righteous avengers, and flocked toward Unit 2206, Building 16. Curious onlookers rushed to the scene, following along to watch the excitement. Streamers on Douyin and Kuaishou sensed a topic that combined intense conflict and comedy, so they turned on their live streams and trailed behind the crowd. A dozen or so minutes later, more and more people gathered at Building 16, until there were dozens. Chen Shun, Wang Hohot, Chen Daki leading the 3 children, and Chen Lulu, heavy with child, were among them. They stood at the very front. Chen Shun kept thanking the surrounding homeowners, playing the part of an honest, simple man to perfection. Chen Lulu, heavily pregnant, wiped away tears at just the right moments. With the 3 children frightened into crying by the crowd, the homeowners knitted their brows and cursed Jiang Yang even more fiercely. The streamers held up selfie sticks and added sentimental narration. My dear viewers, these are Jiang Yang's 3 children and his wife, who is about to give birth. And Jiang Yang, for the sake of money, abandoned his wife and children and ran off with a rich woman. What should we do with a man like this? Send a flower, and the streamer will curse him for you. Send a rocket, and I'll give Jiang Yang a big slap. Send a carnival, and I'll chop off Jiang Yang's manhood. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Shun led more than a dozen homeowners upstairs first. The other homeowners took another elevator or waited for the next one. When the elevator doors opened and Chen Shun led his group out, they heard the sound of electric drills and cutting machines coming from the 22nd floor. They could also see workers in different colored vests coming and going between the 2 apartments, 2206 and 2208. The renovation was clearly underway. Before Chen Shun could say a word, the homeowners, bursting with righteous indignation, charged to the construction site, shouting, "Stop! Halt all work! No more!" Chen Taifeng was on site coordinating the renovation and safe room crews for the two apartments. Seeing a crowd of homeowners shouting that the work must stop, he hurried out as the person in charge. With an ingratiating smile, he said, "What's the matter, bosses? Why are you stopping the work? Are you from the property management office or the neighborhood committee?" As he spoke, he took out cigarettes and began offering them around, handling the social niceties with great finesse. None of the homeowners accepted. They only gave him cold stares. Chen Shun asked, "Jiang Yang hired you to do this renovation, didn't he?" "Yes, so what?" Chen Taifeng awkwardly put the cigarettes away and asked in return. "That settles it." Without waiting for Chen Shun to speak, the homeowner beside him, burning with indignation, shouted. The other homeowners began chiming in as well. "A scumbag and degenerate like Jiang Yang doesn't deserve to live in the same neighborhood as us. Stop the work right now. Yuhu Peninsula does not welcome Jiang Yang. You're done here. Pack up and leave. If you keep working, I'll file a noise complaint against you. You'll bear the consequences." Chen Taifeng was lost in a fog, but he did understand one thing: the homeowners would not allow him to continue working. The homeowners wouldn't let him continue the work. Thinking about the tens of millions of yuan in business that could go bankrupt, how could he possibly agree? He thought for a moment, then let his face fall and said grimly, "Gentlemen, please be generous. My men and I all have families to feed. If the work stops, we'll have to live on air. Please have mercy." His burly frame bent low as he made beseeching bows in every direction, looking somewhat comical. Yet the homeowners remained cold-faced and ignored him, still chanting for the work to stop. At that moment, Chen Shun knew the moment was ripe. He stepped forward to play the peacemaker and said with an earnest expression, "My good man, we're not trying to make things difficult for you. Just call Jiang Yang over and we'll talk to him. Is that all right?" The whole point of the rumor was to force Jiang Yang to show up. Hearing this proposal, Chen Taifeng thought for a moment and nodded. He was working for Jiang Yang, so if anything went wrong, Jiang Yang would have to bear the consequences. If they truly couldn't start construction, the deposit would not be refunded. In the presidential suite, Jiang Yang's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that Chen Taifeng was calling. After signing the contract that day, the two had exchanged phone numbers for easy contact. He picked up the phone. "Hello, what's the matter?" Chen Taifeng's helpless voice came through. "Boss, dozens of people have shown up at the site. They claim to be Yuhu Peninsula homeowners and won't let us start work. What should we do? You'd better come over and sort this out." Jiang Yang was baffled. He had bought a house and was renovating it. What the hell did the Yuhu Peninsula homeowners have to do with it? Were these homeowners jealous? Even if they were, this was nothing yet. There would be plenty more for them to envy in the future. After agreeing to go to the site, Jiang Yang hung up, got into his 918, and headed toward Yuhu Peninsula with 2 bodyguards. The safe house was tied to the coming extreme cold wave and to the system mission. The work absolutely could not stop. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang drove his 918 up to the gate of Yuhu Peninsula. The driveway barrier was not raised, blocking the road squarely in front of his car. Jiang Yang frowned, assuming the guard didn't recognize his new car and so hadn't lifted the barrier. He lowered the window to show his face, smiled at the guard, and greeted, "Brother, it's me, a homeowner in this community. Open the gate." This face of his had been through the gates countless times in a fit. Once he showed it, the guard would surely lift the barrier. But after he spoke, the barrier still didn't open. Instead, the guard poked his head out of the booth, looked at him with contempt, and sneered, "You've disgraced all men. You're still parading around in a luxury car bought for you by some rich woman. Yuhu Peninsula doesn't welcome you. Get out, get out." Hearing this, Jiang Yang was completely baffled, and his face gradually turned cold. Expressionless, he asked back, "What do you mean by that? Do I need to be kept by a rich woman?" Seeing Jiang Yang utterly unrepentant, the guard looked at him with even more disdain. "Your wife already told everyone you don't want your 3 kids or the child in her belly, and you ran off with an older woman. This car and that second apartment, the rich woman bought them for you, right? A salaried worker like you would never be able to afford these. Do you think you're the protagonist of a novel?" Hearing all this, Jiang Yang began to understand. Chen Lulu had been spreading rumors about him, saying he was kept by a rich woman. Her purpose was unclear, but at least she had dragged his name through the mud. Seeing Jiang Yang silent, the guard thought he had made him feel guilty. He went on, "Your story has spread all over Douyin and Kuaishou. They say you're a modern Chen Shimi. I advise you to watch yourself." Jiang Yang frowned at these words. Chen Lulu had even taken her rumors online. At this rate, she was going to make him completely socially dead. What a vicious woman. He stopped mulling it over. Asking her face to face would reveal exactly what Chen Lulu had worked so hard to achieve with her rumors. Too lazy to waste words with the guard, he said coldly, "Open the gate." The guard snorted coldly. "Not opening. This gate won't open no matter how loud you shout." Jiang Yang sneered and began to back up. Seeing Jiang Yang retreat, the guard gloated, swelling with the pride of one man holding a pass against 10,000. Jiang Yang backed up until he was behind the stretched Lincoln and gave the bodyguard a loud order, "Ram it open." The bodyguard heard the order, and so did the guard. The guard shouted, "How dare you ram the gatehouse? You can't afford to pay for it." Jiang Yang sneered and nodded to the bodyguard. Understanding the bodyguard shifted into gear, released the handbrake, and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, the car's nose lifted, tires screeched, and the vehicle tore straight toward the driveway barrier. Crash. Against a stretched Lincoln weighing several tons, the driveway barrier was as brittle as a toothpick. It was sent flying, and the lane was instantly clear. Staring at the shattered barrier, the guard shouted, "Jiang Yang, you dare ram my gate. You're in big trouble now." Jiang Yang turned a deaf ear, stepped on the accelerator, rolled over the fallen barrier, and charged straight into the residential community. Seeing that Jiang Yang ignored him, the guard was furious. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and called for backup. A mere homeowner daring to ride roughshod over a security guard. This was absolute rebellion. Jiang Yang drove straight to Building 16 and took the elevator to the 22nd floor with his bodyguards. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw dozens of homeowners packed in the corridor, shouting loudly about something. Through gaps in the crowd, he could see several homeowners standing at the construction site using their bodies to obstruct the work. He caught faint glimpses of Chen Shun's and Chen Lulu's profiles. After taking stock of the situation, Jiang Yang walked forward with a grim face. The moment he moved, the homeowners spotted him. "Hey, that scumbag is here." That shout instantly sent a wave through the crowd. The gathered homeowners turned in unison to look at Jiang Yang. Chen Lulu hurriedly took out her phone and sent a message to Chen Daki. The dozens of homeowners turned and surged toward Jiang Yang, but the signal flag bodyguards blocked them with their bodies. Jiang Yang had instructed them beforehand not to reveal their guns, because the authorities banned firearms. Revealing a gun would invite unnecessary trouble. Even with his system, he was nothing in front of the colossus of officialdom. At the scene, Chen Shun and Chen Lulu led the homeowners in facing Jiang Yang across the line of signal flag bodyguards. Chen Lulu was the first to put on an act. She held chopped onion in her hand and rubbed her eyes with a sobbing voice as if wiping away tears. The onion fumes hit her eyes and tears instantly burst out. With real tears falling, she said in a pitiful voice, "Jiang Yang, please come home. The children can't be without their father. I beg you. I'm kneeling before you." With that, she thudded down onto her knees, her pregnant belly jutting forward. Kneeling clumsily on the ground with her heavy belly, she wept in a heartbreaking manner, instantly stirring the homeowners' sympathy. It also stirred their fury. Pointing at Jiang Yang, they furiously cursed. "Scum! Filth! Are you even a man? Shameless creature, why don't you just die? If murder weren't against the law, I'd chop you to pieces right now." Facing the crowd's accusations, Jiang Yang stood as unyielding as a reef amid the stormy waves. He slowly swept his gaze over the furious owners who were ceaselessly reproaching him, recognizing a few old enemies from his past life. His gaze gradually turned cold, yet he still warned himself to stay steady and not get reckless. At that moment, Chen Taifeng squeezed through to him, with two foremen looking troubled. "Boss, what are we going to do about this? If this keeps up, we can't guarantee the delivery date." Jiang Yang nodded, his mind already made up. The safe house absolutely couldn't be delayed. It had to be fast, not slow. Suppressing his anger, he said in a low voice to the owners, forming a human wall, "If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being rude." The moment the words left his mouth, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The already furious owners only grew angrier, shouting one after another. "We won't move. What can you do about it? Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just a pretty boy. All talk and a spineless wretch at heart." As they spoke, the crowd inched closer to Jiang Yang, leaving the signal flag bodyguards at a loss for what to do and forcing them backward. They could have drawn their guns to intimidate, but restrained by Jiang Yang's orders, they were completely on the defensive. Jiang Yang furrowed his brows, his eyes flickering. Just then the elevator doors opened again, and 7 or 8 security guards rushed out wielding black rubber batons. Leading them was the very guard whose checkpoint Jiang Yang had breached. He charged at Jiang Yang with his men, roaring, "You slammed through the gate and ran. Do you think you can get away? Pay up." In an instant, people surrounded Jiang Yang, trapping him, and the two bodyguards both front and back. With the guards joining in, the owner's side swelled with momentum. Someone shouted with gleeful satisfaction, "Jiang Yang, this is what they mean by the just have many helpers, the unjust have few." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Chen Taifeng leaned close to Jiang Yang and whispered, "Boss, do you need bodyguards? If you need them, I'll arrange it right away. These are small fry. I can handle them in minutes." He smelled a business opportunity, ready to make another deal, while Jiang Yang was besieged. Jiang Yang shook his head. He had plenty of people. Why would he need Chen Taifeng to send anyone? Seeing himself rebuffed, Chen Taifeng was left disgruntled. Feigning good intentions, he reminded him, "Boss, judging by the current situation, let alone delivering on time, even starting construction might be a problem. You need someone to hold the fort for you." Su Huai smiled calmly and said with certainty, "Get ready. Continue construction." Huh? Chen Taifeng was baffled. He glanced suspiciously at the menacing people on both sides, muttering to himself in confusion. Jiang Yang gave no explanation but swept his gaze across the number of troublemakers on site. 58 in total, including the security guards. He immediately entered the system shop and exchanged for 174 ordinary people. Then spending 500 survival points he exchanged for 174 drama queen templates and fitted them to the 174 blank slate people. Then he selected release. Just over 10 seconds later, dense footsteps echoed from the stairwell as though a large crowd was coming up. Hearing this, the owners broke into smiles, thinking other owners had seen Jiang Yang return and were coming to help boost their momentum. Soon a few old women appeared at the stairwell entrance wearing dark floral-patterned cotton jackets with fierce faces that clearly signaled they were not to be trifled with. Behind them came a bunch of white-haired old geezers leaning on walking canes. There were also some young people with pale faces and bodies as thin as bean sprouts, looking like a gust of wind could knock them over. Bringing up the rear were patients in hospital gowns clutching medical examination reports. The moment this bizarre crew appeared, both the owners and the security guards were dumbfounded. Where on earth did these motley people come from? They absolutely couldn't be owners of Yuhu Banshan. How could the owners of Yuhu Banshan be such riffraff? While they were baffled, dozens of drama queens formed another human wall between the renovation site and the owners, one even thicker. Earlier, the owners had smugly forced Jiang Yang back, which conveniently freed up the space. Jiang Yang then said to Chen Tiefeng, "You can start now. Begin." Chen Taifeng looked at the human wall of drama queens, understood, and yet asked with a troubled expression, "Boss, these are the people you brought. Can they hold up? A bunch of old men and women plus a pile of sickly weaklings. How could they possibly fight against the security guards and the robust owners?" Jiang Yang couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply said, "I guarantee that no one will disturb your construction. If you still don't start, think about how much penalty you'll have to pay me." Hearing this, Chen Taifeng was scared. He repeatedly said yes, squeezed through two human walls with a fawning smile, and called for work to begin. The piercing sounds of electric drills and cutters rang out once more. Construction restarted on site, but the owners exploded. Not only did Jiang Yang refuse their advice, he forcibly resumed work, treating them like a fart. Someone gave a shout, and they all charged toward the construction site, planning to use the same trick to force a halt. But before long, they were blocked by a human wall. A male owner in the lead shouted, "Move aside, or don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, he shook his fist in an undisguised threat. The moment he finished speaking, more than a dozen white-haired old geezers hobbled out on canes, all craning their necks and tilting their faces, even shoving them right up to his fist. They were just short of writing "Go ahead, hit me" on their foreheads. At that moment, silence said more than words. The owner, who had shaken his fist, gnashed his teeth and glared, seething with suppressed rage. Did he dare actually lay a hand on more than a dozen old geezers? He didn't dare. If he hurt even one of them, not to mention he would be finished, his entire family would suffer along with him. As long as any old geezer fell to the ground, regardless of whether they were actually hit by him, every ailment would be blamed on his blows, and he would be saddled with a living ancestor. What's more, with all those old geezers around, if they later claimed they'd been shocked by him and developed heart disease, high blood pressure, or dementia, he might as well jump off a building. Can't afford to offend them. Truly can't. Seeing this, Jiang Yang burst into loud laughter. "You want to play tricks with me? I'll use magic to beat magic." His laughter fell on the ears of Chen Shun, Chen Lulu, and the other owners. Nothing but sheer arrogance. Instantly, they felt they had lost face, and their fighting spirit was stirred. A slightly older female owner stepped forward and began cursing. Jiang Yang abandoned his wife and children and threw away all shame for money. You who help him have thrown away every shred of decency too. If I were that shameless at my age, I'd have already thrown myself off a building. At these words, several aunties in dark floral print clothes stepped out, and 4 of them pointed at the female owner, unleashing a torrent of scolding. "Brainless fool. You believe anything anyone tells you. Moron, dumbass, good-for-nothing half-wit. That's you. Are you so bored you had to come meddle in others' affairs? What the hell is it to you?" That barrage of abuse made the female owner's face flush red, and then turn pale, completely unable to talk back. Seeing this, the other owners immediately raised their voices in support. The owner's side immediately raised an even louder clamor. But a few aunties promptly unveiled their signature move. With one hand pointing, they stamped in unison and shouted back, "Back! Back!" So loud and piercing was their cry that it instantly drowned out all other sounds. As the middle-aged woman unleashed her trump card skill for a venomous quarrel, her momentum skyrocketed, crushing the homeowners until they could not utter a single complete sentence. The furious homeowners stared at Jiang Yang with venomous glares. Chen Shun and Chen Lulu looked grim. Things did not seem to be heading in the direction they had anticipated. Chen Shun shot Chen Lulu a meaningful glance. Chen Lulu took the cue, stepped forward, and shrieked, "Stop arguing." The cry brought the endless bickering to a halt. The scene quieted somewhat. Chen Lulu looked at Jiang Yang and pleaded, "Jiang Yang, stop making a fuss. Let's talk, okay? If not for me, then for the 3 children and the little unborn life in my belly." Hearing this, the homeowners' anger surged higher again. Overflowing with righteous indignation, they glared at Jiang Yang. "Look." Chen Lulu was swallowing humiliation, yielding step after step, bending over backward for peace. And this kept man Jiang Yang shameless and unyielding, was pushing further with nonsense, and was utterly unworthy of the name of a man. Facing countless furious stares, Jiang Yang sneered, "Chen Lulu, it is my call, whether we talk or not. What do you think you are?" At these words, Chen Lulu was stunned. This was what Jiang Yang had said to her after being missing for several days. Sharper than a blade. The honest, docile man who had willingly been her beast of burden had vanished. The uncomplaining ATM seemed to have awakened. Chen Lulu pulled herself together, maintained her act, and continued to plead, "Jiang Yang, don't keep making one mistake after another. As long as you come back, I'll pretend nothing ever happened. For the children, okay?" Jiang Yang turned a deaf ear and no longer paid Chen Lulu any attention. A thought stirred in Chen Lulu. She knelt again, jutting out her pregnant belly. Seeing this, the nearby homeowners clamored and quickly helped her to her feet. The looks they cast at Jiang Yang turned even more hostile. One homeowner shouted, "Let's go together and drive away the worthless scum Jiang Yang has brought. The law can't punish everyone, so don't be afraid." This roused the hesitant homeowners, and they advanced together toward the human wall built by the actors, trying to force the actors back to the construction site and block the work. The hired actors moved too. A dozen or so men and women clutching test reports stood at the front. One of them laughed nastily. "If you're not afraid of catching AIDS, step forward." The moment the words were spoken, the united homeowners slammed to a halt and scurried back in retreat. AIDS, once you catch it, there is no cure. You can only postpone death. It was a true terminal illness. Besides, people with AIDS were very few, and most people had no real knowledge about it. They only knew that they should stay far away if they encountered it. For a while, the scene was deadlocked. The homeowners were afraid of somehow contracting AIDS and did not dare approach. They were also unsure whether the test reports in the actors' hands were genuine or forged, and no one dared to check. As for the actors with the forged test reports, they had already blocked the homeowners, so there was no need for them to move again. After the standoff, a homeowner shouted at Jiang Yang, "We'll just guard this place. When the construction materials can't come through, we'll see how you start work." Faced with this threat, Jiang Yang sneered. "Do you know what it means for a fire to start in your own backyard?" "What do you mean?" the blustering homeowner asked hastily, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Then phone ringtones sounded one after another. Several homeowners answered. "What? I have an illegitimate child." A mother and child showed up at the door. "Honey, don't believe it. Listen to me." Fine, I'll be right back." Holding his phone, the man ran off like the wind without so much as a goodbye. "What? A pair of beggars says they're my biological parents. They've come to claim me. Are you stupid enough to believe that?" "What? There's a DNA paternity report. Damn it, wait for me. I'll be there right now." This man also ran off, his face full of terror. He had become the son of beggars. How absurd. Afterwards, several more homeowners left for various absurd reasons. Those who remained looked at one another momentarily baffled. Jiang Yang snickered sinisterly. "Don't wonder anymore. I had someone arrange it." At once the homeowners erupted and started cursing. "You shameless bastard. Using such low-down means. May heaven strike you with lightning and grant you a horrible death." Jiang Yang curled his lip in disdain. If heaven really did strike people with lightning, these people would have been struck dead long ago. He wiped the sneer from his face and warned seriously, "You all have families, old and young, don't you? And there are times when they're not at home, aren't there?" This line seemed to say nothing, yet it said everything. The homeowners changed expression in unison. A threat, a barefaced threat. They looked at the pack of actors Jiang Yang had hired and were afraid. If Jiang Yang sent these people to hound them, they would be plagued without a moment's peace. Some homeowners could no longer hold their ground and prepared to slip away. They had only wanted to use moral blackmail to make Jiang Yang yield, so as to gain a sense of psychological pleasure and achievement. But not only had Jiang Yang refused to obey, he had started to draw his knife, instead making it a bad deal. Seeing someone slip away, more and more homeowners got ready to leave. The morale was gone, there was no way to continue, so leaving was the only option. Seeing the homeowners about to leave, Chen Shun and Chen Lulu grew panicked. The momentum they had so carefully built had dissolved. They had gotten nothing. Chen Shun hurriedly said, "If you leave, that scum Jiang Yang will become even more arrogant. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Is there no fairness left?" No one listened to him. They hurried away. They could help when their own interests were not harmed. But once their interests were damaged, only a fool would help you for nothing. Why the hell should they? Did he think he was their father? The homeowners left without exception, but the security guards remained. They had come to settle accounts with Jiang Yang, not to help Chen Shun. Chen Shun's family affairs, a minor homeowner's squabble, were none of their damn business. Liang Shan, the captain of the security guard, stepped forward and jabbed a black rubber baton toward Jiang Yang's nose. "Jiang Yang, you smashed the gate barrier. Pay for it." The signal flag bodyguards immediately shielded Jiang Yang, ready to strike at any moment, awaiting only his command. Seeing Jiang Yang locked in a standoff with the security guards, Chen Shun and Chen Lulu's dim eyes lit up again, full of expectation. Although the security guards were detestable, normally as outrageous as a gang of bullies in the neighborhood, this small, closely bonded group was something the scattered sand-like homeowners could never match. Jiang Yang was sure to eat humble pie. If the security guards were truly enraged, they would beat whoever came forward. The guards were bottom-rung people with little to worry about, not burdened by the homeowner's many concerns. Jiang Yang signaled the signal flag bodyguards not to act. Fighting and killing was no fun and would only bring the authorities into it. He could use another method. He called out, "Fine, I'll pay." "How much?" Liang Shan held up his hand with 5 fingers spread. 5,000. Jiang Yang sneered. It was already absurd that a plastic barrier arm had a sign saying compensation for 1 hit was 2,500, yet Liang Shan had the audacity to demand 5,000. 5,000. Liang Shan snorted. 50,000. 5,000. Are you giving alms to a beggar? Jiang Yang smiled and mocked. "As I recall, that broken pole of yours says 2,500 for every barrier hit. Now you're asking me for 5,000. What is your pole made of gold? Now you're asking me for 5,000. What is your pole made of gold?" Hearing this, Liang Shan remained completely composed. "Kid," he said arrogantly, "a pole really only costs 2,500, but when you add the labor, shipping, security, noise, and inspection fees, the total is a lot more. 50,000 isn't unfair." Jiang Yang listened and began to smile. It was just a crappy pole, yet he had invented so many charges, only an idiot couldn't tell Liang Shan was doing this on purpose. After Liang Shan finished, he looked smug and bellowed, "I'm telling you, a pole costs 5,000. Even if the God of heaven himself came, that's still the price." With that, he provocatively called to the security guards backing him up, "Brothers, am I right?" "Right. Only 5,000. It's too cheap for that kid." 7 or 8 security guards shouted and laughed boisterously, making their presence feel overwhelming. Hearing their support, Liang Shan raised his head even higher, triumphant. Jiang Yang pretended to be scared and nodded. Forget it. Consider it money spent to avert disaster. 5,000, right? I'll give you cash." Hearing that, Liang Shan and the guards slapped their black rubber batons against their palms and laughed smugly. "See, that coward has gone soft after all. They could only push property owners around. When they met real tough guys like this, they could only submit." Jiang Yang took out 5 stacks of cash and hurled them at Liang Shan. Liang Shan caught it with boisterous laughter. After counting and making sure it was correct, he waved the money at Jiang Yang with pride, exuding the haughty air of a victor. Before leaving, he tossed out a warning, "Kid and Yuhu Banshin, don't get too cocky." The guards left with the money, and Qin Shun and Qin Lulu were completely stunned. The scene they had expected did not appear. Jiang Yang had traded money to avoid disaster, and the matter was already over. Watching the guards disappear, a mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then his smile faded as he turned to Qin Lulu. He stared at her appraisingly and asked coldly, "Qin Lulu, what exactly are you trying to pull by staging this little scene?" Qin Lulu refused to be outdone, staring back at Jiang Yang. In the past, this was how she had always been, fierce and unyielding. And in the end, it was always Jiang Yang who surrendered. Her face flushed bright red, and she blurted angrily, "Jiang Yang, what do you mean? You don't take care of your child, you don't take care of your wife. Are you trying to ascend to heaven? You even went and changed your bank card password. You've gotten bold, haven't you? You'd better give me an explanation today, or I won't let this slide." Jiang Yang listened, his face void of emotion. When Qin Lulu finished, he asked in return, "What the hell is it to you?" The moment those words left his mouth, Qin Lulu nearly exploded with rage. After she had said all she got was a dismissive, "What the hell is it to you?" Her face ferocious, she reached out to grab Jiang Yang's ear, intending to give him a good lesson. Jiang Yang didn't move. The 2 bodyguards blocked Qin Lulu from either side. No matter how much she punched and kicked, she couldn't touch Jiang Yang at all. After struggling for a while, and realizing she couldn't even touch a single hair on Jiang Yang, she raged helplessly and screamed, "Jiang Yang, you're beating your wife. I'm going to fight you to the death." "Oh, let me go? I'll fight you to the death." Seeing his daughter being stopped, Qin Shun was so angry his eyes turned red, and he prepared to help. Just then the elevator dinged open, and Wang Ho-Hot and Chun Daki burst out with 7 or 8 men. They were obviously helpers the Chun family had called over. All of them had gaudily dyed hair and inexplicable tattoos on their necks and arms. All of them were flashy punks. Earlier, Qin Lulu had sent Chun Daki a message to come over and help. He had only arrived now, yet the timing seemed just right. As soon as Chun Daki stepped out of the elevator, he saw Qin Lulu being held back and recognized Jiang Yang's familiar back. He already knew what had happened. His sister had clashed with Jiang Yang. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted, "Brothers, kill Jiang Yang. If anything happens, I'll take the blame." Then, waving the steel pipe in his hand, he charged at Jiang Yang first. He swung it down at the back of Jiang Yang's head, determined to cripple him. Qin Lulu had already told him find the right chance and take Jiang Yang out. Beat him to death. Once Jiang Yang died, the car, the house, and the money would all be Qin Lulu's. If Chun Daki were caught, she, as Jiang Yang's wife and direct relative, could issue him a letter of forgiveness. Chun Daki would get at most a suspended sentence, and she would secretly give him money to compensate for the civil liability, reducing the suspended sentence to the lightest possible term. That way Chun Daki could still roam free outside. Behind him 7 or 8 flashy punks also swung steel pipes and baseball bats, savagely hammering every inch of Jiang Yang's body. The moment Shindaki moved, the 2 bodyguards moved too. They were professionals. Though they numbered only 2, they didn't panic in the least. One bodyguard kept controlling Chen Lulu and Chen Shun. The other spun around at lightning speed. Without drawing a gun, he met Shindaki with his bare hands. When Shindaki saw only one man blocking him, he let out a grim laugh. "Brothers, kill this whitey first," he roared. Changing target, he swung his steel pipe at the signal flag bodyguard's head. Yet in the next moment, a human silhouette flashed by, and the signal flag bodyguard vanished from Shindaki's sight. Before he could find him, a searing pain shot through his ribs. All his strength drained away, leaving him unable to muster even the slightest force. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. The signal flag bodyguard's punch had hit exactly the tip of Shundaki's floating rib. The human body has 12 pairs of ribs. 10 of these connect to the sternum, forming a solid barrel-shaped structure. However, the 11th and 12th pairs are not connected to the other ribs, so their structure is not fixed. They are called floating ribs. Floating ribs are weak, and their tips are even more fragile. Striking this spot can fracture a rib and injure the internal organs within the ribcage. Having taken down the lead attacker Shindaki, the signal flag bodyguard continued charging at the remaining flashy punks. He struck with steady, accurate, ruthless force. He deliberately targeted the coronal suture, the gap between the third cervical vertebrae, the jugular notch, the depression behind the ear, the tips of floating ribs, and even the groin. These are the most vulnerable points on the human body. A single strike there can bring down a full-grown man. In a flash, the 7 or 8 fierce, ferocious-looking flashy punks screamed, and were each subdued, with one move collapsing onto the ground in pain. The one who suffered the most clutched his crotch. His face was whiter than a corpse, and the pain left him unable to make a sound. He felt his balls had burst. The chicken had flown away, and the eggs were smashed. By the time the signal flag bodyguard reached Wang Hohat, only half a minute had passed. Behind him, everyone who had dared to bare their teeth had been taken down. Seeing the signal flag bodyguard suddenly before her, Wang Hohat shrieked in terror and flailed her hands wildly, as if that alone could drive him away. The signal flag bodyguard ignored Wang Hohat and quickly returned to Jiang Yang's side to provide close protection. Wang Hohat kept flailing for a while, stopping her neurotic motions only after she realized she was not being beaten. Then she caught sight of Shindaki sprawled on the ground and let out a wail. "Daki, Daki, what is it? What happened to you?" Still shouting, she rushed toward her son like a madwoman. Chen Shun could no longer bother with Jiang Yang. He hurried over to care for his precious son. Wang Hohat, exclaiming loudly, helped Shindaki sit up with Chen Shun. She asked repeatedly, "Daki, Daki, are you all right?" Shindaki had finally come around. It was not that he was tough. Rather, the signal flag bodyguard had held back and not used lethal force. Otherwise, Shindaki would already be suffering from ruptured internal organs and rushed to the ICU. He wailed in a strained, tearful voice, "Mom, Jiang Yang hit me. He's beating me to death. Mom, you have to stand up for me." Hearing this, Wang Hohat's protective maternal instinct blazed. She sprang to her feet and shrieked, "Jiang Yang, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death." She lunged wildly, ready to fight Jiang Yang with everything she had. But after just 2 steps, the signal flag bodyguard stepped forward, staring at her coldly as his knuckles cracked. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped her. Startled, Wang Hohat halted and retreated to where she had been without a word. If even strapping young men like Shindaki could not beat them, then she, an old woman, might go straight to the afterlife if she took a single hit. Seeing his mother retreat in fear, Shindaki roared indignantly, "Mom, Dad, avenge me. He hit me. He's beating me to death." Chen Shun, relatively calmer, had a flash of inspiration after his eyes flickered. He comforted his son, "Daki, Dad will take care of this for you." Shindaki nodded excitedly and watched Chen Shun stand up, his face full of expectation. Jiang Yang also watched Chen Shun with an amused, curious expression, wondering how exactly Chen Shun planned to take care of it for Shindaki. Chen Shun glared at Jiang Yang and accused loudly, "Jiang Yang, you instigated an assault on people. I'm calling the police right now. Just wait to face the judgment of the law. No matter how tough you think you are, can you fight the authorities?" Hearing this, Shindaki, Wang Hohat, and Chen Lulu all suddenly understood. They truly could not beat Jiang Yang, but since Jiang Yang had beaten them, the authorities would side with them. Wang Hohat glared venomously at Jiang Yang and shouted, "Jiang Yang, just wait. You're going to jail, ha?" Shindaki also wore a gratified expression and laughed smugly. Watching the Chen family's gleeful, carried-away manner, Jiang Yang scoffed contemptuously. He had always kept a low profile and avoided conflict with the authorities because he feared that before the apocalypse, being noticed by the behemoth-like official apparatus would disrupt his plans. And daring to lay hands on Shindaki was hardly impulsive hot-headedness. Jiang Yang sneered and said languidly, "Go ahead and call the police. Let's see whether they believe you or me, gangster." At these words, Wang Hohat still had not caught on, but Shindaki and the young thugs with him turned grim. Those who ran around in the underworld. Which of them had not been locked up a few times? Every one of them had a record of petty theft, extortion, or robbery. If the authorities arrived, given their past misdeeds, they would unquestionably side with Jiang Yang, who was clean and had no criminal record. Frightened, Chen Daqi hastily grabbed Wang Hohat's sleeve and pretended to dissuade her out of concern. Mom, forget it. Jiang Yang is after all my brother-in-law. We're family, don't take things too far. Wang Hohat had no idea what her precious son was worried about. She refused flatly and comforted him. Daqi, don't be afraid. The police will get justice for us. With that, she took out her phone to report the matter. Seeing this, Chen Daqi panicked and scrambled to snatch the phone, wailing, Mom, don't call. I beg you, don't call. Startled, Wang Hohat thought her precious son had lost his mind. Forget the call, she hurried to soothe him. But the moment she put down the phone, Chen Daqi quieted down again. Sensing something was off, Wang Hohat asked in confusion, Son, we're the ones who suffered. Why won't you let the police help us seek justice? What are you afraid of? Chen Daqi could not voice his distress, so he simply shut his mouth. Jiang Yang laughed heartily and considerately helped his mother-in-law solve the puzzle. If you call the police, your precious son will end up behind bars. He gathered a gang to assault people. That's black society criminality. Recently, Jiangnan City has been cracking down on vice and underworld crime. Once the police arrive, your son and his buddies will be eating prison meals, ha. Hearing this, Chen Daqi and the 7 or 8 young thugs changed expression drastically. Their eyes turned cowering as they understood the gravity of the situation. Wang Hohat, however, still did not understand. She craned her neck and blustered. Who do you think you are? Just because you say so? Why? Oi. Don't ask me. Ask your son. Jiang Yang said with a cold laugh. Wang Hohat actually turned to Chen Daqi's son, but her words were roughly cut off. Mom, stop asking. I'll accept this loss. You? Wang Hohat was dumbfounded. She looked at the standing Jiang Yang, then at her own people lying all over the ground. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she could not understand. They were clearly the ones who had suffered, so why could they not call the police? Was there no justice left? Was there no law? Chen Lulu, who had been held back, now turned utterly pale. The scene she had imagined had not materialized. Jiang Yang had not been taken down by her brother and his gang, who instead her brother had been taken down. On top of that, he had to swallow a bitter loss. Beaten like a dog, yet still forced to accept it. The situation on the scene was entirely under Jiang Yang's control. Chen Lulu's eyes darted around. Knowing that circumstances left no room for defiance, she chose to play the emotional card and softened, calling out, Mom, little brother, stop making a fuss. After all, Jiang Yang is my husband, and you are my family. Whoever gets hurt, I will feel terrible. Hearing this, Chen Daqi immediately shot Wang Hohat and Chen Shun a look and shook his head, signaling them to stop talking and take the chance to back down gracefully. Wang Hohat shot Jiang Yang a hateful glare, her face full of reluctance. But since her precious son had spoken, she had no choice but to comply. Together with Chen Shun, she helped Chen Daqi to his feet. Seeing no sign that the two sides would come to blows again, Chen Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Yang had been beaten half to death, she would never have stopped at you. Unfortunately, the one beaten half to death was her brother. At least the two sides had stopped. Looking at Jiang Yang with a bitter, pained expression, she forced herself to speak in her gentlest tone. Jiang Yang, can't we just talk things over properly? We're family after all. Jiang Yang chuckled without replying, then brought up another topic. Chen Lulu, do you know what I did with the hair I pulled from your 3 daughters? Hearing this, Chen Lulu's heart jumped. The fear she had suppressed that day resurfaced. Forcing a smile, she said, Why on earth would you pull our daughter's hair for no reason? It must have hurt them. Oh really? Jiang Yang said with deep sarcasm. I took the hair and had a paternity test done. At those words, Chen Lulu's face froze, visibly turning panicked. A surge of turmoil crashed through her heart. Things were developing in the direction she least wanted to see. Chen Shun and Wang Hohat, the two parents, caught the implication. Jiang Yang had taken hair from their 3 daughters for a paternity test. Could it be that the 3 children were not Jiang Yang's? At the thought, both of their expressions shifted slightly as they stared at Chen Lulu in astonishment. Facing her parents' astonished gazes, Chen Lulu struggled to maintain her composure. She was not without a trump card. She was about to give birth. Once the baby boy in her belly was born, the child's father would marry her, and she would transform into a wealthy wife. What was there to fear? Thinking of this, Chen Lulu's confidence surged. Stroking her belly as if it were an anchor of certainty, she retorted, So what? Have the results come out? After saying this, she pursed her lips and stared at Jiang Yang, waiting for his reply. Jiang Yang shook his head. The results aren't out yet. They should come out in about 7 or 8 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Lulu breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly and began to scheme. Once the paternity test report came out in 7 or 8 days, Jiang Yang would inevitably discover that the 3 children were not his, and then all hell would break loose. She didn't care what happened to the 3 girls, but the baby boy in her womb was the key to her becoming a wealthy wife. She had to protect it. If Jiang Yang went crazy and forced an abortion or got rid of the baby boy, her lifelong hope would be ruined. To prevent this from happening, the best way was to divorce him before the paternity report came out. After divorce, Jiang Yang would have no say over her affairs. She could also split half of Jiang Yang's property in the divorce, car, house, and money. She would have a share. Then with such a generous dowry, she would marry into the wealthy family, and her future mother-in-law would certainly think highly of her. She would stand tall with confidence. In a moment of swift deliberation, Chen Lulu chose the path most beneficial to herself to divorce Jiang Yang before the paternity test report came out. She looked at Jiang Yang with a heartbroken expression and said with utmost regret, "Jiang Yang, I've been married to you for 7 years, borne you 3 children, and now I'm pregnant with another. I've squeezed into an 80 square meter small house with you working hard without complaint. Yet you don't trust me, thinking I've been cheating with other men and that none of the 3 children are yours. Since you trust me so little, there's no point in us staying together. Let's get a divorce. From now on you walk your sunny road, and I'll cross my single plank bridge. We'll have nothing more to do with each other." Hearing this, Jiang Yang saw through Chen Lulu's intentions at a glance. He secretly admired her adaptability. She had seized the opportunity to make a fuss extremely well. If it were an ordinary person, they might have actually agreed to divorce after hearing her words. Then she would walk away scot-free and still take a share of his property. Unfortunately, he had been reborn, and all this would unfold in an even more comical way. He chuckled. "But you're my most beloved wife. How could I bear to divorce you?" Huh. Hearing that Jiang Yang actually refused, Chen Lulu's brows knitted immediately. Now she only wanted to divorce Jiang Yang. Since gentle persuasion didn't work, she would resort to force. She opened her mouth and cursed with the most vicious words. "Jiang Yang, I don't want to be with you anymore. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. I don't want to live in a cramped 80 square meter house with you living a miserable life. I've had enough. Please just let me go, okay? If you don't divorce me, I'll curse at you every day, pointing at your nose until you agree to a divorce." Hearing this, Jiang Yang smiled dismissively, having seen through Chen Lulu's tricks. He said coldly, "Stop scheming. You want a divorce, but I won't give you one. What can you do about it? Not divorcing me. Then I'll point at your nose and curse you every day until you take the initiative to divorce me. Is that so? Do you know where I live? Can you even find me? Can you get through to my phone?" Jiang Yang said contemptuously. Chen Lulu was rendered speechless. Now that Jiang Yang had left Yuhu Banshan, she truly couldn't find where he was. How could she point at his nose and curse until he proposed a divorce? Got nothing to say. TSK. Useless. Jiang Yang curled his lips in disdain. Seeing this, Chen Lulu was both angry and anxious. Once Jiang Yang left today, she wouldn't be able to find him. When the paternity test report came out, she would be completely passive. Today she would use every possible means to divorce Jiang Yang. She had some brains. Remembering something, she said with full confidence, "I don't want to live with you, and there are plenty of ways to divorce. I'll sue you in court. No matter how tough you are, can you go against the court?" Jiang Yang nodded nonchalantly. "Fine, go ahead. When you go, they'll tell you that divorce has a 1-month cooling off period. Remember, 1 month. Huh." Hearing this, Chen Lulu, who had just puffed up, wilted again. The forced calm on her face was completely replaced by panic. She only had a window of 7 or 8 days. A month later, even if she succeeded in divorcing, what would be the use? The paternity test report would already be out. Her deeds would be exposed to everyone. By then would she be dragged into a pig cage and drowned? When the child's father saw that her reputation was ruined, how could he be willing to marry her? The wealthy family valued reputation above all. The more Chen Lulu thought about it, the more frightened she became, and her body trembled involuntarily. Her voice quivered. "Jiang Yang, for the sake of the 7 or 8 years I've been with you, let me go. I beg you." Haha. Jiang Yang sneered, repeatedly waved at his signal flag bodyguards, and left directly. Seeing Jiang Yang leave, Chen Lulu let out a wail and wanted to chase after him to struggle one more time and salvage her hopes. But Jiang Yang disappeared behind the elevator doors. "No, don't." Chen Lulu suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chen Shun and Wang Hohat were so frightened by her appearance that their hearts raced. Ignoring Chen Daki, they hurriedly embraced her and comforted her. After comforting her for a while, Chen Lulu calmed down somewhat. Supported by them, she returned to the Chen family home. Seeing that the Chen family's people had also withdrawn, the corridor became empty once again. Chen Taifeng looked uneasy. He walked to a secluded spot, took out his phone, and dialed. When the call connected, the voice of third sister with her distinctive smoker's voice came through. "What is it?" "Third sister, have you made a move on that Jiang Yang I told you about?" "Not yet, soon." "What's wrong?" "Third sister, I think we should forget it. This Jiang Yang is not easy to deal with." "Oh, even you say he's hard to deal with. What happened?" Chen Taifeng then recounted the key points of what had happened earlier. "I see." Third sister's voice carried a hint of lingering fear. "He's a tough nut. I won't touch him." "Good, we won't touch him." Chen Taifeng breathed a sigh of relief and hung up. At the Chen residence. As soon as they arrived home, the 3 starving children immediately crowded around Chen Lulu, crying that they were hungry. Chen Lulu looked at the 3 children, her face growing darker. Suddenly she reached out and slapped each of them hard several times across the face. Bright red palm prints stood out sharply against their tender skin. The three children were stunned by the blows and burst into tears, but instinctively cried out, "Mommy," and clung to her legs. Chen Lulu became even more irritated. She grabbed the children and tossed them around like garbage. As she threw them, she shouted, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could things have turned out like this? How could I have lived 7 miserable years? Why don't you just die?" If her first child had been a son, she would have become a wealthy wife long ago. These 3 girls had come to torment her. 3 children were frightened out of their wits, unable to make a sound, their faces pale, as they cried, as if they couldn't catch their breath. Chen Lulu turned a blind eye and flopped onto the sofa in a huff, her hands clenched tightly, and her gaze terrifyingly cold. She began to wonder whether she should get rid of the 3 children. By then, even if Jiang Yang produced a paternity test, the kids would be gone. There would be no one left to prove anything. Chen Shun and Wang Ho-hot could only go soothe the children when they saw Chen Lulu losing control. After stuffing a few packs of biscuits into the kids' hands and locking them in the bedroom, they returned to the living room. They looked at Chen Lulu with concern. Wang Ho-hot held her daughter's hand. "Dear, what on earth happened? Tell Mom." Chen Lulu shook her head, deciding to hide the truth. She refused to admit defeat until the final moment. Forcing a smile, she said, "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Leave the kids with you for now, while I'll go home and rest." "All right, go home and get some rest." Chen Lulu returned to her own home, racking her brains over how to divorce Jiang Yang before the paternity test report came out. After thinking for a while, a bold idea crossed her mind. She knew she was the one who had cheated, so Jiang Yang had right on his side. If the paternity report hadn't come out yet, as long as she refused to admit it, it would be as if nothing had happened. But what if Jiang Yang cheated before the paternity report came out? Then she could force Jiang Yang to divorce her with full justification. Even if he refused, the paternity report would come out and prove her affair. Then Jiang Yang would have cheated too. Of both of them would be unfaithful, and they would be even. For the sake of their reputations, if they fell out publicly, everyone would lose face. If they divorced quietly instead of making a scene, Jiang Yang would have no way to raise a fuss. By then she could marry the children's biological father and become a wealthy wife. She could even split Jiang Yang's assets. So she decided to set a trap to make Jiang Yang cheat. After some thought, she resolved to sacrifice her good girlfriends. She would organize a dinner at home and invite Li Tiantian, Su Ro, and Zhao Jia. She would make sure Jiang Yang was there too. She would lace the food with party drugs. When the drugs took effect and she shut the door, there would be 1 man and 3 women, dry tinder and a blazing fire. Jiang Yang would be simply unable to hold back, and he would inevitably cheat. Afterwards, she would bring people in the divorce agreement and catch them in the act. In that situation, knowing he was in the wrong, Jiang Yang would certainly sign. That way her goal would be accomplished. After weighing it over and over, Chen Lulu felt the plan was flawless. Would her girlfriends ever suspect that she had laced the food with drugs? How could Jiang Yang possibly resist 3 women burning with desire, especially when he was high himself? Perfect. With a smug smile, Chen Lulu opened WeChat and entered the group chat. Sisters rush for money. Chen Lulu's sisters Jiang Yang came today, but he refuses to admit that he's leeching off a rich woman. What should I do? Li Tiantian divorce. Su Ro divorce. Zhao Jia divorce. Absolutely. Chen Lulu, I've been with Jiang Yang for 7 years, and I can't bear to let go. Zhao Jia, women who let love cloud their minds are truly terrifying. Su Ro, then what do you want to do? Chen Lulu, I want to have a proper talk with Jiang Yang. As long as he's willing to come back to the family, I can let bygones be bygones. Zhao Jia, Lulu, you're something else. You can even forgive this. Should I erect a chastity arch for you? Su Ro, if you really can't let go, then I suppose that's the only way. Chen Lulu, I hope you can all help me persuade Jiang Yang. Li Tiantian, that's not a good idea, is it? Li Tiantian held her phone and sneered at Chen Lulu's suggestion. She still remembered what had happened that day, so how could she possibly appear in front of Jiang Yang? Su Ro, this is a matter between you and your husband. Why do you need us to reason with him? Chen Lulu, today my brother got into a fight with Jiang Yang, and things became very tense. He won't listen to what they say. You're my good sisters, maybe if you talk to him he'll listen. Please, I'm begging you. If it works out, I'll definitely thank you properly, my good sisters. Su Ro, fine, I'll give it a try. Zhao Jia, for the sake of being good sisters, I can help. Li Tiantian, I'm going abroad soon, so I won't go. Chen Lulu, Tiantian, how can you be like this? Chen Lulu, it's only a matter of a couple of days. Can't you go abroad after helping me? Li Tiantian, no, I have something urgent. Su Ro, what urgent matter do you have? Zhao Jia, you don't even have a job. Can't you wait a day or 2? Chen Lulu, we're good sisters. You can't let us down at the critical moment. Seeing them questioning her like that, Li Tiantian couldn't hold out any longer. Then she thought again. Jiang Yang had met Chen Lulu today, and Chen Lulu hadn't said anything about her. That meant Jiang Yang hadn't told anyone about what happened that day. She felt reassured. Li Tiantian, fine, for the sake of my sisters, I'll stay a few more days before leaving. Chen Lulu, you really are my good sisters. Long live the sisterhood. After giving the time and place, Chen Lulu left the group chat and began making preparations. She ordered takeout delivered to her home, 8 dishes, and a bowl of soup. She also bought 4 packets of party drugs, 1 for each person with a stronger dose, and had them delivered to her door. Then came the hardest part. She had to get in touch with Jiang Yang, get him home, and make him eat the drugged food. Frowning, she racked her brains. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang went downstairs with his bodyguard. The drama queens were left on the 22nd floor to keep the homeowners from causing more trouble and to watch over the renovation site. There must be no misstep in the safe house. He paid people to deliver 3 meals and daily necessities, making sure the drama queens wouldn't starve. Jiang Yang got into his 918. Before he could start the car, his phone buzzed. He took it out and saw a WeChat message from Xinjiai. Xinjiai, Mr. Jiang, is what they said true. Jiang Yang stared at the message. Before he could do anything, the message was recalled. Seeing that the message had been recalled, Jiang Yang shook his head and did nothing further. He didn't have much connection with Xinjiai, so there was no need for more explanation. Then he pressed the accelerator and drove toward Nanhua Grand Hotel. His bodyguard followed closely. Xinjiai stood in the sales office staring at the recall notification, silently cursing herself for being nosy. Why did she need to bother herself with so much about Jiang Yang? Still, she felt somewhat disappointed. Was Jiang Yang really that kind of man? At the front gate exit of Yuhu Banshan, Liang Shan and a group of security guards crowded into the guard booth, laughing and joking in high spirits. He waved the thick stacks of cash in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, dinner's on me tonight. We'll eat first, and then a full spa treatment. My treat. Brother Liang is generous." "Thanks, Brother Liang." The security guards all shouted, feeling that this lousy shift was passing far too slowly. Liang Shan waved his hand and chuckled. "Why thank me? Thank that pretty boy Jiang Yang." Hearing that, the security guards all hooted. "Right, thank that pretty boy Jiang Yang. If not for him, where would we get the money for a full spa treatment?" As expected, pretty boys are all spineless. The moment we stood there, he backed down. You have to admit, being a pretty boy brings in money fast. Jiang Yang, that penniless wretch, became a pretty boy and now drives a luxury car. Huh, you want to try? Forget it. My face is too rough. No rich woman would take a fancy to me. The security guards in the booth chattered animatedly, their voices brimming with mirth and cheer. Liang Shan, whose ears were sharp, caught the sound of an engine growing louder with each passing moment. He stuck his head out and saw Jiang Yang driving a 918 toward the gate post. Immediately turning around, he called out, "Brothers, that pretty boy is here. Cut the chatter, let's mess with him." "Roger that," one guard replied, lowering the barrier arm. From a distance, Jiang Yang spotted the arm coming down and guessed the guards were looking for trouble. He chuckled softly, slowed his car, and came to a stop before the barrier. Liang Shan emerged from the booth, flanked by the other guards, waving his hand imperiously. "This gate is broken. Just wait." Jiang Yang found himself laughing at the absurdity. He'd seen the gate lower himself, yet now they claimed it was broken. It was blatantly obvious they were trying to mess with him. Jiang Yang nodded. "The gate's broken, is it? Then I'll leave." Hearing this, Liang Shan and the guards erupted into smug laughter. On their patch of Yuhu Banshan, they held absolute power. What did it matter if Jiang Yang drove a luxury car? They still had him exactly where they wanted him. Jiang Yang reversed, carefully navigating around the stretch limousine driven by his bodyguard. Liang Shan spotted this and shouted, "Move that death cart out of here. Don't block the way." The limousine remained stationary, but Jiang Yang had already positioned himself behind it. A dark foreboding settled over Liang Shan as he watched this unfold. His worst fears materialized instantly. The limo roared to life and surged straight toward the barrier. The sheer force of the impact terrified the guards, who scattered in panic, cowering against the pavement. With a metallic crash, the barrier shattered into pieces once more. The limo crushed through the wreckage and burst through the gate, skidding to an abrupt halt on the other side. "Fuck!" Liang Shan cursed, his face stinging as if slapped. Jiang Yang's reversal hadn't been out of fear. It was tactical repositioning, setting up the limo for another collision. Just like before. "Brother Liang, what do we do?" The other guards finally snapped out of their shock. Liang Shan gritted his teeth, but before he could respond, Su Huai had already driven the 918 over the shattered barrier pieces, bringing it to a smooth stop at the checkpoint. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Yang's grinning face. "Broken. I'll smash it open for you. Say thank you. You fucking..." His words only poured fuel on the fire. Liang Shan waved his hand violently, and 7 or 8 guards surged forward, surrounding Jiang Yang's car in a tight circle. They brandished their black batons, eyes dark with menace. But then the signal flag bodyguards rushed over, positioning themselves barehanded before Jiang Yang's car door to shield him. The sight of the bodyguards charging forward instantly quelled Liang Shan's and the other guards' aggressive urges. They knew they couldn't win. With frustration etched across his face, Liang Shan could only shout, "This is a society ruled by law. I won't resort to violence." "Huh." Jiang Yang picked at his ear and remarked, "How hypocritical of you. Would you have beaten me senseless if I was alone?" "I..." Liang Shan fell silent, caught off guard by Jiang Yang's words, his expression darkening. Desperate to shift the conversation, he forced himself to speak. "Stop yapping. You hit my barrier. Pay up." Jiang Yang nodded. 50,000 per gate, right? I'll pay." Without another word, he grabbed a bag from the back seat, tore it open, and revealed stacks of cash bundled inside. Each small bundle held 10,000, each large bundle 100,000. Jiang Yang snatched 5 bundles and tossed them at Liang Shan as carelessly as garbage. Liang Shan and the guard's eyes greedily fixed on the money scrambled to pick them up. Liang Shan counted the bills, his voice trembling with suspicion. "One gate is 50,000, and you're giving me 500,000. What's this about?" But Jiang Yang didn't respond, only calling out a single word to his bodyguard, "Crash it." One of the bodyguards understood, immediately climbing into the stretch limo. With the bewildered guards watching, he accelerated, made a sharp turn, and smashed head-on into the barrier at another lane. There was a sharp cracking sound. The limousine's massive frame shattered the barrier like a child's toy. Having demolished one gate, the limo surged toward the remaining barriers at the other lanes. To Liang Shan and the others' horrified stares, all 4 barriers lay in ruins. The entrance and exit lanes were now completely clear. As the final intact barrier was destroyed, Liang Shan's face turned ashen. "Jiang Yang, what the hell is this?" Jiang Yang simply chuckled. "What does it mean? 50,000 per gate, and I just gave you 500,000. That's enough to wreck 10 gates. I've taken down 4 today, leaving 6 more for next time I come back." "What?" Liang Shan gasped in disbelief. It finally clicked. Jiang Yang had handed him the money deliberately, as if buying the right to destroy every gate. His dignity felt thoroughly trampled upon, and he couldn't accept it. The other guards' faces cycled through shades of green and white, their expressions grotesque. Jiang Yang had used money to crush their pride into the dirt. 50,000 per gate, huh? He knew full well it was extortion, yet didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he casually tossed out 500,000 smashing gates for sport. Liang Shan's chest heaved with fury as he ground out between clenched teeth. "Jiang Yang, does having money make you untouchable? Does it give you the right to do whatever you want?" Jiang Yang frowned and countered, "Having money. Doesn't it give you exactly that freedom?" "You..." Liang Shan sputtered, speechless with rage. Jiang Yang laughed heartily at his fury. "Having money truly does mean you can do as you please." Driven to near madness by the provocation, Liang Shan shouted back, "What kind of person are you, refusing to act reasonably?" He realized the 50,000 per barrier scheme hadn't intimidated Jiang Yang at all, so he shifted tactics and tried moral coercion instead. "You're wealthy, yet merciless. How can you claim to be unreasonable?" "Reasonable?" Jiang Yang retorted as though he'd heard the most absurd joke. "You have the audacity to preach about fairness. A broken stick costing 50,000, and you call that reasonable?" Liang Shan fell silent again. The 50,000 price tag on one barrier was clearly a blatant ripoff. Dozens of these were stored in the warehouse, each costing barely over 100 yuan to manufacture. They were worthlessness itself. Even 2005 would be overcharging an idiot. Jiang Yang sneered, "Go fix those barriers. I've only smashed 4 so far, 6 remain. That way when I return next time, I'll have plenty more to wreck." With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped off with his bodyguards, the engine's roar fading into the distance. Liang Shan and the 7 or 8 guards continued staring after Jiang Yang's departing vehicle, their expressions dark despite the pretense of watching him leave. It took a resident asking why the barriers were shattered before they finally snapped back to reality. After gesturing dismissively for the resident to move along, Liang Shan muttered through gritted teeth, "That bastard's too arrogant." The other guards chimed in agreement. "Yeah, he's completely out of line." "Brother Liang, I can't let this go," one complained. "Fuck, I want to kill him," another shouted. Liang Shan waved them off, his voice bitter. "Brothers, hold your horses. That pretty boy will fall into our hands eventually. He can't stay on top forever." Upon hearing this, the other guards nodded with certainty. As long as Jiang Yang lived in Yuhu Peninsula, they'd find plenty of chances to torment him. Liang Shan comforted himself with false pride. For all that arrogance, he still had to pay up. "Brothers, tonight we take this money and celebrate." But this time the other guards showed no enthusiasm. The cash felt tainted, uncomfortable to look at. Jiang Yang returned to the Nanhua Grand Hotel and resumed his stay-at-home lifestyle. Although he was idle, survival points kept increasing constantly. He could grow stronger even while lying down. 2 days later, Jiang Yang was lying on the sofa playing games when a message notification popped up on his phone. He casually opened it and found it was from Shunjai. "What does this girl want with me?" Jiang Yang muttered and tapped to read the message carefully. "Shunjai, Mr. Jiang, I am waiting for you at Building 6, Yuhu Banshan. I need to discuss something with you." Jiang Yang frowned. Shunjai's message came out of nowhere, completely inexplicable. After pondering for a while, he recalled that Shunjai had a proper sense of right and wrong, so she wouldn't say things carelessly. Perhaps she really had something to discuss regarding the property, and the safe house allowed no room for error. With that thought, Jiang Yang replied, "Fine, when Shunjai, tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at Building 16. Jiang Yang, very well, see you tomorrow. Yuhu Banshan sales office." Seeing that Shunjai had sent the message exactly as she wished, and Jiang Yang had actually agreed, Chen Lulu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Over the past few days, she had employed every means at her disposal and finally learned that Shunjai had sold a property to Jiang Yang and could be contacted. She then played the sympathy card, her swollen belly, as leverage, and finally persuaded Shunjai to help her get in touch with Jiang Yang. Shun Jia harbored no suspicion and driven by a genuine desire to help lent her full support. Chen Lulu had claimed she wanted to meet Jiang Yang to have a serious conversation for the sake of the child. Thinking that her small gesture could help salvage a family, she wholeheartedly agreed. Is it done? Shen Jia asked with a smile, looking at Chen Lulu. It's done, Chen Lulu replied without so much as a thank you, turning to leave. This rude behavior made Shen Jia's brows furrow slightly. Previously, when Chen Lulu had begged her attitude had been exceptionally pleasant, almost as if she would have knelt before her while heavily pregnant. Now that the task was complete, Chen Lulu seemed to act as though she didn't even know her. Shaking her head, Shen Jia urged herself not to overthink things and not to assume the worst in others. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Chen Lulu turn back again, her face wearing a brilliant smile as she pleaded, Jai, can you help me one more time? If I weren't truly at my wit's end, I wouldn't want to trouble you. Please help me, okay? Shen Jia paused, somewhat unsettled by Chen Lulu's calculating demeanor. But she remained kind-hearted and nodded with a smile. What else is there? Here's the thing. I'm afraid Jiang Yang will arrive and see me instead of you, then turn around and leave. Could you please accompany me and help persuade Jiang Yang together, please? You want me to help persuade Mr. Jiang for you? Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, thoroughly unwilling. Please, I'm begging you, okay? Chen Lulu did not give up, grasping Shen Jia's hand, as if preparing to kneel. Shen Jia was startled and absolutely could not bear the thought of watching a pregnant woman kneel before her, so, in her haste, she blurted out, all right, I promise you. Please don't do anything reckless. You could harm the baby inside you. Hearing this, a barely perceptible smile of triumph flickered across Chen Lulu's lips. Her plan now included this woman Shen Jia as well. In the end, 4 women would attend to 1 man, leaving Jiang Yang with no possible excuse for his infidelity. She quickly composed herself and feigned gratitude, thanking her repeatedly before they arranged to meet the following day. Then, without giving Shen Jia any chance to speak further lest she change her mind, she hurried away with her swollen belly. Watching Chen Lulu's retreating figure, Shen Jia felt something was off, something wasn't quite right. But she racked her brains and still couldn't figure out what was wrong. Finally, she shook her head and silently scolded herself for being too suspicious of others, then went about her affairs. The next day, as soon as Jiang Yang woke up, he saw a message from Shen Jia reminding him to keep their appointment. Jiang Yang smiled, finished his breakfast, and then set off toward Yuhu Banshan. At the front gate of Yuhu Banshan, inside the guard post, Liang Shan was on duty today, playing on his phone along with 2 security guards. Suddenly, a familiar engine roar echoed through the air. He immediately barked, quick, that young punk is here, get ready. From a distance, Jiang Yang noticed the barrier gate was down. With a cold smile, he simply ignored it and signaled the extended Lincoln to lead the way, prepared to breach the checkpoint. Before they even reached the gate, the barrier suddenly rose as though expecting them. At this sight, Jiang Yang sneered. These guards had learned to behave themselves. He did not overthink it and followed the extended Lincoln straight into the residential complex. Liang Shan and the 2 guards watched the Maybach and the extended Lincoln disappear into the compound. One guard asked grudgingly, Brother Liang, are we just giving in like this? Liang Shan sneered, what's the rush? Isn't that young punk renovating his apartment? That means he'll definitely move in eventually. Once he moves in, we will have plenty of opportunities to make things difficult for him. For now, let him act arrogant and think we are afraid. By the time he is fully settled, I want him bowing and scraping, begging us for mercy. Let him understand that money alone is not all powerful. Hearing this, the dejected guards instantly perked up, nodding vigorously without saying another word. Building 16. As soon as Jiang Yang's car came to a complete stop, he spotted Shen Jia waiting there. His eyes lit up as he took a closer look at her. Today, Shen Jia wore a pink dress with delicate lace trim along the hem. Her exposed legs were slender and fair, and on her feet were white leather shoes adorned with small bows at the toes, a picture of youthful charm. Without a word, Shen Jia greeted him first with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yang tore his gaze away, stepped out of the car, adjusted his dark shirt's cuffs and collar, then smiled and said, Have you been waiting long? Not long at all, Shen Jia replied with a smile. What did you need me for? Jiang Yang asked directly. Hearing this, a hint of nervousness crossed Shen Jia's face. Mr. Jiang, please come with me first. Oh. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, studying Shen Jia with a critical eye. This girl had been acting strangely all day. Was she trying to set a trap for him? He chuckled at his own suspicion. In today's society, where law and order were maintained and violence was rare under the strict deterrence of the law, a young woman like Shen Jia would hardly dare to conspire against him. Besides, he was a man and he had 2 bodyguards behind him. It was purely excessive worry. Putting his mind at ease, curiosity got the better of him. He followed Shen Jia into the elevator, joined by the 2 bodyguards, and they ascended slowly. Ding. The elevator stopped at the 14th floor, and Shen Jia stepped out naturally. Jiang Yang paused slightly. The 14th floor was his former home. He used to live in Unit 1409. But why was Shen Jia bringing him here? Shouldn't they be going to the 22nd floor? When Shen Jia noticed Jiang Yang had not followed, she turned back with a smile. Mr. Jiang, why aren't you coming out? Hurry up and come out. Jiang Yang hesitantly stepped out of the elevator and asked, why did you bring me here? You haven't forgotten where the 2 apartments I bought are, have you? Suddenly Jiang Yang caught a whiff of conspiracy. But what kind of scheme was this? One that had pulled Xinjiai into it as well. Xinjiai blushed, but remembered she had promised Chen Lulu that she would not break her word. Stalling, she said, Mr. Jiang, please come with me. I would never harm you. Jiang Yang hesitated, torn between following or refusing. Then he remembered his system was at his side. What could possibly frighten him? He followed Xinjiai at a leisurely pace. As they approached, he caught sight of the room number 1409. His mind raced, connecting the dots, and he blurted out, is this Chen Lulu's doing? Xinjiai nodded in surprise, taken aback that Jiang Yang had guessed correctly. With her confirmation, Jiang Yang's expression darkened, and he turned on his heel to leave. Chen Lulu was no friend of his. She must have set some kind of trap. Xinjiai stood stunned, unable to believe Jiang Yang would walk away, without even stepping inside. Flustered, she didn't know how to stop him. Just then the door to room 1409 opened, and 3 little girls burst out running toward Jiang Yang, who was waiting for the elevator. Through the doorway behind them, Chen Lulu's face could be faintly seen. Earlier she had heard commotion outside the door and assumed Xinjiai had brought Jiang Yang inside. But Jiang Yang was too ruthless. Even Xinjiai's pleas meant nothing to him. Helplessly she had no choice but to send the 3 children to drag him in. She knew that if she appeared herself, Jiang Yang would leave even faster. But the children, she knew he had affection for them and would surely be persuaded to stay. Hearing the childish voices, Jiang Yang turned his head and found his legs wrapped by 3 small girls. Daddy, they called out loudly. At that address, Jiang Yang froze, a pang of sourness rising in his heart. He had treated the 3 girls with great tenderness, cherishing them like jewels. In his past life, they had been his driving force. Yet before his death, he discovered the bitter truth. They were not his own blood. He had unknowingly raised another man's children. How pitiful he had been. The 3 girls, unaware of Jiang Yang's turmoil, remembered their mother's instructions, bring daddy home at all costs. One pulled while the other 2 pushed, trying to drag him back. But Jiang Yang remained still, unmoving. Slowly his agitated emotions settled. Since they were not his blood, he had no obligation to raise them. There was no room left for warmth or sentiment. These 3 children owed him. Yet he had spent years nurturing them, investing his heart and soul, never owing them even a fraction. With that thought, Jiang Yang exchanged a glance with his 2 signal flag bodyguards. Understanding instantly, the guards lifted the 3 small girls aside, preventing them from clinging to Jiang Yang. Behind the door, Chen Lulu watched in dismay as Jiang Yang showed no mercy even to children. Her expression turned dark. She had miscalculated time and again. Gripping her resolve, she steepled her pride and strode swiftly toward Jiang Yang. The elevator doors slid open. As Jiang Yang stepped forward, someone suddenly wrapped their arms around his waist. He turned sharply and saw it was Chen Lulu, his expression turning grim. He warned sternly, Chen Lulu, let go, or I won't be gentle with you. Chen Lulu refused to release him. If she let go now, her entire plan would crumble. Clinging desperately, she screamed, kill me. Let me die together with the child in my belly. See if you can sleep peacefully after that. Hearing this, Jiang Yang's brow knit tightly. Chen Lulu was pregnant. If he harmed her, the authorities would certainly come after him. What he feared most remained the official world. To avoid jeopardizing his plan, he forced down his anger and said coldly, Chen Lulu, what exactly do you want? Chen Lulu immediately replied, husband, I know I was wrong. Today in front of you and everyone, I will admit my mistakes. Let me apologize to you, okay? Hearing the long-forgotten term of endearment, Jiang Yang felt only disgust. But she spoke of public apology, a public execution of his pride. That at least held some amusement for him. He was also curious about how Chen Lulu had entangled herself with that wealthy heir. Very well, let go. I'll see how you apologize. Upon hearing this, Chen Lulu's heart leaped with joy. She had counted on Jiang Yang's simmering resentment and desire for revenge. By proposing a public apology, she would give him something to look forward to. And Jiang Yang had actually fallen for it. Suppressing her triumph, Chen Lulu softly linked her arm with his and whispered, husband, I know I was wrong. Please come with me. Let's clear the air today, and afterward you may dispose of me however you wish. Jiang Yang gave a faint hum, sensing something amiss. Today's Chen Lulu was far too docile. After knowing her for so long, he knew she was not such a gentle person. Before he could dwell further, he was already led into her home. The 2 signal flag bodyguards took up positions at the door, standing guard with quiet professionalism. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yang saw Li Tiantian, Su Ro, and Zhao Jie seated on the sofa. They glanced up briefly upon seeing him, then lowered their eyes again, clearly unwilling to acknowledge him. Chen Lulu pushed Jiang Yang inside, summoned Xinjiai in as well, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Seeing the door close, Jiang Yang's suspicions deepened. Before he could piece anything together, Chen Lulu spoke. It's nearly dinner time. I've prepared a meal. We can talk while we eat. Turning to Jiang Yang with a gentle tone, she added, husband, during the time you've been absent, I've come to realize my faults. I wish to become a devoted wife and caring mother. I hope you'll give me this chance. First, please taste my cooking today. With that, she invited everyone to the table and retreated to the kitchen. The meal was actually takeout. She merely transferred it into bowls to make it appear homemade. Jiang Yang sat quietly at the table observing everything with silent caution. Li Tiantian, Su Rou, and Zhao Jie ignored him, absorbed in their phones. Only Xinjiai looked around uneasily. She felt today's events were surreal. How had she suddenly ended up at someone else's home for dinner? After a while, Chen Lulu emerged carrying a clay pot, the rich aroma of chicken soup filling the air. Su Rou sniffed the fragrance and looked up. Lulu, what are you making? It smells amazing. Li Tiantian and Zhao Jie also watched with eager anticipation as Chen Lulu placed the soup on the table. Chen Lulu smiled warmly and said, "Old hen soup with soft-shell turtle, red dates, and donkey. It's fragrant and nourishing. Drink it while it's hot." Hearing this, Li Tiantian, Zhao Jie, and Su Rou did not suspect a thing. After all, free food was free food. They quickly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, each pouring themselves a generous serving, sipping slowly with spoons. Between sips they praised, "Lulu, your cooking rivals that of a hotel chef." Chen Lulu smiled triumphantly. The soup hadn't come from a hotel chef. It contained 5 full packets of tasteless, odorless drugs, all mixed into one pot of chicken soup. Just then Chen Lulu noticed that Jiang Yang hadn't touched his bowl, nor had Xinjiai. Panic surged within her. If Jiang Yang didn't eat, what good were the 3 best friends' compliance? Even if they drank themselves to sickness, it wouldn't achieve her desired outcome. Chen Lulu broke into a smile and attentively ladled Jiang Yang a bowl of chicken soup, murmuring softly, "Honey, drink it. Taste your wife's cooking." Then she beckoned to Xinjiai as well. Xinjiai was thin-skinned and, fearing that the pregnant Chen Lulu would serve her if she kept holding back, nodded and began drinking the soup herself. It was indeed delicious, so she couldn't resist having one bowl and then another. Jiang Yang remained unmoved by Chen Lulu's gesture. He merely stared at the chicken soup before him, his instincts telling him the soup was definitely off. Having witnessed far too many poisonings over a bit of supplies in his previous life, Jiang Yang thought for a moment, then smiled. He raised the bowl to Chen Lulu's lips. "You worked hard cooking. You eat first." Chen Lulu froze, afraid to drink. If she drank, the nature of the matter would change. Pushing the bowl away, she found an excuse. "The doctor said my baby is already big enough. I can't eat too much, or it will be overweight." Hearing this, Jiang Yang was certain the chicken soup was problematic. Otherwise, why would Chen Lulu not dare to drink the soup she had made herself? Under official protection, Su Rou didn't think much of it. Looking at Jiang Yang, she said reproachfully, "Jiang Yang, Lulu means well. Why are you dawdling?" Jiang Yang chuckled, unmoved, and kept the bowl of chicken soup at Chen Lulu's lips. Chen Lulu grew anxious. Seeing that Jiang Yang was completely unmoved, she played her trump card and threatened, "Fine, I can drink it, but if the baby ends up too heavy to be born, can you bear the responsibility of 2 lives lost in one?" In her view, Jiang Yang would never dare shoulder such a grave responsibility. Hearing this, Jiang Yang smiled and said with certainty, "Fine. If you really die, I'll be buried alongside you." Chen Lulu couldn't continue. Her eyes darted as a scheme formed. No longer refusing, she countered, "If I drink it, will you drink it too?" Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. The soup was definitely unclean, or Chen Lulu wouldn't have asked that. She really was scheming against him. Since that was the case, he would play along. He nodded seriously. "If you drink, I will definitely drink." "Good." With his assurance, Chen Lulu gulped down the soup in one go. Jiang Yang nodded. "Go on with your work. I'll have some soup." With that, he leisurely ladled out some soup. Chen Lulu didn't linger. She hurried back to the kitchen and turned the exhaust fan to maximum. She stuck a finger down her throat to induce vomiting. With a loud retch, she vomited a big mouthful of chicken soup. Only when she watched the yellowish soup flow into the sink did she feel relieved. Then she poked her head out to see what Jiang Yang was doing. He had filled a large bowl and was lifting it to his mouth. She felt triumphant. Suddenly, as if scalded, Jiang Yang let go of the bowl. It crashed onto the floor and shattered, spilling all the soup. Such delicious chicken soup. What a pity, Jiang Yang said with a mocking look. Chen Lulu flew into a rage instantly. She saw that the chicken soup had already been drunk to the bottom by the 4 women, and Jiang Yang's bowl had now been smashed. There was no longer any of the drug left to give Jiang Yang. Knowing her plan had failed, she could no longer keep up the act, and snapped harshly, "Jiang Yang, you bastard. How dare you waste food?" Su Rou joined in the scolding. "Jiang Yang, Lulu worked so hard to make that soup. If you don't want to drink, fine. What do you mean by deliberately breaking it? Don't think I can't tell you did it on purpose." She was about to curse more when she suddenly heard strange sounds. Zhao Jie, though single and unmarried, was still a woman. Before she could see what was wrong with Zhao Jie, Su Rou heard 2 more strange sounds from Li Tiantian and Xinjiai, like startled cats. Xinjiai, meanwhile, cupped her face with a bewildered look, not knowing what was happening. "What's going on with you all?" Su Rou shrieked. Su Rou usually had enough to eat, so the effect on her wasn't severe. Just after she spoke, Zhao Jie suddenly pounced on her, her cheeks burning as if with fever. "Zhao Jie, what are you doing? Do you have a fever?" Su Rou shouted while pushing her, but Zhao Jie possessed an immense strength, and Su Rou couldn't push her away. Suddenly Su Ro's eyes went wide with shock. Just as she was struggling desperately, something exploded in her heart. From the side, Jiang Yang began to grasp what was happening. He looked at Chen Lulu with a knowing smile. Impressive. You actually tampered with the chicken soup. You're not completely brainless. The moment he made that judgment, he understood exactly what Chen Lulu was planning. Since I'm already covered in filth, I'll drag you down into the mud with me. Chen Lulu's face changed drastically at his words. Not only had her plan failed, but Jiang Yang had exposed the truth. This time she had lifted a rock only to drop it heavily on her own foot. In the future, Jiang Yang would never have the slightest affection for her again, and her close friends would turn against her in enmity. Though terrified inside, she kept up a hard front. Jiang Yang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Tampering. No such thing. Jiang Yang let out a cold laugh, too weary to argue with such an utterly shameless woman. He rose to leave, but was suddenly embraced. Looking down, he saw Li Tiantian. Don't go, I beg you. She looked utterly pitiable, as if clinging to a lifeline. Jiang Yang's gaze turned icy. He grabbed Li Tiantian's hair and yanked hard. Up. Li Tiantian shrieked in pain as her scalp stung, and she was forcibly pulled away. After shoving Li Tiantian aside, no one blocked him anymore. Jiang Yang kicked a stool flying and rose to open the door. Yet as he passed Xinjiai, he stopped. Xinjiai was lying on the table, clearly not right. He glanced at her and decided to take her out. He was certain that if she stayed here, she would come to no good end. Let's go. Jiang Yang snapped, grabbing Xinjiai's hand and pulling her up. She couldn't stand steady and went limp as soft mud against him. Tisk, what a hassle. Jiang Yang shook his head speechlessly and could only carry her in his arms, preparing to take her away from this den of demons. This time the security guard was still perceptive enough and had already opened the gate. The 918 roared as it sped straight toward the hotel. Chen Lu watched with lingering resentment as Jiang Yang vanished from the doorway. She then turned to survey the chaotic room, her brows knitting together as her mind raced to figure out how to handle the situation. When the others woke up and these three came to, she would surely be in deep trouble. As she pondered, a vicious idea took root in her mind. In her imagination, she let out a sinister laugh and dialed a number on her phone. The call connected. Hey sis, what's up? Shin Daki's voice came through. Daki, bring a few of your brothers over to my place. There's an emergency. Oh, I'll be right there. Shin Daki rubbed his lower back, which was still aching. But walking was no problem. He pulled out his phone and summoned a few young thugs, then rushed to Chen Lulu's doorstep. Bang! Chen Lulu heard the knocking and flung the door open, ushering Chun Daki and 4 others inside. As Chun Daki stepped in, he grumbled, Sis, what's going on? My injury hasn't healed yet. The moment he spoke, his eyes fell upon the disordered scene inside. The room looked as though a brawl had just erupted, with debris scattered everywhere. He was dumbfounded, and the young thugs were equally bewildered, having never witnessed such a sight. Sis. Chun Daki stammered, casting a pleading glance at his older sister. Chen Lulu knew what he wanted to ask, and said bluntly, Brother, haven't I been generous? I haven't forgotten your friends. Go on, it's already like this. Chen Daki still retained a shred of rationality. Sis, this isn't right. Chen Lulu had anticipated this. She laughed heartily. It's fine, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Stand over there, and those 3 women will be drawn to you. You're supposed to be the one being forced, understand? Chen Daki's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. Got it. Ha ha. Chen Lulu smiled triumphantly and found the perfect angle to record with her phone. When Li Tiantian and the other 2 came seeking retribution later, she would produce this footage. Let the 3 of them see. It has nothing to do with her, they brought this upon themselves. By then they would be the ones in the wrong, and the matter would be settled. At this thought, Chen Lulu sneered and reached for her phone to execute her plan, but then stopped. She did nothing and simply left. She was convinced that her close friends, even if wronged, would dare not speak out for the sake of their own reputations. Meanwhile, Vehicle 918 sped along the road toward Nanhua Grand Hotel. But this time Jiang Yang drove slowly, occasionally crossing the center line. It was because Xinjiai in the passenger seat was being extremely unruly. Xinjiai, stop it. Jiang Yang shouted with a cold expression, one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other shoving Xinjiai. He was driving. Stop causing trouble, or they would both die if she touched the wheel. Xinjiai's strength was astonishing at this moment. She climbed over the center console, grabbed the steering wheel, and wrestled with the gear stick. What a nuisance. Jiang Yang cursed, and suddenly swung the steering wheel sharply left and right. Tossed back to the passenger seat by tremendous inertia, Xinjiai tried to crawl toward the driver's side again. Jiang Yang tossed her back several more times, and she finally gave up. She began causing trouble in the passenger seat. Jiang Yang glanced over, struggling to maintain his composure. He could only turn up the stereo to maximum volume to drown out Xinjiai's noise. Picking up speed, they finally arrived at the entrance of Nanhua Grand Hotel. Jiang Yang stepped out, snatched a long trench coat from a bodyguard, wrapped Xinjiai in it, handed the car to the doorman, and rushed toward room 688. Along the way, countless peculiar stares followed him. It was all because Xinjiai was thrashing about like a pig during the spring festival, which looked utterly abnormal. Jiang Yang looked like a bully abducting someone. The front desk staff watched in astonishment as he entered the elevator, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed the police. Hotel policy mandated reporting special circumstances. Otherwise, the hotel would be rectified and shut down, and his job would be forfeited. Jiang Yang swiped the key card, opened the door, and carried Shun Jiai into the bathroom. He slammed the door shut. "Clear your head. Stop causing trouble." Then he leaned against the door and exhaled deeply. This woman was indeed as difficult to control as a thrashing pig, but at least she was secured in the bathroom now, and she would stop bothering him. From inside the bathroom came the sound of scratching at the door. Jiang Yang pulled on the doorknob and discovered that Shun Jiai's strength was remarkably immense. It was becoming unbearable. Helpless, Jiang Yang shouted to the nervous bodyguards standing at the doorway, "What are you staring at? Come hold the door." The two bodyguards finally dared to enter the room and obediently gripped the door to prevent Shun Jiai from bursting out. "Damn it!" Jiang Yang cursed angrily and sprawled across the bed in a star shape to calm himself. Today had been too intense. He had nearly been manipulated by Chen Lulu. As for Shun Jiai, although he thought she was a decent person, he would not act recklessly until he fully understood her background. In his past life, too many women had used their bodies as bait to obtain resources, betting small to win big. Countless men had fallen victim to such tactics. He did not want to repeat the same mistake. The scratching sounds continued for a few minutes before stopping, followed by the sound of the shower being turned on. After all this commotion, the drug's effects had largely worn off. Cold water poured over her head, soaking Shun Jiai's clothes, and her dazed eyes gradually cleared. She instinctively looked down, then scanned her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar bathroom. She let out a startled scream and panicked completely. What happened? What did I do? What did someone do to me? Why am I here? Countless questions flooded her mind, her thoughts as chaotic as a blackout, unable to recall anything. After a moment of confusion, Shun Jiai remembered the most crucial matter, whether she was unharmed. She checked herself carefully and found everything was normal. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, she fell back into confusion. What exactly had happened? Why had she ended up in an unfamiliar bathroom? Where was this? All she remembered was drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup. Just as she was thinking, the bathroom door was knocked upon. Thump. "Who's there?" Shun Jiai was startled. She grew tense. Outside the door was the man who had carried her to the hotel. Who was he? What did he want? "It's me, Jiang Yang." His voice filtered through the bathroom door. "Jiang Yang. Why is it him?" Shun Jiai's pupils contracted in shock. "Mr. Jiang Yu." "I." Shun Jiai was at a loss. Outside the door, Jiang Yang's calm voice came through. "Don't overthink it. What happened between us is completely innocent. When you feel physically fine, come out, and I'll explain in detail." Oh. Jiang Yang's words helped Shun Jiai understand what to do next. She took a deep breath, grabbed a white bathrobe from the rack to wrap around her wet clothes, and gently pulled open the door. She immediately saw Jiang Yang sitting on a spacious sofa watching TV. All set. Jiang Yang turned his head at the sound, noticing Shun Jiai's reddened face, and she gave a slight nod. "What exactly happened just now?" Shun Jiai couldn't wait to ask. "Nothing much. You were secretly targeted by Chen Lulu." "What a..." Shun Jiai was greatly shocked, as if struck by lightning, her beliefs shaken. She had kindly helped Chen Lulu only for Chen Lulu to plot against her. Jiang Yang explained indifferently. "Chen Lulu asked you to invite me out, then secretly targeted you, intending to target me as well. She wanted to make it look like I committed adultery, achieving her goal of divorce. So you were merely a tool in her hands. And ironically, I saw through Chen Lulu's scheme, didn't drink that bowl of chicken soup, and brought you out." Listening, Shun Jiai gradually fell into a daze. So that's how it was. She had kindly tried to help someone, but almost got herself trapped in the process. Her innocence and reputation were nearly ruined. Thinking this, Shun Jiai looked at Jiang Yang with a terrified expression, as if electrocuted, and hesitantly said, There's nothing between us. God is my witness." Shun Jiai broke down, squatting down on the spot and crying loudly. Jiang Yang was speechless and made no attempt to comfort her, simply watching her cry. After all, it wasn't his fault. Why should he comfort her? After a few minutes, Shun Jiai's loud sobbing softened to quiet whimpers, and she dared not even look at Jiang Yang. It was too humiliating, utterly shaming. Jiang Yang, growing impatient with the crying, spoke up. "Enough, we're both adults, and I didn't touch you." Shun Jiai pouted bitterly and muttered quietly, "But I've never even had a boyfriend." Suddenly, noisy footsteps echoed from outside the door. Then the bodyguard's voice came again. "Sir, officials have arrived." Hearing this, Jiang Yang was greatly alarmed. He had been enduring everything all along because he feared provoking the authorities. And just as he feared, it happened. Unsure of the reason, his mind raced in a single instant, and he finally decided to cooperate. The apocalypse hadn't even begun yet, and opposing the authorities would be a dead end. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Jiang Yang shot Shun Jiai a warning glance, signaling her not to cause trouble, then rose to open the door. The door opened, and 3 officers in police uniforms stood at the entrance. After the lead officer showed his credentials, he said in a grave tone, "Hello, routine inspection." "Oh, please come in." Jiang Yang was quite cooperative after all. He hadn't done anything wrong and had nothing to fear. The three officers entered the room and immediately locked onto Shun Jia, exchanging nods, as if she were the person they were looking for. Jiang Yang observed their expressions and guessed the officers had come because of Shun Jia. He formed some suspicions in his mind. It must be that when he carried Shun Jia into the hotel, the scene was too sensational and someone had reported it. Two officers moved to either side of Shun Jia and asked, "Do you need any assistance?" Shun Jia shook her head and timidly stood up. Seeing she was unharmed, the lead officer pressed his radio and said, "Command Center, we have arrived on scene and are handling the situation." After finishing, he looked sternly at Jiang Yang and said, "Sir, we suspect you of acting against a woman's will, trafficking or soliciting prostitution. Please come with us." After saying this, the other two officers moved to flank Jiang Yang on either side, preparing to take him in. Jiang Yang's expression darkened instantly. He knew the authorities were not to be trifled with. He absolutely could not be taken into custody. Seeing Jiang Yang's change in demeanor, the lead officer immediately grew vigilant and signaled to his two assistants. One officer drew an electric shotgun, while the other pulled out a baton, advancing step by step toward Jiang Yang. Pressure mounted on Jiang Yang as he contemplated what to do. Being taken in was definitely out of the question. If pushed to the limit, he would have no choice but to fight back. He signaled to his two watchful bodyguards, who understood and turned to enter the room. The lead officer also noticed the bodyguard's movement and reached for his holster. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Suddenly Shun Jia shouted loudly, "What are you doing? How could you violate a woman's will? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Have you made a mistake?" The moment she spoke, the lead officer gave Jiang Yang a suspicious look, yet he still waved his hand to halt the operation. Seeing this, Jiang Yang also gestured for his bodyguards to return. The lead officer noticed Jiang Yang's subtle movements, but remained unflinching. He wasn't acting alone, and behind him was a vast organization, and Jiang Yang's few men meant nothing. Adjusting his gun holster, he looked at Jiang Yang and asked, "Are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Yes." Jiang Yang answered, naturally feeling somewhat grateful toward Shun Jia. If it weren't for those words, the situation could have spiraled out of control. "Oh, just a few routine questions." The lead officer continued, "Your girlfriend's name and occupation." If they were truly a couple, he wouldn't lack such basic information. Jiang Yang smiled. He actually did know. Shun Jia, salesperson at the Yuhu Banshan real estate office. The lead officer pulled out his phone, ran facial recognition on Shun Jia, checked the information, and found it matched perfectly. Apology appeared in his eyes. He stood at attention and saluted, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, we made a mistake." It's fine. Jiang Yang wouldn't dare pick at it. "Sorry to disturb you." The lead officer nodded to Jiang Yang and led his team to leave. Jiang Yang saw them off, then firmly closed the door and let out a long sigh of relief. After the commotion, Shun Jia's mood had inexplicably brightened. She looked at Jiang Yang with a smile and said, "You seem quite afraid of officials. What, did you do something wrong?" Jiang Yang chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to explain. He had done far too much that would make officials want to execute him 100 times over. Unfortunately, there were no officials left by then. Back then, whoever had the strongest fist was king. He said earnestly, "Thank you. I owe you a favor." A hint of disappointment flashed in Shun Jia's eyes. So it was merely a favor after all. She quickly smiled and said, "All right, I'll remember it. I'll come collect from you someday." "Sure, I believe you'll need this favor very soon," Jiang Yang replied with a smile. He then changed the subject. "Are you sober now? Do you need me to take you back?" After saying this, he waited for Shun Jia to refuse. Because before, Shun Jia wouldn't even enter his room to deliver something, clearly unwilling to be near him. This time, however, he had miscalculated. Shun Jia nodded eagerly and added a request. "Accompany me to buy clothes and bags, then take me home." "Huh? Why?" Jiang Yang was quite surprised. "Why? My clothes are soaked. Do you think I'm going out wearing just a bathrobe?" Shun Jia tugged at the hem of her bathrobe. Jiang Yang glanced at her and understood. Noticing a flicker in Jiang Yang's eyes, Shun Jia didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, she was rather pleased. "All right, I was just thinking of going out for a stroll." Jiang Yang finally nodded. "Great." Shun Jia jumped a full 3 feet in the air, beaming. After getting ready in a hurry, she wore Jiang Yang's white shirt and trousers, slid into the hotel bath slippers, and left the room with him. As they passed through the lobby, the male receptionist was astonished to see the two walking out shoulder to shoulder. So this wasn't a case of abducting a woman by force. It was a couple publicly showing off their love. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yang noticed the strange look on the receptionist's face and understood after a moment's thought. He shot his bodyguard a meaningful glance. One bodyguard immediately walked over to the receptionist, and under the man's baffled gaze conveyed Jiang Yang's message, "Don't meddle in other people's business or you'll be responsible for the consequences." The receptionist snapped to his senses, realizing that Jiang Yang had guessed he was the one who called the police, and nodded fearfully again and again. Given the wealth Jiang Yang had displayed, it would indeed be easy to deal with him. Jiang Yang took Shun Jia to buy handbags and eat street snacks. They wandered for a good half a day like a couple. When night fell, they sat at a roadside stall and shared a pot of spicy malatang. Both ate with loud huffs, sweat beading on their foreheads. Jiang Yang looked at the piles of clothes bags and other odds and ends around them, and felt a little speechless. So much stuff, and it had cost less than 1,000 yuan. To him, that was the very tip of a hair from 9 oxen, not even a single strand. All of it was street stall goods. He had wanted to take Xinjiai to an upscale mall, but she absolutely refused, even when he offered to pay. She really was a proper girl. Jiang Yang put aside his thoughts, smiled slightly, and took the initiative to pick a slice of lotus root for her. Lotus root comes out of the mud, unstained. Xinjiai was startled for a moment, then smiled sweetly. In return, she picked up a chopstick full of chives, and put it in Jiang Yang's bowl. Chives are good for a man. Jiang Yang stared at the chives, suspecting Xinjiai was making an innuendo about him, but he had no proof. In the end, he couldn't help asking Xinjiai, "What are you trying to say?" "By giving me chives to eat." Xinjiai giggled. "Mr. Jiang, with a beautiful woman like me sitting right here in front of you, and you haven't done a thing. I'm beginning to doubt you." Jiang Yang burst out laughing, and said with a mischievous grin, "Are you full? If you are, let's go back to the hotel for some exercise, and see who's not up to it." Xinjiai was deeply embarrassed. She waved her hands repeatedly, and made a lame excuse. "No way. I have to go to work tomorrow." Jiang Yang thought to himself, that's just a dead-end job. How much can it pay? Not worth going anyway. But what he said was, "Fine, I'll let you off for now." After sending Xinjiai back to Yuhu Banshan, he returned to the hotel by himself. For the next 3 days, everything went smoothly. No one came to bother him, and he settled back into his routine of eating and sleeping. He thoroughly enjoyed it. After all, in his previous life, he had been on edge every day, worried about what he would eat tomorrow and whether he would even live to eat it. Now he had to make up for all the sleep he had missed. One day, Jiang Yang woke up and slumped on the sofa Guyu style, playing with his phone, when the system suddenly spoke up. "Host, are you just going to keep slacking off like this?" Jiang Yang came back to his senses and straightened up. "That's right. I'm slacking off. As long as I have no desires, I'm invincible. As for revenge, that's just a side job." The system said, "Host, I think you're having too much fun." "Oh, what are you talking about?" Jiang Yang immediately felt something was wrong. Sure enough. Ding. A random mission has been issued. "Host, please form a team and complete the mission. Reward 10 million survival points. Requirement: the team must have no fewer than 4 members. After hearing this, Jiang Yang rolled his eyes. This system was too crafty. It actually used 10 million survival points to tempt him. There was no way he could refuse. 10 million survival points could be exchanged for a high-grade superpower core, which was worth doing. With the mission in hand, Jiang Yang sat up straight and started thinking about where to find people to form a team. In his previous life, the harsh environment around him had kept him from going too far beyond Yuhu Banshan. All he encountered were evil people, but he had heard of many legendary figures. The first was a woman known as the Little Medical Fairy. This woman had awakened a life-type superpower and walked the path of the medical god. In her hands, even the dead could be brought back to life. Absolutely monstrous. If he could bring this woman into his team, it would be like having an unlimited resurrection card, letting him do whatever he wanted. The second was a mutant beast called the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor was a huge black dog that had awakened the devouring talent. In short, eat, eat, eat. It could devour anything. In the end, thanks to its formidable jaws, it became the emperor of mutant beasts, utterly terrifying. The third was a lumberjack called Bald Strong. This man had awakened 3 superpowers: enhancement, combat, and speed, and was one of the very few men capable of awakening 3 superpowers. He walked the path of the war god. His weapons were an axe and a double-barreled shotgun. The most classic saying about him was, "When Bald Strong puts on his hat, only strong remains." The fourth was a willow tree known as the Willow God. This seemingly gentle willow had awakened a tyrannical, unreasonable immortality talent. No matter how it was killed, it could not die. In the end, through ceaseless devouring and evolution, it became a legend. The fifth was a Taoist buried underground. This man was named Duanda. He awakened when the glaciers melted, the virus leaked out, and the dead were reborn. 9 dragon-headed chains wound around his body, each radiating immense divine might, and he became the Corpse King. Because of his vicious nature, he was called the Unruly Taoist. Thinking this over, Jiang Yang now had a clear plan. These end-times legends probably hadn't awakened yet. They were still weak. He could take them under his command while they were still weak. Later, with these big shots charging into battle ahead of him, he could lie flat, even more comfortably. After mulling it over for a while, Jiang Yang followed his memories, booked a plane ticket, and headed straight for the northeast. Among the people he wanted to recruit, Bald Strong's location was the clearest. Around now, he should be at Goxiong Ridge chopping trees for Bosley. At 7 o'clock that evening, Jiang Yang arrived in the northeast and checked into Heishan Town, the closest town to Goxiong Ridge. He didn't go straight to Bald Strong. Instead, he made some preparations in advance. Early the next morning, Jiang Yang went to the largest timber processing plant in Heishan Town, the Heishan Timber Mill. This was where, as he had found out after asking around, Bald Strong's boss worked. When the old gatekeeper saw Jiang Yang appear with 2 white men, he immediately felt that Jiang Yang was someone important. Anyone who could have white men as bodyguards was a real figure. The old gatekeeper stepped out and said courteously, "Boss, is there something I can do for you? Picking up goods or discussing business?" Jiang Yang nodded. "Is your boss Li in? I'd like to discuss some business with him." He's in. The old gatekeeper pointed to a sign not far away that read factory director's office and said eagerly, "See, it's right over there." Jiang Yang nodded. As he was leaving, he added, "There's going to be a very, very heavy snow this year. You'd better stock up on supplies, old man." The old man agreed heartily. "Oh, okay. You're a big shot, so you must have inside information. This old man will stock up on plenty of food and drink now and get through the winter." Jiang Yang stepped into the factory director's office, his bodyguards standing sentry at the door. The moment he entered, he drew immediate attention. He took the opportunity to survey the room's decor. A desk stood before him, and a landscape painting hung on the white wall. Behind the desk sat a portly man in a suit with slicked back hair, staring at him in surprise. This man must be Boss Li. Boss Li rose to his feet and inquired, "Sir, may I help you?" Jiang Yang nodded. "I'm here to discuss business." "Business?" Boss Li's demeanor warmed instantly. "Very well, may I ask your honorable surname?" "Please have a seat." He personally poured tea, placed it before Jiang Yang, and sat down nearby. "My surname is Jiang. Boss Jiang, a pleasure to meet you." Boss Li clasped his hands in salute. "Are you here to purchase logs or timber planks?" His factory only dealt in these few types of roughly processed goods. Jiang Yang shook his head. "I want to acquire your factory." "What?" Boss Li was stunned. Composing himself, he forced a smile. "Boss Jiang must be joking. This lumber mill was passed down to me by my father. I run it not just for a livelihood, but as a cherished keepsake. I can't sell it." Hearing this, Jiang Yang revealed a sly smile. His actual intention was to take bald Strong Chong away, but had he proposed that outright, it would certainly have met with Boss Li's objection. However, by declaring his intention to buy the lumber mill, he created a demand Boss Li could not possibly accept. Then he would reluctantly suggest taking bald Strong Chong instead. Compared to losing the entire mill, parting with just one worker would seem far less significant to Boss Li. This was the classic skylight theory. When you want to open a window, people may object. But if you first propose knocking a hole in the roof, then compromise by saying a window would suffice, no one will oppose the window. Jiang Yang put on a moved expression and praised, "Boss Li, your deep loyalty is truly admirable. However, I have recently ventured into the timber business and genuinely wish to acquire a lumber mill. Money is no object. I can offer a high price." Boss Li shook his head repeatedly, utterly resolute. "Boss Jiang, this is not about money." Jiang Yang sighed. "In that case, I must ask for your help instead." "Oh, please speak freely." Boss Li was exceptionally attentive. He knew that business was like a battlefield. If Jiang Yang was determined to acquire his lumber mill, and he refused, there was no guarantee Jiang Yang wouldn't resort to underhanded schemes, leaving him in dire straits. If he could satisfy Jiang Yang's request, everything would be much simpler. "Actually, I don't have to acquire your lumber mill after all. I need mature and reliable lumberjacks. My plan was to acquire your mill, so that seasoned workers could train apprentices, forming a virtuous cycle." "I see." Boss Li nodded approvingly. Such practices were quite common. Truly skilled workers could indeed boost a factory's productivity. In short, it was poaching talent. It was just that Jiang Yang was so wealthy, he aimed to poach the entire factory, naturally taking the workers along with it. Boss Li pondered for a moment, then smiled. "In that case, Boss Jiang may simply pick a few masters to take with you. I only hope that in the future Boss Jiang will look favorably upon my humble factory's business." Jiang Yang nodded gratefully. "I don't need many. One will suffice." "One? That's wonderful. Boss Jiang, take your pick. Whichever one catches your eye." Boss Li beamed, sighing inwardly with relief. He had been truly afraid that Jiang Yang would take all his lumberjacks, leaving his factory unable to operate. Jiang Yang stated his purpose. "I hear you have a lumberjack here named Bald Strong Chong, skilled, honest, and warm-hearted. I want him. How about it?" Boss Li looked at him with a troubled expression. Jiang Yang understood instantly and chuckled. "If Boss Li is willing to part with him, I'll give you a compensation of 100,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Boss Li's troubled expression vanished at once, replaced by a beaming smile. His heart blossomed with joy. This deal was far from a loss. He laughed heartily. "Boss Jiang is indeed a true businessman, decisive in every move. I oldly admire that." "Very well, since Boss Jiang is so sincere, I shall certainly help you." Jiang Yang chuckled in return, exchanged a round of pleasantries, and reached an agreement with Boss Li. Henceforth, Bald Strong Chong would work for him, with his employment relations formally transferred. After finalizing the deal, Boss Li and Jiang Yang left together, heading for Bear Ridge. Seeing the two bodyguards at the door, Boss Li felt a slight shock. He thought to himself that he was fortunate not to have been too greedy. Given Jiang Yang's entourage and presence, things would have been difficult to resolve otherwise. He laughed heartily, chatting all the way as he drove his pickup truck, carrying Jiang Yang and the bodyguards straight toward Bear Ridge. Along the way, towering ancient trees pierced the sky, a mix of green and yellow where vitality and decay played out simultaneously. Trucks transporting timber could be seen coming and going, presenting a scene of bustling prosperity. Half an hour later, the pickup pulled into a clearing in the forest. In front of it stood a small wooden cabin, the dormitory for the lumberjacks. Bosley stepped into the cabin, found no one inside, and took out his phone to make a call. Shortly after, a man over 40 wearing a yellow safety helmet emerged from the forest carrying a saw, walking straight toward Bosley. Seeing this, Bosley hurriedly explained to Jiang Yang, "Boss Jiang, this is Bald Strong Chong. Actually, his name isn't really Bald Strong Chong. As for his real name, we don't know either." Jiang Yang nodded, and together with Bosley took the initiative to greet him. The two sides met. "Bosley here to urge me for timber again. Alas, I've already been cutting." Bald Strong Chong wore a grim, worried expression. Recently, 2 bears had been lurking around, keeping him on edge. His logging efficiency had plummeted, and he couldn't complete his daily quota. He was worried to death. Bosley chuckled without replying, then said to Jiang Yang, "Boss Jiang, you see, this is just how he is. He takes his work seriously and has an immense sense of responsibility. As long as you assign him a logging task, he will earnestly complete it. He is truly an honest and dependable man." Jiang Yang nodded and carefully studied Bald Strong Chong. Before him stood a man in his 40s with a thin mustache, a long donkey-like face, and an air of deep exhaustion. He wore work pants, a yellow vest over them, and a yellow safety helmet on his head. A double-barreled shotgun and an axe hung at his waist, the standard attire of a lumberjack. Yet who could have imagined that this unremarkable man would one day awaken triple-type superpowers and become a legend? His fame spread so far that even Jiang Yang far away in the south had heard of his deeds. It was said that Bald Strong Chong never used his gun in a fight, because no one could withstand his axe. One axe was enough. As for the gun, it was said to be reserved for slaying gods. Jiang Yang's mind turned for a man like Bald Strong Chong, honest, simple, and loyal. The way to win his heart was simply to treat him well, and treat him even better. He would naturally repay such kindness with gratitude. Handling him would be easy. After all, this was a quintessential working man, simple and unpretentious. Under Guang Tukiyang's puzzled gaze, Jiang Yang took the initiative to extend his hand, and said with a smile, "Brother Chong, this is our first meeting. I hope you will take care of me in the days ahead." Hearing this, Guang Tukiyang was overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. Jiang Yang had traveled alongside Bosley, yet he was this courteous to a mere lumberjack. More than anything else, the man's upbringing won Guang Tukiyang over on the spot. Guang Tukiyang quickly dropped his chainsaw and wiped his hands on his clothes, afraid that the sawdust would dirty Jiang Yang's hand. He shook Jiang Yang's hand awkwardly and said in a flustered, reverent voice, "You're too kind, truly too kind." Jiang Yang smiled and withdrew his hand. Bosley chimed in at just the right moment. "Guang Tukiyang, Boss Jiang has paid to poach you away. From now on you work for him." "What?" Guang Tukiyang was greatly startled. He had been working just fine. Was he now being forced to change jobs? A thought crossed his mind, and he grimaced, "Bosley, did I do something wrong? Are you not wanting me anymore?" Jiang Yang laughed when he heard this. This Guang Tukiyang was indeed simple and loyal. Bosley shook his head with a helpless look. "No one is letting you go. Boss Jiang values talent and intends to bring you to work at his company. Work hard and come back to visit us when you have the chance." Hearing such a clear explanation, Guang Tukiyang finally put his mind at ease. He nodded anxiously, staring at Jiang Yang, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something but did not dare. Jiang Yang understood at once and took the initiative to say, "Brother Chong, if you come work for me, I'll treat you well in salary and benefits. Tell me, what kind of package do you want?" Guang Tukiyang hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and said, "I currently make 600 a month here with no days off. At your place, just give me 5000. After 3 months, raise it to 6000. How about that?" "Huh," Jiang Yang said, surprised. When other people switch jobs, they ask for a raise. Why are you asking for a pay cut? Guang Tukiyang laughed honestly. "If I go to a new place, I definitely won't be familiar with it, and I can't produce much work at the start. Still, asking for 600 would be unreasonable." "Oh." Jiang Yang shook his head in amusement. Seeing this, Guang Tukiyang panicked. "What? No good." "No." Jiang Yang was adamant. Guang Tukiyang was completely thrown into a panic and looked to Bosley for help. "Boss, maybe I shouldn't switch jobs." Seeing this, Jiang Yang laughed and explained, "Brother Chong, you're too modest." "Huh." Guang Tukiyang realized something was off. It didn't sound like Jiang Yang was belittling him. While he was still puzzled, he heard Jiang Yang continue, "A seasoned, honest, hardworking worker like you would be wasted at 5000. I'll give you 5000. If you perform well, you can get more later. There's no ceiling." Hearing this, Guang Tukiyang's mind went blank. 50,000. 50,000. A month with Jiang Yang was worth more than a year of his salary. Bosley was also astonished. Wasn't Jiang Yang paying far too much? This was not at all a sum of money a lumberjack could earn. He secretly regretted letting Guang Tukiyang go too easily. He should have asked for more. For just 100, he had let the man go. Guang Tukiyang, deeply shaken, couldn't believe it, and pressed, "Really? Really?" Jiang Yang nodded firmly. "Oh my heavens." Guang Tukiyang yelped in excitement, letting off steam for a good while before he calmed down. Jiang Yang grinned and said, "Brother Chong, from now on, working for me has only one requirement: do whatever I say." "Can you do that?" "Yes." Guang Tuqiang agreed without hesitation. As long as the money was right, he could do anything. He had already begun to imagine saving hundreds of thousands in a year, going home to find a wife, have children, and expand the family line. Guang Tuqiang finally had a day to hold his head high. Jiang Yang smiled, knowing that Guang Tuqiang had misunderstood. He still thought he would be chopping trees. However, he did not explain because explaining it would be troublesome, and he didn't want to ask for trouble. Then he took 5 bundles of cash from the bodyguard's briefcase, handed them to Guang Tuqiang, and said, "Brother Chong, here is 1 month's salary in advance. Work hard." Guang Tuqiang accepted it with a face full of joy and bowed repeatedly. He resolved to follow Jiang Yang and work hard because Jiang Yang paid too well and gave him enough respect. Just that repeated, "Brother Chong." He had never heard anything like it. Jiang Yang then said goodbye to Boss Li, whose face was full of complicated emotions, and set off for Jiangnan City with Guang Tuqiang. From then on, the trajectory of history changed. That legendary figure had become his underling. Along the way, Guang Tuqiang exclaimed in admiration. He had lived all his life in deep mountains and forests. The most prosperous place he had been was Heishan Town. Now he was boarding an airplane and enjoying private car service. The entire trip left him in high spirits, his eyes darting about, unable to take everything in. Along the way, Jiang Yang took the opportunity to get to know Guang Tuqiang. He had no parents, no wife, and no children. A simple old bachelor. It was said that in his youth his parents had often been ill, and he had to care for them with all his heart, which delayed his earning years and made him miss the best time to marry and have children. By the time his parents died, he had been left behind and had become a solitary man. Now his greatest wish was to marry, have children, and carry on the family line. Jiang Yang readily agreed, promising to help Guang Tuqiang marry 8 or 10 wives and take a different one to bed every night. Guang Tuqiang smiled honestly, thinking Jiang Yang was joking. 8 or 10 wives? How could that be possible? Wasn't that illegal? He couldn't do anything illegal. 2 days later, Jiang Yang returned to room 688. He had also booked room 689 for Guang Tuqiang. After moving into a presidential suite of over 100 square meters, Guang Tuqiang asked Jiang Yang countless times what exactly he wanted him to do. It wouldn't be something illegal, would it? Nothing about this made sense. He was just a lumberjack, yet he was staying alone in such a luxurious hotel. Especially after he secretly asked the cleaning lady the price of the presidential suite for one night, he was so frightened that he trembled all over. 1,800 per day? This was equivalent to several years of his previous salary, and it was just for one night's stay. Jiang Yang casually made up an excuse, saying he was a rich second-generation heir with money to burn. "We're friends across generations. Just stay with me and don't worry." Only then did Guang Tuqiang calm down, otherwise he would have fled. Most importantly, Jiang Yang paid too high a salary, and he couldn't bear to leave it. After stabilizing Guang Tuqiang, Jiang Yang began to scheme over several other legendary figures. In fact, the legends he had heard in his past life were from Jiangnan City. Only Guang Tuqiang, because his reputation was too great, had spread across the vast country. After all, in his past life, Jiang Yang had only moved around near Yuhu Banshan and had never gone far from it before he died. He could only hear about the legends of the Jiangnan City area. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yang prepared to go find the willow deity. The current willow deity was not a deity at all. It was truly a willow tree. According to his memory from the past life, the reason the willow deity did not die was that it had once been struck by lightning. It was a lightning-struck wood. So as long as he searched Jiangnan City for a willow tree that had been struck by lightning, he should be able to find the willow deity. By then, once the willow deity awakened and grew stronger, 10,000 branches would drop 10,000 thunderbolts. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Coupled with the willow deity's immortal gift, it would be as if he had an invincible domain. If anyone wanted to lay a hand on him, they would first have to get past the willow deity. Jiang Yang called Guangtou Chong over. "Brother Chong, I need your help with something." Hearing this, Guangtou Chong instantly perked up and put on his yellow hard hat. Jiang Yang had in fact swapped in a more decent set of clothes for him, but Guangtou Chong still liked wearing work pants and a hard hat. He said he was a worker and should look the part. He didn't sit in an office, and a tie really was too uncomfortable. Jiang Yang let him do as he pleased when he heard him say that. Guangtou Chong's eyes gleamed. He was drawing such a high salary from Jiang Yang, yet had nothing to do, which made him extremely uneasy. When he heard there was work to do, he asked with great drive, "Boss, whatever you need, just tell me. I won't say a word of objection." Jiang Yang nodded, already used to being called boss by Guangtou Chong. He said, "Here's the thing, I want to find a lightning-struck tree. Help me look for it." "Lightning-struck wood?" Guangtou Chong laughed. "I've cut down who knows how many lightning-struck trees. Leave it to me. This is right up my alley." He slapped his chest full of confidence. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. "Really? That's great. Help me find a willow tree struck by lightning in Jiangnan City." Hearing this, Guangtou Chong was somewhat dumbfounded. Jiangnan City was so huge. Find a willow tree struck by lightning. That was hardly any easier than searching for a needle in the sea. Forget searching, he might get lost just going outside. Guangtou Chong's face fell, and his grand ambition collapsed in an instant. He lowered his head and dared not make a sound, looking like a wronged little bride. Jiang Yang laughed out loud, not wanting to discourage him any further. After all, Guangtou Chang was a sharp blade, not a real lumberjack. He said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you. Let's think of a way to search together." Only when he heard this did Guangtou Chang recover his spirits and nod vigorously. The two immediately began discussing it, and the more they discussed, the more they realized finding a willow struck by lightning was far too difficult. Jiangnan City was vast, and there were at least dozens of flower and tree markets. In addition, willows were planted as scenic trees along the riverfront, which added to the difficulty. And that was not even the most troublesome part. Those public places could be freely entered, so, with enough time, one could search them. The trickiest part was that many households planted willows to decorate their own courtyards. Private homes could not be entered at will, and no one outside knew what was inside, leaving no way to approach them. Many wealthy people had willows planted around the ornamental pools in their courtyards. Even the lake at Yuhu Banshan Center was ringed with willow trees, making the search extremely difficult. The two racked their brains and were momentarily stuck in an impasse. A flash of inspiration struck Guangtou Chang, and he blurted out, "Boss, I figured out a way." "Huh? Tell me." Jiang Yang was bursting with excitement, even more thrilled than Guangtou Chang. "Here's what you do. Put out a high-price offer in Jiangnan City for willow trees struck by lightning. There's no way we can cover it all by searching ourselves. Have other people deliver them to us. Mobilizing the power of the masses is the best way to solve this." Hearing this suggestion, Jiang Yang nodded again and said approvingly, "Brother Chang, you've got a surprisingly clever head. Not bad. We'll do exactly as you say." Guangtou Chang, hearing these words, touched his hard hat and grinned sheepishly. Jiang Yang went out alone and first visited the Administration for Industry and Commerce to register a company called Jiang Yang Timber Factory, a limited liability company with a registered capital of 1 million yuan. He was the sole shareholder and actual controller. He then rented an empty yard in the suburbs to serve as the factory's warehouse and registered address, hung up a signboard, and hired an old gatekeeper. In just one day, the timber factory was fully established. In the evening, Jiang Yang still did not rest. He opened Douyin and Kuaishou registered accounts and used his newly obtained business license to get Blue V verification, turning them into store accounts to boost credibility. He then carefully edited a video about purchasing lightning struck wood at a high price, specifying willow trees and offering 10,000 yuan each. After posting it, he frantically poured money into buying traffic. He bought Dou and Kuai up to their maximum caps, forcibly shoving an utterly ordinary video onto the hot list and straight to the top spot. Money could not only make ghosts turn the millstone, it could even make the trending searches do the turning. Jiang Yang's Douyin and Kuaishou accounts instantly lit up with 99 unread messages. Countless people asked whether the announcement was real or fake. After all, a willow tree struck by lightning being worth 10,000 yuan was simply too absurd. The next day, Jiang Yang waited with eager anticipation at the warehouse of the timber factory for someone to deliver lightning-struck willow wood, but an entire morning passed without even a single feather arriving. Guangtou Chang scratched his hard hat and asked in confusion, "Boss, why hasn't anyone shown up?" Jiang Yang was equally puzzled. He opened the video and watched it again and again. The address was right, so those people shouldn't have gotten the wrong place. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yang began to understand. Perhaps he had been too impatient and had priced the lightning-struck willow wood too high. That made it look like he was trying to fool people. No one dared to deliver. With that thought, Jiang Yang had an idea. He would use the buy a horse bone with 1,000 gold approach and first set an example for those still watching from the sidelines. "Brother Chang, I need a favor. Boss, just tell me. What do you want me to do?" Jiang Yang explained the task aloud, and Guangtou Chang nodded repeatedly as he listened. Guangtou Chang then dragged a fake lightning-struck willow log into the timber factory, while Jiang Yang immediately found a camera angle and filmed him dragging the log over to the old gatekeeper and exchanging it for a stack of red bills. Afterward, he posted it on Douyin and Kuaishou, maxed out the Dou and Kuai promotional traffic packages, and pushed it hard onto the trending searches. Guangtou Chang watched Jiang Yang's maneuvers with suspicion and said anxiously, "Boss, is my idea not working, and that's why no one's coming? Maybe we should try another way." Jiang Yang chuckled and comforted him, saying, "Brother Chang, I know you're anxious, but don't rush yet. Wait a little longer. Let Dou and Kuai fly a while longer." In the afternoon, Jiang Yang ordered takeout. He was eating with the old gatekeeper Guangtou Chang and 2 bodyguards when the sound of a tractor grew closer and closer, finally stopping right at the entrance of the timber factory. Jiang Yang's heart stirred. He felt something was about to happen. Before he could stand up, Guangtou Chang threw his chopsticks aside and bolted out like the wind. Then he shouted excitedly, "Boss, someone has delivered lightning-struck willow wood." Hearing this, Jiang Yang laughed heartily, abandoned his meal, and hurried over to look. He still remembered to film a video, planning to post it online to draw traffic. A few minutes later, Jiang Yang traded 10,000 yuan for a willow tree that had been struck by lightning into a ghastly state. Of course, Jiang Yang couldn't identify what kind of tree it was, but it was exactly Guangtou Chang's specialty. He was the one who recognized it. After Jiang Yang posted the second video of someone delivering lightning-struck willow wood and receiving payment, the seemingly unreliable high-priced purchase of lightning-struck willow wood began to look credible. More and more people began delivering willow wood to Jiang Yang Timber Factory. As a lumberjack, Guangtou Chang was in charge of quality control, checking whether the lightning-struck wood delivered was willow and whether it was intact, and he was merrily busy. They did screen out plenty of fakes passed off as the real thing. Jiang Yang meanwhile relied on the legends of the willow god from his previous life and judged them one by one, trying to see which one was truly the willow god. Time passed day by day, and 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet Jiang Yang had found nothing. There were many lightning-struck willows, but not a single one resembled the willow god. According to legends surrounding the willow deity, before its awakening, the most distinctive sign was dead wood coming back to life. In other words, 9 fresh sprouts emerging from a lightning-struck trunk. This would later become the seed of the willow deity's dormant immortality talent. Therefore, all one needed to do was find a lightning-struck willow bearing exactly 9 new shoots upon its dead wood, and one could confirm it was the willow deity. From a probabilistic standpoint, the odds of 3 conditions coinciding, being struck by lightning, being a willow tree, and sprouting precisely 9 new shoots, were exceedingly slim. Yet the warehouse was nearly overflowing, and though several lightning-struck willows with new shoots could be seen, not a single one had exactly 9 sprouts. So the willow deity remained nowhere in sight. That evening, Jiang Yang ordered takeout once more and dined with Bald Chang and the others. Bald Chang had busied himself all afternoon and felt a swell of accomplishment, convinced he was finally useful for something. He was happily gnawing on a chicken leg when his peripheral vision caught Jiang Yang's heavy expression, far from excited, and he slowed his eating, setting the chicken leg down. "Boss, you seem unhappy," he asked worriedly. "Did I not do my job well?" Jiang Yang waved his hand. "Brother Chang, don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with you." Bald Chang sensed that Jiang Yang was facing a difficult problem and lost his appetite entirely. "Boss, none of these lightning-struck willows are what you want, are they, eh?" Jiang Yang nodded. "Actually, I'm looking for a lightning-struck willow that has sprouted 9 fresh shoots. But nothing delivered this afternoon met that condition." "Well," Bald Chang scratched his safety helmet, hesitating. "Boss, how about we wait a bit longer? Perhaps we'll come across one of these lightning-struck willows in a few days." Jiang Yang shook his head. The quantity of lightning-struck willows should be quite small. After all, willow trees grow low and are overshadowed by taller species like eucalyptus and parasol trees, making them unlikely targets for lightning strikes. "I suspect there won't be any more lightning-struck willows coming in." The next day, Jiang Yang brought Bald Chang and continued to hold watch at the lumber mill. As time passed, Jiang Yang's heart slowly sank. In the entire morning, only a handful of dozens of people had come to deliver lightning-struck willows. With his videos still riding the trending topics, the information channel was clearly working. But the diminishing flow of lightning-struck willows meant the supply was genuinely running dry. Bald Chang also noticed the trend and spoke with concern. "Boss, you were right. There really aren't many lightning-struck willows being delivered anymore. And among these, several are fakes." Jiang Yang nodded. "Brother Chang, we need to find another approach. This path is a dead end." Hearing this, Bald Chang clutched his helmet and paced back and forth in the warehouse, desperately trying to think of a new plan. Suddenly, Jiang Yang had an epiphany. He burst into laughter and exclaimed, "I've got it. What did you think of, boss?" Bald Chang scrambled back, over his face alight with expectation. "I can post online seeking leads. Whoever has information about a lightning-struck willow with 9 sprouts, I'll pay them." "Ah, boss, you're so brilliant." Bald Chang was even more thrilled than Jiang Yang himself. "Huh." Jiang Yang laughed for a while before getting to work editing a new video. The central theme was simple recruiting clues. Anyone who provided a lead and verified it through a video call would receive a reward of 1 million. The prize was extraordinarily high, yet Jiang Yang was not worried about people doubting it. Because compared to the exhausting effort of hauling lightning-struck willows all the way to the lumber mill, providing a clue and verifying it via video call was practically costless. A mere matter of tapping a screen, and many would be tempted. After the new video was posted, Jiang Yang purchased promotional traffic, as was his custom. But this time, before the promotion even gained momentum, the video went viral early and climbed back to the top of the charts. It was simply too outrageous. Spending 1 million for a single clue. This kind of overwhelming fortune was beyond absurd. But outrageous, as it was, the power of the internet was fully unleashed. Jiang Yang's Douyin and Kuaishou unread messages flooded to 999 once again. Jiang Yang chose not to appear on camera, instead assigning Bald Chang to handle all verifications. At the long residence, a servant had finished her morning chores and was leaning against a massive palm tree, scrolling through her phone. The algorithm swiftly pushed Jiang Yang's video seeking lightning-struck willow clues to her screen. She glanced at it with mild disinterest and swiped past. She only cared about handsome, muscular men. Why would she bother with lightning-struck willows? But the next moment, surprise flashed in her eyes, and she swiped the video back. She stared at the video for a while, muttering to herself, "Struck by lightning willow tree, 9 fresh sprouts, 1 million." She suddenly turned her head and looked toward the lumber pile stacked against the wall. She remembered there was a lightning-struck willow there, its branches completely blackened, stripped of any ornamental value, tossed into the lumber pile and slated to be burned as firewood. It seemed to have sprouted a few new shoots. The servant hurried over to confirm, counted once, and her pupils trembled. Exactly 9 new sprouts. Not one more, not one less. She shot to her feet, her head swimming with dizziness. This overwhelming fortune had somehow fallen upon her. The servant hurriedly pulled the lightning-struck willow free, found a concealed corner to hide it, then followed Jiang Yang and initiated a video call. At Jiang Yang's lumber mill, Bald Chong mechanically cycled through the same 3 motions: connect, verify, hang up, repeating them all morning until his eyes were sore and blurred. Yet he found nothing. He was somewhat disheartened, but Jiang Yang had not called a halt, so he persisted. Jiang Yang patted Bald Chong on the shoulder. Brother Chong, you've worked hard. Hang in there a little longer. Perhaps the good news is just moments away. Bald Chong smiled and nodded, reviving his spirits once more. Just then another video call notification appeared, and Bald Chong answered it. A woman wearing a white servant's uniform with an apron appeared on screen. Bald Chong asked mechanically, "Is it a lightning-struck willow with 9 fresh sprouts? First show the overall view, then let me see the sprouts." The servant woman on screen nodded, slyly glanced around, then crouched and lifted a dusty cloth. Her secretive demeanor made Jiang Yang's heart tighten with inexplicable excitement. Perhaps the good fortune was truly here. The servant woman photographed the deadwood trunk in full, a severed piece with no roots at all, but undoubtedly a willow. Then she panned to the 9 fresh sprouts. For the first time she spoke. "Boss, is this the one you're looking for?" Jiang Yang quickly nudged Bald Chong. "That's it. Make the deal." Bald Chong grew excited too. "Mayam, that's exactly it. Where did you find it? Tell us, and the 1 million reward is yours." Realizing she had truly discovered a lightning-struck willow worth 1 million, the servant's face flushed with excitement. "I found it in the Long family's lumber pile. Is it really the one? Will you truly give me 1 million? How do I collect the money?" Jiang Yang thought for a moment, then his face appeared on screen. He spoke politely. "Mayam, I'm sorry to trouble you, but could you help bring this piece of rotten wood to Jiang Yang lumber mill? If you deliver it, I'll pay you 1 million. Deal?" At Jiang Yang's instructions, the maid nodded without hesitation. It was nothing but a piece of rotten wood fit only for kindling. Who would question her taking it away? It wasn't as if it were gold or silver jewelry. The mere thought of receiving 1 million yuan sent her trembling with excitement. She couldn't even bear to go to work, so she promptly asked the butler for leave and grabbed the lightning-struck willow log ready to head out. Jiang Yang hung up the video call, his fists pumping with agitation. He had searched high and low, never expecting to find the willow deity in such a state. For merely 1 million in worthless paper money, he would obtain the legendary willow deity destined to shake the heavens. What an extraordinary return on investment. At the same time, the Dragon family butler's phone suddenly vibrated wildly, receiving a text message. "The maid who just requested time off from you is carrying a lightning-struck willow log, preparing to deliver it to Jiang Yang's timber mill. This piece of thunderwood is quite valuable. Be sure to stop it." Reading the message, the butler's brow furrowed deeply. Since the sender's number appeared to be from overseas, it seemed like a scam. Yet it didn't quite fit the pattern. No verification codes requested, no links embedded, just a single sentence. While still suspicious, his phone buzzed again with a multimedia message. Opening it revealed a video of Jiang Yang offering 1 million for information about the lightning-struck willow log. After watching the video, the butler's doubts melted away. Someone within the Dragon household had discovered the thunder willow and intended to smuggle it out for profit. And just then a maid had requested time off from him. The butler hurried off, and the wall-mounted surveillance camera pivoted in response to his movement. Meanwhile, Lu Hongya sat before his computer watching through the surveillance feed as the butler rushed to intercept the maid. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. After Jiang Yang's mocking words, he had made up his mind to undermine him at every turn. Whatever Jiang Yang attempted, Lu Hongya would spare no effort to sabotage it. Having hacked into the platform's server, he overheard the exchange between Jiang Yang and the maid and decided to interfere. As for whether the lightning-struck wood held genuine value, that was pure fabrication. His only aim was to prevent Jiang Yang from claiming it. The maid hadn't even reached the entrance when the butler caught up with her. Spotting the darkened timber on her shoulder and recalling the text message, he barked sharply, "Stop. What have you stolen?" The maid froze in alarm, turning to see her supervisor. "Sir, it's just a scrap of rotten wood. I was taking it outside to throw away." The butler already understood the situation and saw through her story immediately. "You're planning to take this lightning-struck timber to Jiang Yang's mill to exchange for money, aren't you? Do you think I'm unaware?" The maid's face drained of color as panic set in. She knew she'd been caught. "Put it back where it belongs, or I'm calling the police," the butler threatened. "Please, sir," the maid cried out in terror, dropping the lightning-struck log and falling to her knees in supplication. Seeing he had her cornered, the butler smiled triumphantly. 1 million. You don't deserve that kind of money. It should be me. Put it back where it belongs and I won't press charges. Otherwise you'll be facing time behind bars." The maid nodded reluctantly on the verge of lifting the timber back into place when a stretched Rolls-Royce glided into the courtyard. The supervisor hurried forward to greet it. This was the vehicle of Long Wei, the master of the Long family. The maid instinctively stepped aside, a flicker of fear crossing her face as she awaited her employer's arrival. Long Wei, now in his 50s, maintained a vigorous presence with jet black hair, dressed in a burgundy polo shirt and white golf cap. He had clearly just returned from the course. The butler took up the golf bag eagerly, his face split with sycophantic smiles. Chairman, welcome back. Long Wei, the chairman of Longxiang Group, commanded a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Long Wei gave a perfunctory nod, saying nothing as he strode toward the house. Pausing beside the maid, his eyes narrowed at the lightning-struck willow lying discarded on the ground. What's the meaning of this? With so many people in this house, how can you let things remain in such disarray? The butler panicked, signaling with his eyes for the maid to remove the timber at once. The maid seized upon an idea, eager to please. Chairman, shall we keep this? Or shall I have it discarded? Long Wei ruled this household with absolute authority. If he declared the item unwanted, even the butler would have to comply. With that, she could openly carry the lightning-struck log to Jiang Yang's mill and claim the 1 million yuan reward. Long Wei glanced dismissively at the timber. To his eyes, it was nothing more than worthless firewood. Why keep a rotting piece of wood? It smokes too much even for burning. Throw it out. Yes. The maid responded with ringing enthusiasm, grinning from ear to ear as she hoisted the log and prepared to depart. The butler realized he'd been outmaneuvered, fury surging within him. How dare she scheme against him? He'd show her. He called out urgently, wait. This wood cannot be discarded. Long Wei detected something amiss in his tone. He couldn't understand why such an ordinary piece of wood warranted such urgency. The butler, embracing the notion that they were all in this together, spoke plainly. Chairman, you don't follow the news, so you're unaware of what this worthless timber is worth. Today a lumber mill is offering a substantial reward for information about it. Long Wei regarded the claim with skepticism, as though hearing a joke. High reward. How much are we talking about? 10,000 yuan. 1 million, the butler confirmed firmly. Long Wei's expression shifted. 1 million. Just for locating this scrap of timber. Something deeper seemed to stir beneath his words. His gaze turned cold as he studied the maid. So you deliberately drew that confession from me, intending to smuggle this piece of wood out of the house. Sweat poured from her face, her complexion draining to white. Her reaction confirmed everything Long Wei had suspected. Such treacherous intent, he said coldly, you're fired. The maid's face paled even further at those words. The butler smirked with satisfaction, his posture brimming with arrogance. Set that rotten timber down this instant and get out. The maid lowered the log sullenly. You can fire me, but settle my wages first. Wages? Long Wei recoiled in disgust. You attempted to pilfer a treasured artifact of my family, and you dare speak to me of compensation. I'll have you arrested this very moment. Chairman, the maid cried out, staggering as rage threatened to overwhelm her. Yet she knew better than to press the matter. Long Wei possessed the power to destroy her completely. Her face contorted with fury as she turned to leave. Once she was gone, Long Wei fixed his gaze upon the butler, his eyes gleaming with the calculating sharpness of a seasoned businessman. You claim someone would pay 1 million for information on this piece of refuse. Chairman, it's the truth. The butler produced the video for Long Wei to review. After watching it, Long Wei chuckled. This is quite entertaining. Retrieve the item and secure it in the vault. I'll bring someone in to examine this worthless timber and determine what secret it might hold. After ending the call, Jiang Yang waited with barely contained excitement, anticipating the moment the maid would deliver the willow deity. An hour passed, and when he spotted her approaching empty-handed, his joy turned to suspicion. Where is the willow deity? He immediately sensed something was wrong. The maid hadn't even reached the entrance when the butler caught up with her. Spotting the darkened timber on her shoulder and recalling the text message, he barked sharply, stop. What have you stolen? The maid froze in alarm, turning to see her supervisor. Sir, it's just a scrap of rotten wood. I was taking it outside to throw away. The butler already understood the situation and saw through her story immediately. You're planning to take this lightning-struck timber to Jiang Yang's mill to exchange for money, aren't you? Do you think I'm unaware? The maid's face drained of color as panic set in. She knew she'd been caught. Put it back where it belongs, or I'm calling the police, the butler threatened. Please, sir. The maid cried out in terror, dropping the lightning-struck log and falling to her knees in supplication. Seeing he had her cornered, the butler smiled triumphantly. 1 million. You don't deserve that kind of money. It should be me. Put it back where it belongs. And the maid hadn't even reached the entrance when the butler caught up with her. Spotting the darkened timber on her shoulder and recalling the text message, he barked sharply, stop. What have you stolen? The maid froze in alarm, turning to see her supervisor. Sir, it's just a scrap of rotten wood. I was taking it outside to throw away. The butler already understood the situation and saw through her story immediately. You're planning to take this lightning-struck timber to Jiang Yang's mill to exchange for money, aren't you? Do you think I'm unaware? The maid's face drained of color as panic set in. She knew she'd been caught. Put it back where it belongs, or I'm calling the police, the butler threatened. Please, sir. The maid cried out in terror, dropping the lightning-struck log and falling to her knees in supplication. Seeing he had her cornered, the butler smiled triumphantly. 1 million. You don't deserve that kind of money. It should be me. Put it back where it belongs. And at the same time, the Dragon family butler's phone suddenly vibrated wildly, receiving a text message. The maid who just requested time off from you is carrying a lightning-struck willow log, preparing to deliver it to Jiang Yang's timber mill. This piece of thunderwood is quite valuable. Be sure to stop it. Reading the message, the butler's brow furrowed deeply. Since the sender's number appeared to be from overseas, it seemed like a scam. Yet it didn't quite fit the pattern. No verification codes requested, no links embedded, just a single sentence. While still suspicious, his phone buzzed again with a multimedia message. Opening it revealed a video of Jiang Yang offering 1 million for information about the lightning-struck willow log. After watching the video, the butler's doubts melted away. Someone within the Dragon household had discovered the thunder willow and intended to smuggle it out for profit. And just then a maid had requested time off from him. The butler hurried off. At the same time, the Dragon family butler's phone suddenly vibrated wildly, receiving a text message. The maid who just requested time off from you is carrying a lightning-struck willow log, preparing to deliver it to Jiang Yang's timber mill. This piece of thunderwood is quite valuable. Be sure to stop it. Reading the message, the butler's brow furrowed deeply. Since the sender's number appeared to be from overseas, it seemed like a scam. Yet it didn't quite fit the pattern. No verification codes requested, no links embedded, just a single sentence. While still suspicious, his phone buzzed again with a multimedia message. Opening it revealed a video of Jiang Yang offering 1 million for information about the lightning-struck willow log. After watching the video, the butler's doubts melted away. Someone within the Dragon household had discovered the thunder willow and intended to smuggle it out for profit. And just then a maid had requested time off from him. The butler hurried off. Jiang Yang and Bald Chong faced the housemaid. Jiang Yang asked urgently, I know you. You promised to deliver the lightning-struck wood. Where is it? How can you even ask me about the item? The housemaid replied with anger on her face. I lost my job trying to help you bring out the lightning-struck wood. Jiang Yang was completely confused, but the housemaid began crying on her own. Jiang Yang could barely look at her, for the old woman's tears were truly unseemly. After some comforting words, he finally pieced together the whole story. So the lightning-struck wood is still with the Long family, intercepted by Long Wei. Jiang Yang confirmed. Yes, boss, the housemaid nodded. Then she asked hopefully, boss, you said you'd reward 1 million for a useful clue. I was the first to tell you. Shouldn't you pay me? Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. What you say is reasonable. Cash or bank transfer? Transfer. The woman exclaimed in surprise, never having expected to actually receive the money. She had come with little more than a hopeful guess. Jiang Yang did not dwell on it, and simply processed the transfer on his phone. Overjoyed with the 1 million, the woman thanked him profusely, and finding Jiang Yang altogether pleasant, offered a warning. Boss, when I left, I overheard the chairman say he locked the rotten wood in a safe, and wants someone to study it. You must hurry. I fear that piece of wood may be destroyed. Hearing this, Jiang Yang nodded silently, and saw the housemaid out. He thought to himself that this million had been well spent. Without that reminder, he would never have known if the willow god had been dissected. After the maid departed, Jiang Yang and Bald Chong sat in silence, their brows furrowed. They needed to move quickly, otherwise the willow god would be ruined. Right now, before awakening, it was merely a piece of rotten wood that could easily be destroyed. They knew where the willow god was, but Long Wei had intervened and locked it in a safe. Retrieving it would prove troublesome. The Long family owned an estate spanning dozens of acres in the suburbs of Jiangnan City. Vast and sprawling, without an insider, they could hardly tell east from west. Moreover, the willow god was locked in a safe. Without professional skills, even finding it would not help them open the lock. Bald Chong was utterly dejected, scratching his head until it was raw, but unable to find a solution. The situation had nearly become a deadlock. Jiang Yang sighed softly. What bad luck. If that butler hadn't interfered, we would already have what we needed. As he finished speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated. Curious, he took it out and found a WeChat message. It was from that little thief. Little thief, ha ha ha. Want that rotten wood? Come beg me. Jiang Yang caught the hidden meaning. He replied, was this your doing? Little thief, exactly right. I notified the butler and intercepted your move. How does that feel? Unhappy. Come beat me up through the internet then. Seeing these words, murderous intent surged in Jiang Yang's eyes. No wonder everything had been so conveniently orchestrated. It was this little thief causing trouble behind the scenes. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Yang reined in his emotions. Jiang Yang, remember, every word you speak today will become bullets someday fired back at you. Just you wait. Lu Hongya watched the words materialize on her computer screen and laughed disdainfully. She replied, fine, I'll be waiting. Secretly vowing to stop Jiang Yang from claiming that rotten, which she flew her fingers across the keyboard. She hacked into the server, gained access to Jiang Yang's app, and intercepted both his voice and live video feed. Watching Jiang Yang's face on the monitor, Lu Hongya's lips curled with contempt. Jiang Yang locked his phone screen and patted Bald Chong. Brother Chong, let's return to the hotel. Bald Chong looked puzzled. Boss, we haven't obtained the lightning-struck wood yet. Jiang Yang waved his hand, casting a seemingly casual glance at his phone. This is not urgent. Let us plan carefully. All right. Bald Chong had no better method and could only nod. That night, Jiang Yang entered the hotel and deliberately lingered in the lobby for several minutes, ensuring the surveillance cameras captured his movements. He then instructed the front desk that he would not leave his room that evening and asked that no cleaning be done. With everything arranged, Jiang Yang returned to room 688. Bald Chong returned to room 689 on his own and did not venture out again. Meanwhile, Lu Hongye hacked into the hotel surveillance system and once again tracked Jiang Yang's whereabouts. Noticing how deliberately Jiang Yang had made himself visible upon entering the hotel, Lu Hongye detected something suspicious. Jiang Yang was intentionally putting on a show in public, seemingly trying to fabricate an alibi. She let out a cold sneer and triumphant sent Jiang Yang a direct message. You're planning to make a move tonight, aren't you? Are you going to steal it or raid it? Don't worry, I'll remind the Long family to guard against you, haha. Jiang Yang's gaze darkened as he read the message. This hacker was truly persistent and quite clever. He chose not to reply lest it be used as evidence and seized upon by the Long family. Seeing that Jiang Yang remained silent, Lu Hongye smiled in satisfaction. She sent a message to the butler. Upon feeling his phone vibrate, the butler checked it and was instantly startled. Clutching his phone, he rushed to report to Long Wei. Chairman, someone tipped us off to watch that rotten wood carefully. Someone may attempt to steal it tonight. Long Wei's hand paused mid-sip, his expression darkening instantly. Is that so? Butler, double the guards and watch the Long residence closely. If so much as a blade of grass goes missing from the Long family today, you can pack your things and leave tomorrow. The butler hastily agreed, not daring to delay, and rushed to make arrangements. Guard personnel were increased throughout the Long estate. Especially in the room housing the lightning-struck wood, he personally led the watch, ensuring absolute security. Jiang Yang paid no further attention to Lu Hongye. He now had the ability to track her down, but doing so would consume considerable effort and energy. The apocalypse was drawing near. For such a petty thief, wasting time and energy was not worthwhile. He would deal with it later. Lying on the sofa, his mind drifted to the system shop. He queried the system. System, I wish to infiltrate the Long residence and retrieve the Willow God. Do you have any useful templates? Host could try the 007 template. Your words have awakened me from my slumber, system. Thank you. Jiang Yang immediately spent 1 survival points to redeem the 007 template, selecting an ordinary person for upgrade. In an instant, a blank slate commoner became a super spy whose movements were elusive and whose methods were unparalleled. Using such overwhelming force against a single family was like slaughtering a chicken with an ox cleaver. He chose to release the agent, and a lean, agile man appeared in the room. The two bodyguards were startled and quickly closed in to apprehend him. Jiang Yang did not call a halt. He wanted to see how capable the upgraded agent had become after the expenditure of 1 survival points. The agent faced the two bodyguards, and without the slightest effort defeated them in a few exchanges, disarming them completely. The two startled bodyguards urged Jiang Yang to flee at once. Jiang Yang smiled and shook his head, then nodded to the agent. Go bring me back the Willow God. Be swift and be stylish about it. Yes, master. The agent responded, threw open the window overlooking the street, and leapt directly out. Holy shit. Jiang Yang was startled and hurried to look, but the agent's figure had already vanished. Good grief, bold and skilled indeed. He shook his head and lay on the sofa waiting patiently. A man with an ordinary face wearing a long coat appeared in the suburbs, his gaze deep as he stared at the Long family estate for a full half hour. The locations of surveillance cameras and security personnel all fell into his eyes, and a detailed plan instinctively formed in his mind. This man was naturally the agent evolved from Jiang Yang's 007 template. In addition to his extraordinary skills, he also came equipped with agent gear. Using such a drastic measure to retrieve something from a private estate was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The agent recalled Jiang Yang's instructions before departure: keep it quiet, avoid casualties, leave no evidence, and bring back that piece of thunderstruck wood. He moved using the ornamental trees along the wall to vault over and appeared within the Long family estate. Then, concealed by flower and tree shadows, he infiltrated the Long family mansion. The Long family mansion's main building was 6 stories high, with additional structures spanning 4 acres. Carefully avoiding security and surveillance, the agent spent half an hour reaching the most heavily guarded area. Here, hunting dogs were led by security personnel in black suits constantly patrolling. At each room's entrance, female servants were stationed as guards. This would eliminate any blind spots. The agent frowned, examining the situation. Without causing casualties and keeping things quiet, passing through such heavily defended territory would be quite difficult. After some thought, the agent retreated and headed in another direction. Inside the room where the thunderstruck wood was stored, the butler sat upright within a massive iron cage with the wood resting across his lap. He held it as if it were a precious treasure. Around the iron cage stood 6 security guards with hunting dogs, along with more than a dozen male and female servants nearly filling the room. The butler wore a smug expression. With so many people around and him inside the iron cage, who could secretly snatch the item from his embrace? If it was theft, the thief naturally wouldn't dare cause a commotion. His defense was foolproof. The agent left, captured a female servant, extracted Longwei's location through questioning, then knocked her unconscious and headed straight for Longwei's room. He planned to use Longwei as leverage for the thunderstruck wood. This way the commotion would be minimal and harm kept to a minimum. Compared to a piece of rotten wood, Longwei's life was far more valuable. On the second floor of the Long family estate in the master bedroom, Longwei was still awake, sitting behind a large desk, clicking his mouse to review company financial reports. Suddenly the door opened silently, a faint draft slipping inside. He instantly became alert. Looking up, he only caught sight of a dark shadow darting in. "Who's there?" he exclaimed. Instantly a chill ran down his neck. The cold blade of a dagger pressed against him, his face paling. "What do you want?" Longwei said fearfully. He remembered having security at the door, yet someone still breached his room. This so-called thief's skills were nothing like a common burglar. The agent wore a mask revealing only his eyes and spoke in a calm voice. "Chairman Long, I can let you go unharmed, but you'll need to exchange that piece of rotten wood for it." Hearing this, Longwei immediately understood and agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll have someone send it to you right away." That piece of rotten wood was merely something he wanted to study for amusement. Compared to his life, this amusement was worthless. Under the threat of the dagger, Longwei dialed the butler's number. The butler answered. "Chairman, aren't you resting yet? What are your orders?" "What?" "Take the thunderstruck wood to your bedroom." "All right, coming right away." The butler hung up, clutching the wood with suspicion, and rushed toward Longwei's bedroom, surrounded by numerous security guards. He had imagined countless possibilities, but seeing two security guards lying unconscious at the door, his heart instantly panicked. He had miscalculated. "Quick, open the door," the butler called urgently. Security quickly opened the door, and the scene inside came into view. Longwei was being held hostage. "Chairman," the butler was shocked. More than a dozen security guards rushed into the room, surrounding the agent and Longwei. Their electric batons crackled, yet they dared not make a move, because the dagger was pressed against Longwei's throat. Even if the attacker fell, the blade would slice his throat with unpredictable consequences. Longwei waved his hand, signaling the butler and security not to act recklessly. The agent said nothing, slightly adjusting the dagger. Longwei understood immediately and hastily said, "Butler, bring the thunderstruck wood over." The butler understood, his face filled with reluctance. He had protected the thunderstruck wood too, while never expecting the attacker could hostage Longwei to exchange for it. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he was dealing with a thief, not an agent like 007. His thinking hadn't caught up. The butler tossed the thunderstruck wood onto Longwei's spacious desk and slowly stepped back. The agent examined it carefully, confirmed it was what Jiang Yang wanted, then said in a low voice, "Chairman Long, please carry this piece of rotten wood and see me off. Remember, don't bring anyone, don't play tricks. When I'm safe, you're safe, understand?" Longwei's face showed anger. He, the chairman of a major group, was actually being made to carry wood like a peasant. But he still yielded cooperation, carrying the wood, and under the agent's escort descended the stairs and entered the car. Driving his own Rolls-Royce, he left the estate. The butler shouted and chased behind, car after car, starting their engines and lights, pursuing the Rolls-Royce. Then they saw the Rolls-Royce ahead stop. Briefly, Longwei was kicked out, and the Rolls-Royce sped away. The butler hurried to assist, helping the disheveled Longwei up, asking worriedly, "Chairman, are you all right?" Longwei's face turned blue, then white, terrified. He had walked to the gates of death, nearly losing his life. His fear quickly turned to rage, and he growled, "Butler, investigate immediately. I want that thief and his master to pay a terrible price." The butler agreed, repeatedly saying bitterly, "Chairman, I know who did this." "Who?" Longwei asked, his face filled with killing intent. "Jiang Yang. He spent 1 million to gather clues showing how much he values this item. Only he would expend such great effort to forcibly seize it." "Jiang Yang, is it?" Longwei said angrily. "And nobody dares to steal from me. Go find people. Tonight I'll make him know what regret means." The agent drove the Rolls-Royce for a stretch, abandoned the car, changed his appearance, carried the thunderstruck wood into a concealed spot, dug a pit, and buried the wood properly. This location was designated by Jiang Yang. As for him, the mission was complete. There was no need to meet with Jiang Yang again. He only needed to quietly guard the thunderstruck wood. Only then would he hand it over to Jiang Yang. It was 11 at night. Jiang Yang was still awake, waiting for a signal. Suddenly, red and blue lights flashed wildly outside the Nanhua Grand Hotel, casting changing colors on the surrounding buildings. Jiang Yang smiled. The police had arrived, which meant the agent had succeeded. 3 police cars pulled to a stop outside Nanhua Grand Hotel. The butler and a uniformed police officer wearing rank insignia, followed by their subordinates, strode quickly into the hotel. After a brief inquiry at the front desk, they headed straight for room 688. Jiang Yang unhurriedly had his bodyguard open the door and sat waiting calmly. The butler led the officer to the 68th floor. The officer drew his gun and approached room 688 with extreme caution. From a distance he saw the door wide open and a calm voice drifted out from inside. "You're here for me, aren't you? The door is unlocked. Please come in." The butler's expression changed slightly. Jiang Yang was so emboldened that he knew today's affair might not be easy to handle. The butler exchanged a meaningful glance with the officer leading the party, and the two rushed into room 688 one after the other. The officer raised his gun and barked, "Nobody move." Jiang Yang did not move. He sat there calmly. He was extremely reluctant to clash with the authorities, but for Lu Shun this situation had become unavoidable. Fortunately, he had anticipated today's scene and was prepared. Seeing Jiang Yang behaving himself, the captain's expression softened slightly, but he still shouted sternly, "Mr. Jiang, you are suspected of burglary and intentional assault. Stay put." The butler stared at Jiang Yang with malicious eyes. This was also his first face-to-face encounter with Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang cast a sidelong glance at the butler. His murderous gaze burned intensely. If not for this butler's meddling, the maid would have already sent Lu Shun out. There wouldn't be so much trouble now. The butler felt the killing intent, and a chill rose from the depths of his heart. He spoke up. "Captain, the chairman instructed that this man must pay the price for what he has done." Hearing this, Jiang Yang curled the corner of his mouth. "A man with connections. Good." The captain nodded and waved his hand, and two subordinates stepped forward to take Jiang Yang away. Jiang Yang said coldly, "Arrest me. Do you have a warrant?" The captain froze. He truly hadn't obtained a warrant. This was all off the books. Seeing the captain's micro-expression, Jiang Yang guessed the truth and sneered. "You don't dare to offend the Long family, but you dare to offend me." At these words, the captain's expression changed drastically. This visit had not followed proper procedure. He had checked in advance. Jiang Yang had stayed in the hotel the entire time and had no suspicion of committing any crime. He had brought men out only out of respect for Long Wei's face. But Jiang Yang's meaning was obvious. He had someone behind him too, and that someone's influence was greater than Long Wei's. The captain's thoughts turned rapidly. Jiang Yang had been spending money like water these days, living in an expensive presidential suite, as if it were his own home. And no one could uncover the origin of his sudden rise. This showed that with his current authority, he could not even probe Jiang Yang's background. He was not qualified. If he used force against Jiang Yang on a baseless pretext, and the people behind Jiang Yang pursued the matter, could he keep his position as captain? At the moment, he could neither prove Jiang Yang's words true nor prove them false. And from Jiang Yang's spending habits, the true possibilities seemed greater. The captain reached a decision. Since he could not afford to offend either side, he would simply go by the book. He casually picked an officer and said, according to procedure, "Go take Mr. Jiang's statement." Hearing this, Jiang Yang smiled slightly. The captain had chickened out. This kind of man with connections was most afraid of half-true, half-false words. Moreover, Jiang Yang himself had prepared a flawless alibi. The butler's expression turned ugly. The Long family had gone to great lengths calling in favors and inviting a ranking officer only for him to come and go through the motions when faced with Jiang Yang. Outwardly overbearing, he was in fact like a dog with its tail between its legs about to slink away in defeat. Jiang Yang cooperated and gave his statement. He told the truth. He was clean. The dirty deeds were all done by the agent, so what did it have to do with him? The captain took the statement and glanced at it, and he could see at a glance that taking Jiang Yang away was impossible. Jiang Yang was far too clean tonight. The captain signaled the butler to leave the room with him, and behind Jiang Yang's back, he handed the statement to the butler. He asked, "You've seen the perpetrator. Do you think Jiang Yang's build, voice, temperament, and so on match the perpetrator's?" This. The butler was at a loss for words. The captain understood. He took back the statement. "If that's the case, I can't arrest this man." The butler became anxious. Jiang Yang certainly didn't act himself. He hired someone. The captain shook his head. "The law runs on evidence, not what you think. To make a case against Jiang Yang, you have to catch tonight's perpetrator first, interrogate him, and confirm his connection to Jiang Yang. Only then is it possible." This. The butler was full of reluctance and said gloomily, "Captain, you know the chairman doesn't want to hear such a stiff by-the-book answer." The captain understood what he meant. Long Wei had invited him precisely to bypass the law. He said coldly, "If you can find out Jiang Yang's background, then come to me for help." The butler's heart jolted and his eyes flickered. The captain went back into the room and said amiably to Jiang Yang, "Sorry for disturbing you." Jiang Yang waved a hand. "This is what I should do. Thank you for your trouble." The captain nodded, looking at Jiang Yang with greater respect, and feeling that Jiang Yang was profoundly unfathomable. The better a person's bearing, the more confidence he had in himself. "All units withdraw," the captain shouted and led his men away. As the butler was leaving, he gave Jiang Yang a cold stare. Jiang Yang smiled and met his gaze without the slightest fear. "You're something else. We'll meet again." After hurling that threat, the butler left quickly. Jiang Yang watched him go and murmured, "Next time we meet, you'll be a corpse. Without official protection, you vicious cur, will die miserably." In front of his computer, Lu Hongya watched through the hotel surveillance as the officer and the Long family people left room 688 one after another, but Jiang Yang was not brought out. He instantly knew what had happened. Jiang Yang was fine, and the Long family had suffered a loss. If the Long family lost, that meant he had lost too. Oh, bastard. What kind of methods did this man use? He wiped himself completely clean, and even seized that rotten piece of wood. Lu Hongye yelled, his face bright red. After venting, he couldn't help sending Jiang Yang a message. Jiang Yang received a WeChat message. Little thief, Jiang Yang, don't be so smug. Everything you've done will leave traces. I'll find them. You wait. Jiang Yang read it, and did not reply. He had no intention of wasting breath on a little rat hiding in the shadows. One day there would be a settling of accounts. Lu Hongye grew angrier when no reply came from Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang ignored him completely, meaning he did not take him seriously at all. Bastard. Just you wait. One day you'll kneel and beg for mercy, he secretly vowed. When everything had quieted down, Jiang Yang lay on the sofa with his hands behind his head, supremely content. Although there had been a few twists and turns along the way, he had still found Lu Shun. Thinking of the divine might Lu Shun would possess in the future, he was bubbling with joy. However, he was in no hurry to go collect Lu Shun. He wanted to avoid creating more trouble. Leaving Lu Shun in the agent's care put his mind at ease. Now counting himself, his small team had 3 members. As long as he pulled in one more, he could complete the mission and obtain 10 million survival points. At that point, he could buy his first high-tier ability core and set out on the path of evolution. The Long family. The butler stood before Long Wei's desk and recounted what had transpired at the hotel. As Long Wei listened, a cold glint flashed repeatedly in his eyes. It was humiliating, absolutely humiliating. Long Wei had been subdued by a mere petty thief, throttled at the throat, all over a piece of rotten wood. How utterly disrespectful. And he could guess who was behind this, yet that person remained completely unscathed. If word of this incident spread, where would he find the face to stand? Today someone dares to steal rotten wood from him. Tomorrow some petty thief might come for his life. Pass the word. What happened today stays confidential. Nobody speaks of it. Everyone must sign confidentiality agreements. Any breach will incur a 1 million yuan penalty. Long Wei said with a stern expression. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Should we just let Jiang Yang run free? Continue investigating. If it really was him, there will surely be some clues to follow. Yes, Chairman. The butler understood Long Wei's meaning and left. The next day, Jiang Yang took Bald Chong around the farmer's market, dog meat shops, and pet stores. He was looking for Black Emperor. However, finding Black Emperor was more difficult than finding Willow Deity. Willow Deity's characteristics were relatively obvious: lightning strike, willow, tree, 9 new buds. But Black Emperor was simply a black dog. Unknown breed and size. Black a dog, that was the main feature. But this characteristic was about as useful as nonsense. If he paid a high price for black dogs, he could collect hundreds of thousands in half a day. For the following days, Jiang Yang wandered around everywhere, but got nothing. On the 10th day after his rebirth, Jiang Yang finished the noodles in his bowl and was preparing to continue searching for dogs. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a hospital number. After answering, Mr. Jiang, your paternity test report is ready. You can come to pick it up. After hanging up, Jiang Yang took a deep breath and suppressed his turbulent emotions. He drove toward the hospital. Upon reaching the hospital lobby, after a brief inquiry, Jiang Yang went to the examination room, where he had drawn blood for testing that day. After giving his name, the doctor pulled out a manila envelope and explained everything is inside. Take a look yourself. Jiang Yang nodded and saw a hint of sympathy on the doctor's face. His heart sank as he already knew the answer. Nevertheless, he nodded and thanks, took the file bag, drove to a secluded place, and opened it. The button on the envelope had 3 loops of thread wrapped around it, and he struggled with it for half a minute without success. His hands were trembling. Finally, the envelope was opened, and Jiang Yang pulled out the 3 thin sheets of paper inside. His gaze moved downward, fixed on the red seal. Several large red characters were extremely glaring, confirmed no blood relation. In an instant, Jiang Yang felt all his strength drained from his body, collapsing weakly to the ground as various thoughts flooded his mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, he silently rose to his feet. The towering fury in his heart transformed into bone-chilling hatred. Yet on his face there was a trace of relief. If none of the children were his, then he could act without restraint. Chenlulu, just you wait. It took a full half-hour for Jiang Yang to compose himself before driving toward a nearby garbage station. He intended to dispose of the paper documents. At the garbage station, they could be destroyed more thoroughly. If he threw them away carelessly, some elderly woman might pick them up to sell for money, and inevitably someone curious would tear them open to search for something valuable. He did not want this incident to become someone else's entertainment. Driving into the garbage station, Jiang Yang parked his car, and suddenly his gaze hardened. Beside a massive compactor trash bin, there was a large black dog. It looked like a stray dog digging for food. Jiang Yang had seen many such stray dogs scavenging and was sick of it. But this dog was different. Jiang Yang got out of the car and cautiously approached, wanting to confirm something. He saw the large black dog tearing at a piece of rubber in its mouth, chewing it like a drumstick before swallowing it down. After finishing, it seemed unsatisfied and attacked another piece of rubber. Watching the big black dog devour rubber voraciously, Jiang Yang's heart trembled with shock. This creature before him was most likely Black Emperor, because Black Emperor's talent was devouring, which meant eating anything and gaining corresponding power from whatever it consumed. And this big black dog was actually eating rubber. Rubber is not on a dog's menu. Jiang Yang's heart stirred. He had a faint premonition if he missed this chance he might truly never find Black Emperor. He immediately crouched down and carefully observed Black Emperor contemplating how to lure it over. After thinking for a moment, he went to the nearest convenience store and quickly bought a bunch of chicken drumsticks, ham sausages, and other things. These were extremely tempting foods for humans. For stray dogs, the appeal was shocking. Jiang Yang squatted at a moderate distance and tore open the package of a salt-baked chicken drumstick. As soon as the packaging was torn open, the golden chicken drumstick emitted an intoxicating fragrance. The big black dog's nose twitched. It suddenly turned its head toward Jiang Yang, and finally, its gaze fixed on the large chicken drumstick in his hand. It took a step forward with its front legs, then suddenly pulled back, looking at Jiang Yang with an expression full of vigilance. Jiang Yang's eyes flickered. Knowing that stray dogs were extremely cautious, he took 2 steps backward, leaving a wider safety distance. At the same time, he tossed the salt-baked chicken drumstick in his hand toward the big black dog. Thud! The drumstick landed on the ground covered in dust. The big black dog's nose twitched. It was clearly tempted, but too afraid to eat. Good heavens, so vigilant. Does it think I am trying to poison it? Jiang Yang muttered to himself, increasingly convinced that the big black dog before him was indeed Black Emperor. He thought for a moment, then tore open another pack of salt-baked chicken drumsticks, took a few bites himself before tossing it to the big black dog. This time the big black dog whined, quickly picked up the dust-covered drumstick and swallowed it in a few bites. Then its tail wagged gently, its eyes full of expectation as it looked at Jiang Yang, and it even moved a bit closer toward him. Seeing this, Jiang Yang knew there was hope. He tore open one chicken drumstick after another along with ham sausages and tossed them to the big black dog. This time the dog's vigilance dropped, and it devoured everything in large bites, quickly finishing dozens of packages of drumsticks and sausages. Jiang Yang looked at the empty plastic bag and was somewhat surprised. This big black dog could really eat. He showed a kind smile and waved his hand to the dog. The big black dog stood hesitantly in place, afraid to approach. But its tail wagged enthusiastically, proving it did not reject Jiang Yang. It was merely instinctive fear. Suddenly, an urban management truck sped toward the garbage station. Then with a screeching halt, several city managers wielding nets rushed toward the big black dog. The city management truck had a slogan posted on it: "Eliminate stray dogs, purify the living environment." The big black dog was terrified and fled hastily, letting out a chilling scream. However, the city managers were numerous, had long nets in hand, and were experienced in catching strays. In just a few exchanges, they cornered the big black dog. One of the city managers swung his net, and the big black dog let out a painful cry as it fell into the net. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. The urban management officer pinned the net to the ground, while another wielded iron tongs, swiftly clamping onto the black dog's neck. Its pitiful cries were abruptly silenced, reduced to low, mournful whimpers. Its body trembled uncontrollably from fear. It knew there was no escape today. The large black dog before him was covered in grime and emitted an unbearable stench, hardly the appearance of a well-cared-for pet. "You claim this dog is yours. Where's its leash?" "Large breeds are required by law to be leashed." Jiang Yang offered an awkward smile and extended a pack of cigarettes. "Brother, do me a favor. I forgot my leash today, though I'll be sure to bring one next time." The officer noticed the cigarettes slipping into his pocket, and his expression softened. "All right, just make sure it doesn't happen again. Otherwise you could run into the extermination squad, and it wouldn't end with a simple detention." "Got it, thanks, brother." Jiang Yang nodded cheerfully. The officer released the pincer, and the black dog let out a yelp, scrambling backward to put distance between them. Casting a glance at Jiang Yang, he exchanged a knowing look before signaling his team to load up and drive off. Once the officers had departed, Jiang Yang crouched down and beckoned to the dog. "Come here." He understood the unspoken message. The officer wanted him to dispose of the animal quickly. Whether he took the dog home or sold it to a meat vendor, he decided to look the other way for now. The black dog whimpered, too frightened to approach. Patience in his voice, Jiang Yang said, "Foolish dog, if you don't come with me now, there won't be anyone left to save you next time." He gestured toward the retreating officers. The dog turned to look, its dark eyes reflecting a touch of human-like fear. Jiang Yang continued, "Follow me from now on, and you'll live in comfort. No more wandering the streets. What do you say?" He inched closer to the dog, which watched him warily, its body tense and trembling slightly, but refusing to retreat as it struggled to overcome its terror. At last Jiang Yang reached the dog's head and said with a smile, "Stay with me from now on, all right." The black dog felt the warmth of his hand and whimpered softly, its body gradually relaxing. It awkwardly tilted its head and nuzzled against Jiang Yang's hand in a gesture of affection. Jiang Yang laughed heartily at the nuzzle, knowing the dog had accepted him. They shared a moment of playful interaction, and their bond grew stronger. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang led the black dog into a pet clinic. He noticed numerous wounds across the dog's body that needed attention. Once inside, he handed He Huang to the veterinarian requesting a thorough examination treatment and routine vaccinations. By 9 that evening, the vet finally brought He Huang out. After its bath, the foul odor had been replaced by a faint, clean scent of soap. Its matted fur was now washed and flowing smoothly. Its front leg bore a bandage from treated wounds. As soon as it was brought out, the dog searched around frantically and threw itself into Jiang Yang's arms with a whimper upon seeing him, its massive head rubbing against his face repeatedly. Jiang Yang patted its large head and smiled. "From now on, your name is He Huang, understand?" The dog nodded as if grasping the meaning. Then it followed Jiang Yang out of the clinic and back to room 688. Right at the door, they found Guangtou Chang pacing anxiously. Sensing their presence, Guangtou Chang turned around and exclaimed with relief, "Boss." Jiang Yang approached with a smile. "Chang'e, why aren't you in your room? What are you doing here?" Guangtou Chang chuckled nervously. "I thought you'd abandoned me, boss." Jiang Yang shook his head with an amused smile. How could he ever give up on Guangtou Chang, a future heavyweight? Without much explanation, Jiang Yang led He Huang over to Guangtou Chang. Guangtou Chang immediately noticed the dog and studied it intently before asking suspiciously, "Boss, is this the dog you've been looking for?" Jiang Yang nodded. "Yes, it is. Fate finally turned in my favor today. I actually managed to find it." He then patted He Huang's head. "He Huang, this is Chang'e." He Huang glanced at Guangtou Chang and barked a few times as if acknowledging the introduction. Satisfied that Jiang Yang had returned safely, Guangtou Chang went back to his room. Jiang Yang then took He Huang into his own room and even offered it the bed. If it got dirty, he'd pay extra. But He Huang refused, insisting on lying on the carpet beside the bed, and fell asleep almost immediately. Throughout its days of wandering, it had been exhausted both physically and emotionally. Now that it had found an owner, it could finally rest peacefully. Jiang Yang didn't bother with He Huang further and slouched on the sofa, his face alight with excitement. Between himself, Guangtou Chang, He Huang, and the willow deity, he already had 4 companions. As for Duanda, he could only abandon hope for now. Who knew where Duanda was buried? No matter how capable he was, he couldn't go around digging up graves with a hoe. Grave robbing was a serious crime that could destroy him in moments. "System, I've gathered my team members, exactly 4. Can I claim my reward now?" "Host, your mission isn't complete yet." Jiang Yang's face showed confusion. "What do you mean? Didn't you say 4 members? No species restriction." "Host, while there's no species limit, the willow deity you mentioned currently lacks spiritual energy and doesn't count." Jiang Yang fell silent. He decided not to argue further with the system, and instead focused on what he needed to do, training Guangtou Chang and He Huang. With the apocalypse approaching, both of them could grow into powerful figures in the future. But he wished the process could accelerate. More importantly, in this lifetime, he had found Guangtou Chang, He Huang, and the willow deity ahead of schedule, which meant he had altered the course of fate. The events wouldn't unfold exactly as they had in his past life, and that uncertainty weighed on him. Therefore, he needed to prepare thoroughly. The next day, Jiang Yang led He Huang on a leash, while Guangtou Chang walked alongside him as they headed out of the hotel. He caught sight of 2 suspicious individuals lurking about, clearly keeping tabs on them. A cold sneer formed on his lips. He could guess they were from the Long family. Yet he felt no fear. His training of Guangtou Chang and He Huang was entirely above board, leaving the Long family with no legitimate grounds to seize against him. Jiang Yang stepped into the driver's seat of his new car. After driving the 918 for a while, he found the seats too firm, the suspension too rigid, and the engine too loud. It was built for the track, not for comfortable daily driving. So he switched to a Rolls-Royce. Of course, it was rented. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to buy one, but Rolls-Royces are entirely handcrafted with no stock models available. More importantly, he wanted to avoid the salespeople who might pester him during a purchase. It was wiser to keep his distance from such unpredictable women. Bald Chang brought Black Emperor into the Rolls-Royce. As soon as he sat in the car, Bald Chang was patting and looking around, his eyes sparkling. This car was so incredibly luxurious. Compared to the truck he used to drive, it was as luxurious as a work of art. Black Emperor also lay obediently on the floor mat, daring not to climb onto the seat, behaving far too well. Bald Chang couldn't help but say, "Boss, what car is this? It's so luxurious, must have cost a lot, right?" Su Huai smiled calmly. "To those who love showing off, this car is indeed very valuable. But to you, I guess it's not as practical as your truck." Hearing this, Bald Chang scratched his safety helmet and smiled embarrassedly, muttering, "It's indeed not as practical as my truck. How many logs can this thing carry? Hold on tight, we're setting off." Su Huai pressed the accelerator to the floor. The V12 engine roared. The front of the car lifted slightly, and it headed straight onto the main road. Once on the main road, there was not a single car within 200 meters ahead or behind, all afraid to get close. It felt as spacious as if the road belonged to him. As for cutting in lines or snatching lanes, there was no such thing. The order on the road suddenly improved. After driving for a while, Bald Chang had seen enough of the street scenery and couldn't help asking, "Boss, where are we going now?" Su Huai glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled. "Taking you to the training ground to practice." "Train us?" Bald Chang looked completely puzzled. Su Huai nodded. You'll know when we arrive. He glanced at the rearview mirror again and noticed that the Long family surveillance car was closely following. TCH want to keep up? Go ahead and breathe my exhaust. He sneered, then glanced at the traffic light, calculated the speed and the timing of the signal change, deliberately slowed down, and forced the Long family surveillance car to slow down as well. At that moment, the green light turned on and the queued cars started one by one. Su Huai drove leisurely without any rush. The Long family's car could only follow slowly with a chorus of honking horns. When the traffic light was only 5 seconds away from turning red, Su Huai stomped on the accelerator. The V12 engine roared, unleashing its 4.9-second power without reservation. The car shot forward like an arrow, slipping through the intersection just before the light turned red. The Long family surveillance car was dumbfounded. The driver pressed the accelerator to the floor to run the red light, but the traffic from another direction had already started. He couldn't brake in time and crashed heavily into a dump truck rushing through the intersection. With a deafening bang, the dump truck shuddered while the Long family sedan was smashed into a hatchback. Everyone inside was totaled. Hearing the massive crash behind, Su Huai glanced at the rearview mirror, a scornful smile appearing on his face. Want to tell me, do you have what it takes? The sudden accident caused the flow of traffic to jam instantly. The dump truck driver got out to check the situation. After seeing what had happened, he gasped in shock and quickly called the police. The news quickly reached the butler's ears. After confirming the information, he flew into a rage. What a bunch of incompetence. You can't even follow one person. After venting his anger, he ordered the people around him, keep this under wraps. Whoever lets the chairman find out will answer to me. Seeing the people around him nod in silence, he felt somewhat relieved. He continued, send people to follow again. I'm certain that Jiang Yang used some trickery to shake us off, which means he must be planning something shady. More likely than not, he's preparing to meet with the person who steals rotten wood. Tail them relentlessly. Report immediately if anything happens. With the butler's orders, several more Long family cars set out using their connections to track down Jiang Yang's whereabouts and prepare for further surveillance. At the same time, Jiang Yang appeared at the airport. As the group stepped out of the car, a plane flew overhead and gradually disappeared into the distance. Bald Chong watched in amazement as planes constantly took off and landed, his eyes wide with wonder. Jiang Yang asked with a smile, Brother Chong, have you ever been on a plane? No, Bald Chong scratched his safety helmet and smiled awkwardly. Never been on one. No problem, Su Huai chuckled casually. Today I'll let you try something new. Bald Chong nodded excitedly, then asked curiously, Boss, didn't you say we were going to training? Why are we getting on a plane? It is training, but the training ground isn't here. Su Huai didn't explain further and went into the airport to buy tickets. Seeing that he was accompanied by a dog, the flight attendant explained, Sir, for pet transportation, please use a dog crate. Jiang Yang glanced at the flight attendant, then at Black Emperor, and shook his head. I won't be checking him as cargo. The flight attendant, judging by his ordinary attire, assumed he didn't understand the rules. With a polite smile, she continued explaining, if you don't check him as cargo, the dog cannot board the plane. Please take care of this before checking in. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. I'll buy him a ticket, is that allowed, The flight attendant was momentarily confused. Whoever buys a seat for a dog? Jiang Yang didn't say more. He waved his bank card. I'll take all the first-class seats. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant nodded blankly, took the bank card and relevant documents, and began issuing the tickets. She wanted to remind him that a few people wouldn't fill up first class, but she swallowed her words in the end. She knew that although Jiang Yang looked ordinary, he was certainly not short of money. The plane taxied onto the runway and climbed higher and higher, crossing the national border until it became a white dot. After landing, Jiang Yang formally began training with Bald Chong and Black Emperor. They hunted with live ammunition on the African savanna, skied in Switzerland, went scuba diving in the Maldives, and learned extreme driving in Singapore. Combining theory with practice, they trained in the best environments. During Jiang Yang's training period, the renovation of the safe house proceeded smoothly, nearing completion. Chen Lulu lived in constant fear, worried that Jiang Yang would slam the paternity test in her face and cause her entire plan to collapse. Fortunately, Jiang Yang seemed to have vanished without a trace. She planned her days, enduring humiliation, striving for that last glimmer of hope. As long as her child was born, she could marry the father, gaining status through her offspring. She believed that for the child Sake, he would help settle Jiang Yang. The butler and Lu Hongye had completely lost track of Jiang Yang. They only knew that he had gone abroad, but had no idea where. Helpless against this situation, their frustration grew steadily. This feeling of having strength, but nowhere to apply it, drove them mad. June 15th. Jiang Yang woke up in the ice house. Wearing a thick down jacket, he stepped out. Before him stretched the constantly surging aurora, painting the sky and earth in breathtaking splendor. He stood silently, letting the aurora fall upon him. After an unspecified time, Bald Chong emerged from the adjacent ice house. Dressed just as heavily as Jiang Yang, his hands tucked into the sleeves of his black down jacket, he still wore his yellow safety helmet. Stomping his feet to keep warm, he breathed out a cloud of vapor and puzzledly asked, Boss, what's so interesting about this light? It's nearly freezing me to death. Jiang Yang said melancholily. Brother Chong, this beautiful sight is about to disappear forever. If you don't see it now, you'll never see it again. Bawled Chong, eyed suspiciously at Jiang Yang, feeling that something was off about his boss today. But since the boss had spoken, he obediently stood still and watched the aurora alongside Jiang Yang. Black Emperor had somehow come out unnoticed. After careful nourishment by Jiang Yang, his fur was now glossy and his frame had grown noticeably larger. Simply sitting there, he could stop a crying child. Leaning against Jiang Yang, he silently gazed at the aurora as well. After an indefinite period, the aurora faded. Jiang Yang withdrew his gaze, glanced at his wristwatch, and sighed softly. Beauty is always fleeting. Oh, what must come will come. Bald Chong stamped his feet and asked, Boss, when are we going back? It's so cold here, and there are no trees to cut. Su Huai nodded with a smile. Actually, living in an ice house in the Arctic and experiencing extreme cold is also a form of training. It can help you become better at logging. Huh. Bald Chong's eyebrows knitted into a frown. Boss, the more you talk, the less I understand. Su Huai shook his head with a smile, offering no explanation. A snow disaster is approaching. You will understand soon enough. Let's go back. Jiang Yang gave one final look at the direction where the aurora had vanished. Taking a deep breath, the smile in his eyes gradually disappeared, leaving his gaze as deep and cold as a frozen pool. It was time to collect some debts. When the plane landed in Jiangnan, it was already the next day. The two flight attendants stood at the exit of the economy cabin, blocking the way. Hundreds of passengers watched as Jiang Yang, accompanied by Bald Chong and leading a dog, walked leisurely out of the business class cabin. At that moment, a woman in economy class shouted in anger, What do you think you're doing? Why are you blocking us and preventing us from disembarking? I'll file a complaint. The flight attendant, wearing a polite smile, explained, Madam, according to regulations, business class passengers have priority when disembarking. Please wait a moment. The woman frowned and said shrilly, On what grounds? The flight attendant, growing impatient, took a deep breath to control her temper. Because it's company policy. What terrible policy? I'm telling you, I'll complain. The woman persisted in her shouting. The flight attendant was about to explain further when the male attendant couldn't hold back any longer. Shut up. The cost of one of his tickets could buy more than a dozen of your seats. If you were sitting in business class, I would stop others from leaving before you. Hearing this pointed remark, the woman's face flushed crimson, yet she was left speechless. Hearing the commotion behind him, Jiang Yang smiled faintly and hurried away. The noise grew louder, but he could no longer hear it. As he stepped out of the terminal, Jiang Yang had barely steadied himself when a Rolls-Royce glided up and came to a gentle stop before him. Two bodyguards emerged and ushered him into the car. These two bodyguards were the ones he had left behind in Jiangnan City. To Yuhu Banshan, Jiang Yang said, each word as sparing as gold. He closed his eyes and leaned against the seat, recovering from jet lag. Guangtou Chong and He Huang were listless, as well, clearly not yet recovered from the reversal of day and night. The Rolls-Royce started smoothly and headed toward Yuhu Banshan. As soon as the car merged onto the main road, two suspicious black cars fell in behind it, one after the other, trailing closely as they entered the thoroughfare. Inside the business van, a member of the Long family clutched his phone and shouted excitedly, Steward, that brat has appeared again. Tail him. The steward said harshly over the phone. Understood. We're being followed, the signal flag bodyguard in the passenger seat murmured, glancing at the rearview mirror. The signal flag team excelled at protecting important figures and were equally formidable at counter-surveillance. To their eyes, the Long family's tracking methods were as laughable as children playing house. Oh, it's the Long family, isn't it? Jiang Yang asked without the slightest concern, not even opening his eyes. Guangtou Chong, however, looked around in fear, wanting to say something, but not daring to ask. Yes, it should be them, the bodyguard answered coolly. Do you need me to take care of them? Fine, but no blood, no trouble. I'll deal with them in a few days. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, his eyes still closed. The bodyguard in the passenger seat understood. He drew his pistol, fitted a suppressor, and slowly rolled down the window, resting the muzzle lightly on the sill. Then he fired several shots, bang, 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 at the tires of the Long family's trailing cars. The tires of several private cars were blown out, and their speed dropped instantly. They activated their hazard lights and pulled over to inspect the damage. What had been a smoothly flowing road was now clogged at once as several vehicles ground to a halt. The cars behind, seeing this, desperately squeezed into the other lanes, trying to seize the chance to slip through. But too many such would-be geniuses existed, and two cars collided with a bang. Forced to stop and handle the accident, they completely sealed off every lane. The bodyguard in the passenger seat glanced at the scene behind them and gave a cold smirk. He rolled the window back up, the driver floored the accelerator, and the car sped away. In the jammed traffic, the Long family's two surveillance cars honked desperately, but couldn't advance an inch. Their furious drivers cursed endlessly. Damn it, we lost him again. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang woke for no reason and saw that the scenery outside was unexpectedly familiar. They had arrived at Yuhu Banshan. In the distance, the barrier at the guard booth was already raised. Liang Shan was on duty that day. Standing outside the booth, he craned his neck toward the Rolls-Royce, eager to see who was arriving in such a grand Rolls. Unfortunately, the Rolls-Royce's privacy glass was too dark, and Jiang Yang had even drawn the curtain. The guard couldn't see a damn thing, so with envy written all over his face, he watched the Rolls-Royce drive away. "Boss, whose car is this?" "A Rolls-Royce," asked the security guard standing duty with him. "I don't know either. Let the brother patrolling the building take a look," Liang Shan said casually, then picked up the walkie-talkie and called Xiao Liuzi, "See who drove a Rolls-Royce in." The Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop at Building 16. A security guard was peering over curiously. The bodyguard got out first, took a look around, shot the guard a warning glare, and then went to open the door for Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang stepped out of the car, stretched lazily, a faint elusive smile at the corners of his lips, and entered the elevator under the bodyguard's escort. After watching him enter the elevator, the security guard hastily reported over the walkie-talkie, "Boss, it's that Jiang Yang kid. He's back in a Rolls-Royce." "What? Him?" Liang Shan cursed. "That kid's so smug, but he won't be for long. We'll take him down when the time comes." In his mind, a plan to mess with Jiang Yang had already taken shape. Scatter nails, let the air out of tires, scratch the paint. The aim was minimal damage, but maximum humiliation. After all, the surveillance cameras were under the security office's control. He could make the monitoring look perfect or fail as he pleased. Jiang Yang rode the elevator straight up to the 22nd floor. When the elevator door slid open, he saw several old codgers sitting right at the entrance, staring at him with utmost vigilance. Once they recognized his face, their eyes turned deferential, and they obediently stepped aside. Ever since the homeowner's disturbance that day, the matter hadn't truly ended. From time to time, residents still couldn't swallow their anger and would rush up to the 22nd floor, hurling veiled insults and disrupting the construction. Those theatrical old-timers kept a tight watch, simply planting themselves at the elevator entrance to give the troublemaking homeowners no chance to slip through. Jiang Yang passed through unimpeded and entered the construction site. Looking around, he found that the original bare shell had been fully renovated. Workers were now dismantling scaffolding and cleaning up, clearly preparing for the handover. Just then a worker spotted Jiang Yang, and someone went inside to call Chen Taifeng over. Chen Taifeng hurried out. The instant he saw Jiang Yang, his face broke into an ingratiating smile, and he called, "Boss, you're really well informed. The renovation just finished, and you came straight over." Jiang Yang smiled and asked directly, "No need for pleasantries. Is the house renovated?" "Done, all done," Chen Taifeng said, beaming with excitement. "Following your requirements, we worked around the clock, and we can hand it over tomorrow. Boss, come inside and take a look." Jiang Yang nodded and walked into room 2206 with Guantou Chang. Although scaffolding and piles of rubbish remained, the room's luxurious aura hit him at once. The enormous crystal chandelier overhead, the silk carpet under a protective film, the carved spiral staircase, the porcelain pieces on the antique display shelves. Every single item made the residence seem extraordinary. Jiang Yang looked around and was quite satisfied with the soft furnishings. At that moment, Chen Taifeng asked out of curiosity, "Boss, why did you specially ask for a large fireplace? Even in winter, the temperature in Jiangnan City never drops below 20 degrees. A fireplace would be useless, wouldn't it?" Jiang Yang glanced at Chen Taifeng and replied with a smile, "How do you know it'll be useless?" Chen Taifeng was at a loss, silently cursing Jiang Yang for having a screw loose. Installing a fireplace in Jiangnan City was a classic case of burning money. After walking around, Jiang Yang nodded in satisfaction and asked, "This place isn't just beautiful on the outside and shoddy on the inside, is it?" Chen Taifeng understood what he meant and hurriedly put on a fawning smile. "How could it be, boss? Look at this wall. We tore out the bricks outside the load-bearing wall and replaced them with titanium alloy steel plates, one of the hardest metals in the world. The plates are a full 10 centimeters thick. You couldn't blast them apart even with a rocket-propelled grenade. The floor is armored with steel plates too, giving the whole house 360-degree protection with no blind spots. As for the door, it's also a steel door with only a decorative panel over it. Its defense is comparable to a bank vault. In addition, the house is equipped with a generator, a water circulation system, a constant temperature heating system, a whole house negative pressure smoke exhaust system, and a supply warehouse. It can keep you alive in here for 3 months without any problem." After hearing this, Jiang Yang nodded with satisfaction. The current safe house was only a transitional arrangement. He had no intention of living here forever. For now, the current hardware was more than sufficient. "Hope what you're saying is true." Jiang Yang was rather satisfied with the safe house, though he did not show it, remarking in a flat tone. Chen Taifeng chuckled unperturbed. He knew this was a trick common among property owners trying to avoid being charged extra. But with the contract in hand, he was not afraid. No matter how vast the world was, could it rival the authorities? With official backing, Jiang Yang couldn't short him by even a cent. He smiled. "Boss, once my men finish clearing up, I can hand over the property this afternoon. You can pay me the final installment 3 months from now." Jiang Yang smiled and nodded. "Final installment? What final installment?" "Come and collect it if you survive." Chen Taifeng said no more and turned to urge the workers to pick up the pace. Jiang Yang retreated to the doorway and waited unhurried. Guantou Chang looked around. It was the first time he had seen a home with such luxurious decoration, and he said enviously, "Boss, your place is truly luxurious. Far better than my wooden shack. You like it?" Jiang Yang smiled faintly. Heh. Guangtou Chang did not answer, only laughing awkwardly. He did like it. Not to mention living in it, he liked it just by looking at it. But he was a common laborer. How could he ever live in such a fine place? It would already be quite good if he could buy a house in his hometown. Jiang Yang glanced at Guangtou Chang, saw through his thoughts, and said unhurriedly, "Brother Chang, there are 2 apartments here. I'll live in one, and you'll live in the other." At these words, Guangtou Chang's eyes widened as if he had heard an impossible tale, and he let out a stunned ah. His flabbergasted expression was especially comical. Jiang Yang did not speak. He only smiled and nodded in confirmation. Guangtou Chang snapped back to himself and hurriedly declined. "Boss, that won't do. I'm a woodcutter. How could I deserve such a good place? I wouldn't feel at ease living there." Jiang Yang shook his head dismissively. He wanted Guangtou Chang's loyalty, so he first had to be good to him. And he could tell that Guangtou Chang was simple and honest, the sort who would repay kindness. Buying loyalty with 1 apartment was a good bargain. In a tone that brooked no argument, he said, "Brother Chang, enough of that. If I tell you to live there, you'll live there. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll find a way to arrange it." Guangtou Chang waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to respond. One should not accept unearned rewards. He could not afford such a favor. But after Jiang Yang firmly stated his stance several times, he could only steel himself and accept. Once the words were spoken, his heart leapt with joy. Oh, it felt like a dream. Then he made a solemn vow in his heart. Jiang Yang was so good to him that he would definitely repay him one day. Otherwise may he be struck by lightning and prove unworthy of being a son. Half a day passed in a flash, and the clearing work on the 2 apartments was complete. Shen Taifeng took out 2 sets of keys and said to Jiang Yang with a broad grin, "Boss, these are the keys to the 2 units. They're yours now." Jiang Yang took them, weighed them in his hand, and asked with a half-smile, "Mr. Chen, you didn't keep one for yourself, did you?" Chen Taifeng's expression stiffened, and he denied it at the speed of light. "How could that be? We're a legitimate business. How could we do something so unprofessional? Don't worry. I swear on my integrity." Jiang Yang chuckled, put the keys into his pocket, and extended his hand. "Mr. Chen, it's been a pleasure working with you. If there's more work in the future, I'll look you up." Chen Taifeng laughed heartily, reached out, and shook Jiang Yang's hand firmly. Of course. Thank you, boss." He then released the hand, and said with a smile, "If there's nothing else, I'll head out with my men. I'll take this chance to wish you a smooth housewarming, and all the best." Jiang Yang nodded with a faint smile, and watched Chen Taifeng and his crew leave. At the same time, a system chime sounded. Ding! Mission complete. Reward 1000 survival points. After watching the last worker disappear into the stairwell, Jiang Yang tossed a set of keys to Guangtou Chang. "Brother Chang, 2206 is for you. I'll take 2208. Guangtou Chang hurriedly caught them and nodded with deep gratitude. Encouraged by Jiang Yang, he walked into 2206. Jiang Yang entered 2208 by himself, walked through every room, and nodded in satisfaction. As he had requested, 3 bedrooms were kept, while the other rooms had been converted into a gym, a game room, a media room, and other entertainment facilities. Also, he would not be bored when the apocalypse arrived. After a full tour, Jiang Yang picked up the red telephone mounted on the wall. Without dialing, he heard a series of beeps from the receiver. The call was answered, and Guangtou Chang's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yang smiled in satisfaction. This was an internal line he had asked Chen Taifeng to install, directly connecting 2206 and 2208. Prepared for the communications blackout after the snow disaster. After hanging up, Jiang Yang checked the time. June 16th, with only 2 days left before the snow disaster struck. He could find something to do during this time. "You come here." Jiang Yang walked to the door and called over one of the actors. Handing the paternity test report to the actor, he instructed, "Go print a few thousand copies and distribute them to everyone you meet in Yuhu Banshan." The actor nodded and went off to make copies of the paternity test report. Jiang Yang watched the actors disappear down the corridor and shut the door with a bang. He would stay inside until the snow disaster began. At the entrance of Yuhu Banshan, Chen Lulu, heavy with child, was walking back, supported by Wang Hohat. Wang Hohat held Chen Lulu's arm and complained endlessly. "Lulu, that bastard Jiang Yang treated you like that, even hit your younger brother, and you're still having his child. Are you out of your mind?" Chen Lulu smiled unconcernedly and said in a sweet voice, "Mom, even if Jiang Yang doesn't want me, I still want this child in my belly. I'm his mother." After saying this, she touched her belly and smiled with immense joy. Jiang Yang had been gone for more than half a month, and nothing more was heard about the paternity test report. Everything seemed to be taking a turn for the better. As long as she gave birth to the child in her belly, the baby's father would surely marry her in grand style. Once the baby was born, the baby would have its father to rely on. Even if Jiang Yang produced the paternity test report, she would not be afraid. And her due date was in just a few days. All she had to do was get through it, and everything would be fine. Just then Wang Hohat looked into the residential complex in surprise and shouted, Hey, isn't that the contractor who did the renovations for that bastard Jiang Yang? Why are so many of them coming out? Is the renovation finished? Lulu looked over as well, and indeed saw a long convoy of vehicles carrying workers and tools heading toward the gate. Her heart skipped a beat. The renovation was done. Shouldn't Jiang Yang, the owner, be coming back to take possession of the property? If Jiang Yang came back, what would happen next? By all logic, Jiang Yang should have already gotten the paternity report. The more she thought about it, the more frightened Lulu became. Sweat began to prickle on her back, and her heart raced. She tugged at her mother's arm and begged, "Mom, go ask whether Jiang Yang is back." Wang Hohat nodded and said with a face full of anger, "You don't have to ask me. I was going to ask anyway. You're about to give birth, and that bastard Jiang Yang hasn't even shown his face. He doesn't care about the child in your belly at all. He is an animal, a beast worse than a pig or a dog." With that, she pulled her hand away from Lulu, stepped onto the driveway, and used her body to block the vehicles. Chen Taifeng sat in the lead car and spotted an elderly woman waving her arms to flag them down from afar. Cursing under his breath, he ordered the driver to stop. The vehicle came to a steady halt half a meter before Wang Hohat. Chen Taifeng leaned out and shouted, "You old hag, are you sick in the head? I don't care if I run you over." For property owners like Jiang Yang, he kept his mouth shut and played nice for the money. But for random passers-by, he swung hard and cursed freely. Wang Hohat's face darkened with anger at the insult, and she shot back without backing down. "You dare curse me out? I dare say I'll lie beneath your wheels today. If I don't squeeze every last cent out of you today, I'm not Wang Hohat." Chen Taifeng gritted his teeth in frustration. Dealing with someone as shrewd as Wang Hohat, he could only soften his tone and ask, "I won't argue with an elderly person. What do you want blocking my car? I'm asking you, has that bastard Jiang Yang come back?" Upon hearing Chen Taifeng yield, Wang Hohat grinned smugly and bellowed with her hands on her hips, "Humph, you know your place after all." "Yes." Chen Taifeng answered with suppressed resentment, secretly cursing Wang Hohat for being insane. "Asking a few questions, and you block my car like this, damn it." "Oh." Wang Hohat nodded, stepping aside but still pointing at Chen Taifeng and shouting, "Young man, show some respect to an elder. You can't afford to mess with me." Chen Taifeng kept his gaze fixed ahead as if he hadn't heard a word, though his expression was worse than swallowing a fly. He spat out the word viciously, "Go." The driver stepped on the gas and drove through the gate. Wang Hohat watched the renovation convoy disappear with a smug grin, only remembering to offer help when she spotted Lulu struggling to walk toward her. Lulu's mouth was parched. She swallowed hard and asked, "Mom, is Jiang Yang back?" "He's back," Wang Hohat replied with full vigor. "Good thing he's back. I was just about to go ask him what he thinks he's doing now that you're about to give birth." Lulu grew anxious. She dreaded running into Jiang Yang most of all. She couldn't afford any delays in delivering the baby. Gripping her mother's hand, she pleaded, "Mom, let it go. If you go looking for Jiang Yang, his temper's unpredictable right now. What if he ends up hitting me too? That could affect the baby in your womb. It's not too late to deal with him after the child is born." Wang Hohat finished listening and nodded with a look of anguish in her eyes, sighing, "Daughter, you're far too considerate of that scoundrel Jiang Yang. But does he even care about you? All right, I'll listen to you. After the baby in your belly is born, I'll go demand an explanation from him." Lulu breathed a slight sigh of relief and nodded firmly, a flicker of triumph crossing her eyes. Over this period, she had chosen to bury her head like an ostrich, waiting peacefully for the child's birth. Once the baby is born, the father will stand by them. Jiang Yang is nothing. She thought silently to herself. Jiang Yang, you'd better not come poking around these days, or you'll pay it dearly for it." Wang Hohat sighed heavily as she supported Lulu on the way home. Along the route, she'd grab neighbors for half-hour conversations, endlessly complaining and cursing Jiang Yang for abandoning his wife and child, never showing up even when his own child was about to be born. As if none of it concerned him at all. The neighbors, fired up with a sense of justice, joined in berating Jiang Yang as an animal who'd lost his humanity once he made money reducing himself to a dog. Gradually, Wang Hohat's continuous complaining drew a crowd to the residential compound square, idle housewives and grandparents helping raise children. Director Luo of the neighborhood committee patted Wang Hohat's shoulder with a comforting gesture. Indeed, in a society governed by law, there are plenty of ways to deal with scum like him. He won't even acknowledge his own child or take responsibility for supporting the family. People like him deserve to be chopped up as a warning to others. Sighs echoed through the gathering. Men always turn bad once they have money, the neighbors murmured regarding Lulu with deep sympathy. Lulu maintained her forced smile and stroked her belly with pretended strength. Heaven sees all that men do. Jiang Yang's actions will eventually bring retribution. I don't ask for anything else. I only wish for this child to be born safely. Having raised 4 children in my lifetime, that's all I need to be content. Oh, this girl has such a kind heart, but she hasn't met a decent man, Director Luo said, holding Lulu's hand with deep pity and shaking her head repeatedly in sighs. Lulu offered a magnanimous smile. Just then someone called out, "Hey, aren't those parasites running around? What are they doing out here?" The shout drew everyone's attention to a single direction. They saw the performers carrying thick stacks of paper, likely flyers, handing them to passers-by, and stuffing them into bicycle baskets and car windows parked along the road. Director Luo reacted first, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? No handing out flyers randomly. Stop it." The neighborhood committee had been receiving constant complaints about the performers from residents recently, and as the committee director, she was thoroughly fed up. The performers usually stayed on the 22nd floor, and as long as residents didn't provoke them, they didn't come down. She'd simply turned a blind eye to it. Now the performers were openly distributing flyers throughout the residential area. Residents would surely cause a scene, so she had to intervene. The performer closest to Director Luo heard her shout, looked up, and seeing the large crowd gathered around her immediately made his way over without hesitation. When she saw the performer not only failing to stop, but actually approaching her group, Director Luo felt her authority being challenged. Stepping forward from the crowd, she prepared to berate him thoroughly and vent her pent-up frustration from recent days. Before she could speak, the performer swiftly handed her a photocopy of a paternity test report. "What's this stuff? You dare hand it to me? I'll have someone arrest you." Director Luo shouted, about to continue her tirade, but her peripheral vision caught the words paternity test report and the vivid red hospital seal. She fell silent momentarily, suspiciously bringing the photocopy closer and adjusting her reading glasses for a clearer view. After reading it, her body stiffened, her mouth fell open involuntarily, and she stared at Chen Lulu as though she'd encountered a ghost. Noticing Director Luo's strange expression directed at her, Chen Lulu felt a jolt in her chest, but maintained her smile. "Director Luo, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Director Luo closed her mouth, her expression unreadable as she discreetly waved the paternity report in her hand. "Is this real?" as she countered. "What's real, eh?" Chen Lulu asked in confusion. The onlookers were equally bewildered by the exchange, though they guessed the flyer contained some explosive content. Just then the performers' flyers were distributed again, and the crowd surged forward like people grabbing free eggs, each snatching several sheets, enough for everyone to read. Wang Hohot also managed to grab one, and with a scowl she focused her eyes. Her pupils instantly widened like copper bells. As if unable to read, he stared at the red seal repeatedly, finally checking the name again, his pupils quivering with shock. Her hands trembled as she tried to speak, but the shock left her unable to form a complete sentence. With difficulty, she handed the flyer to Chen Lulu. At that moment, Chen Lulu noticed that the neighbors around her were casting strange looks upon her. Her hands trembled involuntarily. As she took the document and read it, the words "no blood relation" glared back at her with piercing clarity. Her mind went blank, the world spinning wildly. Clutching the flyer, she stumbled backward, then collapsed limply onto the ground, every trace of color drained from her face. The very thing she feared most had come to pass, and in the most devastating manner imaginable. She had assumed Jiang Yang would value his reputation, and upon receiving the paternity report choose to bury it quietly and let the matter rest. Instead, Jiang Yang was determined to make this known to everyone. He had abandoned his own dignity and dragged hers along with it. With a sudden rustle, the gathered women seemed to be released from some invisible restraint, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they brandished the flyers and cried out in delighted uproar. "No way! None of Jiang Yang's 3 children are his. It must be true. The hospital seal makes it impossible to forge." The women clustered together, pointing and gossiping at Jiang Yang's name on the paternity report, their faces radiant with the thrill of devouring the biggest scandal. "This is too fascinating. I have to post it on my Moments." Someone hurriedly took out her phone and snapped photo after photo of the report, posting to Moments and then to Douyin without hesitation. Chen Lulu sat collapsed on the ground, listening to the buzzing like swarming flies around her, her eyes darting frantically from side to side. This time no one came to help her. The neighbors who had once pitied her were now immersed in the thrill of the scandal, regarding her with amused curiosity. Wang Hohot finally snapped out of her daze and squeezed through the crowd to help Chen Lulu up with considerable effort. Before the mother and daughter could steady themselves, Aunt Luo pushed forward, brandishing the document, and asked excitedly, "Chen Lulu, is the Jiang Yang on this report your husband?" "No, just someone with the same name." Chen Lulu forced a dry smile and waved her hand dismissively. Old and shrewd as she was, Aunt Luo could read the subtle signs in Chen Lulu's gestures and expression. She chuckled meaningfully. "Oh, 3 daughters, all with fathers named Jiang Yang. And in all of Yuhu Banshan, there was only one such family. If it wasn't your Jiang Yang, then whose was it?" Exposed so cruelly, Chen Lulu opened her mouth to deny it, but no words would come. At that point, all the neighbors surrounding her understood, and a wave of murmurs broke out. "Wow, it's actually true. None of the 3 kids are his. Jiang Yang really has terrible luck. Chen Lulu isn't a good woman either. She wore 3 green hats. A woman like this would have been drowned in a pig cage in ancient times." Hearing the malicious whispers around her, even Chen Lulu, who prided herself on her inner strength, could barely hold herself together. Gathering her last reserves of composure, she grabbed Wang Hohot and fled. Watching her run, Aunt Luo waved the document with a look of utter contempt. Along the way, numerous people intercepted Chen Lulu, holding up their copies and demanding to know if the news was true. Chen Lulu kept a cold, silent expression and refused to answer. Inside the elevator, 2 men and 3 women also brandished their documents and questioned her. She remained resolutely silent, her eyes fixed deadly upon the floor indicator. When the doors opened on the 14th floor, she burst out, only to discover that the entire corridor was blanketed with sheets of paper thick as a carpet. She froze, her body beginning to shake. Her fists clenched so tightly she could feel her nails digging into her palms, and she roared silently within her heart, "Jiang Yang, you're dead to me. I'll never let this go." Wang Hohat followed in a daze, her gaze empty as she stared at the sea of papers covering the ground. That red seal pierced her heart like a needle, each stab more agonizing than the last. An unprecedented wave of panic swept through her entire body. The mocking glares of Aunt Luo and the neighbors flashed endlessly before her eyes. Their sneering words drilled into her mind like demonic music, relentless and inescapable. Suddenly the world spun wildly. Wang Hohat felt a suffocating pressure in her chest and fainted, collapsing to the ground. "Mom!" The sound of her fall caught Chen Lulu's attention as she turned her head, only to find Wang Hohat lying on the floor. She let out a cry and clumsily tried to help, struggling to bend her body. Instead, she could only shout toward home, "Dad! Brother! Come help quick!" Her voice, thick with tears, echoed through the hallway. Door 1409 swung open and Chen Shun rushed out. His first sight was his collapsed wife, and he was startled, speechless. He hurried over, dragging and carrying her back inside. "Wake up! Wake up!" Chen Shun constantly patted Wang Hohat's cheeks and pressed her philtrum. Stimulated by the pain, she gradually regained consciousness. "She's awake! She's awake!" Chen Shun was overjoyed. The commotion also drew Chun Daki from the inner room where he had been gaming. Rubbing his eyes, he grumbled, "What's all the noise about? Wife, why did you faint?" Chen Shun had no time to attend to his son. His face etched with worry, he asked Wang Hohat. But she said nothing, only staring blankly at the ceiling as though her soul had drifted far away. Hey. Chen Shun was startled and quickly patted his wife's face. "Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like this." Wang Hohat's eyes flickered. She raised her right hand before Chen Shun, her fist tightly clenched around a document, and spoke in a hoarse whisper, "Take a look." Confused, Chen Shun took it and glanced at it. His eyes bulged like ox eyes as he turned bewildered to Chen Lulu. His voice trembled. "Lulu, is this true? Are those 3 children not Jiang Yang's?" Chen Lulu's face was deathly pale. Her lips trembled, and finally, she could only give the slightest nod. With that single nod, Chen Shun seemed to have his spine severed. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes empty and unseeing. Seeing his family so utterly bereft of spirit, Chun Daki snatched the flyer and read it. His brows knitted tightly together, and he shot Chen Lulu a deeply strange look. A bizarre silence draped over the living room. All 4 members of the Chun family sat in stillness, struggling to process the seismic impact of the paternity report. After an indeterminate length of time, Chen Daki let out a cold laugh, shattering the silence. "Oh, what's the big deal? It just proves Jiang Yang was incompetent. He couldn't keep my sister's heart. Serves him right." Chen Lulu stirred from her stupor at those words. Her eyes darted thoughtfully, her mind beginning to race once more. With Jiang Yang having publicly burned every bridge between them, she could no longer harbor any hope for him. But she still had one last lifeline. As long as she could persuade her family to help her bring this child into the world, she could marry the child's father and reclaim a prosperous life. Once she married into wealth, those old women who had scorned her today would be green with envy. Chen Lulu cast an approving glance at Chen Daki and said, "Mom, Dad, since things have come to this, I won't hide anything from you any longer. Not only are the 3 children not Jiang Yang's, but the one in my womb isn't his either. My brother is right. Why should I suffer alongside a man like Jiang Yang when I can live in luxury? I deserve a good life." Chen Shun and Wang Hohat were still reeling from what had happened before when another bombshell hit them, leaving them utterly dazed. Gripping the seat with both hands, veins bulging, Wang Hohat glared at Chen Lulu and demanded, "What did you say? The child in your belly isn't Jiang Yang's either. You shameless woman, you've disgraced the Chen family. Your father and I. How can we ever face the neighbors again?" "What? You have no idea." Her mother's sudden fury made Chen Lulu flinch. She took a deep breath, lifted her chin defiantly, and smiled with utter indifference. She still had a lifesaver, so why be afraid? Chen Shun couldn't bear to watch the mother-daughter clash and stepped in as a peacemaker. He pulled his wife's arm and urged, "That's enough, that's enough. Lulu is our daughter after all. She gave birth to these children. Even if they aren't Jiang Yang's, they're still of our Chen bloodline. Stop scolding." Hearing this, Wang Hohat let out a long sigh and jabbed a finger at Chen Lulu, cursing, "I'm asking you, whose children are these exactly?" Facing the interrogation, Chen Lulu remained unruffled and lifted her head proudly. "Their father is 1,000 or 10,000 times better than Jiang Yang. His name is Qin Fun, the young master of the Qin family." Qin Fun. Wang Hohat felt the name was vaguely familiar. As she was racking her brains, Chun Daki yelled, "Qin Fun. I know him. He's the young master of Tianbo Group. Very famous. At this, Wang Hohot and Qin Shun both realized. Qinfun, Tianbo Group. That's a renowned corporation in Jiangnan City, and its president is worth billions. If the Qin family could marry into the Qin family, the Qins would soar to the sky, and the family tree would need a new page solely for the Qins. Even a few scraps from the Qin family's fingers would be enough to keep the Qin family comfortable for generations. Wang Hohot sprang up, her eyes gleaming, and grabbing Qin Lulu's arm, she asked in delight, "Daughter, are you telling the truth? Are these children really yours and Qin Fun's? And the one in your belly too?" Qin Lulu nodded firmly and said smugly, "Of course. When I slept with Qin Fun, I used a strand of his hair for a paternity test. They're definitely Qin Fun's." "Great, great." Wang Hohot's eyes sparkled, the gloom in her eyes dispersed completely, and both eyes were ablaze with joy. She unconsciously paced around the room, muttering excitedly, "3 children plus the one in the belly. As long as we go to the Qin family, even if they don't want to accept it, they'll have to pinch their noses and admit it. After all, these children carry the Qin family bloodline. Huh, who would have thought that after bad luck comes good? That bastard Jiang Yang. What is he compared to this? Compared to the Qin family, he's a piece of dog shit." Involuntarily, Wang Hohot began daydreaming about the glorious life after becoming in-laws with the Qin family. Qin Shun and Qin Daqi had also caught on by now. Qin Shun smiled so hard it seemed his face would split, and the excitement in his eyes was about to overflow. Qin Daqi went wild, shouting and laughing. One second, he grabbed Qin Lulu's hand and shook it vigorously. The next, he yelled about buying a car and a house, as happy as a madman. Watching her ecstatic family, Qin Lulu couldn't help smiling. Inwardly, she was a little contemptuous. They were all a bunch of short-sighted people making a fuss over a trifle. Her thoughts turned again, and a sly smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She murmured, "My dear sisters, on the day I marry Qin Fun in all my glory, you all must come." That day, after Li Tiantian and the other two had been violated in turn, they were subdued by the pre-recorded videotape and had to swallow the loss without raising a fuss. But the sisterhood between them was completely shattered. However, Qin Lulu knew that her good sisters harbored resentment, a hidden danger. So she would invite them to her grand wedding to Qin Fun, letting her good sisters see that she was now on a completely different level from them. What qualifications do they have to touch her? After muttering for a while, Wang Hohot sensed something was odd and asked, "Daughter, you've already borne Qin Fun 3 children. Why hasn't he married you?" Qin Lulu smiled, having expected this question. "Mom, Qin Fun said that if I give birth to a son, he will marry me with a grand sedan share and bring me home." With that, she proudly puffed out her belly and gently stroked it. "This one is a boy. I've already paid for an ultrasound. He's got the right parts. As long as I give birth to him, I'll rise with my son and marry into the Qin family in grand style." On hearing this, Wang Hohot nodded knowingly without a shred of doubt. As far as she knew, rich and powerful families paid great attention to male heirs. After all, only sons could be heirs. So it was only reasonable to ask for a son before entering the family. She hurried over and carefully helped Qin Lulu sit down. "Daughter, your due date is just around the corner. You must stay steady and not make any mistakes at this time." Qin Shun and Qin Daqi also crowded around, showering her with solicitous care. Surrounded by her family's affection, Qin Lulu smiled happily. She knew why her family was being so nice to her and promised, "Mom, Dad, once your daughter marries into the Qin family, I'll make sure you both enjoy a life of comfort. And you, little brother, whatever you want to buy your sister will have your brother-in-law buy it for you. Anything you want. Good. In this life will depend on my daughter after all." Wang Hohot and Qin Shun beamed and agreed. Qin Daqi nodded again and again. "My sister treats me the best." After the joy subsided, Qin Shun said anxiously, "Wife Jiang Yang deliberately brought out the paternity test report at this critical moment. Our old Qin family's reputation is ruined now. What can we do?" Wang Hohot snorted dismissively. "We're standing on the Qin family now. Oh, do we still care about that? We'll just have our in-laws give us a villa, and we'll move in. Let them say whatever they like. We can't hear them." Right. Qin Shun saw the sense in that, and his worry vanished. Qin Daqi stood up and bragged, "As long as I Qin Daqi am here, who would dare say a single word about my sister? I'll kill him." Wang Hohot nodded approvingly and instructed her son, "Daqi, during this time, you must protect your sister well. Don't let anything go wrong, understand? Don't worry. Leave it to me." Building 16, room 2208. Guangtou Chang stood awkwardly beside Jiang Yang, his face full of worry and heartache, as if wanting to speak, but hesitating. Jiang Yang noticed his strange mood and said with a smile, "Brother Chang, why that expression? What's wrong?" Guangtou Chang said dryly, "Boss, you're so young and so rich. In the future you can have any woman you want. Don't be too upset." Jiang Yang understood at once what he meant. He must have heard about the paternity test report. He chuckled nonchalantly and said, "I'm fine. Don't overthink it. I'm not sad at all. In fact, I even want to kowtow to my wife and thank her for letting me go." Listening, Guangtou Chang carefully studied Jiang Yang's expression. Seeing that Jiang Yang looked as usual, he confirmed that the earlier words were sincere. He smiled honestly and scratched his safety helmet. Hey boss, it's great that you think that way. What's the saying? Never hang yourself from a crooked tree. Huh? Jiang Yang laughed. Brother Chang, I didn't expect you to be quite witty, saying something so refined. Are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? June 17th, sunny temperature 27 to 32 degrees Celsius, light breeze, comfortable. Good morning news bulletin, the sweet voice of the announcer echoed from the television. Bald Chang, eating an egg in his hand, muttered, what wonderful weather. If this were Bear Ridge, I'd still need to add a vest in the morning. Jiang Yang finished feeding the Wagyu beef steak he was holding, then patted Black Emperor's head and said lazily, Brother Chang, good weather like this won't come again. Cherish it well. Huh? Bald Chang was bewildered. Jiang Yang didn't explain, simply sitting on the sofa in quiet anticipation. Tomorrow the world's temperature would plummet sharply and a snow disaster was on its way. Today he waited for Lu Shun to be brought back. Perhaps he could claim the reward then. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Long family disguised in delivery rider uniforms had infiltrated Yuhu Banshan and made their way straight toward Building 16. After extensive inquiries, the Long family finally confirmed that Jiang Yang resided in Yuhu Banshan and had not left. Having located Jiang Yang's stronghold, the steward ordered unwavering surveillance. He had a premonition that the thunderstruck wood missing from the Long family would soon surface. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Jiang Yang's brows furrowed slightly as he picked up his phone and checked the corridor through the surveillance system. A dozen or so familiar men and women were crowded in the hallway. They wore eager expressions, some even carrying fill lights and reflectors as if intent on conducting interviews. Led by Grandmother Luo, they knocked on the door, but heard no sound of someone approaching to open it. She raised her voice and called out. Jiang Yang opened the door. I'm here representing the neighborhood committee to check on you. Before she finished, the crowd pressed against the doorway erupted in laughter. Jiang Yang exposing his family's embarrassments was the kind of story that could trend online. They rushed over to witness the spectacle firsthand, interview those involved, and capitalize on the attention. Jiang Yang's brows drew tighter as he guessed what Grandmother Luo and her group were after. Keeping silent, he tapped a few times on his phone. Just as Grandmother Luo was about to continue her persuasion, the red fire sprinkler overhead suddenly activated, filling the entire corridor with icy water mist. The dozen or so people led by Grandmother Luo were drenched to the bone. Water's spraying. What's going on? Let's go, I'm all wet. A chorus of screams erupted in the corridor as the crowd of spectators and content seekers scattered in every direction, leaving the hallway silent once more. They huddled in the elevator, eyeing the sprinkler heads with suspicion. Under normal circumstances, why would water be spraying? Then the water stopped and remnants of mist lingered in the corridor. The dozen or so men and women crammed in the elevator exchanged glances. They had come all this way, gotten soaked in the process, and yet hadn't even caught a glimpse of Jiang Yang. It felt like too much to lose. Summoning their courage, they surged back into the corridor and crowded outside room 2208. Grandmother Luo bellowed again. Jiang Yang, I know you're in there. Come out. Grandma Luo has something to talk to you about. Before her words finished, a soft hissing sound came from the sprinkler head that had stopped spraying. It began shooting water once more. It's spraying again. What's happening? These sprinklers seem to be controlled. Let's go. Take cover first. The dozen drenched individuals scrambled back into the elevator. One of them pondered for a moment and spoke hesitantly. Something's not right here. The sprinklers activate as soon as we enter the corridor and stop when we leave. Someone must be controlling them. Right? I was thinking the same thing. There's definitely someone behind this trying to keep us out of the corridor. His words sparked a chorus of agreement from everyone present. Grandmother Luo exclaimed in anger. I get it now. It must be Jiang Yang controlling the sprinklers to spray us inside the unit. We came to check on him, and this is how he treats us. Hearing this, the drenched crowd grew furious, pointing at Jiang Yang's name and cursing him relentlessly. That bastard Jiang Yang refused to entertain them or let them capitalize on the situation. How ruthless. The barrage of curses continued for over 10 minutes before Grandmother Luo sneezed. Everyone in the elevator covered their noses, looking at her with disgust, fearful of catching whatever virus she might be spreading. Grandmother Luo glared and waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. We're all soaked anyway. Go home and change. Once I've got security to shut off the water, we'll come back. Upon hearing this, the drenched crowd could only give up, agreeing on a time before dispersing to their homes. Watching the corridor return to calm, Jiang Yang scoffed with disdain. Half an hour later, the door was knocked upon again. Irritated, Jiang Yang checked his phone and saw to his annoyance that Shun Jiai stood at the entrance. What is this girl doing here? Muttering to himself, Jiang Yang operated his phone and the lock clicked open automatically. The door's unlocked. Come in. Remember to close it behind you. Shin Jiai entered cautiously, gently closing the door behind her. She noticed the silk carpet beneath her feet and asked softly, Mr. Jiang, should I change my shoes? No need, make yourself comfortable. Jiang Yang waved his hand and asked, what brings you here? Shin Jiai sat nervously on the sofa, glancing around awkwardly. Nothing particular. I just wanted to check if the house has any quality issues. After all, I was the one who sold it. Her face flushed as she spoke. In truth, upon seeing the content of the paternity test, she found Jiang Yang pitiful and worried he might do something foolish, so she came to check on him. Oh, are you certain that's why you came? Jiang Yang asked with an amused expression. Why, yes, of course. Shun Jia nodded eagerly, her face growing redder by the moment. She couldn't bear to stay any longer, fearing she'd be consumed by her own embarrassment. Supporting herself on the sofa, she rose with her gaze fixed on the carpet. Mr. Jiang, I've inspected it. The house quality is excellent, and the furnishings are quite luxurious. Wishing you all the best in your new home. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for a response from Jiang Yang, she fled out the door as though pursued. Jiang Yang shook his head in speechless resignation, a trace of warmth stirring in his chest. He could sense that Shun Jia had truly come to see him. Bald Chong observed everything, and only after Shun Jia departed did he chuckle mischievously. Boss, this girl's quite nice. She seems to have feelings for you. I've heard the best cure for heartbreak is to find someone new. You should go for her, she's reliable. Jiang Yang burst out laughing. Brother Chong, I see you're not only preparing for graduate school, but also aiming to become a relationship expert. You know quite a lot. Hee, just a little knowledge. Bald Chong rubbed his fingers together, grinning. I don't believe in forcing others. A forced melon isn't sweet. Let's see what happens, Jiang Yang said leisurely, bringing this brief interlude to a close. That afternoon, a man dressed in black with a lean figure entered Yuhu Banshan carrying a large travel bag, heading directly toward Building 16, where Jiang Yang resided. As the man walked, he kept glancing left and right, exceptionally vigilant. When he reached Building 16, his steps faltered. He stealthily glanced at 3 men sitting on a swing, then hurried into the lobby. After pressing the elevator button and finding it had not yet arrived, he headed straight for the stairwell. With a few leaps, he reached the 3rd floor and continued toward the top. Meanwhile, the 3 Luo family members who had been watching from the swing rose to their feet, sensing something was amiss. The man in black earlier had carried an aura entirely unlike that of an ordinary resident scrambling day after day for daily necessities. Could it be? A daring thought sprang up in all 3 of their minds, and without exchange of words they ran toward the elevator. By chance, just as a resident was heading down, they squeezed into the elevator, pressed the button for the 22nd floor, and stared intently at the jumping floor indicator, silently chanting in their hearts, faster, faster. Ding! The 22nd floor had arrived. Ignoring that the elevator doors had not fully opened, the 3 forced their way out and saw the man in black entering 2208. It's him. The spotter shouted in a loud voice and sprinted with all his might, attempting to apprehend the man in black. He could be certain that what the man was carrying on his back was undoubtedly that piece of rotten wood lost by the Luo family. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the first man could only watch helplessly as the door shut, catching nothing but air. His 2 companions soon rushed up, glaring at the closed door with eyes that seemed ready to spout flames. Only a hair's breadth away, merely that slight margin, and they would have apprehended the culprit with evidence in hand. At that moment, they would have rendered a meritorious service, married a beautiful, wealthy woman, and reached the pinnacle of life. Damn it, one cursed in anger. What should we do? Should we break down the door? They're in there and can't escape. His 2 companions chimed in. Stay calm. I'll call the butler right away and have him handle this. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, what is it? The butler's cold voice came through the receiver. Boss, good news. We saw a man in black carrying something enter Jiang Yang's residence. Judging by the size, it must be that piece of rotten wood we lost. Really? The butler's voice suddenly turned excited. All 3 of you hold your positions. Hold it in, even if you need to urinate, not a single step allowed. I'll consult the chairman immediately and arrange for people to go over there. Understood. The 3 spotters, faces alight with excitement, blocked the doorway and waited in silence. Inside the room. Master, I apologize. I've been exposed. The man in black was an agent modeled after the 007 template who had forcibly taken the lightning-stricken wood from the Luo family. He stood in the hall with his head bowed, an anxious expression on his face. He knew his exposure would bring significant trouble for Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. They won't be causing trouble for long. After speaking, he looked at the large travel bag with anticipation. Take it out. Yes. The agent knelt, unzipped the bag, and removed the willow deity, wrapped in white foam padding. He respectfully presented it before Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang took it over, while Bald Chong stared curiously, unable to look away. He had gone through no small trouble to acquire this very thing. Jiang Yang examined it for a few moments, then handed it to Bald Chong. Brother Chong, take a look. Has this become the item we've been searching for? Bald Chong took it and inspected it repeatedly from all angles, nodding with certainty. Boss, this is indeed a willow tree. It has exactly 9 new sprouts and bears the marks of a lightning strike, not a fake created by high-voltage electric shock. Excellent. Jiang Yang laughed heartily, produced a flower pot prepared in advance, and carefully planted the willow deity inside. The dry, severed trunk stood stiffly upright in the pot, looking exceedingly bizarre. Bald Chong watched with a furrowed brow, hesitantly asking, Boss, can this thing really survive? Jiang Yang laughed. Just wait. It will bring you a surprise. After saying this, he queried the system within his heart. System, now that the Willow deity has been placed in position and my 4-person team is fully assembled, isn't it time to issue the reward? Host, your so-called Willow deity currently remains spiritless. The mission is not yet complete. Jiang Yang sighed inwardly, but did not argue with the system. When the Willow deity revives is the day of spiritual birth. The mission reward cannot escape him. He would simply wait. Seeing that Jiang Yang had finished his task, the agent cautiously asked, Master, what should I do now? Jiang Yang smiled. Previously I told you not to escalate matters because I feared the trouble. Now you may act freely. First, eliminate those 3 spotters outside the door. Through the surveillance, he had long known about the 3 extra spotters at the entrance. Yes. The agent nodded and turned to walk outside. Watching the agents retreating back, Bald Chong glanced between him and Jiang Yang, wanting to speak, but holding back. He had the feeling that Jiang Yang was not running a timber factory. The things being done had nothing to do with a timber factory at all, which worried him somewhat. But Jiang Yang treated him extraordinarily well, better than his own parents, with a high salary and excellent benefits. If he left, he would be reluctant to do so. Outside the door, the 3 Luo family spotters had gathered, enthusiastically discussing how they would celebrate once the mission succeeded. Suddenly, they all turned their heads in unison, looking toward 2208. Their expressions instantly turned vicious, the smiles vanishing from their faces. At the doorway stood the agent in black, glaring at them coldly. The 3 rose to their feet, craning their necks and eyeing the agent with hostile intent. Moments ago, they had been fuming over having missed their chance to capture the man, and now this individual dared to appear so brazenly. This was a prime opportunity to earn merit. Kid, you still dare to come out? The leader of the 3 spotters roared ferociously. Brothers, follow me, attack. Seeing the trio charging at him with fierce momentum, the agent sneered contemptuously. With a single step forward, his fists moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, amid his agile maneuvers, all 3 burly men lay sprawled on the ground. They clutched their bellies, their waists, and their testicles, their faces contorted in agony. Glancing at the 3 wailing on the ground, he bent down and dragged 2 of them toward the stairwell. Then with a kick from each foot, he sent both men rolling down the stairs like gourds. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 tumbled involuntarily downward, their heads split, and bleeding pain driving them into unconsciousness before they could even groan. The agent smiled, walked back, hoisted the last one, and kicked him into the stairwell as well. Accompanied by the same rolling thuds, this man too fell into a dead faint. Just as the agent was finishing his work, a shrill phone ring pierced the air. He searched around, and after rummaging through the unconscious Luo family trio, found a ringing mobile phone. The screen displayed a caller ID marked Boss. Picking up, the agent controlled his vocal cords to mimic the voice he had heard earlier, and replied with feigned respect, "Hello." The butler's voice came through the receiver. He was quite familiar with him, having met him that day, and instantly deduced the caller's identity. "Are you still there? The target hasn't run, has he? I'm bringing people, and will arrive momentarily." The butler sat in the rear seat of a Mercedes-Benz with 3 police cars trailing behind and 3 business vans full of men accompanying them. They aimed to seize Jiang Yang red-handed in one swift move. Hearing the clear siren wailing in the background, the agent frowned slightly. He would fight as many of the Luo family as came. But with the police involved, it would become far more troublesome. Strike one, and a whole nest would come swarming. The agent glanced at the 3 men still unconscious on the ground and spoke into the handset. "Boss, don't come. Jiang Yang has left with his people carrying a large bag. There must be something inside it. The brat has gone." The steward cursed furiously into the phone. "Who gave him permission to leave? Where the hell has he run off to now? They outnumber us, we can't fight them. We're following them now. They seem to be heading to the airport." "The airport? That's right. He should be going to the airport now. Once he leaves the country, we truly have no way to stop him." The steward suddenly realized this. He immediately issued orders, "You follow him. I'll intercept him at the airport. Before we arrive, hold him off no matter what means you use." The steward harshly hung up the phone and barked at the driver, "Turn around. Head to the airport." The Mercedes flashed its turn signal and drove toward the airport. The other cars in the convoy didn't ask questions and followed suit, turning around and trailing behind. The agent carried the phone back to room 2208. Jiang Yang nodded at him. "Is it handled?" The agent nodded. "I knocked them out." After speaking, he handed over the phone. "Master, the Long family arrived with the police, but I sent them to the airport." "Oh." Jiang Yang smiled with amusement. "You're quite clever. Then I'll leave the matter of chasing off those dogs to you. By the way, what's your name?" The agent shook his head in confusion. "I have no name." "I see." Jiang Yang paused thoughtfully, then smiled. "From now on, your name will be Qianjun." "Qianjun." The agent repeated the name, pondering for a moment, then nodded happily. "Thank you, master, for granting me this name. Go on." Jiang Yang nodded, letting Qianjun continue his task of chasing off the dogs. At this point, Bald Chong could no longer contain himself and asked, "Boss, what exactly is going on? How did the police get involved?" Jiang Yang smiled faintly and lied, "This is a business dispute. Someone is trying to take me down. But don't worry, I can handle this." "Oh." Bald Chong nodded with relief, his heart sinking back into his stomach. He was very worried that Jiang Yang had done something illegal and whether he should help or not. If he helped, he would also be breaking the law. But if he didn't help, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, it was just a business dispute. Half a day passed leisurely. Qianjun held his phone directing people here, and they're leading the steward's men on a wild goose chase. The 3 surveillance team members woke up several times, but each time Qianjun grabbed them by the back of their necks and slammed them to the ground, sending them back to sleep. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the city lights began to shine brightly with thousands of homes illuminated and neon signs flashing endlessly. The city under the night sky seemed like a sleepless city. Jiang Yang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, reaching out to feel the gentle breeze. Gradually, a chill swept past his fingertips. "It's here," Jiang Yang muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. He saw a pure white snowflake falling gracefully like a fairy drifting toward the ground. Meanwhile, the cold wind grew fiercer, creeping into the room through the open window. "It's so cold," Bald Chong, wearing short sleeves, complained and shrank his neck, muttering, "Boss, why is it colder in the south than the north? It's only June. Even in Guxiong Ridge the temperature hasn't dropped." Jiang Yang smiled sadly and beckoned with his hand. "Brother Chong, come look quickly. It's snowing." "What? Snowing?" Bald Chong exclaimed, rushing quickly to the window and reaching out. His hand felt cool with a snowflake clinging to it. "No way, it's really snowing." He widened his eyes, staring disbelief at the snow on his hand. Jiang Yang didn't answer him. Heaven and earth answered for him. Between heaven and earth, the snowflakes grew denser and denser, falling in thick sheets. Before long, the tips of towers turned white, and the tree branches gained a touch of white. This. Bald Chong was so surprised he could hardly speak. "I'll close the window. Let's go back." Jiang Yang smiled, closing and locking the window. Meanwhile, the city had already fallen into a carnival because of the snow. The little potatoes in the south, especially those in Jiangnan City, had never seen snow before. To see snow, one had to go north. Countless people rushed to open spaces, spinning around to welcome the snowflakes, gathering snow to build snowmen and having snowball fights. A massive screen outside the mall interrupted its regular programming to broadcast an emergency news alert. "Citizens, please be advised that Jiangnan City is experiencing severe convective weather unprecedented in a century. We urge all residents to remain calm and maintain normal order in production and daily life." With the emergency news broadcast, the citizens who were initially worried all felt at ease, believing that the heavy snow from the sky was an auspicious sign. It would return to normal in a few days. However, it was too cold with this snowfall, and running the heating air conditioning would consume extra electricity. Commuters and students, meanwhile, were wondering whether they wouldn't need to work or attend school the next day. Bald Chong curled up on the sofa wearing a green military coat and said worriedly, "Boss, how long will this snow last? If it falls too heavily, the trees will be broken, affecting their market value." This guy, even at a time like this, was still thinking about cutting trees. Jiang Yang chuckled and shook his head, saying leisurely, "This snow will fall for a long time." "For a long time? I don't believe it. This is the South. Snow is rare enough, let alone lasting for a long time. I think it's impossible." Bald Chong shook his head and refuted confidently. "Really? If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Jiang Yang smiled faintly. At this moment, Qianjun walked up quickly with his phone. "Master, they seem to have discovered that I'm a fake." From the phone, the steward's furious voice was heard. "Lao Lu, are you messing with me? Speak. Speak." At this moment, the steward was holding his phone, his lungs almost exploding with anger. They had first rushed to the airport thinking they could catch Jiang Yang red-handed like a turtle in a jar. But just as they caught their breath, they heard that Jiang Yang had changed course to the train station and would leave by train. When they arrived at the train station and waited for a full half-hour, they heard again that Jiang Yang had switched to traveling by water and was already at the port. During this period, the police officers accompanying them grew increasingly grumpy. They went out with the Long family on this case because of their reputation and also because they heard they could earn merit by catching Jiang Yang red-handed. As a result, the Long family led them running around like headless flies, acting like fools. Finally, when Qianjun said that Jiang Yang had gone to the subway station and was preparing to take the metro, the steward finally sensed something was wrong. Taking the metro to go where? So they only then discovered the previous scene. Jiang Yang patted Qianjun on the shoulder. "You did well. Let me say a couple of words." Speaking, he took the phone, held it to his ear, and smiled. "I heard you're looking for me. I've been home the whole time. If you want to find me, come to my house." After finishing, the steward's curses from the speaker abruptly stopped. Only his increasingly heavy breathing could be heard, as if he was very angry. Jiang Yang decisively ended the call and casually threw the phone into the trash bin. The next moment, the steward erupted, roaring into the phone. "Jiang Yang, you bastard, you actually played me. Just you wait, I'm not done with you. I'll definitely kill you." The butler cursed into the microphone for a full half-hour, saliva spraying everywhere, his phone already coated in grime, yet he refused to stop. A henchman hesitated for a long time, finally unable to hold back. "Boss. The butler whirled around and glared viciously at him. What is it? If you have something to say, say it. Boss, they hung up long ago. The henchman whispered. Moi. Hung up. The butler picked up the phone and saw that the call had indeed been terminated long ago. The call log showed it had ended 30 minutes prior. His face flushed a deep purplish brown in an instant so foolish he felt like crying. He had been cursing at thin air for half an hour. Damn it. Enraged, the butler redialed. The phone rang endlessly, but no one answered. Watching the busy signal on his phone, his face twitched with anger, and he hurled it to the ground. With a dull thud, the phone's battery, camera, and other components flew out, completely destroyed. Panting heavily, the butler's eyes were bloodshot like an enraged bull. Those around him instinctively kept their distance, fearing being gored by this beast. After an indeterminate amount of time, the butler finally calmed down, his expression chillingly grim. One henchman gathered his courage to ask, Boss, what do we do next? The butler's voice seemed squeezed from between his teeth. Go to Yuhu Banshan. I'm going all out today. Even if I have to break down the door, I'll drag that bastard out. The henchman nodded and stepped aside. At that moment, the uniformed officer accompanying the convoy spoke up. We have other duties, we'll be returning now. Upon hearing this, the butler's gaze grew even colder, saying coldly, How will you explain this to our chairman if you leave now? This made the officer's face harden as well. He reprimanded without hesitation. If not for the chairman's favor, I would have arrested you long ago. You've led us on a wild goose chase for so long. This is a waste of police resources. Say another word, and I'll send you to jail. With that, he told his subordinates, coldly dismissed. Then he climbed into the police car and sped away. The butler's face turned ashen, staring fixedly at the retreating police car, fists tightly clenched. That scolding had stripped him of all dignity. Standing motionless, he resented both the officer's disrespect and Jiang Yang for treating him like a dog on a leash. He silently vowed, Until this grievance is avenged, I shall not live as a man. After standing still for a while, the butler exhaled heavily and commanded, Let's go back. Now that the police had left, forcibly entering Jiang Yang's residence would forfeit any procedural justification, becoming a case of trespassing. If things escalated, he couldn't handle it. Despite his anger, he still had enough sense. Hearing this order, the surrounding henchmen were somewhat dumbfounded. Just now they said to go to Yuhu Banshan, now they're saying return, changing plans too quickly. However, they didn't dare to speak out, climbing into the cars, and the convoy turned around and sped away. The next day, Jiang Yang woke, naturally checking his watch to see the hour hand pointing at 9. Rising in silk pajamas, He Huang also awakened, licking his hand before following him out of the bedroom. As soon as he entered the living room, Jiang Yang saw Guang Tu Chang sitting on the balcony, gazing blankly at the view outside. Brother Chang awake so early. Jiang Yang greeted, tossing 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator to him. Rinse your mouth, let's have a drink. As if having eyes behind his back, Guang Tu Chang reached out and caught the beer. Then he seemed startled by himself, looking at the beer in surprise. Hey, when did I become so skilled? Jiang Yang smiled slightly, saying nothing, but felt a stir of excitement within. If his guess was correct, Guang Tu Chang had begun to awaken his supernatural ability. Guang Tu Chang muttered for a while, used his teeth to pop open the beer cap, took a big gulp, burped, and lamented, Boss, why is the snow in the south falling thicker and fiercer than in the north? Jiang Yang remained silent, carrying his beer to the balcony to look outside. In just one night, the originally sparse snowflakes had turned into heavy snowfall, the world misty, everything wrapped in silver. At this moment, on the green spaces within the residential area, children were still playing snowball fights in teams. Some girls were building snowmen, cuddling with them for photos to post on social media. Jiang Yang withdrew his gaze, smiling. Brother Chang, this snow is unprecedentedly large. It will completely overturn your understanding. According to his past life's memories, the blizzard lasted a full month, only stopping when the moisture in the clouds was completely exhausted. By then, the snow accumulation had reached over 10 meters thick, with temperatures dropping to -80 degrees Celsius. The pristine white snow covered everything, land, rivers, mountains, and seas, burying human cities beneath it. Except for high-rise buildings, rural areas were almost completely devastated. Because rural areas consisted of low-rise buildings, mostly 2 or 3 stories, all were buried by snow. And the situation in cities was not encouraging either. Most residential areas were high-rise buildings, but many public utility facilities, such as factory shops, warehouses, hospitals, power plants, hydropower stations, and water supply plants, were low structures. A single blizzard buried all these essential facilities under snow. By the time the snow stopped and survivors could venture outside, the bitter cold had frozen the fluffy snowflakes into a hard ice layer. Striking with an iron rod could only leave small white marks. Centuries of human civilization's achievements and generational reserves of production tools and materials were all buried underneath. With insufficient manpower and machinery frozen under ice, lack of clothing and food, and disruptions to water, electricity, gas, and communications would become the final straw that crushed humanity. Guang Tu Chang asked in surprise, Boss, don't lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Yang smiled, raised his beer in a toast to Guang Tu Chang, and walked into the kitchen to take out steak, for He Huang's breakfast. On the way, he didn't forget to water Lu Xun and loosen the soil, checking for any movement from Lu Xun. However, Lu Xun's 9 new buds remained wrapped, not erupting, showing no sign of activity. Meanwhile, throughout the entire Yuhu Banshan area, those at work and school were huddled indoors, cranking up the air conditioning heat to maximum, appreciating the snow scenery outside while enjoying rare leisure. Because heavy snow blocked roads, work was suspended, changed to remote office. School was also canceled with a temporary holiday. Almost everyone's social media posts praised the beauty of the snow, thanking the auspicious snowfall for providing people with rare respite. Because of the extreme boredom, even the previously quiet property management group chat became lively. Jiang Yang heard his phone vibrating incessantly. With nothing better to do, he picked it up himself and found the homeowners group chat buzzing with lively discussion. Within the group, an air of unwarranted confidence pervaded. Most owners presumed the snow would cease within days. There had been absolutely no thought of stockpiling supplies. Just then, new messages continued scrolling across the screen in the homeowners group. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. He recognized the sender as a veteran from Building 11, a man who had devoted his entire life to the military and served until he reached the highest rank of non-commissioned officer before retiring. In doing so, he had sacrificed his own life, retiring in his late 50s with a substantial severance package. He had no wife, no children, purchased a house, and lived alone. His name was Zhao Zhangwo, or something to that effect. Zhao Zhangwo's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil pond. While everyone else was clamoring against purchasing supplies, he alone insisted on buying them, making him the odd one out among the homeowners. Zhao Zhangwo sat wrapped in a blanket on the single sofa, a cup of hot tea placed beside him. Though the posture was quite comfortable, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his complexion was grim as he stared at his phone screen. The mockery from the homeowners made him feel deeply uncomfortable. He hesitated, a restless unease gnawing at him. Should he venture out to stock up on supplies? Yet he feared such an action might irk his neighbors and leave him ostracized. Witnessing the homeowners in the group chat jeer at Zhao Zhangwo, Jiang Yang let out a cold sneer and picked up his phone to type. The reason he spoke thus was twofold. First, he harbored a deep resentment toward the homeowners and deliberately sought to oppose them. Second, in his past life, Zhao Zhangwo had provided him with a share of supplies. He was not a cold-blooded man. Rather, he was one who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grievance. The moment his message was sent, the lively residential community group erupted as though cold water had been thrown onto a boiling wok. Messages began flooding the group chat, all of them mocking Jiang Yang. The reason everyone was so united in their scorn was that Jiang Yang had struck it rich, stirring jealousy in many who could only vent their resentment through empty words. Some held grudges from being doused twice in Jiang Yang's hallway, but before they could take revenge, the bitter cold kept them from even stepping outside. They continued to vent in the neighborhood group. Jiang Yang watched coldly as their messages scrolled by, shook his head with a bitter smile, and moved on. His warning had been given. Whether Zhao Zhangwo chose to heed, it was no longer his concern. As for those posting trash in the group, he wanted to see what expressions would cross their faces when hunger drove them to the brink of death, and how deep their despair would run. Just as Jiang Yang was about to lock his screen, a private message arrived from Zhao Zhangwo. "Thank you, my friend. I'm heading out to buy some supplies. Is there anything you need me to pick up? I can bring back whatever you need." Behind his phone, Zhao Zhangwo wore a look of quiet satisfaction. The feeling of being trusted warmed him deeply. While dressing in his scarf-padded jacket and tall boots, he kept his eyes fixed on the screen, waiting for Jiang Yang's reply. A notification chimed. Jiang Yang replied, "Thanks, brother. I have enough at home. Buy as much as you can, however much you're able to carry. Trust me." Zhao Zhangwo's expression shifted. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. He glanced once more at the neighborhood group, still mocking Jiang Yang, then retrieved a large travel bag and stepped out. Outside, the cold bit deep. Zhao Zhangwo instinctively shrank into his collar, his sense of foreboding growing stronger. He descended the stairs and trudged through snow that reached past his knees, making his way toward the gate of the residential compound. Building 16, apartment 1409. Learning that the child in Chun Lulu's womb was the Chun family's sole hope for prosperity, Chun Shun, Wang Hohat, and Chun Daki had never left her side. Round-the-clock care, all awaiting the baby's arrival. Beyond the window, snow swirled in the freezing wind, yet inside the apartment felt like spring. 3 air conditioners blasted warm air throughout the entire unit. Chun Lulu, dressed in a loose gray maternity dress, gently stroked her belly. Beside her, Chun Daki scrolled through his phone, Chun Shun watched television, and Wang Hohat peeled an apple, a picture of domestic harmony. Wang Hohat sliced the apple and handed it to her daughter. "Eat, darling. It will help with the constipation." In the late stages of pregnancy, the growing fetus pressed against Chun Lulu's organs, causing severe constipation that worried her mother deeply. Now the entire Chun family pinned all their hopes on her alone. Chun Lulu took a bite and chewed slowly, gazing out at the white snow, her brow furrowing. "Mom, my stomach feels tight and contracting. I think I'm going into labor. But with this much snow, how are we supposed to get to the hospital?" The moment she spoke, everyone dropped what they were doing, phones, televisions, fruit knives, and rushed to her side. What? Sister, you're giving birth. Chen Daqi was overjoyed. These are contractions. She's about to deliver. Wang Hohat declared with certainty. I'm calling an ambulance right now. We need to get to the hospital. Chen Shun immediately picked up his phone and dialed emergency services. After providing the address and detailing the situation, he set the phone down with a hopeful smile. All right, I've contacted the hospital. The ambulance is coming. It's snowing heavily right now, so the ambulance might be delayed. They asked us not to worry. That's fine, thank you, Dad, Chen Lulu said with a bright smile, issuing commands. Mom, go fetch the baby clothes, formula, and diapers I packed earlier. I need to take them to the hospital. Brother, go to my drawer and grab my ID card, health insurance card, and medical reports. They're all in one bag. On it. Stay seated, I'll fetch them right away. Wang Hohat and Chun Daqi complied, without complaint, quickly bringing everything to the living room. Then the entire family huddled around their phones waiting for the ambulance dispatcher's call so they could head down. Time slipped away unnoticed. 2 hours passed, and the clock hand pointed to 4 in the afternoon. The Chun family's initial joy gradually gave way to frowning worry as they alternated between glancing at their phones and the wall clock. This ambulance was taking far too long. Suddenly the phone rang. Chun Shun's eyes lit up instantly. He snatched it up, answered with a cheerful greeting, but the smile vanished from his face as he listened. His expression darkened, and he hung up in silence. What is it? Wang Hohat asked anxiously. Wife, the hospital says the snow is too heavy. The ambulance got stuck and can't come. Wang Hohat grew anxious upon hearing this. Without the ambulance coming, how could Chen Lulu reach the hospital? If the child could not be delivered, the Chen family's hope would be severed. She exclaimed, Old Chen, can't you have the hospital send another vehicle? Isn't there more than one ambulance there? Chen Shun shook his head helplessly. The hospital said they have no vehicles available at present and told us to go on our own. What? Wang Hohat's voice rose an octave, her face lined with anxiety. Chen Lulu then spoke up with confidence. Dad, why don't you call other hospitals to see if they have a vehicle available? Jiangnan City doesn't have just one hospital. Perhaps another one does. Oh, that makes sense. Chen Shun was suddenly enlightened, praising his daughter's cleverness as he dialed the emergency number for another hospital. The moment the call connected, a continuous busy signal came through. He frowned, holding his phone aloft. I can't get through. Chen Lulu's expression flickered slightly, but she still managed to smile. Dad, try another one. Chen Shun nodded, and Wang Hohat and Chun Daqi spontaneously picked up their phones, all dialing the emergency numbers for other hospitals across Jiangnan City. Through nothing but static and busy signals, half an hour later the faces of the three Chins had turned completely dark. They had called every hospital in Jiangnan City, and not a single one had a vehicle available. Some were stuck, others had already been dispatched elsewhere. There simply were no vehicles. Listening to this, Chen Lulu's spirits grew ever lower. If they couldn't reach the hospital, how would the child be born? If the child couldn't be delivered, how could she ever marry into the Qin family as a wealthy young mistress? Wang Hohat gritted her teeth. If we truly have no choice, we'll go to the hospital ourselves. Can a living person really be trapped by a pea? Upon hearing this, Chen Shun nodded eagerly. But Chun Daqi muttered grumpily, what the hell? It's so cold outside, whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going. I'm going to play games. Call me when dinner's ready. With that, he curled up in the corner to game. He had tried his best. Wang Hohat looked helplessly at her beloved son, throwing himself into oblivion, the words forming on her lips, but never quite coming out. After all, he was her own son. She would need him to support her in old age, so it was better to boss around her husband instead. She said to Chen Shun, Husband, the two of us will take our daughter to the hospital. All right. Chen Shun agreed without a second thought, turning to gather their belongings. Chen Lulu sighed and slowly rose, finding what little warm clothing she had to wrap herself in, and the three of them stepped out together. The moment they stepped outside, the bone-chilling cold swept in from all directions. Chen Lulu quickly tucked her hands into her pockets and grumbled, Why is it so cold? Wang Hohat and Chen Shun were freezing as well, yet they encouraged her, Daughter, hang in there. The nearest Third People's Hospital is only 7 kilometers from here. It won't take long. Chen Lulu nodded resignedly and carefully stepped into the elevator, watching the floor indicators slowly descend. Ding! The first floor had arrived. Wang Hohat and Chen Shun supported the heavily pregnant woman as they carefully made their way to the exit. Looking out, the world was blanketed in white, the cold piercing with dozens of centimeters of snow covering the ground. How are we supposed to get to the hospital like this? Chen Lulu murmured softly. With snow this deep, cars certainly couldn't drive, there were no buses, and the subway had likely suspended service. The entire city's transportation was paralyzed. How about we just walk? Chen Shun suggested. All right. Chen Lulu nodded reluctantly. Taking the lead, Chen Shun stepped forward. The snow covered his calves and snowflakes soon settled on his shoulders. He surveyed the area and turned to call to his wife and daughter. Come on, the snow's only up to my calves. We can walk. But after speaking, Wang Hohat and Chen Lulu stood with furrowed brows motionless. He urged them again, bewildered. Then Wang Hohat snapped, Are you out of your mind? You're so much taller than us, so it only reaches your calves. For us it's up to our thigh roots. How are we supposed to walk? I can barely manage on my own, but what do you expect our daughter to do with a belly like that? Well, Qin Shun was dumbfounded only, then realizing that like the fable of the colt crossing the river, the depth varied with one's height. Then what do we do? Standing in the snowdrifts, he gazed blankly into the swirling blizzard, utterly at a loss. Chen Lulu and Wang Hohat remained silent. They couldn't walk, and there were no means of transportation. What was to be done? Suddenly, the three members of the Chun family looked up sharply, astonished, gazing ahead. There the roaring of an engine drew nearer from afar, heading straight toward them. What's coming? The three stared suspiciously in one direction. Within seconds, the snow curtain parted, and a snowmobile appeared, accompanied by a large black dog. The snowmobile's wide tracks threw up snow, carving a long trail gliding across the frozen ground, as though it were flat earth. It was roughly the size of a family SUV. A vehicle! Chen Lulu cried out in delight. With a vehicle, she could be driven to the hospital. The previous dilemma was instantly solved. Chen Shun and Wang Hohat were instantly energized, waving frantically and calling out loudly, trying to attract the snowmobile's attention. It seemed to have spotted them, slowly drawing closer. It's coming, it's coming. Chen Lulu was exceptionally excited, stroking her belly with a smile. Baby, the car's here. Mommy's taking you to the hospital. Tomorrow Mommy will take you to meet Daddy. I love you. The snowmobile approached slowly and came to a stop beside the large black dog. Chen Shun struggled to lift his legs and drew near the snowmobile, tapping on the tinted window, forcing a smile as he called out, "Driver, please help us. My daughter is about to give birth. Could you please drive us to the hospital?" Wang Hohat then helped Chen Lulu up, waiting to board. The snowmobile's window slowly rolled down, revealing a face behind sunglasses wearing a somewhat amused smile. He removed his sunglasses, his gloved hand resting by the car door, and chuckled. "You want me to take you to the hospital? I'd rather not." The moment the man removed his sunglasses, Chen Shun's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Yang, Wang Hohat, and Chen Lulu were also instantly stunned, staring blankly. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the one driving the snowmobile to be Jiang Yang. "It is I, my respected father-in-law." Jiang Yang sneered coldly, then glanced at Chen Lulu. "Oh, my wife is about to give birth. Congratulations, congratulations." His words were dripping with sarcasm. Chen Shun's face instantly flushed red with anger. Glaring at Jiang Yang, he bellowed, "Jiang Yang, I order you to take Lulu to the hospital immediately." Jiang Yang laughed dismissively regarding Chen Shun, as though he were a fool. "Can't you tell the difference between a reasonable request and a pointless demand? Chen Shun, do you really think you're still someone's father? Don't you have any shame? You?" Chen Shun was enraged to the point of being speechless, glaring at Jiang Yang as his body trembled with fury. In the past, Jiang Yang had been obedient to them old folks, not daring to utter a single dissenting word. Now he could truly drive them to an early grave. TCH worthless. Jiang Yang withdrew his hand and rolled up the window, preparing to leave. The reason he had come out was not to deliberately humiliate Chen Lulu. It was pure coincidence. He had originally planned to stay cooped up in the safe house and not venture out. But He Huang was a dog, and dogs cannot sit idle. They insisted on going out, so he had no choice but to take him for a walk. Thus, he spent 10,000 survival points to purchase a snow off-road template, obtaining a high-horsepower snowmobile, a set of cold-weather clothing, a sled, anti-snow blindness sunglasses, and other supplies. Only then did he set out with He Huang for a walk. Who would have guessed he would run into the Chun Lulu family? Seeing that Jiang Yang was about to leave, Chen Shun became anxious again. Anger was anger, frustration was frustration, but in this icy wilderness, the only one who could help in an emergency was Jiang Yang. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed the rearview mirror, shouting, "Jiang Yang, we're family after all. Are you really going to watch Lulu suffer through a difficult childbirth?" Jiang Yang paused and gave Chen Shun a contemptuous glance. "Whose family with you? From the moment the paternity test came out, I no longer have the slightest connection with the Chen family." With that, he rolled up the window, floored the accelerator, and sped away, quickly vanishing into the curtain of snow. All that could be faintly heard was the cheerful barking of the black dog. "Jiang Yang, come back. Let's talk this out." Chen Shun stumbled as he was thrown off balance and watched helplessly as the snow vehicle drove away, shouting anxiously, but to no avail. He slammed his fist into the snow in frustration, his face full of regret and helplessness. Behind him, Chen Lulu watched the snow vehicle leave without looking back, then looked at her father's humble posture. The hatred in her eyes was almost tangible. She saw it clearly. Jiang Yang had done it on purpose. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and called out, "Dad, come back. Don't count on that man. Let's go home." "Go home?" Chen Shun looked at his daughter, utterly confused. "Aren't we going to the hospital? Then how are you going to give birth?" Chen Lulu shook her head and murmured, looking at the sky, "Based on the frequency of my contractions, labor won't start until tomorrow. Maybe the snow will stop by tomorrow." Then she smiled with hope and said, "So let's go home and wait. Tomorrow will definitely be a clear, sunny day." Hearing this, Wang Hohat and Chen Shun nodded with complicated expressions and helped the heavily pregnant woman back to room 1409. Sitting on the sofa, Chun Lulu felt her contractions coming more and more frequently. Watching the snow outside grow heavier, she whispered to herself, "Heaven, please help. Clear the sky. Please." Jiang Yang led He Huang back to room 2208. After playing outside all afternoon, He Huang was unusually excited and kept nuzzling Su Huai's legs, showing affection and gratitude. "Boss, you're back." Guangtou Chang stood by the dining table, setting out bowls and chopsticks, and said with a grin to Jiang Yang, who had just walked in. Jiang Yang nodded and caught a distinctive aroma, fragrant, but with a slight, burnt note. "Brother Chang, did you cook?" he asked with a smile. "Yes, boss, try my cooking." Guangtou Chang attentively pulled out a chair for Jiang Yang. When Jiang Yang sat down at the table, he found that the stir-fried pork with peppers was burnt, and even the vegetables were coated in a layer of black. He poked at the dishes with his chopsticks, shook his head, and sighed. "Brother Chang, your cooking really isn't good. It's even worse than mine." Guangtou Chang scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Boss, just make do. With the icy world outside, it's already good enough to have something to eat. Back when I was at Goxiong Ridge in weather like this, I could only eat roasted sweet potatoes. Where was there any meat or vegetables?" "All right." Jiang Yang picked up his chopsticks. After a few bites, he sighed. "This household really can't do without a cook." On a flickering computer screen, a face full of manic obsession was reflected. The rapid clatter of the keyboard was unceasing. Suddenly, an ecstatic cry exploded. "Ha! Finally hacked in." Lu Hongya looked at the grid of images on the screen and smiled with great satisfaction. In the frame, Jiang Yang was sitting at the dining table eating. He Huang crouched beside him, tearing at a steak streaked with white marbling. Guangtou Chang was speaking with a smile plastered on his face. After a day and a night, he had finally hacked into the surveillance system of Su Huai's safe house. After savoring his triumph for a moment, Lu Hongya remembered the real task. He moved the mouse, rapidly zooming in and out of the various surveillance feeds, searching for what he wanted. Suddenly, one image froze and kept enlarging under the movement of the mouse until a section of dry, withered trunk filled the entire screen. Lu Hongya stared at the withered trunk and murmured, "This is most likely the piece of lightning struck with the Long family lost. Judging by the lightning marks, there's no mistaking it." With that, he leaned back comfortably in his computer chair with his hands clasped behind his head, propped his feet on the desk, and burst into loud laughter. His laughter abruptly stopped. He sat up straight and muttered viciously, Jiang Yang, no matter how well you hit it, I've still got the goods on you. This secret is my lifelong meal ticket." He grabbed the phone from the desk, ready to send Jiang Yang a blackmail text. This secret of Jiang Yang's could send him to prison. While typing the message, he muttered, "How much should I ask for? 1 million. Not enough. 10 million. Still not quite right. How about asking for a small goal?" He laughed heartily. "That's right, 100 million. It's finally my turn to get rich." Lu Hongya finished composing the message, his face full of excitement. Just as he was about to send it, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "No, I need to wait. I have to record that bastard Jiang Yang personally, saying where that lightning struck would came from. That way it will be foolproof." He deleted the message, tossed the phone aside, lit a cigarette, turned on screen recording, then went to another computer to play games. After dinner, Jiang Yang was playing fetch with He Huang to bond when he suddenly heard a ding. It was the system. Ding. Detected that the host is in the apocalypse. The mission hall has been opened. Please explore the specific functions on your own. Jiang Yang was jolted. Forgetting about playing with He Huang, he followed the prompt and opened the system's so-called mission hall, wondering what exactly it was. A virtual screen that only he could see appeared, turning as he turned, always directly in front of him. It was even clearer than the most advanced laser projection. Jiang Yang looked carefully and saw that the mission hall had 3 sections: new missions in progress and completed. He opened the in progress section first and saw a mission still hanging there: form a team and complete a mission. Reward 10 million survival points. Isn't this the mission I haven't finished yet? Jiang Yang muttered, thoughtfully, seeming to understand. He immediately opened the completed section and sure enough saw a mission marked completed, the one where he had built the safe house for a reward of 1 million survival points. "Oh, I think I'm getting it." Jiang Yang blinked, feeling that he had grasped the key. Then he opened the new missions section and saw many missions with different names hanging there, along with a scroll bar indicating that more missions were below. Behind each mission was a task reward, such as XXXXX survival points or an item reward. He pulled the scroll bar down and studied them carefully, his pupils dilating in shock. New mission: in the snow disaster. Reward for completion: 100 million survival points, 10 controllable nuclear fusion devices, 10 air-to-starch synthesis devices. New mission: establish a faction over a period of 3 months. The higher the faction rating, the more generous the reward. New mission: kill the first mutant beast. Reward for completion: 100 survival points and a pack of special ability food. New mission: build a base within 1 month. The higher the base rating, the richer the reward. Jiang Yang gazed at the new missions, utterly dazzled. Never did he expect the system to have so many new tasks waiting for him to choose from. This was far better than passively waiting for the system to assign missions. Suddenly, the new mission interface flickered. The tasks he had just seen vanished, and a fresh one appeared in their place. Oh, the mission's refreshed, Jiang Yang muttered to himself. The system thoughtfully reminded him, post the new missions in the mission hall refresh, once every 3 days. If you see a mission you like, don't miss it. Jiang Yang nodded inwardly and asked, system, with this many missions I'll be spoiled for choice. Haven't you considered optimizing things? I see. Host, the system will recommend missions based on your current situation. You may also choose missions on your own. Jiang Yang nodded with satisfaction, then began scrolling down to pick a mission. Suddenly he paused, his eyes lighting up as he spotted a mission that caught his fancy. New mission: ensure the safe house remains unbreached for 1 month. Mission reward 100 survival points and 10 packs of ability supplementing food. Such an easy mission, practically a giveaway. I'll take it. Jiang Yang grinned and clicked to accept the mission. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Please complete it within the allotted time. Jiang Yang nodded silently and began scanning for more tasks. Soon he spotted another appealing one. New mission: kill a degrade aberrant beast. Mission reward 500 survival points and 5 portions of aberrant beast blood meat. This doesn't seem hard either. Accepted. Jiang Yang grinned and clicked to claim the mission. Ding. The system reminds the host that based on your current strength you are limited to 3 active missions. Do you still wish to accept a third one? Huh, that's a thing. Jiang Yang hesitated, frowned in thought, then said, I'll give up the third new mission. If he could accept unlimited missions, he would take every simple one without a second thought. But if he could only take 3, he had to be more strategic. Ding. Action cancelled. Jiang Yang scratched his head and let out a soft sigh. He had hoped to grind missions to grow stronger, but it wasn't as simple as he imagined. He tested the waters. System, am I stuck with only 3 missions from now on? Oh, that's good to hear. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. His mood brightened again. He picked up the frisbee and hurled it into the distance. Black Emperor, go fetch. The dejected Black Emperor sprawled on the ground sprang back to life at Jiang Yang's gesture, bounding off with his tongue lolling out. Just as Jiang Yang was about to throw the frisbee again, he suddenly heard a pounding knock at the door. Who's that? He instantly grew wary, pulled out his phone, and checked the surveillance feed. His gaze sharpened. At the door stood a snow-covered figure with 2 huge travel bags piled at their side. At that moment the figure pulled down the scarf covering their face and raised a hand to knock again. Little brother, open up, it's me. It was Zhao Zhangwo. Jiang Yang stared suspiciously at the monitor, wondering what Zhao Zhangwo wanted. In the end, recalling what kind of man Zhao Zhangwo was, he rose and walked to the door. Qianjun immediately tensed up and followed closely. He still remembered the 3 Dragon family thugs at the entrance. Though they were nowhere in sight, he feared they might suddenly reappear. Jiang Yang opened the door, and Zhao Zhangwo smiled in greeting. Little brother, took you long enough to open up. Your old brother here is freezing to death. Jiang Yang smiled impassively. Brother Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Zhangwo gave a simple, honest nod, then bent down to drag the bulging travel bag on the left, pushing it across the threshold before straightening up. Rubbing his back, he laughed. Little brother, I brought you a share of supplies too. Take it. Hearing this, Jiang Yang's pupils nearly trembled in shock as he stared at Zhao Zhangwo in astonishment. All of this is for me. In this bitter cold with snow bearing everything past the knees, how could anyone haul such a huge bag of supplies back, let alone buy them? Zhao Zhangwo deserved the highest praise. Jiang Yang snapped back to his senses. The blizzard would last an entire month, and with his ability to generate a ton of supplies per second, he had no shortage of anything. But Zhao Zhangwo was different. This bag of supplies could save lives. He shook his head and waved his hands. Brother Zhao, I can't accept this. Take it back and hide it well. Zhao Zhangwo frowned at Jiang Yang, his face darkening. What's this? Think I'm after your money. It's a gift. Take it. You? Jiang Yang was left speechless, moved by Zhao Zhangwo's profound sincerity. Zhao Zhangwo smiled again. Little brother, don't be such a nagging old woman. Keep the stuff, and I'll be on my way. Jiang Yang watched him turn and leave. The refusal rose to his lips, then died there. They say the good die young, but he refused to believe it. He would keep this supply safe for Zhao Zhangwo and return it to him when the time came. Brother Zhao, thank you. Jiang Yang said earnestly. Zhao Zhangwo stopped, waved a hand without looking back. For what? You spoke up for me in the owners group and took so much flack for it. Sending you a little something barely makes up for that. He then let out a hearty laugh and dragged his travel bag into the elevator. The night was heavy and silent, broken only by the ceaseless rustle of falling snow. All grudges and grievances were set aside as the weather grew colder. In the dead of night, countless households' air conditioners blasted warm air, barely keeping their indoor temperatures above freezing. Yet this placed an immense burden on the power grid. At 2 in the morning, with a sharp crack, many people were jolted awake by the cold. Wrapping themselves in quilts, they got up only to discover that the power had gone out at some point. On the walls by the windows, a layer of white frost crept slowly across the room. The indoor temperature had already plunged below zero. The once quiet owners group suddenly became lively, everyone asking what was going on and why the power was out. More people complained, cursing that cutting the electricity in such freezing weather would leave them all to die of cold. Send the power back immediately. Property manager Jiang came forward to explain that the residential grid load had exceeded the transformer's limit. He urged every household to stagger their electricity use and cut back on air conditioners, electric water heaters, immersion heaters, and similar appliances. Jiang Yang had also been woken by the cold. He sneered as he read the property management notice in the group. In his past life, the power had gone out at exactly this time too, and the property office had asked everyone to stagger their usage. But when the property staff flipped the breaker back on, the selfish owners cared only about their own comfort, ignoring the request entirely. In the end, they burned out the community transformer, causing a complete blackout. Still, this had nothing to do with him. He was fully prepared. Jiang Yang tapped on his phone, and with a hum, the emergency generator started up, restoring power to the entire house. The central air conditioner, which had stopped working, blew warm air once more. After adjusting the settings, Jiang Yang fell back into a deep sleep. After he dozed off, the community's main breaker was flipped back on, lighting up the pitch-dark neighborhood again. Cheers erupted from all directions. Hey, the power's back. Xinjiai looked in delight at the brightly glowing wall lamp. Quick, turn on the AC. Her roommate grabbed the remote and clicked it repeatedly. The ribbon at the vent fluttered upward as warm air flowed out. Feeling the warm breeze on her face, Xinjiai hesitated. Alon, is this really okay? Didn't the neighborhood issue a notice about staggered power usage? She lived in an employee dormitory, a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment shared by 3 saleswomen. Alon was one of the 3. Besides her, there was a saleswoman named Pang Min. Noting Xinjiai's hesitation, Alon smirked and said with a patronizing air, "Xiaoxin, you're too young. You're always worrying about others. We just need to be comfortable ourselves. Why care about all that?" Pang Min chimed in, "Sister Lon is right. Why bother? Is this really inappropriate?" Xinjiai mumbled, her face full of unease, feeling that something wasn't right. "Gee, I give up on you." Alon shook her head, wordlessly picked up the AC remote and hid it under the blanket to keep Xinjiai from grabbing it and turning off the air conditioner. Then she fell soundly asleep again. Sigh. Xinjiai quietly sighed, watching her 2 roommates already asleep, and soon drifted off in a haze. Building 7, room 1204. Quick, turn on the AC, all of them. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and a scholarly look ordered, while he himself worked to switch on all 5 air conditioners in the room. The hot air blasted out, and he squinted in satisfaction. Then he tossed the remote aside and grumbled, "Who cares about staggered power use? You think I can't afford the electricity bill? Stupid property management." Scenes identical to Unit 7 to 1204 were unfolding in most households. The property management's reminder about staggered electricity use was almost universally ignored. Only a few honest folk complied, but that was a drop in the bucket. At 7 in the morning, outside the Yuhu Banshan estate, a sudden sizzling sound burst out, followed by a heavy bang. A plume of white smoke rose from a transformer, curling into the gray snow-laden sky before vanishing. The transformer had blown out from overload. Yuhu Banshan was plunged into total darkness. Jiang Yang stood on his balcony, watching the transformer spark and flash in the distance, and smiled coldly. Just like in his past life, the transformer really had blown. A bunch of fools. If you'd staggered your power usage, you could have gotten a few more days of electricity. Now it's done. No power at all. I'd like to see how you imbeciles handle this. His phone buzzed furiously in his pocket. Jiang Yang threw a few logs into the roaring fireplace, stretched out on the sofa with his feet up, and only then pulled out his phone. The homeowners group chat had already exploded again. It was all questions about why the power had gone out again, whether their electricity bills had been paid for nothing, and demands for property management to get someone to fix it immediately. Some even yelled that if property management couldn't solve it by noon, a management should pack up and leave. Property manager Jiang could practically feel the torrent of resentment in the group, and he furiously cursed, "A pack of bastards. I told you to stagger power usage. Who the hell listened? Now we're out of power again, right? A bunch of morons." After the rant, the problem still remained. He turned to Liang Shan and barked, "Captain Liang, go check what the hell is going on." Liang Shan nodded silently, holding no grudge against Jiang, and went out to investigate. Half an hour later, "Manager, we're done for. The transformer has blown," said Liang Shan, his face full of helplessness. He'd gone to look. The transformer casing was blown open, obviously wrecked. "What? The transformer's gone." Jiang leaped to his feet, his face frantic. If the transformer was broken, the property management couldn't fix it. They'd have to call the Power Bureau. But the snow was falling even harder. Would the Power Bureau even come? After thinking it over, Jiang raised his head and began typing up an announcement. In the homeowners group, "Dear homeowners, due to excessive load, the transformer of the residential substation has exploded and been damaged. Emergency repairs are underway. Please wait for further notice. Property Management Office." As the announcement was pinned, the already clamorous homeowners group instantly erupted. The homeowners unanimously cursed the property management, demanding refunds of their property fees and ordering them out of Yuhu Banshan. Jiang and Liang Shan watched the messages attacking them by name, their faces twitching in anger. Liang Shan spat, "Fuck, I wish I could kill these damn homeowners." Chun Ziqiang nodded menacingly, then talked himself out of it. Forget it. Murder means a life for a life. Not worth it. At that moment Chun Ziqiang still believed the blizzard would stop and life would return to normal, so he worried about being punished by the authorities once the dust settled. Liang Shan's eyes wavered, and he cursed if it weren't for the officials sheltering these idiot homeowners they'd have been dead 100 times over. Shit. Chun Ziqiang shook his head speechless, and ordered go prepare the emergency generator. This transformer is definitely beyond repair. We'll make do with the emergency generator for now. Maybe the snow will stop tomorrow, and then everything will get back on track. Liang Shan nodded silently, and left highly displeased. Building 16, room 1409. Mom, quick. A piercing scream came from Chun Lulu's bedroom. Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun rushed into their daughter's bedroom, and found Chin Lulu's lower body, wet as if she had peed. Wang Ho-Hot's face changed instantly. She threw herself to the bedside, looked down, and yelled, "Daughter, your waters have broken." When did it happen? Chin Lulu nodded with difficulty, pale-faced. She had already been freezing cold from the power outage, and now her waters had broken, suffering both physically and mentally. It just happened. I only noticed this second. Then she couldn't hold back her tears, and sobbed, "Mom, take me to the hospital now. I'm having the baby. Quick, I have to save this baby. He's my only hope." Yesterday she had thought the snow would stop today. But today not only had the snow not stopped, it was even heavier, and now the power was out too. A cruel double blow. Before Chin Lulu's words tailed off, Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun were like ants in a hot pan, running in circles, endlessly mumbling what to do. Just as the two were at their wits' end, Chin Lulu suddenly cried, "Hey, I've got an idea." "What? Tell us quick." Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun immediately spun around, staring at Chin Lulu with burning hope. "I remember Chin Fin said he has a helicopter. I can ask him to send it to take me to the hospital." Chin Lulu was beside herself with excitement, her eyes gleaming. That's great." Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun nodded, immediately found a phone, handed it to her, and urged her to call right away. Chin Lulu confidently dialed. The call connected, and an impatient male voice answered. "Hello, what is it? Didn't I tell you to come to me only after you've had a boy? Are you deaf or just too dumb to remember a simple sentence?" Despite the scolding, Chin Lulu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she put on a bright smile and said in the gentlest voice, "Honey, don't be mad. I didn't mean to bother you. I'm about to give you your baby boy. My waters have broken and the snow is too heavy to reach the hospital. Honey, can you send your helicopter to pick me up?" After speaking, she waited expectantly for his answer. Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun also listened with rapt attention, beaming. With Chin Lulu about to give birth, Chin Fun, as the father, would certainly be all too eager to send his helicopter. "Send a helicopter to take you to the hospital?" Chin Fin's voice from the phone was filled with astonishment, as if hearing the biggest joke of the day. Then his tone shifted again, turning scornful. "Who do you think you are? And you want a helicopter pickup? Get lost." The three members of the Chin family were utterly astonished, glancing at each other and wondering if they had misheard. Chin Fun's reaction was completely different from what they had imagined. Chin Lulu's heart plummeted into the abyss, ice cold, but she still forced a smile and continued, "Hubby, this is a baby boy, your favorite baby boy. Just send a helicopter to pick us up." Chin Fin felt only disgust and sneered, shouting into the phone, "Get lost. I was lying to you and you actually believed it. I don't like children, neither boys nor girls. I only love myself, do you understand?" After saying that, he hung up the phone. After he hung up, two beautiful women beside him giggled. One asked, "Young Master Chin, who made you so angry?" Chin Fin sneered, "A brainless gold digger, I've gotten rid of her." After speaking, he wrapped himself in clothes and stood up, saying, "The helicopter my father sent to pick me up is almost here. Let's go." Chin Lulu clutched the ringing phone, dumbfounded. Chin Fun's words were like a heavy hammer, completely shattering her hopes. Was it all a lie to her? No. Chin Lulu suddenly screamed, grabbing whatever she could reach and hurling it around to vent her anger. "Daughter, Lulu." Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun were terrified, pouncing onto the bed from both sides to hold her down. Chin Lulu struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free, collapsing on the bed like a deflated balloon. "Woo." She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. All her hopes rested on Chin Fun, waiting to give birth to a boy, waiting for Chin Fun to marry her and make her a wealthy lady. And yet Chin Fin had personally admitted it was all a lie. Wang Ho-Hot and Chin Shun watched their weeping daughter, their hearts aching. They had hoped to rise to prominence by joining the Chin family through marriage. Now everything had fallen through. After mourning for a while, Wang Ho-Hot's eyes darted around, and she suddenly smiled. She grabbed Chin Lulu's hand and commanded, "Daughter, stop crying." The yell startled Chin Lulu into stopping her tears. With a face streaked with tears, she looked blankly at her mother. "Lulu," Wang Ho-Hot continued composedly, "regardless of whether Chin Fin acknowledges you or not, the blood in your womb belongs to the Chin family. You just need to deliver the baby properly, and then take the 4 children to the Chin residence. Whether the Chin family acknowledges you or not, they must take responsibility for this. A prominent family values their reputation above all else. There's no way the Chin family can escape this." Chin Lulu listened dazedly, her despairing eyes gradually lighting up with hope. She wiped away her tears and said, "Mom, you're right. As long as I give birth to the child, even if Qin Fin ignores me, he can't escape it." Seeing Chen Lulu regain her composure, Wang Hohat and Qin Shun nodded with relief. But their faces darkened again. They had cheered up Chen Lulu, but how would she get to the hospital? Qin Fin wouldn't care at all. Chen Lulu also realized the crux of the problem, and her lifted smile dimmed once more, her face filled with panic. The three people in the room exchanged worried glances. Qin Shun gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go find Jiang Yang again. Only he has a snowmobile in the residential compound that can get us out." Hearing this, Chen Lulu and Wang Hohat nodded in agreement. Qin Shun grabbed his clothes and was about to leave when Wang Hohat suddenly caught up. "Let's go together. I won't believe Jiang Yang, the bastard, dares to disobey." Building 16, 22nd floor hallway. Wang Hohat and Qin Shun emerged from the stairwell panting heavily. The power was out, and the elevator stopped working too, nearly exhausting the two elderly couple. But there was an upside. After climbing for a while, they weren't cold anymore. "Wife, hang in there." Qin Shun supported Wang Hohat as they finally reached the door of 2208. Knock. Wang Hohat's face was fierce. After climbing for so long, if they didn't get the result they wanted, she would explode. Qin Shun nodded and pounded heavily on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it?" Jiang Yang was watering the willow deity when he suddenly looked up at the door, anger simmering beneath his surface. From the brutal knocking, he could tell whoever was coming wasn't a good person. Bald Chong and Qianjun also emerged, eyeing the door suspiciously. "Master, shall I open the door?" Qianjun asked for instructions. "Boss, let me go." Bald Chong eagerly offered, vying for favor. Since Qianjun arrived, he felt a tremendous threat. Previously, Jiang Yang only had him by his side, but now there was another person and he was afraid of being replaced. If he was let go, where could he find such a good boss as Jiang Yang? Jiang Yang waved his hand and casually handed the watering can to Bald Chong, then took out his phone to check the corridor surveillance. The corridor surveillance was powered by the safe house, completely unaffected by the residential compound's power outage. Bald Chong took the watering can and shot a triumphant glance at Qianjun. "See, the boss still values me. He gives me all the tasks. He can't do without me. So it's these two old geezers." Jiang Yang muttered while watching the surveillance footage. Bald Chong craned his neck to look as well, unable to help, but muttered bitterly, "Boss, why have these dishonorable old fellows come here? Should I go beat them up?" He felt particularly sympathetic toward Jiang Yang's situation. And as the saying goes, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams lean askew. Chen Lulu could only do such shameless things because of her parents' influence. Jiang Yang smiled ambiguously and said, "Let's see what these two old geezers want first." After speaking, he heard Qin Shun's voice come through the phone. Jiang Yang opened the door. "I'm your father. I need to talk to you about something." "Something wrong?" "Most likely that woman Chen Lulu is about to give birth and can't get to the hospital, so she's asking him to drive the snowmobile to take her." Jiang Yang instantly understood Qin Shun's purpose. What sheer delusion. In his past life, it was also at this time that Chen Lulu was about to give birth. He had removed the door panel to make a sled and dragged Chen Lulu to the hospital all by himself. Among the three men in the room, it seemed like only he was still breathing hard. When they reached the hospital, both Chen Lulu and the baby were safe. He held the baby in his arms and wept with joy and infinite strength surging through him in that instant. Even as disasters came one after another, he tried every possible means to keep Chen Lulu and the child alive. But in the end, it all became a joke. Memories dissipated like flowers in a mirror and reflections in the moon. Jiang Yang coldly spoke, "Go drive these two old geezers away." Hearing this, Bald Chong, who had long been unable to contain himself, rolled up his sleeves and charged toward the door with a yellow hard hat on his head. Qianjun followed close behind, his knuckles cracking. "What's going on? Has that bastard Jiang Yang died? Why isn't he opening the door?" Wang Hohat cursed grumblingly, stomping her feet from the cold. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door opening, and her heart filled with smugness. She should have come to the door after all. After all, she was Jiang Yang's mother-in-law. Wang Hohat looked toward the door with a face full of triumph, but saw two unfamiliar men rushing straight out. One was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow hard hat. The other was a lean, dark-clad, middle-aged man whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As Bald Chong and Qianjun rushed out, Wang Hohat was so frightened that she kept backing away. Then she remembered she was an elder. Young people dared not offend her, and suddenly felt braver. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward a few paces and pointed at Bald Chong and Qianjun's noses, cursing, "What are you doing? What do you want? If you provoke me, believe it or not, I'll lie down on the ground." Upon hearing this, Bald Chong and Qianjun paused and sneered. Bald Chong then pointed back at Wang Hohat and shouted, "You old thing, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh." He rubbed his fists together, trying to look fierce, but inside he was nervous. He made a living chopping wood, honest and simple, never having argued with anyone before, let alone fought. Wang Hohat was startled by his words, but when she glanced at Bald Chong, she saw his trembling hands and guessed he would only bluster. He wouldn't actually dare to lay a hand on her. She raised her loud voice and taunted, "Come on, try touching me." Then she shoved her face close to Bald Chong's, looking utterly arrogant. Bald Chong looked at the face inches from his own. His hands trembled even worse, and his face flushed pale then red. He wouldn't dare. Seeing that Bald Chong was too afraid to make a move, Wang Ho-hot grew even more arrogant. She reached out to push him, shouting as she pushed, "Get lost, you damn dog," blocking the way. "Jiang Yang, I know you're in there, come out here." Chen Shun also lent his voice, shouting, "Jiang Yang, if you don't come out, you'll bear the consequences." Bald Chong was shoved backward repeatedly. His face turned purplish red, and the anger in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even a clay figure has its limits. He had temper too. Just as Bald Chong was about to explode, Jiang Yang appeared at the doorway with He Huang. The moment he appeared, Wang Ho-hot instantly shifted her target and stared at Jiang Yang, cursing, "You damn kid. Your wife is about to give birth and you're standing here like nothing's wrong. Are you even human?" Jiang Yang listened with a blank expression. As he listened, he began to laugh. That laugh, falling into Wang Ho-hot's eyes, reeked of provocation. It enraged her, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Jiang Yang, I'm talking to you. What does it mean that you're laughing?" Jiang Yang's expression darkened instantly. He picked his ear and said slowly, word by word, "Wang Ho-hot, you're looking for death." Wang Ho-hot's eyes widened in shock, and she shouted in disbelief, "You dare call me by my name? Do you still have your mother in your eyes?" Chen Shun also started cursing, "Jiang Yang, is this how you treat your elders? You're finished. Your life is over." Jiang Yang listened, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. As their voices faded, he patted He Huang's head and stared coldly at Wang Ho-hot and Chen Shun. He Huang bite. At these words, He Huang's temperament changed instantly. The goofy, husky-like appearance vanished, replaced by an imperceptible cruelty that crept into its pupils. A low growl rumbled from its throat as it launched forward like an arrow, targeting Wang Ho-hot, who stood at the front. Only then did Wang Ho-hot and Chen Shun realize what Jiang Yang had implied earlier. They were about to curse Jiang Yang for daring to unleash a dog on them when they saw He Huang pouncing toward them. Its massive body loomed like dark clouds overhead. "Oh!" Wang Ho-hot shrieked in terror. She realized Jiang Yang meant business. Instinctively, she stumbled backward, and Chen Shun was swept along with her. He Huang missed its mark, shook its head, crouched its hind legs, and lunged again. "Don't come closer." Before Wang Ho-hot could catch her breath, she saw He Huang charging at her again. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she sprinted toward the stairs. Meanwhile, Chen Shun grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corner and swung it wildly at He Huang, forcing the dog to pause briefly. This also allowed Wang Ho-hot to slip into the stairwell and vanish. "Beast, come on." Hearing the familiar footsteps fade into the distance, Chen Shun knew his wife was safe. He raised the fire extinguisher and faced off against He Huang. He taunted the dog while carefully edging toward the stairs, looking for an escape route. "Woof!" He Huang charged again. Chen Shun threw the fire extinguisher and darted into the stairwell, tumbling and sliding down the stairs. He Huang landed, adjusted its stance, and saw Chen Shun's retreating back. It let out a low growl, preparing to give chase. He Huang returned. Jiang Yang suddenly called out. Hearing the command, He Huang whimpered softly and gracefully returned to Jiang Yang's side. "Good boy, He Huang, what a well-behaved dog." Jiang Yang rubbed the dog's head vigorously. He Huang narrowed its eyes in comfort, wagging its tail and swaying its head, returning to its usual carefree, husky demeanor. Jiang Yang was delighted. After so many days together, He Huang had learned to follow his commands. As for Chen Shun and Wang Ho-hot fleeing, he didn't care at all. Being bitten to death by a dog was the same as starving to death. In fact, starvation was far more agonizing. "Let's go home." Jiang Yang led He Huang and smiled as he headed back. Qianjun followed silently, his expression unreadable. As for Bald Chong, he anxiously glanced at Jiang Yang, and He Huang interacting behind him, filled with regret. He felt that he wasn't even as useful as a dog. Bald Chong, if you keep this up, the boss will fire you. Once the boss rejects you with this, whether you'll freeze or starve to death. Think about it carefully." After admonishing himself, Bald Chong steeled his resolve. "Mom, Dad, are you back?" Hearing the front door open, Shin Lulu called out from her bed, full of hope. She received no response. As she puzzled over it, she saw her parents burst into the bedroom, their faces filled with terror. They shut the door and leaned against it firmly before finally letting out a long breath of relief. "Mom, Dad, you?" Shin Lulu's face was filled with surprise and confusion. The way her parents looked seemed as though they had escaped from the gates of hell. Panting heavily, Wang Ho-hot and Chen Shun gasped for breath for a while before finding the strength to speak. Wang Ho-hot's voice trembled. "Mad. Jiang Yang has gone mad. He actually unleashed a dog to bite us to death." "What?" Chen Lulu's voice cracked with shock. "Killing was a crime. How dare Jiang Yang?" "It's true." Chen Shun nodded firmly and explained, "We went to Jiang Yang for help, but instead of assisting us, 2 men rushed out first, trying to beat us. Then he brought out a dog and set it on us to bite us to death. He's truly gone mad. Once he got some stinking money, he became lawless." Chen Lulu listened, her confusion gradually replaced by shock. Then, remembering something, she asked weakly, "So Jiang Yang refused to take me to the hospital?" Wang Ho-hot and Qin Shun fell silent at these words. Their silence spoke louder than any words. Seeing their demeanor, Chen Lulu collapsed onto the bed like a limp rag, her eyes dimming once more. Qin Fan, her own father, wouldn't help her. Jiang Yang, that easy mark, also refused. What was she to do? Wang Hoha looked at her daughter's haggard face and recalled all her fantasies about relying on the Qin family. With a steely resolve, she said, "Daughter, pull yourself together. Even if we can't go to the hospital, you can still give birth." Huh? Howie? Chen Lulu retorted. Back then you were also born on the Kong at home. I didn't go to the hospital either. Wang Hoha declared emphatically, her tone resolute. Since we can't go to the hospital, we'll give birth at home. Mom will help you deliver the baby. From room 1409 came wave after wave of shrieks. Chen Lulu's hands clutched the bedsheets tightly, her face paler than that of someone who had been dead for 3 days. Wang Hoha stood by, recalling her own labor pains, and shouted encouragement, "Daughter, you can do it. She's almost here." At 2 in the afternoon, a bloodied mass thudded onto the bath towel. Wang Hoha hastily picked it up, directed Qin Shun to clean it, and snatched up the scissors with a sharp snip to cut the umbilical cord. She raised her hand and delivered a firm slap to the infant's bottom. The baby cried out in pain, letting out a loud wail. There. Wang Hoha's wrinkled face broke into a wide smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. She wrapped the infant carefully and cradled it like a treasure. "Haha, the Qin family is counting on you." Chen Lulu's pale face flushed with excitement, her voice trembling. "Mom, is the baby okay? Let me see." Wang Hoha handed the infant to her daughter. Chen Lulu held the baby close and examined it carefully, her face full of relief. "Look at those eyes and that nose. They're identical to Qin Fan's." "Huh?" Wang Hoha chuckled triumphantly. "Now the Qin family can't deny it. This is Qin family blood." Chen Lulu nodded firmly. Then her gaze turned cold as she hissed, "When the time comes, that bastard Jiang Yang will pay the price." The Qin family's influence was far beyond what a newly rich man like Jiang Yang could ever match. As the words fell, Wang Hoha and Qin Shun's expressions also turned cold, and they nodded in agreement. Wang Hoha's face twisted with fury. "That bastard Jiang Yang showed no mercy at all. He actually set his dogs on your father and me. Once the snow stops and we get our reward from the Qin family, I'll make him regret it." Qin Shun rubbed his hips, still throbbing, faintly a dreamy look on his face as he pictured Jiang Yang being crushed beneath the Qin family's power. She gave birth. Incredible. She actually pulled it off. Chen Lulu's labor had lasted for hours, and Jiang Yang had heard every sound. It wasn't until he heard the infant's cry that he confirmed Chen Lulu had truly given birth. "Boss, are you alright?" Bald Chong guessed what might have happened and cautiously observed Jiang Yang's expression, asking with concern. He feared Jiang Yang might do something reckless. "What could be wrong with me?" Jiang Yang smiled dismissively. Suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission complete, rewards have been distributed. Jiang Yang's expression briefly stiffened before breaking into a smile. The mission was complete. He had only accepted 2 missions, which one had finished. The Willow Deity. A flash of realization struck him. This had to be the Willow Deity, reviving life. He bolted across the room and ran straight to the balcony where the Willow Deity was placed. Looking closely, the 9 tightly wrapped buds had all burst open, revealing fresh green shoots. A subtle yet vibrant aura radiated from the lightning-struck timber, pulsing with vitality. Excellent. Jiang Yang watched for a moment and clapped his hands in excitement. Bald Chong and Qianjun shared in the joy. "Haha, tonight we celebrate with a feast," Jiang Yang said cheerfully. Behind the scenes, he spent 1 survival points, first exchanging for a small amount of supplies, then using 1 more to upgrade the entire ton of supplies into gourmet meals through a food template. Foie gras, Buddha jumps over the wall, Australian lobster, sashimi, king crab. Everything was available. The purchased food was stored temporarily in the system space, always fresh and steaming hot whenever needed. "The boss is cooking himself." Bald Chong grinned eagerly. Jiang Yang's cooking skills far exceeded his own, matching that of a street food stall chef. This was a skill he had been forced to master in his past life, working like a beast. He had to care for Chen Lulu and her daughters who parasitized him, and cooking was an essential necessity. "Close enough." Jiang Yang laughed, checked the time. It was still early, and settled into the sofa after a casual remark to examine his survival point balance. 12664395, still accumulating. Completing the team mission had earned him a reward of 10 million survival points. Plus the accumulation over more than a month after deducting expenses, he already possessed tens of millions of survival points. If he converted all these survival points into supplies, it would be enough to sustain the entire population of Jiangnan City. However, Jiang Yang would never indulge in naive compassion. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was to strengthen himself, survive, and live well. Everything else could go hang. System, I want to exchange for a high-tier ability core. Jiang Yang's purpose was clear. In the post-apocalyptic world, powerful abilities were the foundation. High-tier ability cores have been displayed on the main page. Host may browse at leisure. High-tier ability cores glowing in various colors filled Jiang Yang's vision. The system shop's ability cores covered the 5 elements: strength, speed, agility, telekinesis, spirit, illusions, object manipulation, beast, taming, space, time, life, and more. They were divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The closer an ability approached fundamental laws, the more powerful it was, and the higher its tier, such as time, space, and life. An ability's tier determined both the lower and upper limits of its user. A low-tier Earth ability, user facing a mid-tier Beast Master, would be swallowed by a beast tide. Of course, nothing was absolute. Abilities also had counter-relationships. A low-tier ability facing a high-tier one could still triumph if wielded skillfully, defying the odds. Gazing at the dazzling array of ability cores, Jiang Yang fell into deep thought. It was so hard to choose. Finally, he sighed softly and decided to ask the system for advice. Tongzi, give me a suggestion. Why, oi? Jiang Yang asked, puzzled. System detects that the host possesses a latent time ability about to awaken. Both time and space abilities are high tier. 1+1 will unleash unimaginable power. Huh. Jiang Yang was startled. He possessed a time ability. That was a high tier power. His mind raced. Right, it must be, because in his past life his unconscious awakening of the time ability was devoured and consumed by Chen Lulu and others, and when the ability activated it sent him back 1 month before the snow disaster. In that instant, Jiang Yang made his decision. He would purchase the space ability core. When time and space combined, what kind of power would emerge? He was eager to find out. Of course, this did not mean he could only choose one ability core. Like Bald Chang, who had awakened multiple abilities, his combat power grew geometrically. Rumor had it he had never encountered an opponent worthy of drawing his weapon. A simple hatchet was all he needed. Therefore, as long as he wished beyond time and space abilities, he could also purchase or awaken other abilities. System, give me a space ability core. Ding. Purchase successful. 10 million survival points. Deducted ability core has been delivered to the system space. Jiang Yang was about to use the ability core when he suddenly heard a ding. New mission recommended: master a high-tier ability. Mission reward: 1 million survival points. Accept. Damn it, system, you really. Can I call you adoptive father? Jiang Yang was deeply moved. He had just purchased a high-tier ability core, and the system immediately issued a mission to awaken it. What difference did that make from giving it away for free? Accept. I accept.